Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next parts. Chapter 106, The Arrival of Thor. In the night sky, a flame came at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, there was a burst of singing. Well, it's coming out of Quinjet's loudspeaker. At the same time, in Quinjet, Natasha Romanoff was a little puzzled at first when he found that Quinjet's control system was out of control, but when he heard the sound that followed, a look of helplessness appeared on his face. Agent Romanoff, did you miss me? This Tony. Hearing the singing from Quinjet, Pixiu in Pikachu's armor had black lines on his face. Sure enough, he was a man pretending to be like the wind. Unexpectedly, with him joining, Tony actually invaded Quinjet's system when he appeared on the stage, and released music to set off his own. Is this the hardcore version of BGM? And at the moment Tony, who came to the sky, couldn't help being stunned when he saw Loki, who was already lying dead. Then he turned his eyes to 143 on Pixiu, and Tony couldn't help but get a black hair. Although he doesn't know the specific reason why Loki lay dead, but he is sure that it has something to do with Pixiu. So Tony came to Pixiu's side. Seeing Pixiu said angrily, "Pixiu, I really believed in your evil, I knew that you must be fooling me, and you agreed to give me this, Bambi." While talking, Tony also looked at Loki. Seeing the helmet on Loki's head gave him a fitting nickname. "I let it go." Pixiu looked at Tony with a small silver suitcase hanging on his waist, with an innocent tone. "Ha ha!" Tony smiled like a sneer, pointed to the side and slowly got up, leaning on the stone pillar and sitting on the ground. Loki, whose face was a little pale and showing pain, said, "Then who hit him?" "I did." Pixiu was honest. "Tony, you have admitted it all, the evidence is solid, there is nothing to argue about." No. Pixiu shook his head and said, "I could have sworn I never hit him, but he said he was going to tear me apart and he attacked me, so I just fought back. After all, it's impossible for me not to fight back, right? If you don't believe me, you can ask your father's good friend, the captain can testify for me." As he said that, Pixiu pointed to Captain America, who stood beside him without making a sound, almost focusing on Loki. Hearing this, Tony subconsciously turned his head to look at Captain America. In fact, he discovered Captain America just after he came down. What? Seeing that the topic suddenly brought him in, he stared at Loki's Captain America for a moment, then frowned slightly and recalled the conversation between Pixiu and Tony just now. After knowing what it was, Captain America looked at Tony and nodded and said, "That's right, it's, what Pixiu said." Tony. After being speechless for a while, Tony could only look at Loki bitterly. Why is this guy so sensible? Last time he was beaten by Pixiu, he dared to threaten Pixiu, who gave him the courage. At this time, Natasha Romanoff also asked the driver to land the Quinjet, looked at Pixiu and Tony after coming outside, and said helplessly, "Guys, can we get down to business first?" "All right." Hearing this, Tony didn't bother to worry about it anymore. He tore off the silver suitcase hanging from his waist, and threw it to Pixiu while looking at Loki and said, "Bambi over there, I announce that you are under arrest. You have the right to remain silent, and you can definitely speak, but I advise you not to talk nonsense." Captain America next to him heard the words, subconsciously rolled his eyes, and then walked towards Loki. Just as Tony said, he was going to arrest Loki. "Tony, you are enough." Picking up the suitcase, Pixiu couldn't help saying after hearing Tony's words, "Before anyone else has said a word, you are the one who talks the most, and it makes you look like a police officer. Hey, see what you said." But Tony couldn't help but smile when he heard Pixiu's words. "I'm Iron Man, and I can barely be considered a superhero. For this kind of villain, I can definitely be regarded as a righteous police officer. What's more, in my capacity, it's a breeze to get a certificate. Tisk, big dog." Pixiu curled his lips, and flew towards Quinjet with the suitcase, too lazy to talk nonsense with him. "Hey, where's your big dog?" Tony glanced at Loki, who was locked by Captain America, and followed behind Pixiu. After everyone returned to Quinjet, Natasha Romanoff sat in the co-pilot and asked the pilot to return to the space carrier, and she reported to Nick Fury about the capture of Loki. Time passed slowly. In the high-altitude clouds, Quinjet is advancing at a speed close to the speed of sound. Boom! Click, click! Suddenly, brilliant lightning bolts appeared in the clouds outside Quinjet. Huge amounts of movement made Quinjet unable to maintain its original balance, shaking slightly. In the co-pilot seat, Natasha Romanoff looked at the lightning outside and said with a puzzled look. "What's going on? Where did the lightning come from?" Loki's face, which was handcuffed, also changed slightly visible to the naked eye. Captain America stood there with Tony, who took off his helmet, and looked around, then noticed the change in Loki's expression, and couldn't help frowning slightly. "What's the matter? Are you afraid of thunder and lightning?" On the contrary, Tony frowned slightly, with a thoughtful look on his face, and couldn't help but look at Pichu, who was sitting in the corner behind the deputy. Thunderbolt, coupled with the change in Loki's expression, made him think of someone. "That is Loki's big brother Thor." "I saw," Loki said with a strange expression. "I just don't like the guy who waits for a thunderstorm." Hearing Loki's words, the sending team was a little puzzled. But Tony has already affirmed his guess, and it really is Thor who came. Bang! With a flash of huge amounts of lightning, Quinjet shook violently, as if some heavy object hit the top of the fighter plane. Tony's eyes were narrowed, and he took the helmet that was placed aside and put it on his head. Then I looked at Pixiu and saw that Pixiu was sitting there indifferently, as if he was asleep, so after thinking about it, I came to the side and pressed the button to open the hatch, and walked towards the rear hatch. "What are you doing?" However, Captain America was puzzled by Tony's actions. With the opening of the 0.3 rear hatch, Thor's figure also appeared there, with a serious face and a touch of anger, walking towards Loki angrily. Even because he was distracted by the approaching Tony, Thor didn't notice Pixiu, who was sitting motionless in the corner on the other side, and swung the hammer to Tony's chest. Because he saw Tony raised his hand towards him, subconsciously he thought Tony was going to attack him. With a bang, Tony was thrown backwards and fell to the ground. Tony in Mark 6 was a little confused. He actually wanted to get to know Thor just now. Why did Thor directly attack him? Thor, who smashed Tony, went directly to grab Loki, jumped off the Quinjet with Loki, and then flew into the clouds below and disappeared. One set of operations is as fierce as a tiger, very clean and neat, without any muddle. Chapter 107. Hateful. Seeing Thor take Loki away, Tony, who was knocked down, got up from the ground a little annoyed, and then went straight to the rear hatch and chased him out. Captain America. Natasha Romanoff. Seeing Tony chasing after them, the two felt a little helpless. Then Captain America looked at Pixiu in the corner and said, "That Pixiu, don't you care?" From the fact that Pixiu bumped Loki flying in an instant, he also knows that Pixiu is very strong, and the relationship between him and Tony is also good. So seeing Pixiu's indifferent appearance there, he was a little puzzled. Even Natasha Romanoff in the co-pilot said helplessly, "Pixiu, please take action, after all, that Thor is not our enemy." BZFX. Hearing what the two said, Pixiu, who was sitting in the corner watching the show, expressed his composure. "Anyway, Thor can't do anything to Tony for the time being. Well, unless Thor actually does it. Although Tony can reach a state of comparable to a god with a body of steel in the steel battle suit, but with the strength of the current Mark 6, at most he has just entered the star 23, and Thor's strength can even dismantle a half-step 4-star destroyer. If it is really a life and death struggle, the Mark 6 on Tony is really not enough for Thor to dismantle. So, from the beginning to the end, Thor didn't use his full strength. But after hearing what the two said, Pixiu thought for a while and said, "Okay, then I'll go to town, but as long as things don't reach a level that you can't control, I won't make a move easily." Saying that, Pixiu looked at Captain America. "I understand." Seeing Pixiu looking at him, Captain America immediately understood what Pixiu meant. So he nodded, picked up a parachute from the side and put it on his back, then walked towards the open rear hatch with the shield, and jumped off directly. "Then I'm going to go too." Seeing Captain America jump off the plane, Pixiu asked Xiaopai to open the Pikachu armor, then opened the small suitcase Tony gave him, and put the translation earphones inside on his neck. Debug, debug. After trying the translation earphones, after no problem, Pixiu activated the electromagnetic levitation and flew out of the Quinjet. Without the high-speed movement enabled, the fastest flight speed of electromagnetic levitation can only reach 300 mph, which is still a little short of the normal speed of sound. Although it can't reach the speed of sound, but this speed is enough under normal circumstances. After Pixiu left, Natasha Romanoff looked at the driver and said, "Follow up and start the location search." "Yes, sir." The driver nodded when he heard the words, then turned on Quinjet, and chased after Pixiu and the others in the direction they left. Even if there is a location search, they are not afraid of being lost. At the same time, Natasha Romanoff also sent a call to Nick Fury. "Space carrier, in the war room." "What, Thor took Loki?" Hearing Natasha Romanoff's report, Nick Fury's right eye narrowed slightly, and then said, "What about Stark and Pixiu?" Natasha Romanoff, "Sir, they've all caught up." Nick Fury, "Pixiu went too." Natasha Romanoff, "Yet." Nick Fury, "I see, let me know if there is anything else." Natasha Romanoff, "Got it." After the call, Hill, Phil Coulson and Banner all looked at Nick Fury. Looking at the three of them, Nick Fury said in a deep voice, "Just now, Thor suddenly appeared and broke into Quinjet and took Loki away, and even made a move on Stark, but he didn't attack anyone else. Now Stark, the captain, and Pixiu are all chasing after him. With them, it is impossible for Thor to take Loki away." In fact, Nick Fury wanted to say that with Pixiu, Thor couldn't take Loki away. After all, the last time Pixiu fought against Thor, who had regained his divine power, Thor couldn't even snatch Loki from them if Pixiu didn't want to. Wait. Thinking of this, Nick Fury frowned slightly. It stands to reason that Pixiu is here. How did that fellow Thor take Loki away? What is Pixiu doing? "Sir." Seeing Nick Fury say this, he suddenly frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Hill and Phil Coulson looked at each other, and called him with some doubts. "Well, it's fine." After recovering, Nick Fury looked at the three of them and said, "Keep looking for the whereabouts of the Tesseract, Loki has them there, no problem." "Yes." The three nodded, and then continued to perform their duties. The other side. When Thor took Loki to Bala Bala on the top of a barren mountain for training and conversation, Tony also followed him according to the tracking of JARVIS. "Loki, listen to me." Thor looked at Loki angrily, and when he was about to say something, Tony, who had increased his speed directly to the speed of sound, flew over and took him away in one wave. Looking at the empty front, Loki shrugged, "I'm listening." When Pixiu and Captain America arrived, Tony was fighting Thor. Thor raised Mjolnir and summoned a bolt of lightning, which struck the chest of the Mark 6 steel battle suit, which happened to hit the vibranium reactor. After a few seconds, the lightning disappeared, and a reminder from J.A.R.V.I.S sounded in Tony's ears. "Sir, it can reach 600% at present. Such high energy." Hearing the prompt from J.A.R.V.I.S, Tony couldn't help being a little frightened by the strength of the lightning energy Thor summoned. Because of Pixiu's 733, he greatly improved the functions of the Mark 6, especially the ability to resist electric shocks, and added an auxiliary function to absorb electricity. The energy contained in Thor's lightning actually made his energy reach 600%. One can imagine how terrifying the lightning that was only for a few seconds just now was. Surprised in his heart, Tony also converted the excess energy into an energy beam cannon with his backhand, firing two orange-yellow beams thicker than the mouth of a bowl from the palms of both hands. Thor, who was still surprised that his bolt of lightning only caused a little damage to the steel battle suit, was caught off guard by two beam cannons in the chest. With a muffled grunt, Thor flew upside down and fell more than 10 meters away. After falling to the ground, Thor immediately raised his head to look at Tony, with a faint look of anger on his face. "Enough." Just when Thor stood up and was about to teach Tony a serious lesson, Captain America's shout rang out. At the same time Captain America throws Captain America's shield, the shield hits them one by one, then turns around and returns to Captain America's hands. Tony and Thor, who were interrupted, subconsciously turned to look in the direction of Captain America. Then the two saw Pixiu next to Captain America. Seeing Pixiu, Tony's expression didn't change much, but Thor's expression changed. Chapter 108. Why are you here? Looking at Pixiu, Thor's face was full of shock. Captain America looked to the side, and he couldn't help being taken aback when he saw Pixiu's real appearance. Pixiu is the Pikachu armor that left after he jumped off the plane. And Pixiu just came to him, so he only saw Pixiu's real appearance now. He didn't expect Pixiu under that steel armor to be so cute. Yes, he also thinks Pixiu is cute. And Pixiu was a little speechless seeing Thor's shocked appearance. Thor didn't even see himself on the plane before co-authoring. Although speechless, Pixiu still looked at Thor and said, "I'm definitely here. Do you know how Loki got caught? Young man, you are so courageous that you dare to snatch someone from your career mentor. You captured Loki." Hearing this, Thor's expression couldn't help changing, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. No wonder when he grabbed Loki's chest earlier, Loki seemed to be in pain. It seemed that he had been beaten by Pixiu, and it was not light. "No, not mine." Pixiu shook his head. "I just lightly hammered his chest with my bun-sized fist, and the one next to me grabbed him." As he spoke, Pixiu pointed to Captain America next to him. "Captain America." There seems to be no reason to refute that he was the one who caught Loki, and he put the handcuffs on Loki. Thor couldn't help but look black when he heard that. Although he wanted to seek justice for Loki, but thinking of Pixiu's strength, he couldn't help tightening Mjolnir in his hand. Let's forget about things that are fair. Though thinking this way, Thor couldn't help asking, "Why are you fighting Loki? Are you an idiot?" Pixiu looked at Thor with the eyes of a fool, and said angrily, "As far as what Loki did on Earth, it's not too much to say that killing him, I just hit him, this is already very magnanimous. And he also said that he wanted to take me as a pet at his feet, and then he wanted to tear me into pieces. You tell me, can you bear it if I want to take you as a pet?" "Cannot." Thor stared slightly, opened his mouth and hesitated to speak, with an uncomfortable and aggrieved expression on his face. At the moment, he no longer had the idea of fighting for injustice for Loki. After all, according to what Pixiu said, Loki was doing it all by himself. Although he really wanted to say something to Pixiu, Loki is still from Asgard no matter what. Even if he made a mistake, he can only be judged by Asgard, not outsiders. But thinking of his last experience in New Mexico, Thor dismissed the idea. Okay. Seeing that Thor and Tony didn't intend to do anything, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks, rubbed the arc and said, "Now that the farce is over, let's go back to the space carrier first, and then discuss what to do afterward. Do you have any opinions?" As he spoke, Pixiu glanced at the three of them in turn. "Tony, I don't." Seeing that Pixiu's eyes seemed to be a bit hostile, Tony's heart shivered, and he answered immediately, although he was still a little unhappy with Thor. After all, he is Tony Stark, he was hammered by others when he just met. "Captain America, I have no problem either. Originally, he was here to persuade the fight, so naturally it is impossible to have any opinions." "I have." Thor just wanted to speak. The next moment, Pixiu's sharp eyes stared at him. After a pause, Thor looked serious. "I have no objection either. This is not counseling, really not counseling, but a wise choice. After all, he, Thor, is the heir to the God King of Asgard. As a qualified king, he must keep a clear head at all times and make the most favorable choice at the moment. He is no longer the reckless man who only knew about recklessness. Farewell for 3 days, and treat each other with admiration. I, Thor, am not a fool." "Ah, very good." Seeing that Thor is so knowledgeable, Pixiu nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "I'm leaving first, you go and bring Loki with you." After speaking, Pixiu flew towards the approaching Quinjet. And Tony glanced at Thor, and flew towards Quinjet. As for Thor, after hesitating for a tenth of a second, the hammer shot up into the sky and flew towards where Loki was. He then grabbed Loki and brought him back to the Quinjet. After taking Captain America back to Quinjet, immediately head towards the direction where the space carrier is. At the same time, Natasha Romanoff also sent a message to Nick Fury, telling him that everything is back on track. After half an hour, on the space carrier, Tony wears the Mark 6 and goes to the laboratory. He wants to check the battlesuit and the vibranium reactor. After all, he ate a big lightning bolt from Thor before. And Nick Fury escorted Loki with a dozen or so heavily armed soldiers, went to the place where Loki was held in the original plot, and locked Loki up. Naturally, Pixiu also returned to the room. According to what Hill said, he took down the computer desk on the right side of the bed, and then pressed the button to turn on the computer inside. If he hadn't approached Hill and asked her for a computer, he wouldn't have known there was a computer in the room. If I had known it a long time ago, I wouldn't have been so boring during the day. Time passed slowly. The next thing is almost in accordance with the original plot in the development. Natasha Romanoff pretends to talk to Loki, and then a super agent and a trick god start a live PK. In the end, Natasha Romanoff got Loki's purpose. That is to release the Hulk and Banner and let Hulk run wild on the space carrier. Just as Natasha Romanoff was talking, S.H.I.E.L.D. also discovered that the system had been hacked. Nick Fury walked towards the laboratory with a dark face. Because he already knew that this matter must have something to do with Tony. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Zhao, Captain America, who heard Tony talking to Banner, still had some doubts about Nick Fury, wondering what he was hiding from them. For example, what did you do with Tesseract? This reminded him of the previous Hydra, which used the Tesseract's energy to research weapons. The power of those energy weapons is simply astonishing. If Nick Fury is using the Tesseract to make weapons, then he has to figure out why. As a person who has come from the era of war, he clearly knows what impact war will have on the world, and peace is hard-won. In the laboratory, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S sounded. "Sir, we have been found out." Tony squinted his eyes, not panicking at all. "It's okay, since you've been discovered, then retreat." After speaking, Tony looked at Banner, smiled at each other, and then sat on the workbench waiting for Nick Fury's arrival. Chapter 109. Above the sea of clouds. Boom! Suddenly there was an explosion sound, and the entire huge space carrier shook violently. In room 1-011. Chi chi chi. Lying on the bed, listening to music with his eyes closed, Pixiu opened his eyes when he noticed the movement. Flying up and standing in the air, Pixiu rubbed his cheek with his right hand and muttered. "Here, Hawkeye blew up a turbo engine." Picking up the translation headset and wearing it around his neck, Pixiu flew outside. "Xiaopai, sir." Pixiu glanced back at the Pikachu armor next to the bed, and said, "Stay here." "Xiaopai, yes, sir." After coming outside, Pixiu watched some soldiers and agents moving around in a panic in the aisle, and flew directly over everyone's heads towards the direction of the laboratory. He remembered that Banner was about to transform into Hulk at this time. He doesn't care about blowing up the turbo engine, but he doesn't care about the rampant Hulk. When Pixiu came to the laboratory, he found that the scene was already in chaos. Rubbing his cheeks, golden arcs danced in the air, and Pixiu flew down along the hollow. Roar! As soon as he came below, he heard a beast-like manic roar. Hulk! Hearing Hulk's roar, Pixiu immediately followed the sound and flew over. Soon, Pixiu saw Natasha Romanoff, who just ran up the stairs, and Hulk, who was more than 10 meters behind her at 883. "Natasha Romanoff, here I come, don't panic." Shouting to the slightly pale Natasha Romanoff, Pixiu started the high-speed movement, turned into a golden lightning and rushed towards Hulk. Pixiu. On the stairs, Natasha Romanoff subconsciously stopped when she heard Pixiu's voice, and then turned her head to look. Just as she turned her head, Pixiu had already arrived in front of Hulk. With his right hand clenched into a fist, golden lightning twined around his hand, relying on his extreme speed, Pixiu ruthlessly punched Hulk's head several times. The small fists hit Hulk's head one after another, sending Hulk flying upside down. Boom! With a muffled sound, the flying Hulk hit the metal wall of the helicopter carrier, and the terrifying impact directly knocked out a big hole in the metal wall. This shows how powerful Pixiu's punch was just now. CDDC, hum. Hulk, half of his body stuck in the metal wall, was lying there, trying to get up, shaking his head constantly, as if he wanted to keep himself awake. After several punches, Hulk was almost knocked out by Pixiu. Hulk is indeed very strong, and passive when he gets angry. But as long as he is knocked out before he becomes stronger, then being passive is useless. How strong is the 3-star Pixiu? Over 100 tons like the normal Hulk. Just now Pixiu almost used his full strength, hundreds of tons of force plus super high-speed kinetic energy, and was hit in the head by Pixiu's several punches. Hulk was already very strong without immediately fainting. Sleep you! Just when Hulk was shaking his head and trying to struggle away from the metal wall, Pixiu had already come over his head, and under Hulk's angry and confused gaze, he punched hard again. The punch hit the top of Hulk's skull. Hulk's head slammed down hard, smashing the metal floor below with a boom, twitched twice, and finally remained silent. BZX. At this time, Natasha Romanoff, who was still in shock, saw that Hulk hadn't moved, so he approached cautiously. Looking at Hulk, Pixiu looked at Natasha Romanoff with a smile and said, "It's okay, he should return to Banner's appearance later." "Phew, that's great, thanks to having you here." Hearing Pixiu's words, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help exhaling deeply, and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. She knew exactly how scary Hulk was. And it's not hard to imagine how terrifying Rage's Hulk is. Banner turned into a Hulk, and indeed, a rare emotion of fear emerged in her heart. After discovering that Hulk's body was gradually shrinking, Pixiu looked at Natasha Romanoff pretending to be puzzled and asked, "What happened just now? I seem to hear an explosion, and how did Banner turn into Hulk? What about the others?" Natasha Romanoff smiled wryly, "We still fell into Loki's scheme. It should be some kind of ability of that scepter, plus some other things, so everyone lost control." When they were in the laboratory, she saw that when Banner picked up the power of mind, the gem embedded in the scepter seemed to emit a strange light. That light made her feel a little uneasy, and it was probably Loki's secret trick. Apparently, Loki succeeded. "All right." Hearing this, Pixiu nodded pretending to half understand, and then said, "Go to the combat command room first, I'll take Banner to a safe place." "It is good." Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff nodded without hesitation and hurriedly ran towards it. The huge explosion before was definitely not simple, she had to understand the situation. You must know that this is at an altitude of 10,000 meters. If there is a problem with the space carrier, nearly 1,000 people on the whole space carrier will have to finish playing together. Natasha Romanoff left, Pixiu looked at the recovered but comatose Banner, pouted slightly, then flew down, put his hands on Banner, and wrapped him in the special electromagnetic force field of electromagnetic levitation. Then with the Banner, Pixiu flew outside. The special electromagnetic field of electromagnetic levitation is controlled by Pixiu. As long as there is direct contact with Pixiu, Pixiu can wrap him with the electromagnetic force field and take him to fly together. After turning 2 or 3 corners, a familiar figure appeared in Pixiu's eyes. It was Thor, who was holding the hammer and looked a little angry. At the same time, there are 6 more armed soldiers running towards Thor behind him. When Pixiu saw them, they also saw Pixiu and Banner. "Thor, what are you going to do?" After calling Thor, Pixiu said to the 6 armed soldiers who came over. "2 men, take Dr. Banner to safety." "Yes." They were able to definitely know the identity of Pixiu and the others on the heli-carrier, and when they saw Banner in a coma, they immediately came out and took Banner away. The other 4 soldiers nodded to Pixiu and Thor, passed them and ran forward. Thor looked at Pixiu, walked in one direction and said, "I'm going to Loki's place. What happened just now must be his fault." Hearing this, Pixiu rubbed his face with his right hand, looked at Thor's back and reminded, "Be careful, don't be fooled by Loki." Thor didn't reply, just waved his hand to show he knew. Seeing this, Pixiu shook his head, and then quickly flew towards the combat command room. He remembered that Barton's men seemed to have attacked the operations room, and then Hill seemed to be wounded again there. Chapter 110. In the space carrier. Pixiu turned into a flash of golden lightning and shuttled through the aisle, and soon met Phil Coulson, who was rushing to where Loki was being imprisoned. Phil Coulson, wait a minute. Thinking that he was going to be stabbed in the back by Loki and almost died, Pixiu stopped him. In the film, Gigi was then revived in the spin-off S.H.I.E.L.D. agent as the new director of the re-established S.H.I.E.L.D, which Hill also joined. However, the system said that this is only the movie universe, and did not say that the world view of the drama version of S.H.I.E.L.D agent is also integrated, so Phil Coulson is likely to be really Gigi. Thinking of this, Pixiu immediately said, "Are you going to Loki's place?" "That's right, it was just detected that the control system of the detention room was disconnected, and it is very likely that Loki has already escaped." Seeing Pixiu, Phil Coulson looked serious, nodded immediately and explained the reason. "Pixiu, don't worry, Thor has already rushed over, Loki can't make waves with him, there are still a bunch of intruders on the helicarrier, you go and deal with them. Besides, it's not that I look down on you. If Loki really runs out, even if you go over, if he wants to kill you, you probably won't be able to resist." This. Hearing this, Phil Coulson showed hesitation. At this moment, a voice came from the small headset on his ear. Multiple areas on the mothership were attacked by the enemy, and everyone organized a counter-attack immediately. "All right, I got it." Hearing the voice from the microphone, Phil Coulson hesitated a little, nodded to Pixiu, then turned around and left here quickly. Watching Phil Coulson leave, Pixiu smiled slightly, and disappeared in place in a flash of lightning. At the same time, Captain America and Tony came to the area of the number 2 turbine engine on the left and began to repair the number 2 turbine engine damaged by the explosion. In the detention room. "Loki, look what you've done." When Thor came here, he saw Loki open the door of the prison facility and come out, immediately uttered an angry shout, and rushed towards him. Seeing Thor rushing towards him, Loki's face darkened, and then he squatted down halfway, taking a defensive posture. Then Thor lunges at Loki. Seeing Loki's figure flicker, Thor directly passed through Loki's body, and jumped into the captivity device built to prevent Hulk from going berserk. Thor, who was out of the air, was stunned at once, and then he knew that he had been fooled by Loki. Especially thinking of Pixiu's reminder before, Thor felt his cheeks were getting slightly warm. Getting up angrily, Thor turned and looked back. The real Loki has already taken the psychic scepter to the control panel outside the prison room, reached out and pressed on it, closing the door of the prison room. Loki. Seeing this scene, Thor's face was full of anger, and he raised the Mjolnir in his hand and hit the special glass wall of the prison cell with a hammer. Numerous cracks were formed where the special glass wall was hit. Click click click. As soon as the hammer went down, the entire prison room shook, especially the device that fixed the prison room made a click, click sound, and it seemed that it would shatter in the next moment. This movement made both Thor and Loki look around. Seeing the surrounding situation, Thor's face became a little ugly. Although he has the power to break the prison room, the price of breaking the prison room here is that the entire prison room will be destroyed under his attack. Once the entire holding room is destroyed, the impact on the space carrier will definitely be great. Loki looked at Thor, seeing his ugly expression, immediately understood his concerns, smiled disdainfully, and said, "People on Earth think that our gods are immortal, so why don't you give it a try?" As he spoke, he began to operate on the console, with a smile of success on his face. The hatch below the prison room opened, and the howling sound of whistling air continued to sound. Thor's expression changed again and again, staring intently at Loki. "Humph!" With a cold snort, Loki directly pressed the release button. Click! The entire oval-shaped prison room was released by the control device, and then quickly fell downwards. Glancing down, Loki pressed the door close button, and then walked outside with the mercenaries who brought him the psychic scepter. Now that the plan has been successful, it's time for him to leave. The next thing to do is to open the wormhole to let Chita Swiss soldiers enter the Earth, and then help him occupy the Earth. The other side. The controlled Barton rushed to the combat command room with 4 mercenaries. He wants the guidance system of the Hishan mothership. People in front, don't block the way. Asking for flowers. At this moment, a shout came from behind, and Barton and the 4 mercenaries became vigilant for a moment, and quickly turned to look behind, ready to shoot arrows at any time. Puff 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 puff. A series of muffled sounds sounded. They only felt a blur in their eyes, a pain in their head, and then they all lost consciousness. The final impression is that of seeing a flash of golden lightning. Passing through the air, Pixiu looked at the unconscious Barton and 4 mercenaries on the ground, held his right fist in front of his mouth and blew, and muttered softly. They said don't get in the way. Then Pixiu once again turned into a flash of golden lightning and headed towards the combat command room. After a little while, when Pixiu came to the combat command room, he could feel the tense and dignified atmosphere in the air as soon as he entered, and everyone looked serious. 0. After all, this is a matter of life and death. Once the space carrier crashes, it is estimated that no one here will survive. Pixiu flew towards Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff, approaching and saying, I met Barton when I first came here, and I knocked him out, and there were 4 guys who were supposed to be mercenaries beside him, and they knocked him out too. Romanoff agent. Nick Fury heard this, and immediately turned to Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff nodded, and left with a few agents. How's it going? Pixiu came next to Nick Fury. Glancing at Pixiu, Nick Fury looked serious and said in a deep voice. The situation is barely under control. As long as Stark can repair the left-wing number 2 turbine engine, then it can continue to maintain a long battery life. Sir. At this time, Hill came over with a serious face, looked at Pixiu, then looked at Nick Fury and said. Radar just detected a Quinjet that took off without order. What? Nick Fury frowned, and ordered. Send someone to intercept it, if it doesn't work, just bomb it for me. Yes. Hill nodded, then pressed the small headset and said. Escort 60, immediately intercept the target, counterattack immediately if you find hostility, be careful. Escort 60, received, heading to intercept, press. Outside. An F-35 fighter plane chases the Quinjet as it takes off. Chapter 111. The F-35 takes off and chases after Loki's Quinjet. Soon the F-35s caught up with Quinjet. In the combat command room, Nick Fury, Hill, Pixiu, and others looked at the scene from a first-person perspective through the pictures sent back from the fighter planes. Just then, a light blue light beam flew towards the F-35 from the back of the Quinjet. The speed was so fast that it hit the F-35 fighter in the blink of an eye. Boom! The hit F-35 fighter exploded instantly and turned into a brilliant flame. At the rear hatch of the Quinjet, Loki was seen holding a psychic scepter, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face, and then he closed the rear hatch. And in the combat command room, everyone only saw a flash of blue light on the screen, and then lost the connection screen. Apparently the F-35s have been destroyed. Mommy fa. Seeing that the fighter plane was destroyed, Nick Fury's expression darkened, and he couldn't help cursing in his heart. Although I really want to send people to chase after it, but the crisis of the space carrier has not been resolved, and even if I send people again, I am afraid it will be difficult to kill that Quinjet. But suddenly thought of something, Nick Fury looked at Pixiu and said in a deep voice. Pixiu, can you catch up to that Quinjet? While the Quinjet is also the property of S.H.I.E.L.D, the F-35 that was just destroyed is also the property of SHIELD. Now that one has been destroyed, it is not impossible to destroy another one. Just kill Loki or catch him. Sir. At this moment, Quan Er came over and said. That Quinjet escaped our surveillance. This. Hearing this, Nick Fury's face changed slightly, and finally he looked away from Pixiu, looked at Hill and said. Contact Stark and ask what's going on with the left wing number 2 turbine engine, can it be fixed? Yes, sir. Hill nodded, then went to contact Tony. Pixiu came to sit on the chair at the conference table, thinking of the blue light beam that just destroyed the F-35 fighter jet. It was obviously an attack from Loki. Thinking of Loki, Pixiu thought of Thor again, couldn't help curling his lips. Unexpectedly, with his reminder, Thor was still easily deceived by Loki. Sure enough, as Loki said in the original plot, that trick is still tried and tested against Thor. I thought Thor had a lot of brains, but Loki still has no brains. It seems that Thor will have to endure Loki's whipping a few more times before he can barely cope with Loki's tricks. Time passed slowly. Everything is going on in order. After Phil Coulson left, he rushed towards the area where the number 2 turbine engine on the left wing was located, and then helped Captain America to easily eliminate the few mercenaries brought by Barton. Then, together with Tony, we started the repair work of the number 2 turbo engine. When they learned from Tony that everything was still under control, Nick Fury, Hill, and a kind of S.H.I.E.L.D agent in the combat command room breathed a sigh of relief. The space carrier is equipped with 4 turbo engines and an anti-gravity engine. Even if one turbo engine is destroyed, it can still maintain a stable flight. It's just that the battery life will be greatly affected. Fortunately, the damage to the left wing number 2 turbine engine has not reached an uncontrollable level. As long as it can be restored to use again, it can guarantee a long battery life. After half an hour, in a separate conference room, a group of members gathered together. Pixiu, Tony, Nick Fury, Captain America, Phil Coulson, Natasha Romanoff, and Banner, who has been rubbing his temples with his hands, and is a little bit less energetic. It may be that Pixiu was a bit ruthless before, so after recovering from Hulk, Banner was also affected a little after waking up, feeling a little dizzy. But it doesn't affect much, just like you didn't sleep well at night, just wash your face with cold water. Pixiu floated in the air, looked at the crowd and said, "So who can tell me in detail what happened?" Silent, quiet. Captain America crossed his arms and leaned back on the chair, looking down at the tabletop slightly. Banner has been rubbing his temples and not speaking. As for Phil Coulson, he said he had no knowledge and did not speak. Seeing this scene, Tony pouted and said, "Ask that stewed egg director and see what he says." Nick Fury looked slightly condensed, and was about to speak. But it was interrupted by Pixiu. Looking at the crowd, Pixiu raised his right hand and rubbed his cheeks. "Isn't it because Nick Fury hid the fact that you used Tesseract to make weapons? How do you know?" As soon as Pixiu said this, everyone except Nick Fury looked at Pixiu in surprise. Even Natasha Romanoff is no exception, she didn't tell Pixiu the specific reason before. Only Nick Fury was no exception. After all, Pixiu had looked for him before, and even warned him about the consequences of researching Tesseract. But the reason for this matter, he has already explained clearly to Tony and others in the experiment before. With the appearance of people from Asgard such as Thor and Loki, plus what he experienced when he was a small agent of S.H.I.E.L.D more than 10 years ago, he started the Tesseract plan again. Definitely, he hadn't thought about Loki either. After all, Thor had already shown goodwill when he returned to Asgard before. Although he couldn't believe it completely, he still tended to believe that kind. He didn't expect that Loki would have a falling out with Asgard, and then he would appear in S.H.I.E.L.D's Tesseract research base and directly snatch Tesseract away. He even turned on his right-hand man, Barton, and nearly shot him dead. Isn't this kind of thing normal? Pixiu looked at everyone with a puzzled expression, leaving everyone speechless, even Nick Fury. "Mayor Falk, this is a top secret of S.H.I.E.L.D. Rubbing his cheeks and rubbing the arc, Pixiu continued. "Although I don't think what Braised Dan did is right, his starting point may be good. Well, maybe, after all, he just wants to prevent aliens from invading, so that the Earth can have self-protection means. You should also understand a little bit, after all, someone else is an agent, and he is also the head of an agent, and he always likes to put conspiracy theories first. This kind of person, to put it bluntly, is very suspicious. He will not trust other people easily. Maybe he hasn't let go of his vigilance against me yet. But I don't care, I just like the way others want to kill me but can't kill me. Nick Fury. 5.5 Everyone. Hearing Pixiu's words, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched slightly, almost unable to hold back the black lines on their faces. I have to say that although Pixiu's words sound a bit speechless, they seem to have some truth. Nick Fury is an old agent after all. Chapter 112. Well, let's make a statement in advance. Looking at the silent crowd, Pixiu continued. I'm not trying to whitewash this marinated egg. After all, he's already so black that he can't be whitewashed. Everyone is now standing in the same camp. It's really his fault for hiding it from you. Actually, I know one more thing. What's up? Everyone couldn't help looking at Pixiu. Nick Fury's expression was gloomy, and he looked at Pixiu with sharp eyes, wanting to see what else Pixiu knew. And Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson looked a little weird. Pixiu looked at Phil Coulson. You know Thor, last time he came to Earth, Loki sent the armored destroyer built by Heavenly Father Odin to Earth in order to kill him. Later Thor regained his divine power and dismantled the destroyer, and the wreckage was brought back to S.H.I.E.L.D. by Phil Coulson, and a research project was immediately established. Then they used a little of what they had researched to create an energy weapon similar to the destroyer's attack, no worse than the General Rubik's Cube Nenghuang weapon. As soon as this remark came out, Nick Fury's face turned black. He didn't expect that Pixiu even knew about this matter. But his only doubt is, how did Pixiu know that they made weapons? How did you know we've developed weapons? Squinting his right eye, Nick Fury stared at Chu closely. Do you think I'm blind? Pixiu pointed to his eyes. Nick Fury shook his head slightly. Do you think I'm stupid? Pixiu pointed to his head again. Nick Fury shook his head again. If Pixiu is stupid, then he must be an idiot after being fooled by Pixiu so many times. Pixiu looked at Nick Fury with eyes like a fool. Since I'm not blind or stupid, your people packed away the remains of the destroyer in front of me. With your little virtue, can't I guess? As for why you know that you have already researched it, of course I saw it. At the end, Pixiu rubbed his cheek with his right hand. Nick Fury. Taking a deep breath, Nick Fury stopped looking at Pixiu, looked at Tony, Captain America, and Banner with a serious expression and said, I've said everything I need to say about Tesseract, and I don't want to say anything more, but this time it's about the safety of the entire planet. I hope everyone can put aside the past and unite, please. In order to prevent something like this from happening, I have always had a plan, which is to form an independent super team and gather the best talents on the planet. This team has nothing to do with S.H.I.E.L.D., nor with any country. I just hope that when you are needed, you can come forward to help us deal with those enemies that we cannot fight. I named this project Avengers and hope you can join me. Silence, everyone is silent. Tony folded his hands on his chest, raised his right hand and pinched his chin, pondered for a moment, looked at Nick Fury and said, Why is it called the Avenger? Isn't it bad to call it Asgardian or something? As soon as this remark came out, Captain America and Banner looked at each other, and both focused on Nick Fury. The corner of Nick Fury's mouth twitched slightly before he said in a deep voice. The origin of this name comes from a hero who once protected the Earth, hence the name Avenger. Hearing Nick Fury's words, a strange look flashed across Phil Coulson's eyebrows. Protected the Earth. Reflexively, Tony and Banner looked at Captain America, but then looked away. After all, Captain America can only be regarded as saving the United States, and what Nick Fury said is obviously not Captain America, otherwise it would not be the name of the Avenger. Who is it? Then Tony looked at Nick Fury with some confusion and curiosity. Captain America and Banner and Natasha Romanoff looked at him too. Nick Fury's face was sullen, and he didn't want to continue talking. Okay. At this moment Pixiu interrupted them loudly. Aren't you supposed to find Loki and Tesseract sooner than you have to do now? Loki has already run away, continue to waste time here, wait a while for the alien fleet to come to Earth. Hearing what Pixiu said, everyone's expressions changed slightly, and they became serious all of a sudden. Banner slightly rubbed his temples, looked at everyone and said, "According to the previous speculation, after checking the conditions, I locked a location that meets the conditions for the roadbed to heat the Tesseract to 100 million degrees." Saying that, Banner looked at Tony. Hearing this, seeing Banner looking at him, Tony frowned, suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but look at Pixiu, then looked at Banner in shock and said, "You mean my Stark building in Manhattan?" The Stark building was built by him with a lot of money, and the top 10 floors are all scientific research rooms, so the independent power supply is adopted, and the power is supplied by a semi-finished large reactor. "That's right." Banner nodded. "What are you waiting for, Avengers, it's time to go." Nick Fury looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice. Everyone glanced at Nick Fury, and at the moment didn't bother to argue with him about these things. The most important thing now is to prevent Loki from using the Tesseract to open the wormhole. As for the others, wait until this matter is resolved. After a little while, Tony was the first to fly towards the Stark building wearing the Mark 6. Pixiu did not leave in a hurry, but acted together with Natasha Romanoff and Captain America. Nick Fury is quite puzzled by this. But Pixiu didn't explain it, just came a slightly mysterious sentence. "The future is full of unpredictability. Some things are destined to happen. We can't change them in advance. We can only try our best to lead them to the good side after they happen." Hearing this, Nick Fury fell into deep thought, but considering the current situation, he didn't have that much thought to think about it, so he could only keep this sentence in his heart. 3 minutes later, with Pixiu's guarantee, Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff released Barton and let him join the operation. Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye flew the Quinjet with Pixiu, Captain America and Banner to the Stark building in Manhattan, New York. At the same time, the top of the Stark building, Dr. Eric activated the device loaded with Tesseract to create wormholes. As the device was activated, a nearly transparent energy shield protected the device. Tony, who rushed back, saw this scene, and issued a cool warning to Dr. Eric. "Doctor, turn off that device immediately. It's too late, it can't stop." Dr. Eric looked at Tony, with a morbid smile on his face, and his sky blue eyes seemed to be shining with light. "It will show us a whole new universe." "Okay then." Hearing this, Tony stretched out his right hand and fired the palm cannon at the device. Boom! The crystal blue light flickered outside the device, and the energy shield blocked the palm cannon. Chapter 113. Boom! Tony blasted the energy shield around the device with his palm, and with an explosion-like bang, Dr. Eric, who was standing aside, was blown away. Dr. Eric fell 2 meters away and lay motionless on the ground, apparently passed out. "Sir, it is made of pure energy and cannot penetrate." Just when Tony was in doubt, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S rang in his ears. Pure energy composition. Hearing the reminder from J.A.R.V.I.S, Tony only felt a little headache. "It seems that we have to find another way." Seeing that the device that opened the wormhole was heating up the Tesseract, Tony's expression sank, and he suddenly felt something, so he couldn't help but turned around and looked down at the observatory. Loki appeared there holding a psychic scepter, looking at him with a smug smile on his face. J.A.R.V.I.S, get the Mark 7 ready. Looking at Loki, Tony landed on the equipment table outside, and while walking towards the inside of the building, he looked at Loki and was wary of him in his heart. J.A.R.V.I.S, sir, the Mark 7 has not been tested for safety. Tony, test it now. J.A.R.V.I.S, okay, sir. Tony looked inside and walked, and Luigi also walked towards the inside with 3 steps and 1 turn. He wants to see what Tony wants to do with the steel battle suit off. If there is a battle suit, he will have trouble dealing with it. But without a battle suit, he can easily crush a mortal to death. Time passed slowly. As Tony and Loki started the intrigue on the top floor of the building, the wormhole manufacturing device at the top gradually heated the Tesseract to 100 million degrees. Buzz buzz. When the temperature reached a critical point, a bucket-thick sea blue beam of light shot straight into the sky from the transmitter above the wormhole maker, seemingly piercing through space at a height of several hundred meters. With the beam of light as the center, the surrounding space began to produce countless ripples visible to the naked eye. Countless ripples converged towards the beam of light, forming a vortex scene. What happened? Did Tony Stark do it? I have a bad feeling. What is Iron Man doing? The movement here has attracted the attention of most people in Midtown Manhattan, especially those near the Stark building. Looking at the beam of light that soars into the sky, they all have expressions of surprise. At the moment they didn't know the danger was coming. However, some people felt that something was wrong, so they left the vicinity of the Stark building and headed for a distance, wanting to be farther away. In the air, Thor, who was trapped into the prison cell by Loki before, had a slightly cold face, and was led by Mjolnir to fly towards the direction of the Stark building at an extremely fast speed. Although he doesn't know where the Stark building is, but he could clearly perceive the huge energy fluctuations caused by the activation of the Tesseract. So it's right to fly in that direction. At the moment, the Quinjet driven by Barton and Natasha Romanoff has just entered the sky over New York, and it will take a little time to reach Midtown Manhattan. 10 seconds later, a small wormhole appeared high in the sky. Under everyone's gaze, the wormhole grew rapidly. When the diameter expanded to nearly 100 meters, the wormhole also stopped expanding. On the other side, the Kita Swiss soldiers who had been waiting for a long time drove individual flight devices across the wormhole to the earth, and rushed down. Down below, Tony, who had already put on the Mark 7, soared into the sky, seeing a large number of Kita Swiss soldiers pouring out of the wormhole. His expression suddenly became very dignified. Bring it on. With a thought, Tony, who was already prepared, accelerated towards the top-down Kita Swiss soldiers, and opened his shoulders to launch small scattered missiles. Rumbling. The small missiles blew up the Kita Swiss soldiers one by one, like clusters of fireworks blooming in the sky. What? The crowd below finally panicked when they saw the Kita Swiss soldiers, screamed and started looking for a hiding place, and everyone ran towards the car or house. For a moment, panic, fear, and screams centered on Stark and spread to the surroundings. Even though Tony tried his best to intercept, more and more Kita Swiss soldiers poured out of the wormhole, and many of them bypassed his interception and flew around. Those Kita Swiss soldiers kept firing at the humans below. Boom boom boom. Explosions kept ringing. The weapon equipped by the Kita Swiss soldier fired an energy bullet, which caused a power similar to that of a grenade, blasting houses and the ground into big holes. After the vehicle was hit, it exploded immediately, turning into fragments and burning with raging flames. As for humans, a big hole appeared in their bodies instantly after being hit. If hit in the head, the whole head disappears in an instant. Kaka. At this moment, a figure flew towards at an extremely fast speed, and lightning bolts appeared in the air where it passed, blasting the nearby Kita Switzerland county into fireworks. Thor looked at the opened wormhole and the Kita Swiss soldiers pouring out. His expression became very ugly, and he soon found Loki outside the observatory of the Stark building. So an acceleration flew towards Loki. After a little while, a Quinjet also arrived in Midtown Manhattan. Hawkeye and Natasha Romanoff looked at the Kita Swiss soldiers attacking all around, and their expressions changed slightly. The rear hatch was opened in the air, and Captain America jumped down with a parachute on his back. Pixiu glanced at the situation outside, and walked towards the rear hatch, looked at Banner and said, "Dr. Banner, it's up to you to choose what to do next." In the beginning, Pixiu did not recommend Banner to come over. But Banner offered to come along, saying he might be able to help. As for what he can do to help, only he himself knows. After speaking, Pixiu jumped out from the rear hatch wearing the translation headset, turned on the electromagnetic levitation, and flew towards the top of the Stark building. After encountering Kita Swiss soldiers, a tenth of the power of the electric Zayamazhao burst out. With a bang, the Kita Swiss soldier hit by the golden lightning exploded together with the flight weapon. Looking up at the Kita Swiss soldiers pouring out of the wormhole, Pixiu said that he had an inexplicable urge to fire 100,000 volts. But after looking around, I still resisted the urge. The 100,000 volts has become a map cannon under the transformation of the system, and it is the kind of indiscriminate attack. Each of the 100,000 lightning bolts is an electric shock that is released with full force. If he released 100,000 volts, how many people would die in Midtown Manhattan? And Pixiu has not forgotten that someone is also in New York at this time. Although 100,000 volts is not allowed, the opportunity is rare, so you must try other skills. For example, the Pichu version of the destructive death light. Repair. Chapter 114. When Pixiu came near the Stark building, he flew upwards. Directly ignoring Thor and Loki, who were falling in love and killing each other on the observatory, they came near the huge sea blue beam of light emitted by the wormhole device. Looking up at the wormhole above and the Kita Swiss soldiers flying out continuously, Pixiu opened his mouth slightly, and then launched the destructive death light skill. Chi chi chi! The two electrical bags on the face instantly heated up, and countless rainbow-colored electric arcs and golden streamers quickly converged towards a place more than 20 centimeters in front of Pixiu's mouth. In the blink of an eye, a golden electric ball the size of a sandbag file was condensed, with rainbow-colored electric arcs dancing outside. Follow Pixiu's thoughts. Crackling. A golden light beam with a diameter of nearly 30 centimeters burst out from the golden electric ball, rushing toward the wormhole nearly 100 meters above at top speed. The destructive death light surrounded countless rainbow-colored arcs, and the arcs spread more than 10 meters around, blasting the Chita Swiss soldiers who had no time to dodge into scum. As for the Kita Swiss soldiers hit by the golden destructive death light in the center, they didn't even have a chance to explode, and they were blasted into countless molecules together with the flight device. At the same time, the cry of huge amounts of came from the wormhole. The sound was so loud that it could be clearly heard even thousands of meters away, and a huge figure was flying towards the earth through the wormhole. That is a huge amount of mechanical kunkin like a hill 190, oh no, it is a space mechanical whale. Well, Pixiu doesn't know what to call it, Leviathan? But he can be sure that this is a living battleship weapon transformed by the Chitauri people with cosmic creatures similar to the Earth's whales. Just when Pixiu launched the destructive death light, a living battleship like a kun flew towards the Earth, and there was no time to dodge, and it happened to be shot by the destructive center. The body of the living battleship was instantly destroyed, and a hole about 1 meter in diameter pierced through the dead light hole, and then countless rainbow-colored electric arcs began to bombard its huge body. Amidst the rumbling sound, in about 10 seconds, the living warship like a hill was blasted into powder by countless colored arcs. What? Seeing this scene, Tony, Thor, Loki, Captain America, Banner, Barton, and others couldn't help but let out an exclamation because they were too shocked. Meanwhile, on a certain roof. Seeing this scene, a figure who attacked and destroyed Kita Swiss soldiers from time to time frowned slightly when he felt the energy contained in the destructive death light. After blasting a living battleship into powder, the duration of the destructive death light also expired. Tisk tisk tisk, so strong, as expected of me. Rubbing his cheeks, Pixiu couldn't help being a little narcissistic when he thought of the power of destroying the death light just now. Just like the destructive death light just now, with his current strength, even if he fired it hundreds of times in succession, he would not be out of breath. Sure enough, it is produced by the system and must be a high-quality product. He doesn't have too many skills now, only 8. Excluding the 4 auxiliary skills of acting like a baby, high-speed movement, electromagnetic levitation, and form transformation, he only has 4 output skills. Electric shock, lightning flash, 100,000 volts, and destructive death light. Each of these 4 output skills is very powerful, and only 100,000 volts are left unused. Sighing for a while, Pixiu released several electric shocks to kill the flying Chita Swiss soldiers, and then flew downwards, starting to search the streets. While searching, kill the approaching Chita Swiss soldiers. Time passed slowly. 7 or 8 minutes passed before I knew it. Pixiu turned around and finally found a person. A man with a bright head and wearing a plain yellow robe. It is the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One who secretly protects the Earth from the invasion of the Mephistos of the multidimensionality. He remembered that when he read the news on the internet, he heard that the Ancient One in the comics was a man, but the film was looking for an actress, so he didn't know whether the Ancient One in the movie universe was male or female. But since she is an actress, she should be regarded as a woman, at most she has a bisexual personality. At least Pixiu looks at the past now, except that he has no hair. No matter how you look at it, Ancient One is a woman. After seeing Ancient One, Pixiu found that Ancient One smiled and nodded at him, and couldn't help but feel moved. After hesitation, Pixiu flew over. I have been in this CDDB world for a few years, and I also participated in the plots of Hulk and Thor during this period, which will definitely have a great impact on the future. It is impossible for Ancient One not to discover him. Although there is a system, Ancient One can't find that he came from outside the Marvel movie universe, but if he is extra out of thin air, he may be determined to come from other multidimensional dimensions. But up to now, Ancient One has never made a move against him, and has never even appeared in front of him before. Now that everyone has met their faces, there is nothing to hide. So Pixiu decided to talk to Ancient One. Come on the roof. Pixiu flew in the air, looked at Ancient One 2 meters away and said, Venerable Ancient One, I didn't expect to see you here. Oh, you actually know me. Hearing this, Ancient One looked at Pixiu and said in astonishment. Definitely. Pixiu rubbed his cheeks and said, the Ancient One is a well-known powerhouse in the entire galaxy and even in multiple dimensions, and many people must know it. However, Ancient One only smiled slightly when he heard the words, and didn't say much. After all, she just wants to protect the Earth, and doesn't care about the false names of these so-called strong men, otherwise, she wouldn't be hiding in the dark to protect the Earth. Looking at Ancient One, Pixiu also asked the system in his heart. System, how strong is Ancient One? System, Master, the lower limit of Ancient One's strength is 2 stars, and the maximum can reach 6 stars in half a step. Well, there are lower limit and upper limit. Hearing the system's answer, Pixiu was a little surprised. Surprised for a moment, after a second thought, Pixiu also understood the reason. Although Ancient One is very powerful as a sorcerer supreme, and even has a very high attainment in space magic, most of the magic power used is borrowed. For example, she can live for hundreds of years. In fact, she relies on the power of the dark dimension to prolong her life. Even though the lower limit is only 2 stars, the upper limit of Ancient One's strength can be as high as half a step of 6 stars, which is already the strongest existence that Pixiu has seen so far. You seem surprised. At this time, Ancient One looked at Pixiu and said something thoughtfully. Pixiu looked at Ancient One in astonishment, and she didn't expect to be discovered by her just when he was surprised. It is indeed the Sorcerer Supreme who has lived for hundreds of years and has seen through the vicissitudes of life. After being surprised, Pixiu quickly regained his composure, rubbed his cheeks and looked at Ancient One Magician and said, Venerable Ancient One, if there is nothing wrong, I will go and help them. Go. Ancient One nodded. Taking a look at Gu Dash, and glancing at the eye of Agamotto in front of her, Pixiu turned and left. After Pixiu left, Ancient One put his hands behind his back, looked at Pixiu's figure with a calm expression, and a pair of eyes with deep eyes. One can't guess what's going on in her heart. Chapter 115. After meeting with Ancient One, Pixiu came to the top of Stark Building. Just in time to see Thor flying to the opposite Empire State Building, he raised Mjolnir solemnly. Rumbling. Thick and heavy thunder clouds suddenly appeared high in the sky. Click click click. Terrifying lightning bolts fell one after another, converging towards Mjolnir in Thor's hand. During Setsuna's kung fu, the surrounding area seemed to turn into a world of thunder and lightning. Such a big movement naturally attracted the attention of Pixiu, Tony, Natasha Romanoff, Captain America, and others. After accumulating power for more than 10 seconds, Thor shouted and waved Mjolnir in the direction of the wormhole. Click! A huge lightning bolt blasted towards the wormhole with countless small lightning bolts. Wherever they passed, the Kata Swiss soldier struck by lightning, together with the flight weapon, turned into fireworks one after another, and countless broken fragments fell downward. And the most terrifying bolt of lightning hit the jaw of the Akun-shaped living battleship that had just emerged from the wormhole, and a terrifying force erupted. The living battle armor let out a painful scream, and couldn't help but lift up. The entire jaw area was shattered by lightning, and even exploded. My goodness! Seeing this scene, Tony, Natasha Romanoff, Captain America, Barton, and others couldn't help but click their tongues in shock, and couldn't help sighing in their hearts. Could it be that everyone who plays video games is so good now? There is Pixiu on the top, and Thor on the bottom. Both are discharged, and one is more terrifying than the other. Even Tony, facing such lightning, felt a little uneasy. Although his current steel battlesuit is very strong in terms of electric shock resistance, after seeing this scene, he suddenly doubted whether his steel battlesuit could withstand it. There was also the previous attack from Pixiu. After he asked J.A.R.V.I.S to calculate, the result he got was that if he was hit head-on, he might not last longer than 3 seconds. Obtaining such a calculation result, Tony naturally scolded Pixiu secretly in his heart, a big BT. Tisk tisk tisk. And Pixiu couldn't help curling his lips when he saw Thor showing his might. Although you Thor is very powerful, but my skin is not weak. Looking back, Pixiu found Loki. Got you. With a smile on his face, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks and started the high-speed movement. Whoosh! Pulling out a golden lightning tail several meters long, Pixiu flew towards Loki at a terrifying speed exceeding the speed of sound, and then lightly bumped into Loki. With a muffled boom, Loki ran directly towards the Stark building before he could even scream. Boom 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 sounded continuously. Loki shattered a glass door and a chair before finally hitting the wall. The whole person was embedded in the wall. Loki opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth, humming hums kept coming out of his throat, and his pupils became a little slack. Obviously, with Pixiu's collision, Loki was almost crippled in half. If it wasn't for Loki's physical fitness, he could barely enter 3 stars, I'm afraid at the moment would have died. Loki was knocked into the wall by Pixiu, and the psychic scepter in his hand naturally fell to the ground. Pixiu flew over and picked up the psychic scepter. Then start to absorb the power of the mind contained in the mind gem. Well, it's still a little bit of a second. Logically speaking, he should have collected all the evolution points to evolve to 4 stars at this time. But because he sometimes stays outside the villa, and doesn't stay in the bedroom to turn on the double suction mode, so he is still a little short of 100 million evolution points. But it doesn't matter, anyway, the current strength is enough. As for what to do with the psychic scepter after getting it, Pixiu thinks it should be left to Hydra. Anyway, get Scarlet Witch Wanda and Quicksilver Pete out first, shall we? As for the space gem, let's talk about it. While absorbing the power of Mind Gem and transforming it into evolution points, Pixiu flew towards the roof of the Stark building. When Pixiu came here, he found that Natasha Romanoff also came here. And it also woke up Dr. Eric not far away. Pixiu, you got the Mind Gem, great. Natasha Romanoff turned her head suddenly when she heard the movement, and she was overjoyed when she saw that it was Pixiu, especially when she saw Pixiu hugging the scepter. The joy on her face was even greater. As Pixiu approached, Natasha Romanoff quickly said, "The wormhole manufacturing device is protected by a pure energy shield, and things with isotopic elements are required to pass through the shield, and then the wormhole can be closed." "I see." Pixiu nodded, then flew to the front of the wormhole manufacturing device, raised the psychic scepter and poked at the close button on the wormhole device. "Asking for flowers." Ding! With Pixiu's light poke, the wormhole manufacturing device ran for a while, and then cut off the energy source, and the beam of space energy that soared into the sky quickly disappeared. The wormhole manufacturing device was closed by Pixiu, and the wormhole above lost the energy supply of Tesseract, and began to shrink toward the center. Great! Seeing the closing wormhole, Tony and others smiled happily. Ho 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 ho! Seeing this scene, those Kita Swiss soldiers who came to the earth let out violent roars one after another, and began to destroy the surroundings even more crazily. 10 seconds later, the wormhole had disappeared without a trace. Pixiu looked down. "I saw that those Kita Swiss soldiers did not fall to the ground one after another as in the original plot." Pixiu frowned slightly, suddenly thought of the key point. In the original plot, Chita Swiss soldiers were paralyzed because their main ship was blown up by the nuclear bomb that Tony transported over. But now the main ship has not been bombed. And many more. Suddenly Pixiu felt the two electrical pockets on his cheeks heating up, and strands of electric arcs danced, obviously warning him. Even electric arcs appeared, obviously a danger that could threaten his life was approaching. Pixiu immediately thought of the nuclear bomb in the original plot. It seems that at this point in the original plot, people from the Security Council have already sent nuclear bombs to New York. As predicted. The anxious voice of Nick Fury sounded in the communication headsets of Natasha Romanoff, Captain America, Hawkeye, etc., and in Tony's Mark 7. I want to tell you the bad news. The Security Council just ordered the launch of a nuclear bomb on New York. I stopped one of the fighter planes, but one of them took off successfully. What? Hearing Nick Fury's words, Natasha Romanoff, Tony, Captain America, and others were a little dumbfounded. Launching a nuclear bomb to New York, does this mean that the entire New York and countless people will die together with the aliens? Don't panic. At this moment, Pixiu said something lightly. Natasha Romanoff subconsciously turned her head to look, and saw that Pixiu threw the psychic scepter aside, and then came to the wormhole manufacturing device and snapped out the tesseract on the device. Chapter 116. Pixiu, what are you doing? Natasha Romanoff was puzzled when she saw Pixiu buckle the tesseract. Wait until you find out. Pixiu smiled slightly, and said something mysteriously. Then he got closer to Natasha Romanoff, and said to the headset on her right ear. Tony, is Tony there? What's the matter, tell me. Tony's anxious voice rang through the headset, although it was a bit small, but with Pixiu's hearing strength, he could still hear it clearly. Apparently he also overheard the conversation between Pixiu and Natasha Romanoff. Pixiu, look where the nuclear bomb is now. Tony, okay, wait a minute. After a few seconds. Tony, according to the calculation, there are still about 3 minutes to reach Midtown. Pixiu, Tony lead me, let's find the nuclear bomb. What are you going to do? Tony was puzzled. When the nuclear bomb came, 400 didn't want to run away, but took the initiative to find the nuclear bomb. Could it be that he didn't die fast enough? Now Tony has no solution to the nuclear bomb. In the original plot, Tony also saw that the wormhole had not been closed, so he decided to throw the nuclear bomb into the wormhole on the spur of the moment. This will not only solve the nuclear crisis, but also kill the alien fleet by the way, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But now the wormhole has been closed by Pixiu. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't think of a solution for a while. Come on, okay, can you leave the ink off, do you want to watch a mushroom cloud rise over New York? Hearing Tony's puzzled question, Pixiu said angrily. Well. Hearing this, the corner of Tony's mouth twitched slightly and said. Pixiu, our lives are in your hands, come with me. As soon as the voice fell, Tony flew up from a street 1,000 meters away, and after finishing off a Chita Swiss soldier, he quickly flew towards the direction of the nuclear bomb. When Pixiu saw Tony, he held the tesseract in 2 small hands, turned on the high-speed movement, turned into a golden lightning and chased after him. As for Captain America, Barton, Natasha Romanoff, and others, it is natural to honestly kill the remaining Chita Swiss soldiers. After all, with such a short time, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. So do what needs to be done first, as for what happens next, it all depends on Pixiu. Success, even if everyone is happy. If it doesn't work, then you can only accept your fate helplessly. At the moment, they were very angry with the members of the World Security Council. After all, the wormhole has been closed. As long as the Chita Swiss soldiers who came to the Earth are killed, the invasion of the alien fleet can come to an end. The matter is not yet uncontrollable, and as a result, who knows that the members of the World Security Council will be so frenzied and directly order the launch of nuclear bombs against New York. Although the people who knew the council might have the idea of trading small for big and destroying all the alien fleets with a small sacrifice in New York, they still couldn't understand. Even they all know clearly that if the high-level members of the council are in New York now, then this order will definitely not come down. Even if it will be issued, the order will not be issued until they leave New York. Maybe this is human nature. New York to the roof of holy place. Ancient One watched Pixiu fly towards the direction of the nuclear bomb with the tesseract in his hands. After pondering for a moment, he smiled slightly, and then stretched out his hand to draw circles in front of him. A cool golden particle portal appeared, and Ancient One walked in and left the roof. And the portal disappeared without a trace after Ancient One entered. The other side. After catching up with Tony, Pixiu slowed down a bit to keep pace with him, and then sensed the energy of the tesseract in his hand, preparing for what to wait for. Seeing Pixiu coming over, Tony couldn't help asking. Pixiu, what exactly are you going to do, can you give me an idea? Without knowing exactly what Pixiu is going to do, he really can't let go of his mind. In other words, he couldn't let go of his hanging heart until he saw the nuclear bomb was resolved. Glancing at Tony, Pixiu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I don't want to die with you after all." #B. After a little while, Pixiu and Tony saw the nuclear bomb flying in the distance. "Hey, look at mine." Pixiu stood in the air, holding the tesseract in both hands. The electrical pouch on his cheek was slightly heated, and electric arcs passed from his hands to the tesseract. Buzz buzz. The tesseract was stimulated by the arc, and the power of space in it began to be activated. Then, under the watchful eyes of Pixiu and Tony, a sky blue light beam shot out from the tesseract and shot towards the flying nuclear bomb. Seeing this scene, Tony stared sharply. He subconsciously thought that Pixiu was urging the energy of tesseract to destroy the nuclear bomb. If the nuclear bomb is destroyed here, none of them can escape after the nuclear explosion. But the next moment, he realized that he was wrong. After the light beam released by the tesseract irradiated the nuclear bomb, a vortex like a broken mirror appeared out of thin air, swallowing the nuclear bomb directly. After the nuclear bomb was swallowed by the vortex, Pixiu also stopped the power to activate the tesseract. The lightly trembling tesseract, which was originally blooming with sky blue light, regained its calm in Pixiu's hands. This is solved." Seeing this scene, Tony opened his mouth slightly, with a look of astonishment on his face. "Otherwise, what do you think is going to happen?" Hearing Tony's words, Pixiu couldn't help but glance at him. "Forward." Tony recovered after being dazed, looked at Pixiu curiously and said, "Pixiu, where did you get the nuclear bomb?" Hearing this, Pixiu was slightly silent. Where did he get the nuclear bomb? How would he know? Just now he just wanted to activate the tesseract and just throw the nuclear bomb anywhere in the universe. After all, he didn't know the coordinates of those planets and galaxies in the universe. So teleporting nukes is completely random. After a moment of silence, Pixiu hesitated and said, "Well, outside the Earth. 27. Hearing this, seeing the hesitation on Pixiu's face, Tony immediately thought of the reason, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, but then he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Forget it, it's fine if you're not on Earth anyway." Stark, 5.7. Bar. At this time, Nick Fury's voice sounded in the communication channel of Mark 7. "Suddenly I can't detect the signal of the nuclear bomb. What happened just now?" "Good thing." Tony curled his lips slightly, and then said, "The threat of the nuclear bomb has been successfully resolved. This time it is all thanks to Pixiu, otherwise you, especially those damn guys in the World Security Council, all have to apologize with death to calm a little public grievances. How dare they order the launch of nuclear bombs to New York, disregarding the lives of millions of people, even though the wormholes have been closed. I really don't know what these people are thinking." Chapter 117. The threat of nuclear peace was lifted, and then everyone quickly killed all the remaining Chita Swiss soldiers. After killing all the Chita Swiss soldiers, everyone found Loki, who had struggled to get off the wall and was lying on the ground with a pale and uncomfortable expression. At the same time, the universe, in a star field. Above a colorful planet that looks like a fairyland. The space shattered like a mirror, and a vortex shining with crystal blue light appeared, and the nuclear bomb sent away by Pixiu fell out of it, falling towards a plain area of the planet. Well, space energy. In a palace, a man in his 50s who looked to be in his 50s raised his head in surprise, wearing a silver-grey leather jacket and a black shawl. At this moment, the nuclear bomb also fell to the ground. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and a mushroom cloud of huge amounts of flame rose into the sky. The terrifying shockwave spread in all directions at an extremely fast speed, devouring and destroying everything along the way without mercy. Who is it? Feeling the terrifying energy belonging to the nuclear explosion, the man's face suddenly changed, anger appeared on his face, and his gaze became very sharp. Phew! 23 The man turned into a streamer and flew out. Rumble! At the same time, the entire planet is trembling slightly. Earth. Midtown Manhattan, New York. On the Stark building, Tony, Captain America, Natasha Romanoff, Banner, and others looked at the almost devastated Midtown, and fell silent by coincidence. The invasion of the alien fleet this time also allowed them to see the power of alien civilization. If it wasn't for the fact that there are great gods on their side, and the number of alien fleets entering the Earth is limited by wormholes, otherwise they still don't know what the result will be. In the living room on the top floor, Thor glanced at the handcuffed Loki over there, and looked at Pixiu who was floating in the air and playing with the Tesseract, with a look of hesitation on his face. Tony, Captain America, Natasha Romanoff, Banner, and Barton next to each other couldn't help but look at each other when they saw this scene, but they didn't speak. Pixiu held the Tesseract in both hands, and devoured the energy inside to transform it into evolution points. After finding that Thor was looking at him, Pixiu glanced at him, and said angrily, "Talk if you have something to say, fart if you have something to say, what are you doing staring at me?" That. Thor heard the words, his embarrassment flashed, he opened his mouth and said, "Pixiu, I need Tesseract." He came to Earth for only two purposes, one is to bring Loki back to Asgard, and the other is to get Tesseract. Tesseract is needed first to bring Loki back to Asgard. And repair Bifrost. If you have Tesseract, then you can quickly repair Bifrost. Want it? Pixiu looked at the Tesseract in his hand, and then at Thor. Yeah. Thor nodded quickly. Pixiu, no. Thor. Seeing this scene, Tony and the others looked at each other again with strange expressions. It seemed like he wanted to laugh but couldn't hold it back. Well, the Tesseract is as.h.i.e.l.d thing. At this time, Barton suddenly made a sound, his voice seemed a little hesitation, and he was indeed very hesitation. But there is no way, who let this be the order of the above? Fart. Hearing Barton's words, Pixiu glanced at him angrily. This is obviously my trophy. Who said it belongs to SHIELD? You are from SHIELD, call it to see if it should. Otherwise, you'll let that braised egg yell twice, and ignore him because of my booty. It is said that everyone has black lines on their faces, including Captain America. Shameless, shameless. These 5 words are at the moment's thoughts on Pixiu in everyone's mind. Although the corner of Tony's mouth twitched, he couldn't help showing a smile as he expected. This is Pixiu. When it comes to things in his hands, especially things that can be taken away casually. #F #2 equals. Thor's expression also changed again and again. Although he wanted to grab the Tesseract, he didn't dare. Because Pixiu is stronger than him. In front of so many people, he is not being taught 10 times by Pixiu. After all, he also wants face. Well, let me think about it. At this moment, Pixiu Shenling looked at Thor after a moment and said, "I can lend you the Tesseract." Real. Hearing this, Thor's expression changed, and he looked at Pixiu in surprise. In fact, he has no other intentions for Tesseract, he just wants to use Tesseract to return to Asgard, and then repair Bifrost. Because he didn't know that Space Gem, one of the 6 infinite gems, was hidden in Tesseract. But even if he knew, with his personality, he would not think of taking it for himself. After all, he is more keen on his own strength, and having a hammer is enough. Yeah. Pixiu nodded. Thanks. Thor thanked Pixiu. You're welcome. Pixiu waved his right hand, but Tesseract still did not leave his hand. Everyone. Time passed slowly. Then it's business as usual. Tesseract was taken back to Asgard by Thor and Loki. As for the psychic scepter, it was also taken away by the crossbones hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D by Hydra. For this, Pixiu didn't care about them. As the battle in New York officially ended, Pixiu also understood one thing. That is, the world line he is in now does not have the plot of Avengers Alliance 4, but the world line before Avengers Alliance 4. Because he didn't find Tony, the US 640 team and others who came back from time travel. After confirming, Pixiu had no other ideas. All that needs to be done now is to collect the remaining evolution points and evolve to 4 stars. Before returning to the California villa, Pixiu asked Tony to collect the wreckage of the Chita Swiss soldiers. These remains of the Chita Swiss soldiers are undoubtedly a treasure for the Earth. In this regard, Tony said that not long ago, he had asked Pepper, who was rushing back to New York from Washington, to form a post-war environmental sanitation company. So most of the remains of the Chita Swiss soldiers in Midtown Manhattan belonged to him. It doesn't matter if some are taken away by the military and SHIELD. After all, there are so many wreckages, and it is impossible for him to collect them all. For this, Pixiu gave Tony a thumbs up. Time flies. Malibu Beach House. More than a month has passed since the New York War. At this time, Pixiu finally collected all the remaining 100 million evolution points. In the bedroom, Pixiu locked the door and started the 4-star evolution. A golden light cocoon wraps Pixiu, countless electric arcs dance on the light cocoon and in the room, and there is a little bit of purple light flickering in the golden light. Chapter 118. Time passed slowly. Malibu Beach House. Tony came here wearing Mark No. 7 steel battle suit, but he didn't find Pixiu's figure. He frowned and asked. J.A.R.V.I.S, where's Pixiu? J.A.R.V.I.S, sir, Mr. Pixiu is in his bedroom. Tony, tell Pixiu that I'm here. J.A.R.V.I.S, sorry sir, I can't enter Mr. Pixiu's bedroom. The situation is the same as the last time Mr. Pixiu stayed in the bedroom for 7 hours. Just like last time. Hearing this, Tony was a little surprised and said, could it be that Pixiu is evolving again? Pixiu didn't inform him before the evolution, and he was in New York to deal with the post-war related matters during this time. I just got time today, so I planned to take a look at Pixiu. After the result came, Pixiu was actually evolving. After pondering for a moment, Tony left the villa and flew towards Midtown Manhattan. On the way Tony said to J.A.R.V.I.S. J.A.R.V.I.S, after Pixiu came out of the bedroom, notify me as soon as possible. J.A.R.V.I.S, got it, bandit. 3 days after Pixiu started to evolve. Around 9 o'clock in the morning. In the bedroom of the villa. The light cocoon wrapping Pixiu has completely disappeared, revealing the appearance of Pixiu inside. Well, nothing has changed from before evolution. If I had to say that there was a change, it would be a little cuter. At the moment Pixiu still has the appearance of Pikachu, but his strength has undergone great changes. After falling on the bed, Pixiu opened his eyes. Pixiu looked down at his little hand, 5 short fingers clenched into a fist, then lifted it up and put it in front of his mouth. Cough cough. After coughing twice tentatively, Pixiu found that his throat seemed to be a little different from before. So I communicated systematically in my heart. System, can I speak out now? System, yes, master, you can already speak out. Very good. Hearing this, Pixiu was refreshed, and then began to check his changes after the upgrade. The first is the change in ability. Name, Pixiu. Gender, male sign. Category Mouse Pokémon. Rating, 4 stars. Attribute, electricity. Height, 0.4 m. Weight, 6 kilograms. Ability, electric shock, coquettish, high-speed movement, flash of light, 100,000 volts, destructive death light, electromagnetic levitation, shape transformation, Hoopa gold ring, iron tail. Evolution point, 0/10 billion, cannot evolve, condition not met. Hoopa golden ring. Skill introduction. The golden ring from the fantasy Pokémon Hoopa is connected to an independent space, which can store any inanimate things. Active function. 1. The Hoopa golden ring can be used to create wormholes and transmit all matter or energy. 2. As long as you have been there, seen or know the corresponding space coordinates, the Hoopa golden ring can instantly appear anywhere in the current world. 3. The Hoopa halo has the ability to summon beast-level Pokémon. It can summon 6 monster-level Pokémon in total. Currently, it can summon 1 mythical-level Pokémon. The strength of the summoned beast-level Pokémon is the same as the level of the summoner. The summoned Pokémon is 100% loyal to the summoner. Note, the number of Hoopa gold rings is 6, a total of 6 secondary rings can be split, and it comes with an invincible buff, which cannot be destroyed by any known or unknown force. Iron tail. Skill introduction. Attach lightning to the tail will become very hard within the skill time, and it can attack the enemy at a very fast speed like a whip, with extremely strong attack power. Note, this ability is also called Steel Tail. Hoopa Gold Ring and Iron Tail are the 2 extra abilities that Pixiu gained after evolving to 4 stars. After watching the effects of the 2 skills, Pixiu was shocked by the powerful ability of Hoopa's Golden Ring. This is so powerful that it is inhumane. First of all, it is connected with an independent space, which completely satisfies his previous idea of storage space. As for the first and second active functions of Hoopa Golden Ring, they seem to be much more powerful than the Space Gem's space teleportation ability. At least he doesn't know that Space Gem can transmit energy, and all energy can be transmitted. And the third ability to summon Pokémon actually summons all beast-level Pokémon, and can summon a total of 6 beast-level Pokémon. Even if he can only summon 1 now, and the level is the same as him, but with the powerful strength of the beast-level Pokémon, it is definitely the kind that stands on the ceiling at the same level. Moreover, the Hoopa Golden Ring cannot be destroyed by any known or unknown force. Just for this alone, Pixiu feels that the Hoopa Golden Ring is full of force. In addition to the 2 extra abilities, the other abilities have also increased many times as Pixiu's strength has grown. Even if it's just an electric shock skill, Pixiu feels that a normal electric shock can split a large truck into countless pieces. If it is charged, the power will be even more terrifying. After seeing the changes in his ability, Pixiu began to ask the system again how strong his physical fitness is now. After getting the answer, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks involuntarily. According to the system, his current physical fitness is so strong that if you want to cause fatal damage to him, you can only do it if you are directly covered in the face by a super-yield thermonuclear weapon or you are in the center of the explosion. It has the strength to lift 1,000 tons of weight, and it can reach subsonic speed, about 180 meters per second, when running at full speed. And has super resilience, can survive in space, can resist extreme heat, extreme cold and extreme pressure, and can be immune to various radiation damage. Well, the above is the strength that Pixiu can display with his body alone. Coupled with various powerful skills, it can even head-to-head with powerful existences at the 5-star level. If Thanos appears now, Pixiu will not hesitate at all. Comfortable. After learning about his own changes, Pixiu couldn't help stretching and sighing. After stretching, Pixiu suddenly thought of something and asked in his heart. System, Hoopa Golden Ring connects a space, I put things in it, can you energy absorbing from it? System, yes, but the absorption efficiency will be reduced by half. Never mind. Hearing that the system, getting money is good, said it was okay, Pixiu didn't care about the absorption efficiency at all. After all, the system can absorb it anytime and anywhere, no matter what he does, he won't waste time. After upgrading to 4 stars, the evolution points needed to evolve to 5 stars have doubled again, reaching a terrifying 10 billion. Pixiu is even a little numb about this and doesn't want to complain. As for the system's original energy absorption module, at the moment can absorb the original energy equivalent to 100 evolution points per second. If it is absorbed with full efficiency, it can absorb 8.64 million evolution points a day. Then it would take approximately 3 years and 2 months to collect 10 billion evolutionary points. Chapter 119. It takes more than 3 years to absorb 10 billion evolutionary points at full efficiency. If something is thrown into the space of Hoopa's gold ring, the system can only have half the absorption efficiency. Then the time required will be doubled. It took more than 6 years for him to collect all the evolution points to reach 5 stars. It is 2012 now, and 2018 will be 6 years later. Thinking of this, Pixiu pondered slightly. According to the plot of the movie, 2018 is the plot of Black Panther, Ant-Man 2 and Avengers Alliance 3. With his current strength, he is not worried about going head-to-head with Thanos. And as long as he throws any infinite gems into Hoopa's ring, even if Thanos can get other gems, he won't be able to collect all 6 gems. To enter the independent space of the Hoopa Golden Ring, unless Thanos has the Space Gem, and there is the Hoopa Golden Ring in front of him, he can use the Space Gem to enter it. The two are indispensable, so as long as he doesn't want to, don't snap his fingers with 6 gems. Forget it, let's take a step and see. Don't worry about being knocked out by a snap of the fingers. Pixiu's whole body is relaxed, and there is a feeling that he seems to be in good health and delicious. With a thought, Pixiu summoned Hoopa's golden ring. Buzz buzz. Strands of golden light flashed in front of Pixiu, and 6 golden rings, like the halo on Angel's head, stood upright in a hexagram arrangement in front of Pixiu's body. The streamers danced around them. Looking at the 6 Hoopa gold rings in front of him, Pixiu was full of curiosity, and stretched out his right hand to make a light move. 6 Hoopa gold rings flew towards him, and then slowly spun around him. Pixiu thought. The 6 Hoopa rings stopped spinning, and one of them stopped in front of Pixiu. A white light suddenly appeared in the Hoopa golden ring, and a mirror-like white screen appeared, and Pixiu stretched out his hand to explore it. The right hand passes through the white curtain in Hoopa's golden ring, and there are circles of ripples on it, as if reaching out into the water. After putting his hand into Hoopa's gold ring, Pixiu grabbed it with his hand, but he didn't catch anything. But he can clearly feel that the other side is like a boundless space, but now there is nothingness inside, there is nothing. Retracting his hand, Pixiu threw the vibranium reactor inside. As the vibranium reactor appeared in the space of Hoopa's golden ring, Pixiu found that the evolution points in his panel began to grow, and the system was obviously energy absorbing. Not bad. Seeing that the evolution points were growing, Pixiu smiled with satisfaction, CDDC, and put away the Hoopa gold ring. After the evolution is complete, Pixiu looks around and plans to go out to eat and drink some wine to celebrate. Flying towards the door of the bedroom, halfway through the flight, suddenly thought of something, Pixiu asked again in his heart. System, when will the world travel function be activated? He is now 4 stars, and he should know why this function is turned on. After all, it's not bad to go to other worlds to play when you have nothing to do. Besides, there are a lot of good things in other worlds. He will definitely need more and more energy in the future. 6 infinite gems may not be enough for him. So I must go to other worlds to get some treasures that contain a lot of original energy. System, Master, you need to reach the 5-star level. Understood. Hearing this, Pixiu is not in a hurry. Anyway, there are still many good things in the Marvel movie universe that he hasn't got, and if he gets it, it will be enough for him to use for a long time. At this time, the system said, Master, every activation of the other world travel function requires a huge amount of energy, and if it is converted into evolution points, it will require at least 1 billion evolution points. What? There is even a fee, and it's so expensive. Hearing the system's words, Pixiu couldn't help being stunned. System, Master, isn't it common sense to charge a fee? System, it is a big project to break the world barriers between the big universes. The general film and television world only needs 1 billion evolution points, which is not much. If you want to go to the high-level world where there are many superpowers, Master, you need there will be more evolution points. System, and Master, after you travel through time, you will not be rejected by the world when you appear in other film and television worlds. You don't have to worry about being struck by lightning because you are an outsider. Pixiu. Hearing this, Pixiu has changed. It seems that it is really so serious once in a while. After all, this is traveling through the big universe, traveling from the Marvel movie universe to other film and television worlds, not traveling through the multiple parallel universes of the Marvel movie universe. It seems that the energy required for 1 billion evolution points is very little. And the stronger the world you go to, the more energy you need, and there is nothing wrong with it. Tisk tisk tisk, there really is no such thing as a free lunch, at most there is only a cheap lunch. When he came back to his senses, Pixiu curled his lips, and it was rare for him to delve into this point. Anyway, he has no idea of time travel now. After a little while, Pixiu left the bedroom, took out some food and drink from the refrigerator in the kitchen, and then went to the living room to let J.A.R.V.I.S play the movie and enjoy life. Just when Pixiu left the bedroom, Midtown Manhattan, Stark Building. Tony, who was on top of one of the scientific research rooms, received a notification from JARVIS. J.A.R.V.I.S, Sir, Mr. Pixiu has left the bedroom. Finally left. Hearing this, Tony paused, and then asked. J.A.R.V.I.S, what is Pixiu doing now? J.A.R.V.I.S, Sir, Mr. Pixiu is watching a movie in the living room. Alright. Tony couldn't help curling his lips. It really is Pixiu, it's reasonable to enjoy it first after evolution. Tony, J.A.R.V.I.S, tell him, I'll go to the villa right away. J.A.R.V.I.S, yes sir. After asking J.A.R.V.I.S to notify Pixiu, Tony asked J.A.R.V.I.S to notify Pepper, and then put on the Mark 7 and flew towards the Malibu seaside villa. Villa living room. J.A.R.V.I.S, Mr. Pixiu, sir, let me inform you that he will come to you in a while. Tony, okay, I know. Hearing this, Pixiu nodded and said something to show that he understood, and then continued to watch the movie, occasionally reaching out to grab the fruit from the nearby fruit plate and throwing it into his mouth. After more than an hour, Tony came out of the underground laboratory, excitedly came to Pixiu and said curiously, Pixiu, have you evolved again? Looking at Tony, Pixiu nodded. It turned out to be true. Hearing this, Tony couldn't help complaining. You were as strong as a monster before, but you won't really become a monster after this evolution. Hearing this, Pixiu turned his head slightly, squinted his eyes at Tony, and said unhappily, Tony, do you want to try electroshock therapy? Well, wait. Suddenly discovered something, Tony opened his eyes slightly, and looked at Pixiu in shock. Chapter 120. Just kidding, kidding. Seeing Pixiu looking at him with threatening eyes, Tony quickly waved his hand and smiled. And many more. Suddenly discovered something, Tony stared at Pixiu with slightly wide eyes, and after looking at Pixiu for a while, a shocked expression appeared on his face, and he said in disbelief. Did you just speak? Pixiu, you actually spoke just now. What a fuss. Pixiu glanced at Tony, threw a cherries into his mouth, and said flatly. Who am I? It's just talking, it's hard to get me. Know why I can talk? Why? Tony paused, still couldn't he help being curious. Pixiu, because I want to, so I will. #B. Hearing Pixiu's answer, Tony's face was blackened, and he really wanted to raise his hand to slap himself. He clearly knows that Pixiu is digging a hole for him, but after so many experiences, he still can't help jumping in. Are you stupid, aren't you stupid? When he came back to his senses, Tony gave Pixiu an angry look, and then said curiously. It seems that you have changed a lot during this evolution, but why has your appearance remained the same, and besides talking, what else can you do? To be honest, as a mixed science person, Tony really wants to study Pixiu. Definitely he also knew that was impossible. Before, he even used 10 vibranium reactors to lure Pixiu, as long as Pixiu contributes a little fur and let him study it. But Pixiu's answer was a grape that turned into charcoal. Obviously no way. What else can I? Seeing Tony being so curious, Pixiu suddenly thought of something, pondered. I know a lot, such as changing people or something. As for the change in appearance, what are you kidding? If Pishin changes, will he still be Pishin? At the end, Pixiu glanced at Tony with contempt. What, you can still change into a human? However, when he heard Pixiu's words, Tony ignored the last sentence directly. His attention was completely attracted by the previous sentence, and he exclaimed in shock. It's fine if it's other abilities, but it's completely different if you can turn into a human. After all, Pixiu is just a cute mouse that can discharge electricity. Oh no, Pokémon! Not only can he speak human language now, but he can also become a human being, which makes it difficult for him, a super genius who has seen gods and aliens, to calm down. Wait. Even the gods have appeared, and it seems that it is not incomprehensible to become a person. After all, Pixiu also said that magic really exists in this world. Maybe changing people or something is just a facade similar to the illusion method. Thinking of this, Tony quickly suppressed the shock in his heart, looked at Pixiu with curiosity and expectation and said, Quick, change yourself quickly and let me see. Let me show you how I am a circus magician. But, to be honest, he really wanted to see what he would look like after becoming a human. He has acquired the ability of form transformation for so long, and he only used the ability of evolutionary form transformation. But before you change, you have to figure it out. Pixiu, system, do I become a human with clothes? Yes, this is a big problem. He didn't want to suddenly appear naked in front of others, and he still appeared in front of a man. Master, I brought it. The system replied. That's good. Hearing this, Pixiu breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling relieved, Pixiu took out a piece of paper and wiped his hands, looked at Tony and said. Okay, since you want to see me transformed into a human, it's fine, but I have to pay. How about giving me 10 vibranium reactors? Ha! Why don't you grab it? Hearing Pixiu's words, Tony's face turned black. He's going to give you 10 vibranium reactors just to watch you turn into a human. Is it too much money for him to be a human being? What a joke! Everyone in the world does not know that Tony Stark not only has a lot of money, he is also very smart. Therefore, the word people are stupid and have a lot of money is the same as him, only the second half. So Tony waved his hand, looked at Pixiu with disdain and said. Don't watch it, it's human, I've seen it too much. Really don't watch. Pixiu looked at Tony with a smile, and said seductively. You should know that this is my first human transformation show, only 10 reactors, you can make a lot of money, okay? I've made a lot of money, I'll make you a big-headed ghost. Hearing this, Tony rolled his eyes subconsciously, complaining endlessly in his heart. But then, Tony waved his hand and said as if I was not short of money. 10 vibranium reactors is, well, no problem, but I'll pay in installments. Asking for flowers. Installment. Hearing Tony's words, and seeing his expression of I'm not short of money, Pixiu felt as if 10,000 complaints were being born one by one in his heart. Could this be the kind of transcendent state of saying the most embarrassing words with the toughest expression? Okay, let's go later. Pixiu didn't bother to worry about this anymore. He turned on the electromagnetic levitation to fly into the air, and then used the 3-minute human transformation function in the skill form change. Buzz buzz. A strand of golden streamer shrouded Pixiu. Tony couldn't help squinting slightly. 3 seconds later, the human Pixiu appeared in Tony's eyes. Seeing Pixiu turned into a human, Tony's expression suddenly became strange. Well, what's the matter? Seeing Tony looking at him with a strange expression, Pixiu was stunned for a while, then looked down at himself, and found that he seemed to be wearing a yellow one-piece pajamas. Tony, J.A.R.V.I.S, scan Pixiu's appearance, and then project the omnidirectional view on the big screen. J.A.R.V.I.S, yes sir. Wisps of light shone on Pixiu from all directions on the ceiling of the living room. 3 to 5 seconds later, the large screen that was playing flashed, and multiple views of Pixiu's current appearance appeared on it. There are top view, front view, rear view, 90, side view 45, front oblique view, and so on. Looking at the big screen, Pi also saw his current appearance. Has a pair of amber-like light golden bright big eyes and golden smooth hair. The face looks a little immature, but the facial features are exquisite, and the slightly baby fat face looks very cute, just like a super gentleman who came out of an anime. And the body is covered with a somewhat fluffy golden yellow dress, which looks not much different from Pikachu-style one-piece pajamas. Cute? Quite cute. But looking at his appearance as a young lady with a two-dimensional painting style, the corner of Pixiu's mouth couldn't help twitching. Cooperating with his current age as a minor. A cute blonde lady in cute pajamas, no wonder Tony looks so weird. Sure enough, I, Dapishan, want to use the word cute throughout my life. Chapter 121. Pixiu, you are not really just a child, are you? Looking at the handsome Pixiu, Tony held back a smile and couldn't help but said. Looking at how dark and shrewd you are, I thought you were an adult. I also thought the childish voice made by the translator was due to racial differences. As a result, you can speak by yourself now, and your voice is also that Gengtai sound you speak, even when you become a human, you still look like a child. So you're just a little brat. Zex. Seeing Tony's appearance, Pixiu raised his hand subconsciously and rubbed his cheek. It's kind of meaty. Rolling his eyes, Pixiu sat on the sofa, grabbed a grape and threw it into his mouth, saying in a bad mood. So what about kids? I've never been the type to care about appearances, well, maybe. Ha ha ha. Hearing Pixiu's words, Tony couldn't help laughing 937 anymore, and said with a smile. I didn't expect you to look like this after becoming a human. Now I'm looking forward to what Potts and Hill will think when they see your appearance. No, I'll let them know. With that said, Tony said directly. J.A.R.V.I.S is doing me a favor and will send the picture I just scanned on Pixiu to Potts and Hill's private numbers. J.A.R.V.I.S, yes sir, sent. Zax. Hearing the voices of Tony and J.A.R.V.I.S, Pixiu's face turned black, and then he turned off his human form. A golden light flashed on Pixiu's body, and Pixiu turned back into Pikachu. Well, 3 minutes a day in human form is counted in seconds. That is to say, if Pixiu becomes a human, but the time is cancelled before the 180 seconds of the 3 minutes, the rest of the time will still be there. Pixiu became human for about 50 seconds just now, and there are about 130 seconds left today, and it will be reset to 180 seconds after 12 o'clock in the morning. Why did you change back? Isn't the human form pretty good? Seeing Pixiu's previous appearance, Tony was a little puzzled. You do not understand. However, Pixiu just glanced at him and said something lightly, without explaining his thoughts in detail. Feb. After being speechless for a while, Tony sat down on the sofa next to him, continued to look at Pixiu and asked curiously. Aside from being human, what else can you do? Pixiu, pumping people. Isn't the skill Iron Tail/Steel Tail just for whipping the enemy? The description of the skill says that it beats the enemy at a very fast speed like a whip. So he said that there seems to be no problem with pumping people. Draw people. However, Tony was speechless for a while when he heard the words, he would also smoke people. Do you want big mouth? No other abilities? Reluctantly, Tony asked again. Pixiu glanced at him, and after thinking about it, he still summoned Hoopa's golden ring. Well, only one was summoned. Looking at the Hoopa golden ring floating in front of Pixiu and surrounded by golden streamers, Tony opened his eyes slightly, and asked with some surprise and curiosity. What's the use of this halo-like thing on Angel's head? It's just a wormhole. Pixiu said something lightly, then summoned the secondary ring of the main ring, and threw the cherries in his hand into the main ring with faint golden ripples. The next moment, Chirili fell out of the secondary ring, and was caught by Pixiu's hand. The Hoopa golden ring is divided into a main ring and a secondary ring. The main ring is the entrance, and the secondary ring is the exit. Definitely, as long as Pixiu wants, the main ring can become a sub-ring at any time, and the sub-ring can also become a main ring at any time, and the main and sub-rings can be changed at will. This turned out to be a wormhole. Seeing this scene, Tony was a little dumbfounded. Looking at Pixiu, Tony took a deep breath and couldn't help sighing. Pixiu, you are really a bit… Pixiu looked at Tony with question marks on his face, and his eyes became a little malicious. Cough, cough. Noticing Pixiu's sharp eyes, Tony coughed dryly, straightened his expression, looked at Hoopa Jinhuan with a look of longing and said, Pixiu, why don't you let me study this? A wormhole, and a wormhole that exists in the form of two rings, how could he not be tempted? If this is spread, it will definitely cause huge amounts of sensation in the entire scientific community. As a scientist, Tony said he was very greedy. Research, research. Pixiu looked at Tony, then at Hoopa's golden ring, and said coldly. Okay, I'll give you 3 days to study casually. 3 days, really? However, Tony looked at Pixiu in disbelief and surprise. I'm sure. Pixiu nodded and said. Do whatever you want, let me see what you can research in 3 days. As he said that, Pixiu stretched out his hand and closed the wormhole between the main and auxiliary rings of the Hoopa golden ring floating in the air, and then threw them to Tony. Tony quickly and carefully caught the 2 Hoopa gold rings, and then said impatiently. I'll do some research first. With that said, Tony hurriedly walked towards the underground laboratory. Although a lot of things have now been brought to the Stark building, the equipment in the underground laboratory is all top of the line, no worse than the scientific research room at the Stark building. Meanwhile on the other side, Pepper, who was dealing with the business of the Stark group, saw that he had received a text message from Tony on his private phone, and clicked on the text message in doubt. When she saw the various views of Pixiu turned into a human, she couldn't help being slightly surprised and puzzled, because she had no idea what Tony was sending her these pictures for. The cute blonde kid in the picture seems to be wearing pajamas very similar to Pixiu. Could it be that Tony found a kid to come sent Pixiu? But if you want to cosplay, shouldn't you get a doll costume? That's right, Tony asked J.A.R.V.I.S to send the picture, and did not note that it was Pixiu. Originally, he wanted to wait for Little Pepper and the others to ask him. As a result, who knew that after Pixiu took out Hoopa's golden ring, he was immediately attracted by this wormhole halo, and the soul of scientific research in his heart was burning. Although he planned to make a phone call to inquire, but seeing a stack of documents on the desk in front of him, Xiao Jiao still put the phone aside in 0.1. Let's deal with the work first, and then deal with the rest when you have a break. Time passed slowly. Before I knew it, night came. On the other side, in the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters building, Hill, who was resting after get-off work, stretched a little tiredly, and took out his personal mobile phone after returning to the room. I found the text message Tony sent her, so I opened it with a little curiosity. This is… Could it be Pixiu? Seeing the picture in the text message, Hill was a little puzzled at first, but suddenly he thought of something, and a look of shock and disbelief suddenly appeared on his face. As expected of a top agent, even if it was just a few pictures, she thought of the key points at once. Chapter 122. As night falls, the stars surround the moon. 8 p.m. Malibu Beach House. In the living room, Pixiu was watching a movie when the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S suddenly sounded. Mr. Pixiu, Ms. Hill is calling for you, do you answer? Hill looking for me. Hearing this, Pixiu was slightly taken aback, and then thought of Tony sending his picture to Xiao Jiao and Hill during the day, and immediately guessed the purpose of Hill's call. Pixiu, come on. Then Hill's voice rang out in the living room. Pixiu, in the picture Tony sent me, is the kid with blonde hair and golden eyes in it you? That's right, it's me. Pixiu readily admitted. Hearing Pixiu's acknowledgement, Hill's voice full of surprise rang out. Oh my god, Pixiu, you turned into a human. No, I want to come and see you. Wait a moment. Hearing this, Pixiu's face was blackened immediately, and he couldn't help complaining. Hill, don't you look at what time it is now, and you have become a human. What's so good about this 23? Could it be that my original appearance is not cute? All right. Hill on the opposite side gradually calmed down after hearing what Pixiu said, but he still wanted to see Pixiu immediately, and even wanted to hold Pixiu in his arms. She never imagined that Pixiu could turn into a human, which is unbelievable. And thinking of Pixiu's cute appearance after becoming a human, the corners of his mouth involuntarily raised a slight arc, and a smile of anticipation appeared on his beautiful face. Hill Shenling said after a while. Well, I can take a vacation in a few days, and I will come to see you then. Come on, remember to bring something to eat. Pixiu said he had no objection. Hill couldn't help laughing and said. Okay, I'll bring you whatever you want. Pixiu, just bring something, preferably fruit and something delicious. After a few minutes. After finishing the chat with Hill, Pixiu went to the sofa and continued watching the movie. As for Tony, at the moment is still trying his best to study Hoopa's gold ring in the laboratory. It's just that his research seems to be not going well. Tony rubbed his temples, and asked a little tiredly. J.A.R.V.I.S, have you detected the material of these two gold rings? J.A.R.V.I.S, sir, I have compared all the elements and materials on Earth, and none of them match the golden ring, only the new elements of the vibranium reactor seem to be similar. But I tried to use new elements to simulate and calculate, but found that the new elements were swallowed by the golden ring, and it did not cause any changes to the golden ring. Can't new elements work? Hearing this, Tony only felt a little headache. The Hoopa golden ring can build a wormhole, and the new element is the isotope of Tesseract, which is also the elemental force that can build a wormhole. It stands to reason that the two should belong to the same source. But using new elements to stimulate the Hoopa golden ring, the result not only did not activate the Hoopa golden ring to open the wormhole, but the Hoopa golden ring swallowed the new elements instead. After swallowing the new element, Hoopa's golden ring didn't even react at all. This made him feel helpless. Suddenly thought of something, Tony quickly asked. J.A.R.V.I.S, how is the research on the lightning element released by Pixiu? After the last sampling study from Pixiu, J.A.R.V.I.S detected an elemental force as powerful as the new element from the lightning released by Pixiu. But the mysterious elements in the lightning are the same as the previous new elements, different from any one in the periodic table, and they are all new elements that have never appeared before. Fortunately for the new elements, at least there are relevant clues left by his father Howard. But Pixiu's lightning has no clue at all. So Tony asked J.A.R.V.I.S to build a subroutine and database, and mobilize some resources to study the mysterious new elements in Pixiu lightning. J.A.R.V.I.S, no real progress, sir. FB. After a moment of silence, Tony rubbed his temples and said. J.A.R.V.I.S, you continue to study, I will go to sleep first, and hope to have good news tomorrow morning. J.A.R.V.I.S, yes, sir. That's it. 3 days later. 10 o'clock in the afternoon. In the living room. Back to you. Tony took the Hoopa gold ring and placed it on the coffee table in front of Pixiu angrily. For 3 days, he did not research anything. Even after consulting Pixiu, he used the prism accelerator to create new elements to evolve the mysterious elements in Pixiu's lightning as much as possible to stimulate Hoopa's golden ring. As a result, Hoopa's golden ring absorbed all the energy emitted by the prism accelerator, but it didn't even have any reaction to open the wormhole, just like a smelly and hard stone. Tisk tisk tisk. Seeing Tony with a stinky face, Pixiu curled his lips, retracted Hoopa's golden ring with a thought, and said with a smile. I don't quite understand this thing myself, how can you understand it casually, and besides, you haven't even figured out the mysterious elements in my lightning. Instead of wasting time, it's better to continue on your path, study nanotechnology well, and first get out a set of nano battle suits. If you have an idea, if you meet a magician who knows magic in the future, you can also go to a teacher. After learning magic, combine it with technology. Wouldn't it be very comfortable to make a magic technology battle suit? Magic. Hearing this, Tony pondered for a moment, sat on the sofa, raised his hands and rubbed his temples and said, "Let's not think about it, I'd better find a way to apply nanotechnology to the technology of the steel battle suit. This is a large project that requires the accumulation of technology and experience. I now have the idea of mass-producing steel battle suits, and 177 is controlled by JARVIS. Why?" Hearing Tony's words, Pixiu couldn't help but look slightly sideways. In the original plot, Tony made a large number of steel battle suits. It seems that because of the psychological shadow left by the New York War, he even couldn't sleep well at night. But what about now? With him here, and looking at Tony's expression, it doesn't look like he is troubled by psychological shadows. Definitely to prevent this incident from happening. Tony leaned his head back on the sofa slightly, closed his eyes and explained the reason. Since there is the first time, none of us can guarantee whether there will be a second time, so in order to prevent the alien civilization from invading again, I plan to get a Steel Legion to make up for the lack of a small number. After all, there are still too few of us. The relatively easy victory this time is ultimately related to the way the alien civilization invaded. After the wormhole is closed by us, they will not be able to come to the Earth, but in the future, who can guarantee it? It seems to make a little sense. Hearing this, Pixiu couldn't help but glanced at Tony, and didn't bother to care about him anymore. Anyway, the problem is not big, isn't it just a Steel Legion? If he didn't participate, it might still be the same as Iron Man 3's plot, and it would end up being a super extravagant grand smokeout. Chapter 123. Time passed slowly. Near noon, Hill, who was on vacation, also came to the villa. As for Tony, he left the villa and returned to the Stark building in Midtown Manhattan. Leave the villa to Pixiu and Hill. In fact, Tony proposed to find a good location not far from his villa, buy it, and build an independent villa for Pixiu. In this regard, Pixiu initially said that he was not in a hurry. Anyway, Tony moved to the Stark building in Manhattan, and he lived in the beach house without any pressure, and he could do what he had to do. But now, Pixiu thinks it is good to have a home of his own. So I talked to Tony about it. After Hill knew about it, he immediately expressed that he would pay to participate. Well, it's just money. As for the rest, she is still very measured. Besides, in this capital country, Tony said that he has plenty of money and can do many things. A mere piece of land is nothing more than a trivial matter. So next, Tony started to arrange for Pixiu to repair the villa. The first is to confirm the location of the villa to be built, then purchase the right to use the land, and then hire a construction team. As for the villa style map, J.A.R.V.I.S is completely trivial. The time has come to the end of 12 years. At the moment, Pixiu's villa was also completed. The location is about 300 meters from Tony's villa. The villa has 3 floors, with 2 or 3 basements above. The interior has a master bedroom and 7 side bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a kitchen plus dining room, 2 living rooms, laundry room, study room, gym, storage room, small 3D holographic theater and so on. Outside there are outdoor swimming pools, garages, gardens, helipads, etc. The entrance of the villa is surrounded by a wall of white tiles up to 3 meters high. As for the place without walls, it is naturally because the other side is the cliff and the sea. Pixiu also asked Tony to install the smart system Xiaopai in the Pikachu armor into the villa, becoming the same smart housekeeper as JARVIS. As for the power supply of the villa, Pixiu used the previous small reactor generator, and the energy of the reactor is enough for him to use normally for many years. After repairing his own villa, Pixiu naturally moved out of Tony's villa. Anyway, the distance between the 2 villas is only about 300 meters, and Tony and Pepper are both living in Midtown Manhattan now, so if you want to visit him, it's the same as before. In the basement of the villa, there are 2 areas, the storage area and the holographic theater area. There is nothing in the storage area now, only a Pikachu armor was put there by Pixiu. At the moment, the holographic cinema area. There are 9 positions here, and at the moment Pixiu sits at the first and most central position. Multiple holographic devices in the room are playing a sci-fi movie. The name of the movie is, The Story I and the Dinosaur Have to Tell. I have to say that 3D holographic viewing is comfortable. Pixiu was eating popcorn and drinking carbonated drinks, watching the movie happily. Now there is only Pixiu in the villa. As for Hill, of course he went back to S.H.I.E.L.D. to get busy. And just like that, the world seemed to be back on track. Throughout the world, Avengers, a team composed of superheroes, is also known by more and more people, who know that they defeated the invasion of alien civilizations and protected the entire Earth. Time flies. Before I knew it, half a year had passed. Mid-April 2013. 9 in the morning. Villa Master Bedroom. Pixiu is suspended in the air, surrounded by holographic projection boards of online news. And these are the recent news reports of terrorist attacks. Looking at these news reports, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks and muttered. In April 2013, it was almost the time of Steel 3, and that Carrie Amber, who was so angry that Tony released a pigeon, should also come out to do something. Extremis, enhance a certain physical fitness, so that people have a healing ability comparable to Wolverine and can release a terrifying high temperature close to 3000. Although it is quite powerful, its shortcomings are also obvious. Once the temperature is too high and out of control, it will explode and die. In Steel 3 movie, there are only 2 things that Pixiu cares more about. One is Extremis, but that Mandarin. Although I haven't read the manga, Pixiu also got a brief understanding of it while surfing the internet. That Mandarin seems to be very powerful in the manga. However, the Mandarin who appeared in the Steel 3 movie is just an actor. Before crossing, I heard that there seems to be a real Mandarin appearing in the future. Whether this is true or not, Pixiu said he didn't know. Anyway, until Avengers Alliance 4, the real Mandarin never played. Definitely, even if the real Mandarin appears, if they match up, Pixiu will not love him. After pondering for a moment, Pixiu said. Pip, call Tony. 21. Xiaopai, yes sir. After a little while. Tony, hey Pixiu, what do you want from me? Pixiu, have you read the recent online news reports about terrorist attacks? Terrorist attack, what's the 10 rings you're talking about? Hearing this, Tony said with some puzzlement. It's just a terrorist attack, why did it catch your attention, could it be that something big will be involved later? At the end, Tony's voice became a little more serious. After all, Pixiu is so terrifying, it will obviously not be easy to get his attention. A little bit. Pixiu thought for a while and said. I have a hunch that this matter will involve the lives of you, Potts and even Happy, so I want to remind you. What, is what you said true? Hearing Pixiu's words, Tony couldn't help but let out an exclamation, and then asked solemnly and seriously. Pixiu, if you know anything else, tell me. It is not a trivial matter that concerns the lives of him, Pepper and Happy. Pixiu, I don't know much, but it seems to be related to Achillean and Maya Hansen, and there is something called Extremis. Maya Hansen seems to have something to do with you. As for that Killian, who seems to have something to do with Potts, you can ask her. Did Zhao? That's all I know. You need to check the rest by yourself. Anyway, please inform Happy and Potts and let them pay attention to safety. I see, thank you Pixiu. Tony on the opposite side nodded solemnly, and then solemnly thanked him. Hearing Tony's thanks, Pixiu couldn't help saying. Oh, thank you, what's the relationship between us after all? Even if you are watching what happens to you, you can't watch what happened to Potts and Happy. Hearing this, the corner of Tony's mouth on the opposite side twitched a black line on his face. BD Pixiu, please give me back some of my emotion. After finishing the call with Pixiu, Tony immediately called Pepper, wanting to ask her if she knew a man named Killian. Chapter 124. Pixiu probably told Tony about Steel 3. Tony immediately launched an investigation into the names Killian and Maya Hansen after the incident. Pixiu didn't pay too much attention to what happened next. After all, if Tony can still put himself and Xiao Jiao and others in danger in a preemptive situation, then Pixiu will doubt his IQ. As for not helping Tony to kill Killian and those who have been transformed by extremists, it is definitely because he is not Tony's nanny, and there is no need to take care of everything. Definitely, if there is a danger that Tony and the others cannot handle, Pixiu will still take action. While letting Tony handle it himself, it was impossible to see them in danger and leave them alone. After all, it's okay if it doesn't matter. Half a month later, Tony checked almost everything, and after making preparations, he launched a plan to deal with Aldrich Killian. Seeing that Tony was well prepared, Pixiu didn't pay much attention. This day, Pixiu, who was watching a movie in the basement, noticed something, so Pixiu paused the movie and flew towards the living room. Pixiu. As soon as he came to the living room, he heard a familiar voice calling him. Thor. Seeing the person appearing in the living room, Pixiu looked at the things in his hand. I saw Thor holding the tesseract in the living room. After seeing Pixiu's appearance, Thor couldn't help complaining slightly. Why did you move? I searched for several places before I found you. Here, tesseract for you. With that said, Thor threw the tesseract in his hand to Pixiu. After catching the tesseract, Pixiu looked at Thor and said, I thought it would be a while before you came to Earth. Why? Hearing this, Thor, who was looking around, couldn't help looking at Pixiu. However, Pixiu just smiled and didn't say much. After a while, naturally because of the plot of Thor 2. Thor's girlfriend on Earth, Jane Foster, strayed into the wormhole by chance, and then came to the place where TIE particles, reality gem, were sealed. After Jane was possessed by TIE particles, the Dark Elves also revived, wanting to get TIE particles and then use the power of TIE particles to devour the 9 realms, and even plunge the entire universe into darkness. Jane's life possessed by TIE particles was threatened, and Thor naturally couldn't ignore it, so he brought Jane back to Asgard, and finally the Queen Frigga died because of the invasion of the Dark Elves. And the death of his mother has always been a knot in Thor's heart. Seeing that Pixiu just smiled and didn't speak, Thor couldn't help frowning slightly. He always had a feeling that Pixiu seemed to be hiding something related to him, and it was still very important. But judging by Pixiu's appearance, it is obvious that he will not tell him. So suppressing the doubts and surprises in his heart, Thor straightened his expression, looked at Pixiu solemnly and said, Pixiu, I told my father about you, that is, Father Odin, the greatest god king in Asgard, and my father asked me to invite you to Asgard as a guest. What? Hearing that Pixiu, who was about to summon Hoopa's golden ring to throw the tesseract into it, couldn't help looking at Thor, and said with a strange expression. You said your father invited me to visit Asgard. Yes, an important invitation. Thor nodded. Looking at Thor, Pixiu couldn't help thinking slightly. What did Odin invite him to Asgard for? Is it simply an invitation to be a guest? Or is there some kind of conspiracy? There should be little possibility of conspiracy, after all, he is now Thor's friend anyway, and he hasn't done anything bad for Asgard. What, beat 2 princes? This is not beating, this is a powerful spur to their life. Oh no, it is Shen Sheng to establish the correct 3 views on growth. Pixiu, give me a response. Seeing that Pixiu was deep in thought, UNER couldn't help urging. You know, it's the first time my father invites someone to Asgard as a guest, and our Asgard's scenery is beautiful, the food is also delicious, and there are good wines. Don't you want to taste it? CDDH. I go. Hearing this, Pixiu's eyes lit up slightly, and he quickly agreed. These days, who is not a snack? As for whether Odin has any conspiracy, with his current strength, there is no need to be afraid. In the worst case, just fight Odin hard. With Hoopa's golden ring, he said that he would not hesitate to face Odin. After all, the current Odin is not the Odin that was once at the peak of its heyday. Now Odin is old. In order to ensure his divine power, he will enter Odin's sleep every few years to recover the consumed divine power. According to the comparison of Ancient One's strength, Odin in the heyday of the movie universe is likely to be half-step 6-star strength, able to compete with the general 5-star existence. But Odin can now have 5-star medium or 5-star high-level strength, which is very good. Very well, let's go. Hearing that Pixiu agreed, Thor immediately smiled. No hurries. Hearing this, Pixiu couldn't help but glanced at Thor, and then summoned a Hoopa golden ring, and said, "Shouldn't I leave Earth and tell Tony, heal them? And you came to the Earth, if you don't go to see your little girlfriend to comfort her, aren't you afraid that there will be a healthy crown on your head?" As he spoke, Pixiu also brought the Tesseract into the independent space of Hoopa's golden ring in front of Thor. "Healthy color crown, what do you mean?" When Thor heard this, he immediately frowned and looked at Pixiu with a puzzled expression on his face. As an Asgard god, he has not experienced the baptism of the Internet information age on the Earth, and naturally does not understand some buzzwords or stocks on the Earth. But although he doesn't quite understand the meaning of Pixiu's words, he always feels that it is not a good word. Hearing Thor's question, Pixiu couldn't help but glance at the foolish Thor, and said, "Definitely green on the head, don't you want to see Jane fall into the arms of other men?" Hearing this, Thor's complexion couldn't help changing slightly, and suddenly became extremely awkward. The thing of being cuckolded is basically unbearable for a man, not to mention he is still a god. But thinking of something, Thor took a deep breath and said, "Forget it, see you later. Asgard still has things to deal with. For her sake, maybe we should separate instead of being together. You talk to Tony and the others, and then we'll go to Asgard." Finally, he urged, obviously he didn't want to say more on this topic. All right. Hearing this, Pixiu didn't continue talking, and said, "Xiaopai, give Tony a call." "Okay sir." Xiaopai's voice sounded in the living room. Chapter 125. "Hello, Pixiu." The phone was connected, and Tony's voice sounded. "Pixiu, Tony, Thor just came to me. I know, he even came to ask me for directions." Tony said, "Is Thor still with you?" "Ahem, I'm still here." Thor expressed his presence. Pixiu glanced at Thor's eyes, and continued. "Thor said that his father, the Heavenly Father Odin, invited me to be a guest in Asgard, and I happened to have nothing to do recently, so I agreed, and now I will tell you. You can talk to Paz by the way, as for Hill, I will talk to myself." "What, Father Odin invites you to visit Asgard?" Tony couldn't help but let out a soft cry of surprise when he heard this, and then said enviously, "Asgard, the place where the gods live in Norse mythology is really good. I want to see it too. The gods where the gods live must be very beautiful. I even want to take Pots to see it." Thor on the side heard this and couldn't help but say, "If you want to go to Asgard, you can go with us later." During the Battle of New York, he also saw Tony's performance, so he naturally recognized Tony and regarded Tony as his comrade or even a friend. Although Asgard is the domain of the gods, it is difficult for ordinary people to go to Asgard, but since he is his partner approved by Thor, he is naturally qualified to be a guest of the domain of the gods. "Go together." Tony was a little moved when he heard the words, but thinking about the matter at hand, he still refused. "Forget it, I still have important matters to deal with, and I can't get away for the time being. It seems that I can only wait for the future." He's still dealing with Killian and Extremis, and he's at a critical moment, and he can't let the idea of going to Asgard to see the world go down the drain. "No problem." Thor nodded slightly and said, "If you are going to visit Asgard, I welcome you at any time." "It is good." Tony on the other side also agreed. The two hadn't known each other for a long time. After explaining what happened on Quinjet last time, Thor, who dared to act just now, also apologized to Tony. Now that Thor apologized, Tony was not a narrow-minded person, so he naturally forgave him. "Okay, that's all for now." Seeing the end of the conversation between Tony and Thor, Pixiu said aloud, "I'll go to Asgard with Thor later. Tony, you have to be careful, don't I come back at that time, and end up collecting your body for you. Oh no, you can't even see the body." Bah, what are you talking about?" Hearing Pixiu's words, Tony on the opposite side suddenly said angrily, "I, Tony Stark, have even fought aliens. A Killian and a terrorist organization can still make me a super genius. My Iron Legion is ready to go. Okay, hang up first. After speaking, Tony ended the call. Even though he said that, he still had to make serious preparations, otherwise it would be extremely terrifying for those transformed by extremists to erupt. At least Chita Swiss soldier can kill one with a palm cannon, but according to Pixiu, those extremist reformers can't be killed easily. Are you okay? Hearing the conversation between Pixiu and Tony, Thor on the side frowned slightly. Pixiu shook his head slightly and said, "It's just a group of genetically modified people. They have strong self-healing power and release extremely hot temperatures that can reach almost 3000. They know the enemy's ability in advance, and Tony's ability is enough to deal with them." Hearing Pixiu's description, Thor couldn't help being a little surprised. Release up to 3000 high temperature extreme heat, even he will be injured at this temperature. Not only that, it also has a strong healing ability. Sure enough, the earth really surprised him. After that, Pixiu contacted Hill again, telling him that he was going to Asgard with Thor, and it would take some time before he could return to Earth. In this regard, although Hill wanted to go with Pixiu, he could only ask Pixiu to pay attention to safety. Because she is also very busy now, S.H.I.E.L.D. has started a new plan. After everything was arranged properly, Pixiu Wen took out the Tesseract and threw it to Thor. Coming outside the house, Thor activated the Tesseract, released the power of space to cover Pixiu and him, turned into a blue light and went straight to the sky towards Asgard. Asgard. Fixed on Bifrost. As a beam of sky blue light fell, Pixiu and Thor appeared not far from the Bifrost terminal hall. "Master, you are now standing on something with a lot of original energy." Having just arrived in God's domain, before Pixiu had time to look around, the sound of the system suddenly rang. "A lot of things with original energy." Hearing this, Pixiu was slightly taken aback, and looked down. The colorful Bifrost greets the eyes, and one can see the colorful streamers flashing past, just like shooting stars, which are extremely beautiful. Asking for flowers. Seeing Bifrost, Pixiu immediately expressed his understanding. Asgard's Bifrost is equivalent to a man-made space gem, which has a powerful ability to connect the entire 9 realms and even the universe beyond the 9 realms. I heard that the energy of Bifrost is actually the dark energy that drives the movement of the universe. The terminal hall can use the energy of Bifrost to transform it into a terrifying beam of destruction. This can be seen in the movie when Luke uses Bifrost to destroy Jotunheim. In this way, Bifrost is naturally an aggregate with a lot of original energy. After being slightly surprised, Pixiu regained his composure. Anyway, he now has the space gem and several vibranium reactors. The system can only absorb 100 evolution points of original energy per second, and the space gem is enough for him to use for a long time. The power of the 6 infinite gems is said to be endless, because they are the embodiment of the rules of the Fang universe. As long as they are still in the movie universe, they can obtain energy from the universe to replenish themselves. The Hoopa Golden Ring is an independent space. Once the space gem is taken in, it will lose its ability to replenish itself from the energy absorbing of the movie universe. But even so, the energy in the space gem is massive. According to the current efficiency of the system, it may take nearly 1,000 years to absorb all of it. Pixiu. At this time Thor's voice sounded, interrupting Pixiu's meditation. Turning to look at Thor, I saw Thor handing over the Tesseract. Pixiu summoned a Hoopa ring, threw the Tesseract inside, and looked around. I saw a man wearing golden armor and holding a big sword standing at the door of the terminal hall. After seeing him, he nodded to him as a greeting. Seeing this person, Pixiu immediately knew his identity. Bifrostus Guardian Heimdall. Possessing a pair of divine eyes and ears similar to acute eyes, as long as he wants, he can see any place in the 9 realms and hear any sound. Definitely, it can still be blocked if you find the right way. Loki has done this kind of thing. That's Heimdall, the guardian god of God's domain. Seeing that Pixiu looked at Heimdall, Thor on the side made an introduction, and then said, "Come on, I'll take you to meet my father." "Well, let's go." Pixiu nodded to Heimdall, and then flew towards the center of God's domain together with Thor. Chapter 126. After a little while, Pixiu followed Thor to the temple of the gods in Asgard. At the moment, in the entire hall, there are no other people from God's domain except Father Odin, who is sitting on the throne, wearing the armor of God and holding the spear of Gungnir, and the Queen of Heaven, Frigga, who is standing on the first stage on the left. Looking at the heavenly Father Odin and the Queen Frigg on the throne, Thor saluted and said, "Father, Mother, this is Pixiu." With that said, Thor looked at Pixiu. At the moment Pixiu is also looking at the heavenly Father Odin and the Queen Frigg. Whether it is the heavenly Father Odin or the Queen Frigga, at the moment can almost be regarded as well-dressed, which shows that they are still very solemn. Looking at the heavenly Father Odin and the Queen Frigga, Pixiu didn't know what to say for a while, rubbed his cheeks in a little embarrassment, and rubbed a few electric arcs on his hands. As if seeing Pixiu's little embarrassment, 520 Frigga smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Thor's mother, thank you for what you did to Thor on Earth, otherwise his elm head doesn't know when he will understand what a real monarch should do." So far so good. Hearing what Frigga said, Pixiu was really embarrassed. What he did to Thor on Earth could be called spurring if you put it nicely, but in fact, he wanted to bully Thor. Bullying others, but being thanked by other mothers in the end, Pixiu said that he still can't bear this kind of thing. After all, he is also a person with a head and a face, Pokémon. On the other hand, Thor was speechless. Although he couldn't beat Pixiu, and Pixiu's words did help him a lot. But he always felt that when Pixiu beat him, he wanted to beat him. That's right, I just wanted to hit him. He was beaten, and now his mother still wants to thank Pixiu who beat him, so he felt awkward in his heart. Alright. At this moment, Odin, who had been looking at Pixiu, finally spoke out. "You guys go down first, I want to talk to the guests alone." "It is good." Frigga nodded, and then left the hall with a puzzled Thor. Only Pixiu and Odin remained in the Pantheon. The main event is coming. Looking at Odin, Pixiu also regained his composure, with a hint of vigilance in his heart. Once the situation is not good, he will immediately summon Hoopa's golden ring. "Don't be nervous." Seemingly seeing through the vigilance in Pixiu's heart, Odin showed a kind smile on his face, and then said, "You are Thor's friend and his guide. This is Asgard. You can treat this as your own home and relax a little." Hearing Odin's words, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks involuntarily. Sure enough, he was still a little tender. I thought it was well concealed, but in front of an existence like Odin who has lived for thousands of years and has transcendent wisdom, he was seen through immediately. Now that Odin saw through it, Pixiu didn't bother to hide it, so he went straight to the point. "God King, what is the purpose of you inviting me to Asgard? I don't believe that you, as the king of Asgard, would invite me to be a simple guest. If there is no other purpose, why let Frigga and Thor leave just now? Since we want to talk to him alone, as long as you are not stupid, you know that Odin has something to ask him. You are special, unprecedented special." Hearing this, Odin's left eye narrowed slightly, and he said in a slow and deep voice, "I can't see your existence in the long river of time, but you do exist in the present, and your every move will have a great impact on the future, and even subvert the original future." Babamoo. Hearing Odin's words, Pixiu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his ears trembled. The meaning of these words is not simple. Ancient One can use the power of Time Gem to see the future, and Odin seems to be able to see some of the future through his own wisdom and power to communicate with the world tree that supports the 9 realms. According to Odin, it seems that he cannot see his existence in the future timeline. At this moment, the system bubbled up in time. "Master, because you are an existence outside this great universe, and after integrating with the power of the system according to your understanding, it can be called the master body of the past, present, future and countless threes. So any time can only be the present for you, even the creator of this big universe can't find the past you or the future you from the timeline. Containing the 3 bodies of the past, present, and future and countless ones, Dalatian, golden, immortal." Hearing the system's explanation, Pixiu couldn't help being stunned for a moment, how could such a good thing come up with a concept related to the myth of the celestial dynasty? System, well, Master, you can understand it this way, but Master, you only have this detached characteristic. If you want to achieve the eternal freedom and immortality of all time and space, you need to continue to evolve. Understood. After listening to the explanation, Pixiu was stunned. After understanding what was going on in his heart, Pixiu looked at Odin and asked, "Then what does the God King want from me?" Looking at Pixiu, Odin said in a deep voice, "My time is running out. I saw Ragnarok in the future. Thor is still young and has not yet understood the true power that belongs to him. So I would like to ask you to help Thor in the future when he needs it." Help Thor. Hearing this, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks involuntarily and became slightly numb. Odin continued, "As a reward, I can let you enter the treasure house of God's domain to choose anything, and I will also give you an extra branch of the world tree. I promise." Hearing this, Pixiu immediately changed his expression, looked at Odin and said, "Don't worry, Thor and I are friends, as long as he has something to do, I will naturally help him, just a Ragnarok, don't panic. World Tree Branch, this is a good thing." Although he knew that the World Tree supported the 9 Realms 0.2, he didn't know how to get the branches of the World Tree. From what I understand in the movie, this World Tree is not like a material entity at all, but exists in the form of an illusory energy body. Haha! Seeing Pixiu's refreshing promise, Odin couldn't help smiling, and didn't say much. Then he stood up and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to the treasure house." Saying that, Odin got off the high platform and walked towards the rear. Seeing this, Pixiu followed immediately. "Come to Asgard, not only can you get a branch of the World Tree, but you can also choose any treasure from the treasure house of God's domain. Beautiful, so comfortable." Chapter 127. God's Domain Treasure House. Odin tapped the ground with the gun of Gungnir. From the tip of Gungnir's lance, a multicolored beam of light shot straight above the vault. Buzz buzz. During the Setsuna, the originally ordinary upper part seemed to suddenly change, and countless light spots of different colors appeared, turning into a picture of the universe and the galaxy. In the center of the galaxy screen, a large number of light spots formed a tree-like scene, and on top of it were 9 different large light clusters. The stars accompany each other, just like the stars and the moon. Seeing this scene, Pixiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, this is the image of World Tree and 9 Realms. Then the images of the World Tree and the 9 Realms appeared, and Odin raised the Gungnir spear in his hand and tapped it lightly on the ground. Countless light spots turned into a vortex that rotated continuously. Then a branch about 50 centimeters long, like a branch made of white crystal, slowly floated out of the vortex. Wisps of colorful streamers continuously shuttled around. Obviously, this is the branch of the World Tree. Odin stretched out his left hand and gave a light stroke to the branches of the World Tree, and the branches of the World Tree floated towards him. After holding the branch of the World Tree, Odin turned slightly to look at Pixiu and said, "Take it, you can choose anything later." 23 said and handed the World Tree branch to Pixiu. "No problem." Seeing the World Tree branch, Pixiu's eyes lit up slightly, and he quickly took it. Holding it in his hand, Pixiu can even feel that there seems to be a magical and powerful energy contained in the branches of the World Tree, which seems illusory, boundless, and indestructible. Well, it's all fake. Because after the World Tree branch was pinched in his hand, even the colorful streamer that was floating before disappeared, just like an ordinary crystal product. "What do you mean, look down on him?" Pixiu curled his lips, looking at the World Tree branch that he didn't know what to use for a while. Pixiu summoned the Hoopa Golden Ring and threw it into it. Seeing the Hoopa Golden Ring summoned by Pixiu, Odin's left eye narrowed slightly, secretly surprised. After seeing Hoopa's ring, Odin felt more and more right about his decision. At the same time, the distress in my heart for the loss of a branch of the World Tree couldn't help but a lot less. World Tree branches, this is not a bad street thing. You must know that even Mjolnir used a small branch of the World Tree, not even more than half of the branch given to Pixiu. And this is his last inventory. But as the saying goes, if you don't bring it with you, you don't take it with you when you die. According to Pixiu's performance, as long as Asgard can be protected, no matter how big the sacrifice is, it is worth it. After receiving the branches of the World Tree, Pixiu took the treasure Curry's collections and went to the doctor. The things here are all very precious goods. After all, it must not be an ordinary thing that can enter Odin's eyes. Next, Pixiu looked at the most famous treasures he knew in the treasure house. The eternal fire was blazing, and through the seal outside, Pixiu could even feel that the eternal fire exuded a scorching aura that seemed to be able to burn everything. Compared to the eternal fire, the family treasure of the Jotunheim ice giants, which claimed to have the ice formation that allowed a planet to enter an ice age, it was much quieter. At least when Pixiu is close, you can only feel a touch of coolness, just like turning on the air conditioner in summer, not only not uncomfortable but very comfortable. Besides these two things, Pixiu also looked at the Infinity Gauntlet. This was once made by Odin in order to collect 6 infinite gems by the dwarf clan. The one here is the right glove, and the one of Thanos is the left glove. As for the Infinity Gauntlet, Pixiu glanced at it and ignored it. This thing doesn't have infinite gems, it's just a hard toy at best, it's not big at all except for hitting people. What do you do with an Infinity Gauntlet if you don't take other treasures? As for using infinite gems, Pixiu has new ideas compared to Infinity Gauntlet. After looking around for the last time, Pixiu chose to take the Casket of Ancient Winters away. Because the Casket of Ancient Winters is much easier to control and use than the Eternal Fire. Seeing that Pixiu chose the Casket of Ancient Winters, Odin's expression didn't change much, as if he didn't care. As for whether he really cares about Pixiu, I don't know. After all, Pixiu didn't see a distressed expression on Odin's face when he got out the World Tree branches before, but only the same expression from before. Sure enough, he is worthy of being a god king who has lived for thousands of years. It is completely trivial to show his emotions and anger. Unless it can break his state of mind, who knows what he is thinking in his heart. Maybe he smiled slightly on the surface, but his heart was already full of killing intent. Seeing that Pixiu put away the Casket of Ancient Winters, Odin said in a deep voice. I hope you don't forget our agreement. From now on, you are Asgard's most honored guest. I will convey it to everyone in God's domain later. After receiving 2 good things, Pixiu couldn't help but look at Odin with a smile and said. No problem. I still have the most basic integrity. People who have reached agreements or conditions with me have never suffered at all. Nick Fury. He expressed his dissatisfaction. Although thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it was not a loss, but when he thought about it again, he suddenly felt that he had lost hundreds of millions. Mere fake, sure enough, there are some things that I can't appreciate carefully. Otherwise, you will take a step back and think about it more, and you will suffer more and more if you endure it for a while. That's best. Odin nodded slightly, then said. I have already prepared a banquet for you to come to Asgard as a guest of 403, let's go, and don't make them wait too long. After the banquet is over, you can ask Thor to show you around God's domain. In terms of scenery, Asgard can be regarded as number 1 in the 9 realms. Grateful. Hearing that there was a banquet, Pixiu's eyes lit up slightly, and he rubbed his cheeks with both hands. Now Pixiu only has 3 hobbies. One is to become stronger. The second is eating and drinking. The third is collection. In the past, Pixiu knew the meaning of life is short at a young age. After necessary hard work every day, such as after work, Pixiu would relax himself well. For example, reading animation novels, listening to music, etc., there is no need to make yourself unhappy. Suffering is necessary, but we must learn to find happiness and relaxation in it. Now you don't have to worry about being knocked out by a snap of your fingers. Pixiu started the journey of relaxation. You can walk around when you have nothing to do, and see the great rivers and mountains. Eat good food, play fun things, drink good things, watch good things. Anyway, as long as he finds something with energy and throws it into the space of Hoopa's golden ring, he will be considered getting stronger every moment, and there is no need to oppress himself at all. Don't worry about getting cold after a few years, why should you oppress yourself, silly? Chapter 128. With the holding of the banquet, Asgard can be regarded as a national celebration. In the Temple of the Gods, Odin announced Pixiu's identity in front of all Asgard people. From this moment on, Pixiu is Asgard's most honored guest. After hearing Odin's announcement, those who did not know the situation were puzzled at first. They have no idea why and what qualifications a cute flying creature that looks a bit like a mouse can be Asgard's most honored guest. But then the Asgard foursome passed on Pixiu's record on Earth. Well, about fighting Thor, they didn't say it directly. It's just that Pixiu has the qualifications to be able to lift Mjolnir, and originally also unleash the terrifying Thunderbolt. Just raising Mjolnir made almost all Asgard people respect Pixiu. After all, Mjolnir is a well-known and powerful artifact in God's domain. Looking at the entire Asgard, apart from Thor himself, only the Heavenly Father Odin has the qualifications and power to pick it up. Although I don't know why Pixiu was able to pick up Mjolnir, but picking it up is picking it up, and it can't change the fact anyway. And this news came from the mouth of the Asgard foursome, so there must be no problem with its credibility. So all Asgard people who saw Pixiu remembered Pixiu's appearance in their hearts. Asgard worships the strong, although Pixiu is not human, but this does not hinder. After all, the universe is full of wonders, no matter what race it is, as long as it has strength, it can gain a certain amount of respect. Time flies. Before he knew it, Pixiu had stayed in God's domain for more than 2 months. During the period, Pixiu also used the Hoopa gold ring to go back to the Earth. Seeing that Tony had solved the Extremis incident well, he returned to Asgard again. I have to say that many of Asgard's fruits are alien varieties that he has never eaten, and the taste is quite good, which is a few blocks away from the Earth. And the taste of Asgard's wine is even more exciting. Anyway, with Hoopa's golden ring, he can travel between Earth and Asgard at will, so Pixiu temporarily settled in Asgard. When I have nothing to do, I will compete with Thor in the training ground. Or find someone to take it with you, walk around Asgard, and experience the unique scenery of Asgard. This day, Thor, who quelled the chaos in the rest of the world, is competing with the 3 warriors of Asgard in the training ground. Pixiu, on the other hand, flew outside the arena, reaching out from time to time to take out a fruit from Hoopa's golden ring, holding it and chewing it. Watching them compete is like watching a play. Sif stood not far away and also looked at the 3 warriors Thor and Asgard on the training ground. Well, it's mainly about Thor. At this time, a warrior from God's domain came to Sif and said something to her in a low voice. Although it was small, Pixiu could still hear it very clearly. Hearing what the God's domain warrior said to Sif, Pixiu stopped eating the fruit for a moment. After hearing the words of the God's domain warrior, Sif's expression changed slightly, and Shen Ling still shouted at Thor on the training ground after a while. Thor, Heimdall has something important to see you, something to do with Jane. What? Hearing this, Thor and the 3 warriors of Asgard all stopped. Thor walked towards Sif with Mjolnir, and frowned slightly after approaching. You said that Heimdall is looking for me, and it has something to do with Jane. Yet. Sif nodded. I see. With a strange look on his face, Thor nodded and was about to wave Mjolnir and fly towards the direction of the Bifrost Terminal Hall, but stopped before flying up. Turning around to look at Pixiu who was still eating, Thor smiled coyly, Pixiu, please do me a favor. All right. Knowing the reason, Pixiu definitely couldn't refuse, so with a thought, a secondary ring of Hoopa's golden ring instantly appeared outside the Bifrost Terminal Hall. Then both the main ring and the secondary ring were enlarged to the file size that people could pass through, and Thor walked in immediately. The next moment, Thor walked out of the secondary ring and appeared in the Bifrost Terminal Hall. Are you going? Pixiu turned to look at Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard who came over. Never mind. Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard looked at each other and shook their heads. Okay then. Nodding slightly, Pixiu also flew into Hoopa's golden ring. Terminal Hall. What did you say? Something happened to Jane. Pixiu had just passed through Hoopa's golden ring when he heard Thor's exclamation. Then Thor is seen frowning, looking at Heimdall with a worried look on his face and asking. Heimdall, What the hell happened? Heimdall glanced at Pixiu, then looked at Thor and said in a deep voice. Remember what I told you about the convergence of the celestial bodies? This is a very rare spectacle. The last time the 9 countries gathered together, I hadn't become an Asgardian in Bifrost. It's been a long time. Your girlfriend is very smart, and she is also studying the matter of celestial body convergence, but not long ago, I suddenly lost sight of her. How could this be? Hearing this, Thor frowned even tighter, then took a light breath and said. Heimdall, take me to where Jane disappeared. Take me with you. Pixiu raised his small hand and said aloud. All right. Seeing this, Heimdall could only nod his head, and then inserted the Guardian Sword into the control hub of the Bifrost Terminal Hall, and then opened the Bifrost. Pixiu and Thor entered it and teleported towards the Earth. At the same time, a dark cosmic starry sky. A battleship with huge amounts of Crusader floats in the meteorite field. Suddenly, a blood-red light lit up on the battleship, as if it was starting. Inside the battleship, at the most central position, a humanoid armor slowly opened, revealing a figure. A slightly weakened face, some wrinkled pale skin, a pair of big pointed ears like elves, and a head of snow-white hair. Slowly opened his eyes, the ratio of the white of the eyes to the black pupils, Wang's, seemed to be 7:3, which looked a little scary. This is Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves who wanted to destroy the 9 realms and the universe thousands of years ago. Malekith slowly came to the front console and looked around the battleship. Seeing the Dark Elves waking up from their slumber one after another, Malekith looked up at the endless starry sky and said slowly. It was TIE particles that awakened us. The time for the 9 kingdoms to gather is about to come again. We want to take back TIE particles and fulfill our long-cherished wish thousands of years ago. After a while, Earth. In an abandoned factory somewhere in London, Great Britain. A police officer is searching around in the abandoned factory. Just when Jane's good friend and assistant Daisy was very anxious and worried because Jane disappeared for 5 hours, Jane woke up from a daze in a room. Chapter 129. What happened? Jane got up from the ground in a daze, her brows were tightly frowned, she only felt that her memory was very vague, she couldn't help closing her eyes, raised her hands and gently rubbed her temples. Siren! Hearing something suddenly, Jane's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly ran outside. When she came outside, she saw several police cars, several police officers, and Daisy who was talking to a police officer, so Jane ran over quickly. Daisy! Jane called out to Daisy. Simple. Hearing Jane's voice, Daisy quickly looked for the sound, and was shocked when she saw Jane, and hurried over, and said in a puzzled way as she walked. Where have you been? Daisy, why did you call the police? Jane frowned and looked at Daisy, complaining a little. As soon as the police are called they'll call the feds, and then the S.H.I.E.L.D. folks will know and turn this into Area 51. Jane, what else can I do? Daisy frowned and wanted to explain. But Jane interrupted her, and went on. We finally found a stable gravity anomaly field, and we can study it freely, and the only competitors are a group of 10-year-old children. Daisy was quite speechless when she heard the words, and finally could only interrupt Jane and said loudly. Jane, you have been missing for 5 hours. What? Hearing this, Jane was stunned. 667. At this time, with a thunderclap, the heavy rain fell as soon as it was said. Seeing the heavy rain pouring down, and finding that there was no rain falling on themselves and their surroundings, Jane and Daisy were full of surprises. This is impossible. Jane stretched out her hand in disbelief to feel the rain, and when she was about to say something, she suddenly saw 2 figures standing next to 10 containers not far away. Oh! At this time, Daisy also saw those 2 figures, and couldn't help letting out a soft cry. It was Thor and Pixiu that appeared in their eyes. Seeing Pixiu and Thor, Jane first looked at Pixiu, then set her sights on Thor, looking at him in disbelief. Then Jane walked over to Thor. When they came to Thor, Jane and Thor looked at each other. Just when Thor looked at Jane affectionately and wanted to say something. Snap! Jane slaps Thor across the face. The blow stunned Thor. Oh, sorry. Looking at the bewildered Thor, Jane quickly apologized, and then said in disbelief. I just want to make sure you are real. Hearing, words, what Thor and others are going to say. Snap. Jane slapped again. Thor stared at Jane slightly, and at the moment a big question mark seemed to appear on his face. Although it didn't hurt, but he was slapped twice. If it was someone else, he could beat him to death. As for Jane, it's another matter. But the first slap still explains it. What about the second slap? Where are you going? Jane looked at Thor angrily. Where have you been? After Thor was stunned for a moment, he looked at Jane with a puzzled expression and asked. Why can't Hemerdal see you anymore? Jane, I was right where you left me. I waited and cried and then I came out to find you. You said you would come back. Thor's expression changed slightly and he said. I know, but Bifrost is destroyed, and war is raging in the 9 realms, wars are raging, robbers are swarming, and I must stop the killing. Well, that's not a bad reason. Hearing what Thor said, Jane froze for a moment, and the anger on her face gradually dissipated. After all, she still can't let Thor go. She's just angry because Thor hasn't come to her for so long. Now that he knew the reason, he naturally forgave Thor. Well, it's that simple. She chose to be with Thor after knowing Thor's identity back then. She had already prepared in her heart, and what she said was just an explanation. But then suddenly thought of something, frowned and looked at Thor and said. But I saw you on TV, you went to New York. Seeing Jane's eyes met, Thor was slightly serious, and said in a deep voice. I was trying to make sure you wouldn't be harmed from my world, but I was wrong, I was so stupid. I believe fate brought us together. Speaking, Thor stretched out his left hand, gently stroked Jane's right cheek, and continued after a pause. I don't know where you went or what happened, but you need to know. What do you know? Facing Thor's eyes, Jane seems to be able to see something in Thor's eyes. See yourself. Tisk. Pixiu, who realized that he was being ignored, curled his lips, and then flew towards Daisy on the other side. Hey, we meet again. Seeing Pixiu flying over, Daisy was not afraid, but greeted Pixiu very familiarly. Aren't you afraid of me? Looking at Daisy, Pixiu asked again. Why should I be afraid of you? Daisy looked at Pixiu, smiled and asked. Are you going to hurt me? Maybe. Pixiu squinted at her, then looked at Thor and Jane on the other side and said. Don't you do something? Doing what? Daisy looked at Thor and Jane, who seemed to be planning to kiss, and said with a smile. They finally reunited, let them reunite first. Are you Daisy Louise? At this time, a voice came, and several police officers came over. Although the center of sight was on Daisy, their attention was on Pixiu. What is wrong with me? Daisy turned to look at several police officers. The police officer in the middle looked at Daisy and said in a low voice. This is a private domain, and I need you and me to assist in the investigation. Please go and call Jane Foster over. As he spoke, he glanced at Thor, who was with Jane. Daisy opened her mouth, looked at Pixiu for the last time, and ran over there. What are you? At this moment, the police officers stared at Pixiu one after another. Bzax. Glancing at them, Pixiu felt that they might have ideas for him. The list of Avengers announced on the internet does not include Pixiu. As for the battle in New York, Nick Fury also deleted everything that could be deleted from Pixiu's monitoring. 9 out of 10 popular posts or news on the internet are related to Tony and Captain America, and they are all irrelevant things. As for Natasha Romanoff, Barton's information is naturally the same as Pixiu, it is impossible to casually expose it on the internet. As for Thor's, although there is a little bit about him, there are no photos, videos, or descriptions of relevant information circulating on the internet. So these policemen don't know the identities of Pixiu and Thor at all. At this time, Jane also trotted over from there. Chapter 130. Jane Foster. Seeing Jane approaching, the middle-aged police officer looked away from Pixiu, walked towards Jane, and said as he approached. You have intruded into a private property, all suspected of illegal intrusion, please come back with us to assist in the investigation. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to grab Jane's right arm and bring her into the police car. However, just when his hand touched Jane's shoulder, boom! A crimson light burst out from Jane's body. The middle-aged policeman didn't even have the time to react to dodge, he was blown away by a force, and slammed into the police car behind. He smashed the car door glass, then fell to the ground and lost consciousness. The other police officers around were also knocked down to the ground by the impact force. As for Pixiu, let the power of Thai particles hit his body, he only felt a little itchy, and then the feeling disappeared soon, so it was not a big problem at all. Simple. Seeing this scene, Thor's expression changed drastically, and he rushed over to help Jane up from the ground. "Are you okay? What happened just now?" Facing Thor's inquiry, at the moment Jane also looked at a loss. What just happened? Did she do it? She just assaulted the police. At this time, those police officers who were knocked down also got up from the ground one after another, looking at Jane in shock. A police officer held a baton and shouted at Jane and Thor defensively. "Quick, put your hands on your head and squat down." The rest of the police officers also took out their pistols and pointed them at the two of them. If there is another accident, they will decide whether to shoot according to the situation. The lady is very uncomfortable. Holding Jane, Thor frowned slightly and said to the police officer. But the police officer did not relax at all, looked at Jane with great vigilance and said, "She's dangerous." Thor took a light breath, looked at Pixiu who was beside him and asked, "Pixiu, do you know what happened just now?" "Know a little bit." Pixiu nodded slightly, looked at the approaching police officers, and said to Thor, "But let's take Jane to Asgard first." "It is good." Thor nods. "You." When the police officer heard the conversation between Pixiu and Thor, his expression tensed immediately, and he shouted at Pixiu and the others. "Last warning, quickly squat down with your hands on your head, doctor." At the moment, he was also quite nervous. What happened just now made him still not calm down, and his heart was beating wildly. After all, he had only been a police officer for a short time. At the moment, other police officers approached carefully with guns. Thor glanced at the police officers around him, holding Jane with his left hand, and raising Mjolnir with his right hand. Boom! A beam of rainbow-colored light crashed down from the sky, covering Pixiu, Thor, and Jane, and leading them towards Asgard. When the police officers saw this scene, their eyes widened and they froze in place. What is this? Are they still living in the original world? Although they knew that an alien invasion had occurred in New York, the United States, but this was Great Britain, they had never seen it with their own eyes, and they always had doubts in their hearts. But now, wow, I'm going to. Daisy, who was not far away, had a look of astonishment and envy. With the disappearance of the rainbow light beam, an exclusive logo imprint is left on the ground. As for later, Daisy and the intern who didn't have much sense of presence were naturally taken away by the police. After about 10 seconds of Bifrost transmission. Asgard, Bifrost Terminal Hall. Pixiu, Thor, and Jane came out of the Bifrost passage in the main hall. Wow! When she came to the terminal hall, Jane looked around and couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Her face was full of excitement. She didn't expect that she would come to the legendary Asgard because of this. When she saw Heimdall standing on the control center, the excited smile on her face subsided a little, and then she said hello to Heimdall. Heimdall looked at Jane, smiled slightly and said, "Hi, welcome to Asgard." "Well, thank you." Jane nodded quickly. This is a member of Thor's family, it's better not to leave a bad impression. The other side. Thor looked at Pixiu, and asked in a deep voice. "Pixiu, let's talk now, what happened to Jane?" If Pixiu didn't say he knew a little bit, he would have taken Jane to meet Odin and Frigga now. He believes that Odin and Frigg must know what happened to Jane. Hearing Thor's inquiry, Jane and Heimdall also looked at Pixiu. After glancing at the three of them, Pixiu said slowly, "Do you know Thai particles?" "Thai particles?" Hearing this, Thor and Heimdall frowned, while Jane looked puzzled. Thor frowned and said, "I know, it is said that Thai particles are a super weapon mastered by the Dark Elves a long time ago. After the Dark Elves were defeated by my grandpa Bor led by the Holy Army of God's Domain, they destroyed TIE particles. Heimdall on the side didn't speak, he also knew this version. No no no. Pixiu shook his head and said. The versions circulated in God's domain are all fake. In fact, the TIE particles were not destroyed at all, but were sealed by the previous generation of God King Bor in a place that is difficult for ordinary people to find. Asking for flowers. But this time, the celestial bodies of the 9 kingdoms converged, forming a vision similar to the 9-star tandem, creating a wormhole leading to the space of the sealed TIE particles, and Jane happened to go there. Because she is possessed by TIE particles now, and Jane is just a mortal who is possessed by TIE particles. If the two cannot be separated in time, Jane will definitely die. What? Hearing this, both Thor and Jane's expressions changed drastically. Pixiu, since you know what's going on, you must also know the solution, right? Thor and Jane both looked at Pixiu nervously. It's a matter of life and death, how can you not be nervous? I know, but I can't help it now. Pixiu nodded and shook his head again. What's the meaning? Thor and Jane looked at Pixiu puzzled. Let's talk later. Pixiu looked at Jane and said. Let's take Jane to meet your father and mother first, and let them suppress the speed at which the TIE particles in Jian's body are devouring her vitality, otherwise she might not be able to last until then. Understood. Hearing this, Thor immediately understood the importance of the matter. Pixiu summoned Hoopa's golden ring to appear, and the second ring appeared in the Temple of the Gods with a thought. Then enter Hoopa's golden circle first, followed by Thor and Jane. As for Heimdall, it is natural to continue his guard work. Asgard's army is still continuing to quell the war in the 9 countries, killing or arresting those who do evil, and he needs to send them back to Asgard. Chapter 131. Just when Pixiu opened the Hoopa golden ring and took Thor and Jane to find Odin. In the unmanned interstellar space of Vathium, 6 small battleships broke away from the cross-shaped ship and disappeared into the interstellar space. The cross-letter ship disappeared. The Asgard Pantheon. Odin sits high on the throne, wears Draenal gold in his hand, holds Gungnir, the spear of eternity, wears an armored cloak, and does not wear his eagle helmet on his head. On both sides below stood a row of God's domain warriors, each holding a spear and wearing a golden armor cloak, looking very mighty. In the center of the aisle, the sub-ring of the Hoopa golden ring is erected and unfolded, with a diameter of 2 meters. Pixiu flew out first, followed by Thor and Jane. Go down first. Seeing Jane coming out of Hoopa's golden ring following Thor, Odin narrowed his left eye slightly, and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the God's domain fighters on both sides turned around and walked outside in a clean 050. When the warriors of God's domain left, Odin looked at Thor and Jane and said. Thor, did you take my words as a deaf ear? Jane is ill and her life is in danger, father. Looking at Odin, Thor looked serious. She is a mortal, and mortals will get sick. Looking at Thor and Jane, Odin said lightly. There are people on Earth who can treat her. They seem to be called doctors, and you can ask them to treat her. She is no more of Asgard than goat meat is at a feast. Hearing Odin's words, the corner of Jane's eyes twitched, and subconsciously, anger was born in her heart. But thinking of the identity of the person in front of her, Jane's expression changed slightly and she fell into silence. Father. Hearing Odin's words, Thor felt helpless, but said. Earth can't cure Jane, because she was invaded by TIE particles. Hearing this, Odin's eyes were fixed, and his tone was serious. What you said is true. Father, if you don't believe me, you can ask Pixiu. Thor pointed to Pixiu who was beside him and said. It was Pixiu who told me that there are TIE particles in Jane's body. Odin heard this and looked at Pixiu. Taking a bite out of a peach-like fruit from the shrunken Hoopa ring, Pixiu looked at Odin and said. Yes, that's what I said. Jane's body is the super weapon TIE particles of the Dark Elves. Well, TIE particles are the reality gem among the 6 infinite gems. At the moment, when the celestial bodies of the 9 kingdoms are coming together, Jane mistakenly enters the wormhole on the Earth that connects and seals the TIE particles space due to the celestial bodies gathering, so she is invaded by the TIE particles. And now, the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, and the other Dark Elves have awakened. They will take back the TIE particles, and then use the time when the 9 kingdoms gather to plunge the 9 worlds and even the universe into darkness. As for Jane, who became the temporary host of TIE particles, even if she was not killed by TIE particles before that, the Dark Elves would kill her after getting TIE particles. The Dark Elves are extinct. Hearing Pixiu's words, Odin frowned slightly and said something. Viewing the future through the world tree is a great consumption for him in his heyday, let alone him who now needs to rely on Odin's sleep to restore and maintain his divine power. Therefore, for nearly 1,000 years, he only got 2 answers through the world tree. One is that after his death, Asgard will encounter Ragnarok. The second is that he wants to see everything about Pixiu, but he has seen nothing in the long river of time. In his current state, if he enters the long river of time through the world tree, his lifespan will be greatly shortened, and he may not even live for a year. No, no, no. Pixiu shook his head slightly, looked at Odin and said. That's just a half-lie your father Pole is telling. Back then your father led the God's Domain army and indeed defeated the Dark Elves, and even got TIE particles from the Dark Elves, but he didn't have the ability to destroy the TIE particles. So he quietly sealed the TIE particles in a hidden space, and Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, brought a part of the Dark Elves into a deep sleep in the vast universe. Now that the celestial bodies of the 9 kingdoms are gathering, Jane strayed into the sealed place and brought out the TIE particles, so the Dark Elves who detected the TIE particles also woke up. I estimate that Malekith has sent someone to set off now, trying to sneak into Asgard to find Jane, and get the TIE particles back from her. You sure? Hearing this, Odin couldn't help standing up from the throne, staring at Pixiu closely, and the Japanese stock's invisible burst out with a somewhat suffocating coercion. The Dark Elves have entered Asgard, and as the kings of Asgard, they cannot sit idly by. Guaranteed by personality. Pixiu patted his stomach with his left hand. Odin. Thor. Simple. Personality, are you human? Glancing at Pixiu, Odin looked at Thor and said in a deep voice. You take her to your mother's place now, and then send an order that the entire army of Asgard be on alert, especially those who are responsible for escorting the prisoners. If they find the Dark Elves, they will kill them. The voice gradually fell, and the murderous spirit of the Japanese stocks seemed to permeate the air. Although Odin is a wise monarch now, he was once the god king who led Asgard and the goddess of death Hela to conquer the 9 realms, making Asgard feared by countless races in the universe. Don't look at his benevolent face now, the creatures who died in his hands can be piled up into mountains, and there are even more than one. The Dark Elves are notorious, and they want to destroy the 9 realms and the universe, making them a suitable environment for the Dark Elves to live in. Odin will not have the idea of peace talks with them. Since it is a race that has been extinct in writing, if it dares to come to Asgard to make trouble, let it be truly extinct. It's so murderous. Sensing the flash of killing intent on Odin's body, Pixiu's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling a little horrified in his heart. 0.5 couldn't help but glanced at Jane at the side, only to see that her face was a little pale, and she looked at Odin in horror. This is the reason for Odin's restraint, otherwise Jane would be scared to death directly. Sensing Jane's strangeness, Thor quickly reached out and hugged Jane in his arms to comfort her. Wait a moment. At this time Pixiu said aloud. I think they will probably cooperate with the inside and outside. First let the infiltrators cause turmoil to attract your attention, and then Malekith will lead a large force to attack from the direction of Bifrost. If there is no reminder from me, you who don't know will probably be caught off guard, and God's domain will definitely suffer heavy casualties and pay a heavy price. How about this, you let Thor go to dungeon, secretly wait for the Dark Elves to be exposed, and I go to Bifrost to hold the line. As for Jane, stay with Thor's mother and send someone to protect them. Chapter 132. What do you guys think? After speaking, Pixiu gnawed on the fruit and looked at Odin, Thor, and Jane. This arrangement is entirely based on what happened in the original plot. Malekith let the cursed warrior mix with the prisoners being escorted to Asgard, and then made a big fuss about dungeon releasing all the prisoners. And Malekith drove the main ship to Asgard from the direction of the front Changhong Bridge, and then launched an attack that caught Asgard off guard. Even the energy shield outside the Temple of the Gods was destroyed. Under the guidance of Loki, the cursed warrior left the dungeon smoothly, then joined Malekith, and even killed Frigga. If Loki knew about this, he would definitely regret that he helped the cursed warrior escape from dungeon. In fact, Loki really regretted it afterwards, although it was too late. His original intention was just to add a little trouble to Asgard, or Odin. How could he have imagined that just because of this idea, his beloved mother died because of this, and he didn't even see her for the last time? Odin sighed slightly, and after pondering for a while, he said, "Okay, just follow your arrangement." After speaking, Odin looked at Thor with a serious expression and said, "Thor Odinson, immediately convey the order. The arsenal is strictly guarded, all the warriors of God's domain are mentally alert, and all warships are ready to take off at any time. Let Sif, Fondrel protect your mother and Jane. Once there is a battle with the Dark Elves, no one needs to hold back." "Yes." Thor nodded with a serious expression, then looked at Jane, turned around and flew out of the temples, to convey Odin's order to the warriors of God's domain. "Jane, go over and tell Thor's mother our arrangement." Pixiu looked at Jane, and while talking, he let Hoopa's golden ring unfold, and the secondary ring appeared in the palace where Frigga at the moment was. "Understood." Jian Vinian nodded solemnly, then looked at Odin and Pixiu and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for your help, thank you." After speaking, Jane walked into the Hoopa golden circle. Putting away Hoopa's golden ring, Pixiu looked at Odin with a smile and said, "Helping you solve the Dark Elf invasion is worthy of the World Tree branches and casket of ancient winters you gave me." Hearing Pixiu's words, Odin stared slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Do you think that the branches of the World Tree and the casket of ancient winters can be seen everywhere? The few remaining Dark Elves are not Asgard's opponents." "Oh, round." Pixiu smiled irrefutably, then looked at Odin with a half-smile and said, "What if I said, without me, you would have suffered a lot from Malekith's raid, and even your wife would have died?" Boom! As soon as this remark came out, Odin's expression changed, and a terrifying aura erupted from his aged body, and the tip of Gungnir, the eternal gun in his hand, slightly emitted colorful light. The steps under his feet, which seemed to be made of gold, also produced densely packed small cracks, which spread rapidly towards the surroundings like spider webs. Fortunately, Odin controlled his emotions the next moment, and everything returned to calm. If the steps weren't full of dense cracks, everything would be the same as before. "Tisk, you are indeed the powerhouse of Megatron universe." Sensing the change in Odin's aura just now, Pixiu was secretly surprised. "Although I feel that Odin is very powerful, it has not yet made him feel irresistible." "Thanks." Odin regained his composure, looked at Pixiu, and said two words slowly. Since he became the God King of Asgard, the Asgardian of the Nine Realms, except for his wife Frigg, he has not said these two words to anyone else for thousands of years. "You are welcome." Pixiu waved his hand, and said casually. "Then what, if you can, I don't mind if you give me some branches of the World Tree or something." Hearing this, even Odin, at the moment couldn't help the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. Seeing that Odin looked at him silently, Pixiu shook his head pretending to be helpless and said, Okay, seeing your delicious hospitality, this time I'll do my best to help you do your homework, but let me tell you in advance that the TIE particles are mine." Yes, this is his main purpose. As far as he knows so far, apart from World Tree, there seems to be no treasure in the Marvel movie universe that can rival infinite gems. It is unlikely to get the World Tree. After all, the World Tree supports the Nine Realms. As for the one at Odin's place, it may only be transformed by a very small part of the World Tree's power. Hearing Pixiu's words, Odin stared slightly, and immediately guessed Pixiu's purpose. He shook his head slightly and said, "I have already let go of this kind of thing, you can take it away if you want, staying here is just causing more trouble." "Okay, let's talk about it then." Seeing that Odin had no idea about TIE particles, that is, reality gem, Pixiu smiled slightly, summoned the Hoopa golden ring to connect to Bifrost, and then flew in. Also, if Odin has ideas about reality gem, in the original plot, Sif and others would not let Sif and others bring reality gem to collector. Alas, speaking of it, if he took the reality gem, wouldn't it be equivalent to saving collector's life? It seems that when we go to the universe in the future, we must go to him and ask for a little reward. After all, he didn't know collector, so it was unreasonable not to charge him for saving his life. Ugh! Seeing Pixiu leave, a soft sigh resounded in the temple where only Odin was left. Meanwhile, Bifrost. Pixiu flew out of Hoopa's ring and saw Heimdall. 400 looked at Heimdall. Pixiu took out a fruit and ate it and said. Afterwards, the dark elves should break into the realm of the gods from here, so after discussing with you god kings, I decided to come over to help you suppress the situation. Before I make a move, you can do what you have to do. Understood. Heimdall's expression changed when he heard the words, but he quickly returned to his original state, nodded to Pixiu, and then continued his duties. Time passed slowly. All the gods' domain fighters who received the order were secretly vigilant. On the surface, they came in quietly, but in fact they were all ready to go to war at any time. In the rear, sailing warships belonging to God's domain are always ready to take off, and the major anti-aircraft batteries of God's domain are also ready. Fandral, one of the three warriors of Sif and Asgard, rushed to the place where Frigga was with a group of God's domain warriors. After Thor delivered the order, he quietly came to the dungeon and hid in the dark, waiting for the dark elves who had mixed into it to be exposed before he took action to clean up the opponent. Soon, everything was ready in God's domain, waiting for the dark elves to come to the door. Chapter 133. Time flies. Heimdall turns on Bifrost. A pair of God's domain warriors came out, and Hogun and Vestag among the three warriors of Asgard walked in the front. As they walked out of Bifrost, a group of inmates also came out. Seeing one of the figures, Pixiu rubbed his cheek slightly. He is tall and strong, wearing a solid armor, with 3 horns on each side of his head and 2 forward corners on his cheeks. Curse warrior Kurzur, he didn't run away. His real name is Argalim, and he is the second master of the Dark Elves. It's just that for Malkaste's plan, he voluntarily became a cursed warrior. This guy's strength Pixiu remembers it seems to be very strong. The power is twice or 4 times that of Thor before awakening. Leaving the comics aside, even in the movies, the warrior of the damned knocks Thor out of the way several times. In Thor, Ragnarok, Thor said a word to Loki in the form of Odin, you know, nothing can stop Mjolnir until it comes back to me. But in the plot of Thor 2, The Dark World, Mjolnir was directly sent flying by the cursed warrior. Apparently Thor forgot about it by then. However, although the cursed warrior is strong, its weaknesses are still quite obvious. That's not good enough defensively. The enchanted weapons of ordinary God's domain warriors can easily break through his defenses and injure him. But the defense is a bit weak, but the vitality is very strong. In the original plot, Loki attacked and stabbed the body, but nothing happened at all. Judging from the cursed warrior's performance, Pixiu felt that his power might have reached the 4-star level, and at least he was still of the middle class. Although it was very strong, he still didn't take it too seriously. Not to mention that his current strength is not weaker than the cursed warrior, even stronger, not to mention that he is a magician, so many skills enough to fight the cursed warrior can't take care of himself. So after glancing at the cursed warrior, Pixiu continued to eat the fruit. The cursed warrior who noticed Pixiu's gaze couldn't help but look at Pixiu as well. After seeing Pixiu who was eating fruit, the cursed warrior had a flash of doubt in his heart, and then he looked away, not paying attention to Pixiu. In his opinion, Pixiu might just be a cute pet raised by an Asgard. Why fly without wings? He didn't pay too much attention to this point. The universe is full of wonders. His mission is to take back the TIE particles by cooperating inside and outside, and he is not here to worry about a pet. Heimdall on the side was keenly aware of Pixiu's gaze, and glanced at the cursed warrior immediately guessing that this guy is probably a dark elf in disguise. But Pixiu didn't say anything, he glanced at the cursed warrior and then looked away. Soon Hogan and Vestag led a group of prisoners towards the dungeon. "I'll come as I go." After the cursed warrior was escorted away, Pixiu said something to Heimdall, and then unfolded the Hoopa golden ring and shuttled towards dungeon. Yes, he visited the dungeon when he visited Asgard. After all, old friend Loki is locked up there and must be going to say hello. Dungeons. Thor, who was hiding behind the corner of the stairs on the left side of the dungeon, was taken aback when he saw the Hoopa golden ring appearing, and frowned slightly when he saw Pixiu coming out. "Why did you come here? Did something happen?" Thor's expression turned serious as he spoke. "Everything is normal." Pixiu shook his head, then said, "The dark elves have already sneaked in, and they will come to dungeon soon. You have to be careful. The man who comes is a cursed warrior. His strength is at least twice as strong as yours. It is best to strike him with lightning. If it's close combat, I feel that you are likely to be beaten badly by him." Hearing this, Thor's expression changed slightly, subconsciously a little dissatisfied. He is Thor, the strongest warrior in Asgard. What a cursed warrior is at least twice as strong as him, what a joke. Are dark elves that strong? If he was so strong, how could he be defeated by his grandfather leading the army back then, and he could only escape and linger on his last breath? But seeing Pixiu's appearance, it is obvious that he is not joking with him. After taking a light breath, Thor nodded solemnly, "I see. Now he has grown a lot, and he is no longer the reckless man he used to be." When the reminder arrived, Pixiu didn't bother to stay too long, and turned around and got into Hoopa's golden ring to return to Bifrost. Pixiu enters, Hoopa's ring disappears before Thor's eyes. Bifrost. After closing the wormhole, Pixiu played with the Hoopa gold ring that was reduced to only the file size of the bracelet, and looked at Heimdall curiously and asked, "Heimdall, are you born with eyes?" Heimdall nodded slightly and didn't say much. "Oh." Looking at Heimdall with all his thoughts, Pixiu whispered in his heart. "When I read posts on the internet, I saw some people saying that Heimdall's eye is actually an infinite gems. I don't know if it is true or not. However, the credibility is not very high. Even if there is, it is just a parallel universe in the comics. In the movie, it should be just a powerful ability. Before watching Avengers Alliance 3, some people even speculated that Heimdall's eyes are actually the last mysterious soul gem. The result was not at all. Not long after the opening of Avengers Alliance 3, Heimdall was already cold, and the only performance was to send Hulk to Earth. Tisk tisk tisk. He clicked his tongue slightly. Pixiu stopped paying attention to this point. In this way, Pixiu and Heimdall silently waited for the dark elves to come to their door. Time passed slowly. After about half an hour. Heimdall, who was observing the 9 realms, suddenly noticed something, frowned and turned to look at Pixiu suddenly. And at the moment, Pixiu's 2 electrical bags are also slightly warming up, apparently warning him that there are hidden enemies nearby. Coming. The change of the electric bag lifted Pixiu's spirit, and said to Heimdall, who seemed to be, "You are going to open the defensive shield on the other side of the Temple of the Gods, and leave the rest to me for a while." After speaking, Pixiu turned around and flew outside. When Heimdall heard Pixiu's words, he returned to the control hub of Bifrost, held the hilt of the guardian sword with both hands, and waited with a serious expression. After the dark elf officially appeared, he would immediately open the protective cover. On the other side, the cursed warrior also erupted suddenly, grabbing the 2 gods' domain warriors with lightning speed, and a force instantly devoured the vitality of the 2 gods' domain warriors. A hole. Seeing the death of the gods' realm warrior hiding in the dark, Thor's expression was cold, and he let out an angry shout, and then a round of Mjolnir, a terrifying bolt of lightning blasted towards the cursed warrior. But the other gods' domain fighters reacted and set off one after another to guard the dungeon's exit garden. Chapter 134. After coming outside, Pixiu looked around. Then nothing was seen. "But do you think I can't find you if you're invisible?" Hee, naive. Looking to the left of Bifrost, Pixiu raised his right hand and rubbed his cheeks, a malicious smile appeared on his face, and the terrifying golden lightning flashed on his body. Full power electric shock launch. Click. A bucket-thick golden lightning burst out from Pixiu's body, turning into an arc in the air, and then fiercely smashed on the invisible dark elf small warship. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, thick black smoke and flames rose into the air. The small battleship immediately lost its stealth function, and was exposed to Pixiu's eyes. On the battleship, Pixiu saw a large hole with a diameter of about 3 or 4 meters, and flames and black smoke were constantly coming out of it. Obviously it was struck by his electric shock. Although it was only a small battleship, Pixiu took a look and found that it was also extremely huge, almost as big as a 3-story building. A big hole was blown out by the electric shock, and the small battleship fell downwards, hit the sea surface and caused countless splashes, and then quickly sank and was swallowed. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the space seems to be flat and moving. On the other side of the Bifrost terminal hall, an extremely huge cross-shaped black battleship appeared in Pixiu's eyes, accompanied by 187 crimson rays of light. The length of the cross-shaped battleship from top to bottom is probably more than 200 meters, and the length of the wings on both sides is also close to 100 meters. It is a huge monster. Standing between the sky and the earth, it seems to be able to cover the sky and block out the sun, giving people a strong sense of oppression. It seemed that he would be easily crushed to death in the next moment. Under Pixiu's gaze, small battleships broke away from the cross-shaped mothership, and then flew towards the direction of the Asgard Pantheon. At a glance, there are at least 50 small warships. In the terminal hall, Heimdall saw this scene, and twisted the guardian sword solemnly. Colorful lights flickered in the control center, Bifrost's energy rushed towards the direction of the temple, and the golden energy shield slowly lifted into the air. At the same time, on both sides and rear of the Pantheon, Asgard's sailing warships quickly vacated, heading towards the Dark Elves' warships. The anti-aircraft turrets on the high platform of the building were also charged one after another, aiming at the battleship of the Dark Elves to launch an attack. Choo choo choo! Shhhhhhh! Boom boom boom! The sky in Setsuna was full of energy rays flying randomly. After being hit, the warships of the two sides turned into a ball of fireworks and exploded in the air, and the wreckage fell with flames. Dungeon direction. Thor made a sudden shot, releasing lightning that caught the cursed warrior off guard, and then threw Mjolnir hard on the temporarily paralyzed cursed warrior. Bang bang! The cursed warrior was thrown out and hit the wall tens of meters behind, leaving a deep humanoid depression on the wall. Crackling. There was a click. With Mjolnir back, Thor never gave the cursed warrior a chance to react. It was a terrifying bolt of lightning blasting towards the cursed war who wanted to get up from the ground. Just like that, one after another lightning blasted at the cursed warrior. For a time, the entire upper layer of the dungeon was filled with terrifying electric current, and even the energy-blocking door of the cell that was very close to the cursed warrior was rendered ineffective. Although the energy-blocking door failed, the prisoners inside did not dare to escape at all. He even hid in the corner of the cell, curled up and shivering. They were afraid that they would be struck to death by Thor's constant lightning bolts because of their disorderly movements. These days, I never thought it would be unsafe to even sit in jail. It's so hard. In the first cell of dungeon, Loki was shocked when he saw this scene. He didn't think of two things. It hadn't occurred to him at first that anyone would dare to cause trouble in Asgard. Just when he had just risen, whether he wanted to use troublemakers to cause Odin a little trouble, the second thing that he didn't expect happened. I saw Thor jumping out suddenly, and there was a burst of lightning bombardment at the troublemaker, quite a feeling that he would not give up until he chopped the opponent into scum. Gdid, what are you doing? Is this acting? Even Loki, at the moment, is a bit confused. Bifrost. In the cross-shaped mothership. How is this possible? Did Asgard know we were coming? Seeing Asgard's reaction, Malkitha's expression changed, and his face was full of surprise and uncertainty. As the leader of the powerful Dark Elves, Malkith immediately saw some incredible information from Asgard's response. It was obvious that Asgard had been prepared for a long time and seemed to have known that they would come to attack. As for Asgard's usual state of being ready to go to war at any time, Maelcase expressed his disbelief. After all, according to the information he collected, Asgard has already become a holy land of peace envied by the 9 realms and even the universe, and there has been no war for a long time. In this case, even if Asgard has made preparations to prevent enemy attacks, it is impossible to be in the current state of combat readiness, but in a state of laxity. According to his plan, let the cursed fighters mix in to cause turmoil, and then he should cooperate inside and outside to lead the army to attack Asgard. This caught Asgard off guard, and before they fully reacted, find TIE particles as soon as possible and then evacuate Asgard. As the leader, Malekith was well aware of the situation on his side. With their current combat strength, it is completely nonsense to want to head with Asgard. It was defeated by Asgard in its heyday, not to mention the situation where there is only one main ship and a very small number of tribesmen left. But now, the situation seems to be a little different from what he thought. "Boss, do you want to retreat temporarily?" The dark elf who was driving the cross ship couldn't help but look at Maelcase. "Retreat?" Hearing this, Merly's expression changed again and again. Thinking that TIE particles were right in front of him, but he had to return empty-handed, he felt unwilling to do so, even though he knew it was a wiser choice. But this is an opportunity they have waited for thousands of years for. If they cannot get back the TIE particles, they will have to wait at least another 1,000 years if they want to plunge the 9 realms and even the entire universe into darkness. He can't guarantee that he can wait for thousands of years. After all, he is not immortal. If it doesn't work this time, Asgard's protection of TIE particles will definitely be stricter, and in their current state, they will never think of using the same as particles. So, he seems to have no choice. As long as you can get TIE particles, no matter how big the sacrifice is, it is worth it. Attack with all your might. Thinking of this, Maelcase immediately issued an order. Chapter 135. Whoosh whoosh. Following Malekith's order, more than 20 small warships broke away from the main ship, rushed towards the direction of the temples, and exchanged fire with the soldiers of God's domain. The Crusader continued to lift off, and the entire battleship flew over the sea area of Asgard, attacking in the direction of the Asgard Pantheon. As for driving the mothership in, Maelcase is not a fool. Asgard was well prepared, wouldn't it be a living target for such a large mothership to enter? I'm afraid that it won't be long before they approach the air defense field, and they will be bombarded into scum. Where's Maelcase? On Bifrost, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks involuntarily as he looked at the warships in the sky. In the original plot, Maelkith entered the Pantheon in a small warship. But now who knows what Maelcase will do? Even Pixiu was worried that Maelcase would see something wrong and run away. However, seeing that the Dark Elves did not retreat, but increased their attack, Pixiu felt relieved. It seems that TIE particles are really important to Maelcase. Even if you find that Asgard is on guard, you have to try to find a way to get TIE particles. Forget it, let's take a look in the middle first. Pixiu looked up at the cross-letter ship that was firing in the direction of the temple, and turned into a golden streamer and flew towards it at an extremely fast speed. Coming to the hatch where the small battleship left the mothership, Pixiu clenched his small fist and punched the hatch. Boom! With a bang, Pixiu blasted a large hole nearly 1 meter in diameter from the hatch. Cross-letter ship central control room. One by one, the Dark Elves stood on the holographic console. One of them saw the pop-up warning, his expression changed slightly and he said to Maelcase. "Boss, an unknown enemy has broken into the main ship through the hatch number 3 on the left wing." "How many people?" Maelcase looked slightly cold, and turned his head to look over. "There is only one," the Dark Elf said immediately. "I see, take your weapon and follow me." Maelkith turned and left the central control room, followed by more than a dozen Dark Elves holding energy guns, heading towards Pixiu's direction. In God's domain dungeon, Thor released lightning one after another to strike the cursed warrior more than a dozen times. Seeing that the cursed warrior seemed to have stopped moving, he stopped attacking and walked over with a little vigilance. Coming to the cursed warrior, Thor kicked the cursed warrior with his foot. There was no movement, and Thor couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, relaxing a little. What cursed warrior? He was hacked to death by him. Roar! Just then, a roar sounded. The cursed warrior who was originally dead got up from the ground, waved his fists and rushed towards Thor, with traces of flames all over his body and sparks flickering. Cursing the warrior to resurrect from the dead, Thor's expression couldn't help but change. He didn't expect that the cursed soldier's life was so hard, and he still survived after eating him more than a dozen times, and it seemed that none of them had been fatally injured. Although the lightning he just released was not at full strength because of the dungeon, but the power of each lightning bolt is not bad at all, and anyone can smash a boulder the size of a truck file. Seeing the cursed warrior punching him, Thor only had time to raise his hand to block the front. The terrifying force struck, Thor only felt a pain in his arms, and he couldn't stand firm on his feet. He flew backwards and hit the steps at the entrance of the dungeon. Crack, click, the steps were directly shattered by Thor. Whoosh! Loki in the dungeon saw this scene and couldn't help letting out a soft cry, but a smile appeared on his face. Watching Thor being beaten, he felt very good. Boom boom boom! The muffled sound like an earthquake continued to resound. I saw the cursed warrior rushing towards the entrance of the dungeon. Every time he stepped on the ground, he made a footprint about 1 centimeter deep on the ground. You must know that the dungeon in Asgard, whether it is the ground or the walls, is made of very strong and special materials, which can be said to be difficult to destroy. But the cursed warrior can leave footprints on the ground, even if it is only 1 centimeter deep. It is very terrifying. After all, he is just running. Superior. Seeing the cursed warrior rushing, the god's domain warrior guarding the gate of the dungeon immediately became serious, and rushed towards the cursed warrior with sharp eyes. The battlefield must be shifted. Thor, who got up from the ground, looked at the cursed warrior, felt the pain in his arms, and couldn't help but froze slightly. Dungeon has too little space and too many restrictions to play his full strength here. Bang bang bang! The cursed warrior is like an invincible god of war at this moment, rampaging in the dungeon corridor, knocking away the god's domain warriors rushing towards him one by one. Asking for flowers. He didn't go to make up the knife to those god's domain fighters, but kept rushing towards the dungeon exit. At the moment he knew that things had changed, so he had to leave dungeon as soon as possible, and then find tie particles or mail case, and there was no further delay. Get out of the way, let him out. Seems to have guessed the purpose of the cursed warrior. Thor yelled at the god's domain soldiers who went to stop the cursed warrior. Hearing Thor's words, the soldiers of god's domain retreated one after another, making way for the cursed warrior. Roar! The cursed warrior let out a low growl, kicked his legs and rushed towards Sol at the entrance of the dungeon. B. Thor's eyes narrowed slightly, his feet moved slightly, and his right hand swung Mjolnir with 11 arcs dancing on the hammer head. Just as the cursed warrior was approaching, Thor stepped aside, picked up Mjolnir and slammed it hard at the cursed warrior's side. 0. Boom! The cursed warrior flew out of the dungeon. Thor pursued the victory and left dungeon. And those god's domain soldiers rushed towards the prisoners who left the cell because the energy blocking door failed. What the hell happened? In the first cell, oh no, it should be a deluxe single room. Loki raised his right hand, pinched his chin with his fingers, and thought about what just happened. Bifrost, in the 10-letter ship. The Pixiu at the moment that entered it is running around. Because he had no idea where mail case was. 3 Hoopa gold rings floated beside him, just in case someone opened fire. Before coming to a bend, Pixiu found that the electrical bag was slightly warm. Without stopping, Pixiu continued to move forward. Shhhhhhhh. Just as Pixiu turned the corner, beams of energy beams shot towards him. At another bend more than 20 meters away, more than a dozen dark elves were standing or squatting in a defensive formation, holding energy guns and firing continuously at him. The Hoopa golden ring in front of Pixiu unfolded, swallowing all those energy beams. The secondary ring appeared behind them, and released all the energy beams swallowed by the main ring. Chapter 136. Chirp chirp chirp. A series of energy beams shot out from the secondary ring of Hoopa's golden ring. Pist pist. The dark elf soldiers who were hit by the energy beam shot GG one after another with muffled sounds. Under Pixiu's attack, more than a dozen dark elves turned into corpses and fell to the ground, and they were all missing arms and legs. After all, their weapons are still very powerful, and the hit position is returned to the molecular state. In the original plot, Asgard's soldiers were hit, and their arms or legs disappeared directly. It has to be said that the technological strength of the Dark Elves is still very strong. Even if they have been sleeping in the universe for thousands of years, they are not weaker than Asgard at all, and they can compete with them. No wonder the Dark Elves want to plunge the 9 realms and even the entire universe into darkness. That's because other people do have that strength, and they're not daydreaming. The weapons displayed by the 800 Dark Elf are very powerful, especially the black technology grenade called Black Hole Bomb, which Pixiu is quite envious of. Black Hole Bomb, after the explosion, a small black hole will be created for a period of time, and then everything within the range of influence will be devoured. With the power of that thing, even if Odin or Ancient One were hit directly, it would be impossible to escape death. After all, it is a black hole, even if it is a small one, how can it be easily blocked? Definitely, with the strength of Odin and Ancient One, it is also difficult to be hit. In the plot of Thor 2, Thor was crushed and beaten by the cursed warrior. In the end, Loki used illusion magic to quietly activate the black hole bomb carried by the cursed warrior, which killed him. Otherwise, Thor will definitely be beaten to death by the cursed warrior, or even killed. So Pixiu really wants to get the billion-point black hole bomb, even if it is not used to deal with the enemy, it is quite a good collection to keep. After killing more than a dozen Dark Elf soldiers, Pixiu moved on. Soon, Pixiu saw his goal. Spicy shredded chicken, oh no, it's Merle's. What are you? Malth, with more than a dozen Dark Elf soldiers, saw Pixiu and immediately asked for his soul. He still remembers the image of Pixiu releasing golden lightning to destroy one of their small warships before. It's just that he didn't expect Pixiu to come to his main ship. He has never seen such a magical and powerful animal as Pixiu, so he is a little curious. Wait, let me ask you first. Seeing that Malekith was not in a hurry to make a move, Pixiu raised his left hand, made a stop-like gesture towards him, looked at him and said, "Can you tell me first, what are you?" Hearing this, Malekith immediately twitched the corner of his mouth, but did not reply to Pixiu. Pixiu and Malekith couldn't help but look at each other. Well, they're all smart people. Kill him. Looking at Pixiu, Malekith said something lightly. It's too much to say if you don't speculate, so there is nothing to say. Hearing the order from his own boss, the Dark Elves beside him immediately attacked Pixiu. Choo choo choo. One after another energy beams shot towards Pixiu. Tut tut. Seeing this, Pixiu couldn't help curling his lips. Hoopa's golden ring floated in front of him with streaks of golden streamer, devouring all the lasered energy beams, and the secondary ring appeared behind him. The energy beams ejected from the secondary ring hit the wall of the main ship behind Pixiu one after another. Not behind Malekith and the others, naturally, because he still needs Malekith to take out the TIE particles in simplified body, who made him unable to do so. So it would be very troublesome to kill Malekith now. What is this, a freely controlled wormhole? Seeing the ability of Hoopa's golden ring, Malekith couldn't help but stare, with a look of shock on his face. Although they can create a black hole bomb, it is only an application of the weapon, and they cannot manipulate the black hole produced by the explosion of the black hole bomb. Seeing this scene now, even he couldn't help being shocked. But Pixiu didn't give him much time to be shocked. High-speed movement is turned on. Crackling, golden lightning flashed, and Pixiu's speed soared to several times the speed of sound in an instant, rushing towards Malekith. Due to the high speed, in Pixiu's eyes, Malekith and the others, and even everything around them were almost still. Well, it's similar to the scene when Quicksilver casts his ability in X-Men. Bang bang bang! With a muffled sound, more than a dozen Dark Elf soldiers were all punched in the chest by Pixiu's extremely fast punch, and then flew out backwards. Even Malekith was no exception, kicked in the chest by Pixiu with Geogeo. In the normal field of vision, a golden lightning flashed, and Malekith and the others were all sent flying by Pixiu. After falling to the ground, all the other dark elves were GG except for Malekith, who was still useful. In terms of physical fitness alone, the dark elves are about the same as the Asgardians. And the existence of using dark matter to transform like the Cursed Warrior is like the gap between ordinary people on the Earth and Captain America, almost not at the same level. Malekith covered his chest with his hands, groaned in pain, looked at Pixiu not far away with disbelief, and struggled to get up from the ground. He never imagined that Pixiu would be so powerful, and he could explode at such a terrifying speed that he didn't even have time to react. Even in his heart, Pixiu is a real monster. It can emit lightning that destroys battleships, and also has a freely controllable wormhole, and can even explode at a super high speed that exceeds the speed of sound in an instant. Isn't this a monster? Thinking of him, Malekith, as the leader of the Dark Elves, who is determined to plunge the 9 realms and even the entire universe into darkness, his strength will naturally not be weak. As a result, he was instantly seconded in front of Pixiu. Hey! Looking at Malekith, who was about to get up, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks and smiled kindly at him, then fell down, slowly stretched out his right hand and pointed at Malekith's forehead with his little finger. Malekith froze, looking at Pixiu in surprise, not daring to act rashly. He could feel that Pixiu had kept his hand away from him before, otherwise he would have become a motionless corpse like the other Black 0.7 Dark Elf soldiers now. Crackling. The arc jumps, and lightning with a voltage of tens of millions of volts travels from Pixiu to Malekith. What? Malekith let out a scream, and fell to the ground, twitching all over his body. Even his pupils began to loosen a little, and his body twitched like an illness. Tisk tisk, the power is not bad. Looking at the twitching Malekith, Pixiu's smile became brighter and brighter. In order to make Malekith obey him obediently, he must first have a little education. And his move is naturally based on the experience of his predecessors. Chapter 137. After a little while, seeing Malekith recovering from the twitch, Pixiu said with a smile. Hello, the so-called no acquaintance, we are now acquainted, why don't you take me to visit the arsenal of your main ship? Malekith. Although he was very stupid in his heart, he didn't dare to say anything more. Because his dream has not been realized, as long as there is a chance, no matter what he is asked to do. After a little thought, Malekith decided to endure the humiliation. So he squeezed out a bitter smile and nodded. Kin. Well, very good, general knowledge. Seeing that Malekith agreed, Pixiu immediately looked at him with admiring eyes, and nodded in satisfaction. As expected of the leader of the Dark Elves, it really is different. Come on, let's go to the armory. Letting Malekith lead the way, Pixiu was also looking around along the way. Well, this cross-main ship seems to be very good. Look at the situation later, and if you can, put it away. After all, if you only look at the appearance, the main cross ship is quite handsome. Not long after, Pixiu followed Malekith to the main ship's armory. 23. As for the Dark Elf soldiers encountered on the way, they were naturally sent to the sky by an electric shock. Seeing his clan members die one by Pixiu's hands, Malekith's expression also changed slightly. But when Pixiu looked at him, his expression immediately returned to calm. Those who make big things don't care about small things, they don't care about small things. When he was defeated by the Asgard army led by Bor, he was willing to let countless dark elves crash the battleship to die with the Asgard army. Now it is just to kill a few more subordinates, as long as it can succeed in the end, the process is not necessary at all. Inside the armory, Pixiu looked around and found that 50% of them were the most basic firearms. Then the rest is basically armor. After searching around, Pixiu found what he wanted. On the innermost dozen or so shelves, about 10 black hole bombs that looked like hand grenades and shone with a faint red light were fixed on each floor. A shelf has 5 layers, and there are 12 shelves in total. In other words, there are almost 500 black hole bombs here. WC, the Dark Elves have reached such a state of desperation, yet they still have so many powerful weapons at hand. So how strong was it in its heyday? Throwing black hole bombs like marbles? And Asgard was able to defeat the Dark Elves, tisk tisk tisk, incredible, incredible. Hey, then I'll be impolite. Looking at those black hole bombs, Pixiu had a flower-like smile on his face. High-speed movement is turned on. Hoopa's golden circle opens. Pixiu turned into a golden lightning, and searched the weapon arsenal at a terrifying speed close to 10 times the speed of sound. After a while, Sunrise 585 black hole bombs were put into the wings. Well, there's only 585, and there's a rack missing 15 black hole bombs. Then Pixiu collected some energy guns. As for Male Case, he had just realized what was going on, and Pixiu had already scooped up everything he wanted. Well, what is this thing? When he was about to leave with Male Case, Pixiu suddenly caught a glimpse of a shelf, and there was a golden spherical polygon shaped like a football. He also saw a small button on it. Hey, that spicy shredded chicken. Pixiu turned to look at Malekith, pointed to the thing and asked. What is this? Hearing Pixiu's address to him, the corners of Malekaith's mouth twitched slightly, looked at what Pixiu was pointing at, changed his expression slightly, and said. This is a black hole annihilation bomb, which I named Star Eating. After the explosion, it will produce a short-lived black hole that can easily swallow the planet. It is equivalent to the upgraded version of the black hole bomb you took away earlier. It's very difficult to make Star Devourer successfully, this one is our last stock. The black hole annihilation bomb can easily swallow the planet. Hearing this, Pixiu's eyes lit up, this is a big killer, and immediately put the black hole annihilation bomb into the Hoopa golden ring. Then he looked at Malekith and asked. How to use this devouring star? There is an opening button on it. After opening, it needs to be activated. Once activated, it will explode after 60 seconds, and it cannot be closed. Malekith honestly explained how to use it. If it wasn't for the fact that TIE particles were in Asgard, he had planned to attack Asgard with the last devourer. Definitely he was just thinking about it. When he was at war with Asgard, he launched 2 devouring stars at Asgard. But in the end, Bol used Bifrost to send them all to the uninhabited space. He wasted 2, and he threw the remaining 1 into the warehouse. This thing is extremely difficult to manufacture. During the heyday, only 3 of them were produced after all the effort, but in the end, 2 were wasted when put into actual combat. With this skill, it is better to put all your mind on TIE particles. After all, the energy needed to activate Star Devourer is not small, not only the manufacturing cost is extremely high but also the success rate is extremely low. After putting it into actual combat, one of them didn't work, so he almost forgot that there was such a thing. Wouldn't it be nice to study this trash and focus on TIE particles? Oh, I see. Hearing Malekaith's introduction, Pixiu nodded thoughtfully, and then said. Let's go, I'll take you to meet TIE particles. Saying so, Pixiu unfolded the Hoopa golden ring and opened the wormhole function. Take me to meet TIE particles. 933. Hearing this, Malekaith looked at Pixiu with a look of astonishment, as if he couldn't believe it. Definitely. Pixiu nodded in disbelief, then urged. Hurry up, chirping, maybe you want to try my lightning again. As he spoke, Pixiu raised his right hand and rubbed his cheeks, rubbing the electric arc, and looked at Malekaith with eager eyes, as if he was on the verge of making a move. Yes. Malekith's expression turned serious, and he immediately walked into Pa Jin Huan. There was nothing unusual on the surface, but in his heart he was about to laugh out loud. Take him to meet TIE particles. Ha ha ha, is this just another village where the mountains are heavy and the rivers are full of doubts and no way out? At the moment Malekith had already vowed in his heart that after he regained the TIE particles, he would definitely arrest Pixiu and torture him day and night. Seeing the figure of Malekaith walking into Hoopa's golden ring, Pixiu couldn't help but smile slightly, revealing a wicked smile, and then also entered into Hoopa's golden ring. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Hee hee, naive. Chapter 138. In a palace. Frigga and Jane stayed in the room, while Sif and Fandral of the 3 warriors of Asgard led more than 20 God's domain warriors to guard the passage outside the room. The subrings of Hoopa's golden circle appear not far away. Looking at the Hoopa golden ring that appeared, Sif and Fandral looked at each other without showing any strangeness. And those God's domain fighters also looked away after taking a look. After all, in the past few months, Pixiu used the Hoopa gold ring to roam around in Asgard, and they are no strangers to it. They were nervous at first, but after they found out it was Pixiu, they relaxed. After all, Pixiu is the most honored guest of Asgard announced by Odin himself. And they all know about Pixiu raising Mjolnir. With Odin's order, originally they still have great strength and the qualification to lift Mjolnir, and they, ordinary God's domain fighters, have a respectful attitude towards Pixiu. Even if Pixiu is not human. Under the watchful eyes of Sif and Fandral, Malekith stepped out of Hoopa's golden ring first. Alert! Seeing Malekith, Sif and Fandral's expressions changed slightly, and they immediately let out a loud shout. The next moment, everyone saw Malekith. Clang clang! Putting up the magic shields and enchanted swords in their hands, everyone immediately looked serious, looking sharply at Malekith. Being stared at by so many people, Malekith's expression remained unchanged. Who is he, and how could he be intimidated by so many people? If Pixiu hadn't acted a little too weird before, he wouldn't have done those things about him as the leader of the Dark Elves. Don't be nervous, I brought him here. At this time, Pixiu's voice sounded, and Pixiu flew out from Hoopa's golden ring right after him. Seeing Pixiu, Sif and others felt a little relieved. But Sif still frowned, and continued to be wary of Malekith and said, "He's dangerous." Fandral on the side didn't speak, and looked at Malekith warily. As relatively strong fighters in the domain of the gods, both Sif and Fandral have the instinct and premonition of being true fighters, and they can sense the strength of Malekith originally. Well, Malekith is indeed quite strong, after all, the physical fitness of the Dark Elves is almost the same as that of the Asgardians. And as the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith originally also has the strength equivalent to above average 3 stars. It's just that this strength seems to be a bit unsatisfactory when the overall combat power has reached half a step to 5 stars, or even Pixiu who has already reached 5 stars. In Pixiu's eyes, Malekith is no different from those Dark Elf soldiers whose strength exceeds the 2-star level and can barely reach the lower level of 3-star. Anyway, it can be killed casually. There's something I'm worried about. Pixiu patted his stomach confidently, and then said, "I brought him here mainly because he can go out to tie particles, otherwise what would I bring him here for? Jane, come out." As he spoke, Pixiu yelled into the room. Frigga and Jane inside looked at each other, and heaved a sigh of relief after hearing what Pixiu said. Frigga looked at Jane and nodded with a slight smile. "Come on, let's go out and have a look." Hearing Frigg's words, Jane nodded quickly. After a while, the door opened, and the two walked out. Pixiu glanced at the 2 enchanted daggers in Frigg's hand, and then turned his gaze to Jane who was standing behind Frigg's right. As for the painting style of Asgard, oh no, it should be said that the painting style of the Marvel magic world Pixiu expressed that he did not quite understand it. Loki is a magician, but he likes melee combat, and I have never seen him cast spells to attack enemies. And Frigga, the magician who taught Loki's magic, also likes to fight with people in close quarters. In the original plot, he had a close combat with Malekith, and even defeated Malekith. There is also Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, which seems to use magic and melee most of the time. Under the leadership of Ancient One, Kamartaj's magician is almost the same style. That is to say, when Doctor Strange played against Thanos in Avengers Alliance 3, he behaved like a magician should really be. In Pixiu's understanding, as a mage, shouldn't he stand in the distance, and then cast all kinds of magic to wash the ground, and the enemies who throw forbidden spells can't take care of themselves? It seems that in Marvel, there is a melee for the magic masters. Oh no, it is a great dream of both magic and martial arts, and it is the kind that has already been realized. After seeing Frigga and Jane come out, Pixiu looked at Malekith and said, "Hurry up the spicy shredded chicken and take the tie particles out of Jane's body." As he spoke, Pixiu raised his hands and rubbed his cheeks, rubbing the electric arcs one after another. Glancing at Pixiu, the excitement in Malekith's heart could hardly be suppressed. This matter was to put a free pie in front of his mouth, waiting for him to bite down. Stretching out her right hand and grabbing Jane across the air, Jane's eyes widened and she flew up. Buzz buzz. An invisible wind suddenly rose. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the liquid tie particles kept leaving Jane's eyes, mouth, ears, and other places from her body and gathered upwards. After more than 10 seconds, all the tie particles escaped from Jane's body. Tie particles separated, Jane lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Frigga on the side quickly caught her. Hehe. Malekith, who has initially gained control of tie particles, showed a cruel sneer on his face. He wants to kill everyone here except Pixiu. As for Pixiu, it was definitely caught up and tortured day and night. Just when Malekith was about to make a move, a brilliant golden lightning flashed. Boom! There was a crisp muffled sound, and Malekith only felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and then there was nothing else. Everyone reacted, and saw that Pixiu changed positions at some point. At the moment, his right hand was clenched into a small fist, and he put it in front of his mouth and blew lightly. Well, the action is very helpful. And Malekith had already flown, wongs, out, and after breaking a stone pillar with a diameter of about 1 meter not far away, he was lying on the ground facing the ground without moving. Died? No, Pixiu didn't kill him. But just now, Pixiu can't guarantee that Malekith will be missing something. For example, after waking up, you may lose your brain or something. Looking at the tie particles above, Pixiu excitedly rubbed his little hands together, then reached out and touched the tie particles. Buzz buzz. Bloody red light flickered, tie particles frantically wanted to drill into Pixiu's body. Crackling. The electric pouch on Pixiu's cheek was heated, releasing countless golden electric lights that wrapped Pixiu's body up and stretched out. And tie particles wanted to invade Pixiu's body, and the electric light also spread to its body. Chapter 139. Crackling. The golden lightning quickly spread towards the tie particles. And the tie particles who were covered by the golden lightning immediately began to squirm crazily as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Constantly surge, and then converge toward the center. When everyone saw this scene, they all showed surprise on their faces. After a little while, under everyone's watchful eyes, the liquid tie particles turned into a blood-red polygonal gemstone, and flashes of crystal clear light emanated faintly. This is exactly what tie particles are supposed to look like. Reality gem, one of the 6 infinite gems, the color symbol is red. Looking at the floating reality gem, Pixiu stretched out his right hand and held it in his hand. Buzz buzz. Wisps of blood-colored streamer emanated from the reality gem, and spread out along the right hand towards Pixiu's body. This time the electrical bag did nothing. The 6 infinite gems are the supreme treasures in this big universe, and each one represents the incarnation of a kind of power, which not everyone can use easily. Just like the power gem in the silver shield. Collector's Maid was delusional to get the power gem to turn around, but because she was too weak, she was directly wiped out by the power of the power gem. Even the Galaxy GA dance troupe managed to resist the power gem with all of them together, and then used the power of the gem to kill Ronan for an instant. At the moment reality gem is to detect whether Pixiu has used its qualification 090. After a little while, the reality gem's light converged, and it regained its tranquility in the leather hand. Okay. Feeling the seemingly endless and powerful power in the reality gem, Pixiu nodded slightly excitedly, and then began to activate the reality gem. Swish swish swish. A force capable of altering reality, turning the virtual into the real, and the real into the virtual flashed by. A crystal clear crystal grape appeared in front of Pixiu out of thin air, and then fell towards the ground. Pixiu reached out his left hand to catch the crystal grape in time, and then, under the astonished gaze of everyone, he threw the crystal grape into his mouth and began to chew. Seeing this scene, everyone was speechless. But Pixiu didn't care about other people's thoughts, instead he ate the crystal grapes with relish. Very sweet and a lot of water. Thinking of reality gem's ability, Pixiu had grapes in his mouth, but thought in his heart. Alter reality, turning fiction into reality, can I get a real person out? Seems like it can be done with the power of the reality gem. Then do you want to get out the former two-dimensional wife? After thinking of this, Pixiu shook his head slightly to shake off the thought. What are you doing, anyway? After 5 stars, you can open the other world travel function. The system said that it can travel through other film and television worlds. The scope of the 2 words film and television does not only refer to movies and TV dramas. As long as it is played on the screen or screen, it belongs to the category of film and television, including movies, TV dramas, programs, animations, and so on. In other words, he can also go to those animation worlds. For example, One Punch Superman, Date A Live, Majin, Pokémon, Sora, Sao, Unpacking Queen, Haruman, Life in Other World from Scratch, etc. are all available. There are also Qhuman's Super Seminary, Fox Fairy Little Matchmaker, Qin Shimingyu, Tianxing Jug, Kuiba, Zhenhun Street, and other worlds that can also be visited. Tisk tisk tisk, the total number of these wives can't fit in a tall building. If you really want to see the second-dimensional wife, wouldn't it be good to go to the original world to see the most real one? Suppressing some indescribable thoughts in his heart, Pixiu unfolded the Hoopa golden ring, threw the reality gem into it, then looked at Frigga and the others and said, "You guys arrest Male Case first, I'll go and look elsewhere." As he spoke, he unfolded Hoopa's golden ring and flew in. After Pixiu left, Sif looked at Frigg, and then led Fondrel and several God's Domain fighters towards the lying corpse of Malekith. At the same time, a place tens of thousands of meters away from here. Boom! Thunder clouds surged in the low sky, and terrifying lightning bolts fell rapidly. I saw Thor held up Mjolnir, and after gathering the power of lightning, he swung Mjolnir violently and threw it at the back of the cursed warrior who wanted to get rid of him and leave here. Sensing the movement behind him, the cursed warrior turned around abruptly. What greeted the eyes was gorgeous white electric light. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Unexpectedly, Thor has been beaten too many times, and under the attack of lightning, he suffered serious injuries. Next moment, Duan! With a crisp bang, Mjolnir slammed into the cursed warrior with infinite lightning. The cursed warrior flew out towards the rear. With the sound of bang bang bang, it shattered one wall after another, and finally rolled to the ground 100 meters away. More than 10 meters above, Hoopa's golden ring spread out to half a meter in diameter. Pixiu flew out of Hoopa's golden ring. Seeing that Thor caught Mjolnir who flew back, he couldn't help saying, "Thor, you can't do it, I'm doomed. So fast." Thor was a little shocked when he heard this. Well, there was something wrong with the conversation just now. Pixiu frowned slightly, rubbed his cheeks, shook off the messy thoughts in his mind, looked at Thor, nodded and said, "TIE particles have been taken out of Jane's body, the leader of the Dark Elves, Malagisi. Oh no, Male Case has also been captured. You haven't killed that cursed warrior yet, have you?" As he said that, Pixiu couldn't help looking at Thor with contempt, as if to say that you are too weak. See? Hearing this, and seeing Pixiu's expression again, the corner of Thor's mouth couldn't help twitching slightly. Then he pointed to the place where the cursed warrior lay and said, "Who said that? You can see for yourself whether he is dead." Rustle. Pixiu turned his head to look, and saw the cursed warrior who had been motionless trembled, and then slowly climbed up from the ground while leaning on the wall next to him. Seeing this scene, Pixiu couldn't help but look at Thor with a teasing look. Clap clap. Looking at the cursed warrior slowly getting up, Thor only felt his face slap and hurt. "NMD, can you show me some face?" At the same time, he was also shocked by the strength and terrifying vitality of the cursed warrior. He can guarantee that he never meant to show mercy before. After eating so many lightning bolts from him, the cursed soldier is still alive. This is simply a monster. Tisk, let me do it. Looking at the cursed warrior who stood up against the wall, and seemed to indicate that he would fight another 300 rounds, Pixiu curled his lips and said something to Thor, and then launched an electric shock. Crackling and crackling sounds continued, and terrifying electric lights crazily gathered on Pixiu's body. After 6 seconds of charging, Pixiu released the electric shock. Click! A bucket-thick golden lightning arced in the air and landed on the cursed warrior. Chapter 140. Click! The bucket-thick lightning fell on the head of the cursed warrior who stood up against the wall. What? A shrill scream resounded amidst the flashing brilliant lightning. After 3 seconds, the continuous effect of full-power electric shock disappears. With a plop, the cursed warrior fell to the ground. You died? Thor froze at the sight. As a god who plays with electricity, he can perceive the terrifying energy contained in the lightning that Pixiu just released, which is stronger than the lightning he released with all his strength. I was both shocked and speechless. Shocked that the lightning released by Pixiu could be so terrifying. What is speechless is why he is a Thor, but why can't he compare to an electric mouse? Well, that's right, it's an electric mouse. Although Pixiu says he is Pokémon, what race is Pikachu? But in his opinion, calling an electric mouse seems to be easier to understand. Definitely, he was just thinking about it in his heart, saying that it was absolutely impossible to say it. He's dead or not, you'll know if you go and have a look. Hearing Thor's words, Pixiu looked in the direction of the cursed warrior and said, "All right." Thor felt reasonable when he heard the words, so the hammer flew towards the position where the cursed warrior was. Not far away, Thor approached with some vigilance. But when he saw clearly the appearance of the cursed warrior, he relaxed his vigilance. Because the cursed warrior's head is gone, and even the armor on his body looks like it has turned into coke, obviously the dead can't die anymore. If the cursed warrior can still get up after this, then he really has to wonder how his grandfather defeated the Dark Elves in their heyday. Already dead. Seeing that the cursed warrior was dead, Unr turned around and shouted at Pixiu. Then he reached out and picked up the cursed warrior's body, jumped up and returned not far from Pixiu. "Let's go and find your father." As Pixiu said, with a thought, Hoopa's golden ring unfolded, and the secondary ring appeared in the Temple of the Gods. Although the Temple of the Gods, which is the most central and most majestic building in Asgard, is still protected by the energy shield, it does not hinder the use of Hoopa's golden ring at all. In the Temple of the Gods, Odin is wearing an eagle helmet and holding the spear of Gungnir sitting on the throne. Below are several gods' domain warriors standing on both sides of the wide aisle. At the moment the atmosphere here is very serious. The Hoopa gold ring subring appears in the aisle. Thor came out first carrying the corpse of the cursed warrior, followed by Pixiu. After Pixiu flew out of Hoopa's golden ring, the sub-ring disappeared quietly into the distance. "Father, this is the cursed warlord who infiltrated the dungeon," Thor said to Odin, throwing the body aside. Odin looked at the corpse, his eyes flickered slightly, then he nodded slightly, looked at Pixiu and said, "Someone just informed me that the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, was subdued by you. Now the army of God's domain is encircling and suppressing the warships of the Dark Elves. I believe it will end soon. Siege warships." Hearing this, Pixiu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly thought of something, quickly summoned Hoopa's golden ring and entered it. He also plans to collect the main cross ship, so don't get blown up. After all, according to the situation, it seems that there is only one main ship of the Dark Elves left. Since it is the only one in the world, the collection value is even higher. Seeing Pixiu leave suddenly, both Odin and Thor were taken aback. "I don't understand what happened to Pixiu at all. Over Bifrost. In the main ship of the Cross. More than a dozen Dark Elves controlling the main ship are talking. What to do? Do you want to retreat? We still have 10 frigates left, and we are preventing the Asgard army from attacking the main ship, but the effect is minimal, and we won't last long. There are still 8 frigates left, and 2 more were destroyed just now. Humph, before the leader gives the order to retreat, give me all your strength to defend." "But the leader..." "No but." After some intense discussions, the mission prevailed in the end. For the glory of the Dark Elves, even death in battle is not hesitating. At the same time, before Pixiu met Malekith, Hoopa's golden ring subring appeared out of thin air. Pixiu flew out and looked around. High-speed movement, full power start. The terrifying speed exceeding 10 times the speed of sound erupted instantly, and Pixiu seemed to have come to another time and space, and everything around him became extremely slow in his eyes. Crackling. All the way with lightning and sparks, Pixiu ran at top speed in the main ship. Kill all Dark Elf soldiers you encounter. In less than 10 seconds, Pixiu found the central control room of the main ship, and then smashed through the door with Iron Head, killing all the more than 10 Dark Elf soldiers inside who controlled all aspects of the main ship's functions. Following the killing of these Dark Elf soldiers, the main ship that had been firing at the Asgard army also stopped attacking, just suspended in the air quietly. Pixiu unfolded Hoopa's golden ring and came outside the main ship. Shhhhhhhh. Ask for her flowers. As soon as he appeared, there was a sky full of energy shells shooting towards him. No, to be precise, it should be said that it was shooting towards the main cross ship behind him. It's just that the timing of his appearance is not right. But Pixiu didn't panic. Another Hoopa golden ring appeared, instantly expanded its diameter to more than 100 meters and blocked the front of the cross main ship, swallowing all the attacks. What happened? It's Pixiu's wormhole. How did he block our attack? Seeing this scene, the God's Domain warriors on dozens of Asgard sailing warships were taken aback for a moment, and stopped when they were in doubt. Dozens of warships flew across the sky and did not continue to attack. And Pixiu at the moment has already summoned another Hoopa golden ring, which has a diameter of more than 300 meters and is swallowing towards the main cross ship from top to bottom. 5 seconds later, Pixiu received the huge cross-shaped ship into an independent space. 0. The independent space in Hoopa's golden ring is so big that it can even hold the Earth, and it is a trivial matter to hold this cross main ship several hundred meters away. Although the space is large, Pixiu, as the controller of the Hoopa golden ring, can clearly perceive the location of anything inside, and there will be no situation where he can't find it. After receiving the main ship of the cross, Pixiu was satisfied and flew into the Hoopa golden ring connecting the temples. But those God's Domain fighters who were driving the battle armor were stupefied when they saw this scene. What's going on? In desperation, they could only drive their warships and start patrolling the skies over Asgard, wanting to see if there were any dark elves that had slipped through the net. In the Temple of the Gods, Thor was about to find Jane when Hoopa's ring appeared and Pixiu flew out of it. Looking at Pixiu who had left for less than a minute, Thor asked with a puzzled face. Pixiu, what did you do in a hurry just now? Collected a valuable collection. Hearing Thor's inquiry, Pixiu smiled and didn't say much. Thor. Full of puzzlement in his heart, Thor shook his head slightly and said. Pixiu, please send me to Jane's place. Small. Pixiu summoned Hoopa's golden circle, and Thor, who was eager to see Jane, walked in immediately. Next, the matter of tie particles and the dark elves came to an end. Because of Pixiu's participation, many things were avoided. Chapter 141. Meanwhile, Earth, Washington. After Nick Fury took Captain America to check the Insight plan under the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, considering some security risks, he found Pierce, the former director of SHIELD. After Pierce retired from the director's position, he became the Minister of the World Security Council, sitting in S.H.I.E.L.D. to assist Nick Fury in handling matters between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Security Council. Pierce was talking to 4 council members when Nick Fury approached him. After hearing the notice from his subordinates, Pierce looked at Nick Fury outside, said "Excuse me" to the 4 directors, and then left the conference room. Once outside, Pierce looked at Nick Fury with a smile on his face and said, "Why are you free to come and see me today?" As he spoke, he held out his hand to Nick Fury. Nick Fury shook hands with Pierce, and said with a slight hesitation, 463 Well, I'm here to ask you for help today. I would like you to organize a vote that the Insights program needs to be delayed. Nick. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Pierce was a little surprised and said, "You're not here to ask me for help, it's going to take a long subcommittee hearing. Maybe there's nothing wrong with that." Nick Fury sighed slightly, then looked at Pierce with a serious look and said, "But I have to make sure nothing goes wrong. What if there's a problem?" Pierce folded his hands in his trouser pockets, looking thoughtfully at Nick Fury. "Then we should all be thankful that we didn't directly send the aircraft carrier into the sky." Speaking of this, Nick Fury stared at Pierce without blinking, obviously very determined. Seeing the determined Nick Fury, Pierce took a deep breath, nodded and said with a smile. Okay, but you gotta get Iron Man to my niece's birthday party. Thank you, sir. Nick Fury nodded and held out his hand to Pierce. Pierce shook hands with Nick Fury, laughed and continued. By the way, it's not passing by, but to have a good time. Hearing this, Nick Fury nodded slightly. Watching Pierce walk into the conference room, Nick Fury sighed slightly, then turned and left. In the conference room. After Nick Fury left, Pierce frowned slightly, his eyes were a little cold, and he came to the desk and took out a mobile phone, and said, "Turn on the anti-eavesdropping mode." Then he sent a text message with his mobile phone. After about 10 minutes. Washington, on a cross street. After finishing the call with Hill, Nick Fury drove his exclusive car, parked outside the sidewalk and waited for the green light. Suddenly aware of something, Nick Fury turned his head and looked to the right, only to see a police car parked there, and 2 police officers inside were looking at him. Frowning slightly, Nick Fury looked at them and said, "Do you want to check my ID?" But the 2 police officers inside just glanced at him, and then the police officer in the driver's seat sounded the siren and drove the car towards the front. Tisk. Seeing this, Nick Fury twitched his lips unobtrusively, and then started the car. After a while, the car came to the middle of the intersection. Just then a police car sped toward Nick Fury's car from the left. Boom! With a loud bang, Nick Fury's car was hit by the side of the road and stopped. Then a police car rushed from the rear and from the right. The police car in front also braked quickly, then backed up and rammed into Nick Fury's car. With a few bang 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 bangs, Nick Fury's car was blocked in place by the siege from all sides. A special police car drove quickly and stopped not far away, and people who were fully armed and dressed as special police officers ran out of the car. Then a group of people opened fire on Nick Fury's car. With the sound of gunfire, people in the nearby streets panicked and left in a hurry. Meanwhile on the other side, Hill, who was on vacation at his California villa, called the S.H.I.E.L.D. subbase in California after receiving a call from Nick Fury, and then waited at home. 10 minutes later, a Quinjet landed on the tarmac outside. No way, who let Nick Fury tell her that the situation is serious, and let her rush to Washington within 2 hours. If you want to get there as soon as possible, you can only use Quinjet. As the Quinjet took off, the pilot activated the visual stealth function and headed toward Washington at top speed. Asgard. As the Dark Elf incident gradually came to an end, Pixiu thought that the main cross ship in Hoopa's Golden Ring was still in a state of activation, so he learned the driving skills of the battleship in God's domain. Although the warships of the Dark Elves are somewhat different from those of Asgard, the driving principles should be similar. After all, they are both civilizations with super powerful technology. Moreover, Asgard had a long war with the Dark Elves, so some information about the technology of the Dark Elves, such as battleships, must have been preserved. So it took 3 days and 3 nights, under Pixiu's unprecedented serious study, and with the help of Asgard, Pixiu finally figured out half of the main cross ship. Well, that's half. Such as how to use the various shipboard weapons of the main ship, how to enable anti-detection visual stealth, how to use the space jump function of the main ship, and so on. As for the control of the cross-letter ship, it took 3 days and 3 nights to successfully crack it with the help of Asgard scientists relying on the relevant information left before. Then Pixiu was defined as the highest authority controller of the main cross ship. After finishing the matter of the main cross ship, Pixiu finally thought of the Earth. By the way, it seems that the plot of Captain America, the Winter Soldier has also begun. So he bid farewell to Odin and Thor. As for Jane, it is natural to return to Earth with Pixiu. After all, Odin really doesn't want Thor and Jane together. It's not that Odin really looks down on the people on Earth, it's just that Jane's lifespan as a human being is too short, and even after genetic modification, it is far inferior to their Asgardians. As the royal family of Asgard, Thor has mastered the inheritance of the power of Odin, the power of Thor, and can live at least 1.3 to 5,000 years old, movie setting, and Thor is only over 1,500 years old now. If Jane and Thor are together, one can imagine the result. Although Frigga didn't care about these things, Jane herself decided to leave Asgard. So after saying goodbye, Pixiu took Jane back to Earth. California Beach House. Hoopa's golden ring unfolds, and Pixiu and Jane come out from it. This is your home. Looking at the luxurious villa, Jane couldn't help asking, feeling a little envious in her heart. Tisk tisk tisk, rich people live in luxury villas. Well, it's mine, oh no, it's mine and someone else's. Pixiu nodded, and in the middle of speaking, he suddenly realized that the villa still has Hill's share, so he changed the following sentence. After finishing speaking, Pixiu continued. Xiaopai, what's going on recently, how about Quainer? Chapter 142. Xiaopai, sir, Ms. Hill left the villa 3 minutes ago. Oh, did she say what she was going to do? Pixiu was a little surprised, he didn't expect that he would miss Hill by such a coincidence. Xiaopai, Ms. Hill has a message saying that she is going to Washington, and a man named Nick Fury is looking for her. Spiced corned egg. Hearing this, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks, and immediately understood what was going on. It seems that Nick Fury still found out that Hydra people infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. as in the original plot. Then after taking Captain America to visit the Insight Plan, he thought of the Hydra hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D., so he planned to postpone the Insight Plan to prevent the 3 space carriers from going to the sky. As for Nick Fury's suspicion, Pierce naturally knew it. So after Nick Fury proposed the delay Insight Plan, Pierce decided to kill Nick Fury, and even planted the hijacking of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ship on Nick Fury. And when Nick Fury contacted Hill, it was shortly before he was attacked by Hydra. Tisk tisk, it's about this time, and I just returned to Earth, so let's clear up the old accounts before, or I will almost forget about this little guy after playing around. Rubbing his cheeks, a thought flashed through Pixiu's mind. 23. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Pixiu looked at Jane and said. I'm going to Washington later, what's your plan? You're going to Washington. Hearing this, Jane was very curious about who that Hill was, but after thinking about it, she still said. Please contact Daisy for me. It is good. Pixiu nodded, and asked Xiaopai to make a call from the number Jane said. When Daisy connected, Pixiu asked her to send her the coordinates and photos of her location. After confirming the location, Pixiu unfolded the Hoopa golden ring. After Jane left, Pixiu said. Pip, call Hill. Xiaopai, okay, sir. On the Quinjet. Hill noticed that his personal cell phone was ringing, so he took it out to have a look. The caller ID is Pixiu. Seeing Pixiu's call, Hill showed a look of surprise, and then connected the call. Hey, Pixiu, when did you come back? After saying it, Hill also knew that he was asking the question knowingly. She had just left the villa for a few minutes, and Pixiu must have returned to Earth at this point in time. Pixiu, just came back, you went to Washington, it seems that something happened to SHIELD. Hill nodded, and said without concealment. Not long ago, I received an order from director Nick Fury to rush to Washington as soon as possible. She also only knows a few things now, like there are traitors in SHIELD. Even the fact that Pixiu was attacked by unidentified terrorists before, according to the relevant information obtained by accident, has a lot to do with the traitors lurking in SHIELD. I understand. If you need my help, for your sake, I can help you. Hearing this, Pixiu shook his right ear and said. You meet Nick Fury and tell him that the hidden boss in S.H.I.E.L.D. is mine. Pixiu, what do you know? Hearing Pixiu's words, Hill was a little surprised. The longer she gets in touch with Pixiu, the more she feels that Pixiu is not simple. He seemed to be doing nothing for a day, but when it came to the critical moment, he seemed to know everything well. Just a little bit. Pixiu made a vague sentence, and then said. Okay, I just came back, I'm going to find Tony first, if you need anything, you can find me, pay attention to safety. $70 billion. Hearing this, Hill could only nod helplessly. After finishing the call, Pixiu asked Xiaopai to call Tony again. Stark Building. In a scientific research room on the top 10 floors. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S sounded. Sir, Mr. Pixiu sent a call request. Pixiu. Tony, who was studying nanotechnology, paused, raised his brows and said. Connect. Big dog, what are you doing? Pixiu's voice sounded. Please call me a billionaire. Hearing Pixiu's words, Tony said something solemnly, and then asked aloud. Pixiu, when did you come back? Could it be that you are tired of playing in Asgard? Asgard is the domain of the gods, those beauties of the gods should all look beautiful. Definitely beautiful, Tony, why do you have an idea? Pixiu smiled maliciously and said, it seems that I need to talk to Posy about this matter. Ahem, cough, how could it be? Hearing this, Tony coughed dryly, and said seriously, I, Tony Stark, have long since given up my nickname of Playboy, I'm just making trouble. Pixiu, don't tell Posy that you know. As he spoke, he couldn't help but exhort him, for fear that Pixiu would go to stimulate discord. Based on his understanding of Pixiu, he was really worried. Fine. Pixiu smiled and didn't say much on this topic, and then asked. By the way, Tony, do you know what happened to the marinated egg recently? Braised eggs, oh, Nick Fury. Tony was stunned for a moment when he heard the word braised egg, and then he remembered who it was, then frowned slightly and said. What happened? I've been studying nanotechnology in retreat recently, and I don't have the heart to care about other things. After getting rid of Killian and Extremis, he is in closed mode. After all, he saw a lot of crises from the events of Extremis. In order to have enough ability to deal with the crisis, improving the strength of the armor is the most important thing. The nano armor proposed by Pixiu before is the first choice. See, Tony doesn't know, Pixiu explained. That is, S.H.I.E.L.D. was invaded by the Hydra organization, and it basically became a snake bureau. S.H.I.E.L.D. made an insight plan and built 3 new generation space carriers, any of which can kill thousands of people in a minute, and this plan was just used by Hydra. Once the 3 space carriers are launched into the sky and controlled by the Hydra people, they will be a sword hanging over everyone's heads, and they can kill anyone they want at any time. What is that guy Nick Fury doing? Hearing Pixiu's words, Tony couldn't help being shocked. The main shock was when S.H.I.E.L.D. was hacked by Hydra. This Nick Fury pretentious and mysterious, but now Pixiu tells him that the S.H.I.E.L.D. managed by Nick Fury is almost someone else's. Tony seriously doubts Nick Fury's ability at this moment. Dish, this is a real dish. Chapter 143. What are you going to do? After being shocked, Tony stared slightly and said in a deep voice. No way. Pixiu's flat voice sounded. However, there is one person in Hydra that I want. Let's talk about the rest when the situation is out of control. 11. Don't underestimate that braised egg guy, he's really smart. Besides, there's Captain America, Natasha Romanoff, and the others. If nothing else happens, although there will be some ups and downs in the process, the result is still under control. If they can't solve the 3 space carriers, then I will take another shot and blow up all those things. Tisk tisk, as expected of you, the 3 space carriers will blow up if they say so. Hearing Pixiu's words, Tony clicked his tongue slightly, but he didn't mean to object. After all, if the space carrier takes off and is controlled by Hydra, wouldn't he have to wear a battle suit to sleep every day, and no matter what he does, he must wear a battle suit. Otherwise, if you don't pay attention, you will be overshadowed by the people of Hydra. It's not that he is narcissistic. Thinking about his identity, it is unlikely that those in Hydra will ignore him. What's more, the 3 space carriers are the assets of S.H.I.E.L.D., so it has nothing to do with him, Tony Stark. Tony continued, do you need my help? No, I don't need help for such a small matter. Pixiu naturally refused. It's just a Hydra, so what if they drive 3 helicarriers to bombard him? He could kill them all with just Hoopa's ring. Fine. Hearing Pixiu's confident words, Tony also knew Pixiu's strength, so he said, "Anyway, if you need any help, just ask me. After this matter is over, when I meet Nick Fury, I must laugh at him." Pixiu nodded, "Well, that's it for now, I'll come to you after I've settled the matter, just in time for you to taste the fruit of Asgard's fine wine." Hearing this, Tony's eyes seemed to light up, and he quickly said, "No problem. Pixiu has returned to Earth several times before, and told him how good the fruit and wine in Asgard are in the chat, which made him feel a little greedy. After all, those are the fine wines and fruits of God's domain, so they are obviously not ordinary products. Among them, he is most greedy for wine." After a while, the call ends. At the end of the chat with Tony, Pixiu originally wanted to go directly to S.H.I.E.L.D's headquarters building in Washington, but after thinking about it, he said, "Xiaopai, call the captain." After World War I in New York, he had the personal contact information of Captain America, Barton, and Banner. "Xiaopai, okay, sir." After a few seconds, the call is connected. "Hello, Pixiu." Captain America sounded suspicious, as if he didn't expect Pai to call him. "Pixiu, Captain, where are you now?" "Captain America, I'm with a friend, what's up?" In a gym, there is a ring in the middle, where at the moment Captain America is talking to Pixiu with a mobile phone, and a burly black man stands not far away. If Pixiu could see him, he would definitely be able to recognize him at a glance. This is Falcon, a member of the second-generation Avengers Alliance, and the second-generation Captain America after Avengers Alliance 4 in the original plot. "Pixiu, send me the location information and the photo of the room, I'll find you if I have something to do." 17. This, okay. The puzzled look on Captain America's face became even worse, but he still agreed. "After the call, I edited the location here, and then took a few photos of the surrounding area." After receiving the message from Captain America, Pixiu summoned the Hoopa golden ring to sense it. 10 seconds later, the sub-ring appeared in the gym where Captain America and Falcon were, startling Captain America and Falcon, and hurriedly found a cover to watch Hoopa's sub-ring vigilantly. After all, only a few people on Earth know about this ability. And Captain America and Falcon are the kind that don't know. So when they saw Hoopa's golden ring appearing out of thin air, both of them became vigilant. But when Pixiu flew out, both Captain America and Falcon were shocked. Captain America didn't expect Pixiu to have such an ability. And Falcon is completely wondering what kind of animal Pixiu is. Was the ring just a wormhole? Not even Falcon knows about Pixiu due to Nick Fury's information blackout. Although he and Captain America are good friends, Captain America is not the kind of person who casually reveals other people's information. Therefore, Falcon has no idea who Pixiu is. After seeing that it was Pixiu, Captain America also lowered his vigilance, said to Falcon, "Don't worry, this is my friend." Well, Captain America still finds it a little weird to say this. He's human after all, and Pixiu is a magically powerful creature. However, Captain America quickly dissipated the feeling of strangeness in his heart. "Your friend?" But Falcon was a little shocked, looking at Captain America in disbelief, not expecting Captain America to have a non-human animal friend. Team leader. Putting away Hoopa's golden ring, Pixiu greeted Captain America first, then looked at Falcon with a slight smile, and said, "Sam Wilson, it's my first time meeting you, I'm Pixiu, nice to meet you. You know me?" Hearing that Pixiu handed over his name, Falcon had a look of surprise and uncertainty. "Definitely." Pixiu nodded, then looked at Captain America and said, "Captain, you have already met Nick Fury today, and he also took you to see the Insight Plan. How do you know?" Hearing this, Captain America's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Pixiu in shock. He learned from Hill and Natasha Romanoff that Pixiu seems to have been in Thor's hometown during this time, which is the legendary Asgard. But how did Pixiu know about his meeting with Nick Fury today? Even if you know that he went to meet Nick Fury, it's fine, but how do you know that Nick Fury took him to visit the Insight Project? When he went there before, he didn't even have permission to enter, and it was Nick Fury's leapfrog authorization. Falcon on the side heard the conversation between Pixiu and Captain America, frowned slightly and said, "Well, do you want me to leave?" Hearing the good words of Nick Fury and the Insight Project, he knew it didn't seem like something he was supposed to hear. "It's okay, you can stay." Seeing that Falcon wants to avoid suspicion, Pixiu waved his right hand indifferently and said, "Anyway, you will not be an outsider in the future." In the original plot, Falcon is the Captain America who helped Captain America, the Winter Soldier, so he became one of the Generation members of Avengers, Age of Ultron, and even Captain America entrusted him with all 4 shields in the Avengers Alliance. Hearing this, Falcon had a question mark on his face. After all, he didn't know what was going to happen in the future. But seeing that Pixiu said he didn't mind, and Captain America didn't intend to let him go, Falcon could only stand there, continue to act as a listener, and looked at Pixiu curiously. Chapter 144. Looking at Captain America, Pixiu said with a half-smile. "According to my guess, that guy at the moment Nick Fury should have been blocked by Hydra hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D, and almost died." "You said Hydra?" Hearing Pixiu's words, Captain America's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Pixiu in disbelief and said, "How is it possible? Hasn't Hydra been wiped out? Is it that easy to eliminate?" Seeing the disbelief on Captain America's face, Pixiu curled his lips in disdain and said, "Hydra claims to cut off one head and grow 2 heads. Because you defeated Red Skull, the remnant of Hydra was disbanded and incorporated into SHIELD. Well, it was not called S.H.I.E.L.D at the time. Remember that, Dr. Zola?" Hearing this familiar name, Captain America couldn't help thinking, and soon remembered who this Dr. Zola was, and he was the second promoter of Hydra. The assistant of Red Skull and the chief scientist of Hydra, who helped Red Skull use Tesseract to develop many powerful energy weapons. The energy bullets fired by those weapons hit people, instantly vaporizing them on the spot. Seeing the change in Captain America's expression, Pixiu continued. That Dr. Zola was also incorporated into S.H.I.E.L.D and became a scientist inside. Fortunately, they thought that the huge Hydra organization was wiped out by 410 in this way, but they didn't know that their actions were completely leading wolves into the house. Since the development of S.H.I.E.L.D, Hydra has already taken root in S.H.I.E.L.D, turning S.H.I.E.L.D into a snake and shield bureau, and at least 85% of the agents are Hydra members. How so? Hearing this, Captain America looked very ugly. After waking up and learning about the information of the current era, he thought the world had changed. But on the helicarrier, he knew that Nick Fury secretly used the Tesseract to research weapons, even the Rubik's Cube nose missile with a large attack range. He knew that the world hadn't changed much. Then he thought Hydra had disappeared into the torrent of history. But now, Pixiu told him that not only did Hydra not disappear, but it was constantly growing through S.H.I.E.L.D, forcibly turning a S.H.I.E.L.D into a snake shield in Pixiu's mouth. Thinking of the Insight Project that Nick Fury took him to see before, the 3 new generation space carriers under the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, he couldn't help being horrified. According to Nick Fury, the 3 space carriers can be identified and locked based on each person's DNA, and the ordinary firepower of anyone is enough to kill 10,000 people in 10 minutes. Once the 3 space carriers are launched, they are still under the control of Hydra. Thinking of what might happen, Captain America couldn't help but take a breath. With a solemn expression, Captain America looked at Pixiu and said in a deep voice, "No, the 3 space carriers must be prevented from launching, and Hydra must be eliminated, otherwise, the whole world will fall into war again, and countless people will die because of it." "Not urgent." Pixiu shook his head and said, "We'll go to your room first, and then we'll wait for Nick Fury to come find you." "Why?" Captain America couldn't help but wrinkled, and said with a puzzled look, "Didn't you say that Nick Fury is being targeted by Hydra? Shouldn't we help him? What if?" In the end he didn't continue talking. After all, Hydra is ruthless and ruthless. After focusing on Nick Fury, he will be killed if he doesn't notice. Don't underestimate him. Pixiu looked at Captain America meaningfully and said. Do you think he became the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. because of connections? Captain America. Okay, what do you want to do? There is no other way, Captain America can only seek advice from Pixiu. After all, he has also learned about the particularity of Pixiu from many aspects. Although Nick Fury was a little uncomfortable when he talked about Pixiu, he still trusts Pixiu's ability. Well, maybe. One word, wait. Pixiu said lightly. Captain America. Falcon. Falcon on the side said that he seems to have heard a lot of incredible things, will he keep his mouth shut afterwards? As a retired Air Force parachute soldier, what he wants is a stable life, and now he is suddenly involved in such a incident and expresses his helplessness. Pixiu glanced at the helpless Falcon, gave him a meaningful smile, then looked at Captain America and said. Let's go to the place where you live first, and then wait for the rabbit. All right. Captain America can only nod, then looks at Falcon. Together. Seeing Captain America's view, Falcon could only nod helplessly. They were all involved, and if they didn't settle the matter, it would be impossible to see Pixiu's expression and get out. Besides, he was a soldier in the past, so it is impossible to sit idly by when encountering such a thing now. Then, Pixiu and Falcon walked towards Captain America's residence. That is to say, a residential area where many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are placed nearby. Among them was a beautiful agent named Sharon Carter. And this Sharon agent is the niece of Captain America's old lover Peggy Carter. I heard that in the comics, Sharon also became Captain America's girlfriend. In the movie, although she doesn't have that identity, she is quite ambiguous and even kissed. After arriving at Captain America's residence, the three of Pixiu began to wait. Time passed slowly. Night fell. Click. There was a gentle sound of the door opening, and both Pixiu, Captain America and Falcon looked towards the door. Then Nick Fury walked in with Hill, Natasha Romanoff, Phil Coulson and Barton. At the moment Nick Fury looked seriously injured. After escaping from Hydra, Nick Fury learned from Hill that the Pixiu had returned from Asgard and knew a lot about what happened to them. So Nick Fury temporarily postponed his plan, and found here with 4 capable officers. Tell me, what do you know? After coming into the house, Nick Fury looked at Pixiu with a sullen face. A little bit, just a little bit. Pixiu waved to Hill and Natasha Romanoff, then looked at Nick Fury and said. But before I talk about it, let me deal with the follower. High-speed movement is turned on. Boom. The next moment Pixiu turned into a flash of golden lightning and shattered the window directly, and then flew towards the roof behind, where there was a man pointing a gun at this side. And this person is obviously Captain America's good friend Winter Soldier Bucky. Well, also Tony's father and mother enemy. Facing this point, Pixiu expressed some headaches. Although Captain America is also friends with him now, the anti-fall between the two is obviously biased towards Tony. Forget it, let's take a step at a time, this is Tony's family business, and it depends on what he thinks at that time. If you need his help, then he is obliged. With the sound of bang, Bucky, whose strength was only 2 stars, didn't even have a chance to react, and was knocked unconscious by Pixiu's small fist. Chapter 145. Looking at the fainted Bucky, Pixiu put his hands on him. Then the magnetic field of electromagnetic levitation was shrouded on Bucky, and he flew towards Captain America's room. Throwing Bucky on the ground, Pixiu looked at Captain America and said. Go ahead and take off his mask. The rest of the people couldn't help but look at Captain America, with a puzzled look on their faces. Seeing this, Captain America was also puzzled, wondering why Pixiu took off the mask of this Hydra member himself. But seeing everyone looking at him, Captain America still walked over. When he took off the mask on Bucky's face and saw Bucky's appearance, his pupils dilated slightly, his eyes widened and he couldn't help but let out an unbelievable exclamation. Bucky! Bucky! Hearing Captain America's exclamation, Nick Fury and the others were slightly taken aback, and then looked at each other in disbelief. Especially Phil Coulson, with a look of disbelief on his face. As a die-hard fan of Captain America, he naturally knows who Bucky is in the mouth of Captain America. It can be said to be the best friend in Captain America's life, no, it should be said to be brothers to be more accurate. But as far as he knows, Bucky fell off a cliff in order to cover Captain America when he was performing missions with Captain America decades ago, and it has been confirmed as a sacrifice after searching. Why did it suddenly appear again now? Nick Fury, Hill, Natasha Romanoff, and Barton were almost equally puzzled. Then he couldn't help turning his head to look at Pixiu. Bucky is still alive. Looking at the comatose Bucky, Captain America's face was both surprise and doubt, and then turned to look at Pixiu. Obviously waiting for Pixiu's answer. What are you looking at me for? Seeing everyone looking at him, Pixiu looked at them pretending not to understand. The corners of everyone's mouths couldn't help twitching slightly, with black lines on their faces. I'm still joking at this moment, should I say that it really deserves to be Pixiu? Alright. Seeing everyone's speechless and helpless faces, Pixiu smiled slightly and said. As far as I know, after Bucky fell off the cliff, he was found and brought back by Hydra's people, and then put into the winter battle upgrade plan. In other words, Bucky has been brainwashed by Hydra now. Over the years, I don't know how many missions he has helped Hydra perform and how many innocent people have been killed. I'll tell you one thing, Tony's parents were killed by Bucky. That's right, Pixiu said it directly on this point. It's fine if Bucky doesn't show up, but since he has, Pixiu can't hide it. As Tony's good friend, Pixiu wants Tony to know about it no matter what. That being the case, this place is not considered an outsider, so let's talk about it. What? Everyone was shocked, especially Captain America. I can understand Bucky a little bit when he was brainwashed by Hydra and turned into a killing machine, but Bucky actually killed Tony's parents, this. All of a sudden, always Nick Fury has a terrible headache. Captain America's expression changed again and again, his fists were clenched tightly, and the hatred for Hydra became more intense in his heart. Well, there is also a little gratitude in the hate. Grateful to them for keeping Bucky alive. Seeing Bucky alive finally made him feel completely real in this strange time. But, thinking of Bucky killing Tony's parents, Captain America's emotions went up and down. But in the end, he still made a decision. Seeing the changes in Captain America, Pixiu sighed in his heart and had nothing to say. Regarding this matter, Pixiu said that he never favored anyone before. Is Bucky wrong? Standing on his side, what can he do? After being brainwashed for decades, I don't even know what I did. However, he also knows the truth of killing for life, and he did have this idea after knowing about it in the original plot. Is Bucky wrong? On Tony's side, no matter whether Bucky was brainwashed or not, he was his father and mother enemy after all. Is it possible to take it away just because you have been brainwashed? Absolutely impossible. Is Bucky wrong? Standing on the side of Captain America, he knew that Bucky was brainwashed and committed countless murders, but in his opinion, it was all Hydra's fault. Best friend of his life back from the dead, how could he watch Bucky die again? He is indeed selfish. He has the spirit of a saint who sacrifices himself for others, but he is not a saint after all, he is just a person, and no one is perfect. Even if he could sacrifice himself for the lives of countless people, he is indeed selfish when it comes to Bucky. From different angles, the ideas are naturally different. But as far as the current relationship is concerned, Pixiu said he is standing with Tony. Although Tony has the best relationship with him. And if he was Tony, Pixiu said that he would kill Bucky as soon as he knew it, and then kill all Hydra. All good filial piety comes first, someone kills parents, Pixiu said he can't bear it. But now is not the time to focus on this. Glancing at Captain America, Pixiu looked at Nick Fury and Teal and said. Now S.H.I.E.L.D has become the Snake and Shield Bureau. Most of the agents are from Hydra, including the S.H.I.E.L.D Rapid Response Special Forces are from Hydra. There is also a bald agent, the bald agent who followed Phil Coulson to New Mexico last time, and Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., is also a member of Hydra. It's Pierce's order that you were attacked today. The purpose of Hydra is to control 3 new generation space carriers. Once the carrier is launched, they can easily kill those who oppose them. 0. So it's up to you next. Pierce 2. Hearing this, the expressions of Nick Fury and others changed again. They did not expect the situation to have reached such a point. A huge S.H.I.E.L.D. has become a snake shield bureau. With Pierce, Nick Fury was a little skeptical. Because it was a coincidence that he was attacked. He didn't attack sooner or later, but he was attacked after he proposed to delay the Insight plan. But he was just skeptical. Hearing Pixiu directly tell Pierce's true identity now, although he was a little shocked, he quickly accepted it. He really didn't expect that Pierce, who was considered a good friend with him, and who was always in the same class, turned out to be Hydra. Looking at Nick Fury, Pixiu continued. By the way, Pierce should be the one who sent people to the villa to arrest me. Although it was only that one time, his life is mine. If anyone dares to snatch it, don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, Pixiu gave Nick Fury a slight look. I understand. Seeing this, the corner of Nick Fury's mouth twitched slightly, but he still nodded. Now that Pixiu's strength is getting more and more terrifying, he can only establish a good relationship with Pixiu, otherwise he will offend Pixiu, and he does not know what kind of revenge he will receive. So next, Nick Fury began to arrange a plan to eradicate Hydra. Chapter 146. Nick Fury arranges the plan to eradicate Hydra, while Pixiu returns to the villa. Anyway, he just needs to wait for the head to be collected later. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly a few days later. S.H.I.E.L.D. is quite busy these days. After Nick Fury found Tony, he used J.A.R.V.I.'s ability in the online world and added his clues to find out all the Hydra clusters hidden in SHIELD. Why not use the intelligence department of SHIELD naturally? It is because they are worried about making mistakes. On the other side, Pierce found out that Winter Soldier Bucky, who was sent to hunt down Nick Fury, had lost contact with him, so he immediately became vigilant and decided to stand still for the time being. After he originally planned to kill Nick Fury, he began to frame Nick Fury, and then let the 4 directors of the World Security Council continue to implement the Insight plan. When the 3 space carriers take off, July 13th will be the time when Hydra takes a big step towards world control. For decades, Hydra has penetrated many countries in the world. It can be said that there are members of Hydra among the important officials in those countries with the highest national power. Once something is done, it will definitely set off a shocking wave in the world. And Pierce's holding back just gave Nick Fury time. After finding out who Hydra is in S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, Hill, and others couldn't help but take a deep breath. I don't know if I don't look at it, I'm startled when I look at it. 87% of the agents below level 6 are Hydra members. After being shocked, Nick Fury, Hill, Phil Coulson, Natasha Romanoff, and Barton secretly summoned those agents who were not members of Hydra. Then began a secret purge of Hydra members. In a few days, Hydra agents below level 6 were wiped out by them. Not even the S.H.I.E.L.D. Quick Response Special Forces. With the help of Captain America, the captain of the Special Forces, also known as Crossbones, was subdued as soon as something was wrong. This day. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, in an office. Pierce frowned slightly, suddenly feeling bad in his heart. What is the problem? In the past few days, he always felt that something was wrong. It doesn't even feel good to eat. He has been sending people to search for the whereabouts of Bucky and Nick Fury these days, but there is no progress at all, as if the two disappeared directly. It made him feel very wrong. And today, this feeling of something wrong is getting stronger and stronger. No. Looking uncertain, Pierce took out his mobile phone and called Crossbones. Beep beep. The sound kept ringing but no one connected. What happened? Seeing this scene, Pierce's face became even uglier. Did something happen? Looking at the call that no one answered, Pierce couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. Click. At this moment, the office door was suddenly opened, and Pierce subconsciously turned his head to look. Seeing the person coming, Pierce's eyes widened slightly. I saw Nick Fury, Hill, Natasha Romanoff, and Captain America walking in, and there were more than a dozen heavily armed S.H.I.E.L.D. soldiers guarding the door. Shocked, but Pierce quickly calmed down on the surface. After regaining his composure on the surface, Pierce looked at Nick Fury in surprise and confusion and said, "Nick, I'm glad you're okay. A few days ago, I learned that you were attacked by unknown terrorists. I was so worried that I have been asking people to find you these days and then protect you. But what's the reason you came to see me today? And you brought so many guests?" Speaking, Pierce took a look at Hill, Captain America, and Natasha Romanoff, and nodded friendly to them. But one of his hands, already under the table, held a silver pistol. Seeing this scene, how could he not guess that he might have been exposed? And the crossbones who can't be contacted may also be cool. But until the last moment, he definitely won't call himself out. "Pierce, it's true that life depends on acting skills. Do you still want to continue acting?" Looking at Pierce, Nick Fury had a sullen face, put his hands in his pockets, looked at him coldly, and even used a sentence that Pixiu once said. Although he is known as a benefactor, he is also the one who wants to kill him. What's more, he is still the head of Hydra, who sits in S.H.I.E.L.D. and secretly does not know how many things he has provided for Hydra. He's not going to let Pierce go just because of his partnership. Besides, Pierce is the one that Pixiu calls for. He. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Pierce also knew that everything was settled, so he couldn't help but sneered, looked at Nick Fury with slightly narrowed eyes and said, "I'm a bit regretful now. I regret that I chose you instead of someone else. People who have been promoted by themselves are now against themselves. This feeling is not good. If you're not from Hydra, then we're still friends." Looking at Pierce, Nick Fury said without changing his expression, "It's a pity that there is no if, and there is no regret medicine to take." "Yes." Pierce said something like a sigh, and then said slightly, "The fruit you plant will eventually be eaten by yourself." Before he finished speaking, Pierce suddenly raised his hand under the table, pointing the gun at Nick Fury and was about to shoot. However, just as he was about to make a move, Natasha Romanoff raised her right hand to him. With a whoosh, a light blue light shot at Pierce's chest. With the sound of chi-chi-chi, the electric current spread over Pierce. Pierce was shocked, fell to the ground in convulsions, and then lost consciousness. Definitely, Pierce is not dead. "Take away." Looking at the fallen Pierce, Nick Fury said something lightly. Two heavily armed soldiers came in and packed away the fainted Pierce, while Captain America followed to prevent 0.8 from being rescued. According to the information they collected, the headquarters of Hydra is not in S.H.I.E.L.D., but in other places. As for where it is, it will take time to find it carefully. The Hydra members in S.H.I.E.L.D. were wiped out, and S.H.I.E.L.D. almost existed in name only. But fortunately, under their quick action, the three space carriers have not yet lifted off. Even if the manpower of S.H.I.E.L.D. is reduced by more than half, everything is still within the controllable range. As for the lack of manpower, it is enough to recruit again afterwards. Or reduce the size of S.H.I.E.L.D., just use the current staff. Time passed slowly. Nick Fury interrogated Pierce for a few days before notifying Pixiu. Since Pierce has no use value, it can be thrown to Pixiu for disposal. As for life or death, he didn't bother to care about it. Chapter 147. Villa. Underground holographic theater. The movie being played stopped abruptly, and Xiaopai's voice sounded. "Sir, there is a call from Ms. Hill. Take it." Pixiu picked up a grape with 5 short fingers and threw it into his mouth. "Pixiu." Hill's voice sounded from the speakers on both sides of the auditorium. "Director Nick Fury asked me to inform you that Pierce has been sent to you. Send over." Hearing this, the two red electrical bags on Pixiu's face flashed an electric arc, and he said speechlessly. "This is too slow, tell me, can't I use the wormhole directly?" "Hill, using a Quinjet." "All right." Pixiu rubbed his cheeks, it was barely okay with Quinjet. "I have to say that S.H.I.E.L.D. is still rich. According to the development of the original plot, this time S.H.I.E.L.D. will not only lose 3 new generation space carriers and a large number of second generation Quinjets, but even S.H.I.E.L.D. will be disbanded. After all, Natasha Romanoff exposed all the secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra to the internet. Under such circumstances, how could S.H.I.E.L.D. continue to exist? 23. If the original plot develops, when the Insight project ends and S.H.I.E.L.D. is disbanded because of Natasha Romanoff's exposure, then the TV series S.H.I.E.L.D. agent will be born. But now, it seems that everything has changed because of his joining. Phil Coulson wasn't suspended animation, and S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't exposed. As for how the universe will develop in the future, Pixiu said let it take its course. S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, he hasn't watched a few episodes, and he doesn't know much about the plot. I know that there seems to be a beautiful hacker sky, and then there seems to be inhumans, such as living on the back of the moon. Inhumans, It seems that there are many strong people. But the universe is too big, with so many races, let alone the celestial god group and the 4 great gods. It's just an inhuman race living on the back of the moon, and it's nothing at the level of the universe. Although I don't know much about it, Pixiu heard that the inhuman race seems to have been created a long time ago by Kree people who were interested in the genetic potential of the Earth and then created it through experiments. Well, in Guardians of Galaxy, Ronan, who was destroyed by Star-Lord in the Galactic Dance Troupe, is the militant and the most powerful fighter among the Kree. And Captain Marvel was also a warrior of the Kree before returning to Earth to retrieve his memory. After chatting with Hill for a few more words, Pixiu hung up the phone. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. still has a lot of things to deal with because of this big reshuffle. After an hour. Sir, there is a plane that landed on the tarmac. Understood. With a thought, Pixiu summoned Pa Jin Huan and jumped into it. Tarmac. A first-generation transport Quinjet parked there. 8 heavily armed soldiers in black uniforms stepped out of Pierce. Pierce at the moment wore a black hood on his head, his hands were handcuffed, and a soldier on the left and right was holding his arm to guide him. A hoopering appears not far away. The 6 surrounding soldiers set up their guns one after another, aiming at Hoopa's golden ring vigilantly. But when Pixiu came out, they quickly suppressed the guns. Was sent to carry out this task. If even Pixiu doesn't know, then there is a problem. The first soldier on the right came to Pixiu, saluted, and said, "Sir, the target has been brought." Pixiu nodded, then said, "Okay, you can go back to the business." "Yes, sir." The soldier responded, then gestured to the others, hurried back to the Quinjet, and took off to leave. As for Pierce, at the moment, he panicked. Because of the black hood on his head, he couldn't see outside, because he had no idea where he was being taken. Tisk tisk tisk. Looking at Pierce, Pixiu curled his lips, and then used the hooper ring to take him in from top to bottom, and then jumped into the hooper ring himself. In the living room of the villa, Pierce fell from the hooper ring and appeared on the ground. Pixiu landed not far away, and walked over to tear off the hood on his head. The hood was ripped off, and Pierce immediately looked around vigilantly. "It's you." When he saw Pixiu, he was stunned. "That's right, it's me." Pixiu stood there looking at Pierce, nodded and said, "You speak human words, my god." Pierce was shocked when he heard Pixiu's voice. Obviously, in the information he got, Pixiu only has 2 names. A kind of Piku, Piku. A kind of Pika, Pikachu. Why are you talking about people now? It's a pity that he's cool now, otherwise he would definitely organize a team to catch Pixiu immediately. Creatures like Pixiu are really valuable for research. If you can get Pixiu's power to control lightning, and graft it to Hydra warriors. When that time comes, Hydra will be unstoppable. Pity, pity. He even regretted it a little. When he shot Pixiu for the only time, he should have sent more people with well-prepared weapons to capture Pixiu. Because from the file of S.H.I.E.L.D, he learned that Pixiu was not very strong at the beginning, but evolved after swallowing enough electricity to become very strong. You were the one who sent people to catch me back then. Looking at Pierce, Pixiu didn't get any ink, and went straight to the point. It's me. Even now, Pierce has no intention of lying. Well, to be honest, I just want honest people. Pixiu immediately looked at Pierce with an admiring expression, as if he was very satisfied with him. Pierce breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from Pixiu's expression, he probably wouldn't do anything to him. Crack 143 in crackling. Under Pierce's gaze, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks. The two red electric bags on the face shot out several strands of golden arcs with different file sizes. What is this for? Pierce's pupils dilated slightly, and he felt a bad premonition in his heart. Psst! A small bolt of lightning splashed from Pixiu's hand to Pierce. What? Pierce stared, let out a scream, and stood stiffly on the ground. His eyes widened, but his breath of life was rapidly disappearing. The electric current pierces through the heart. He is an ordinary person, and he is hopeless. Watching Pierce die, Pixiu looked calm, and even raised his hand to rub his cheek. Let Pierce live a few more years, and he's worth it. With a thought, Hoopa's golden ring appeared beside him. Pixiu reached out and grabbed the reality gem out. A crimson stream of light shone on Pierce, and the next moment Pierce evaporated out of thin air, and just disappeared into this world. Oh, another murder! Shaking his head slightly, Pixiu threw the reality gem into Hoopa's golden ring, and then returned to the underground hologram hall. Now the old accounts are cleared, and the food is delicious. After all, there is nothing to do when you are free. Chapter 148. Time passed slowly. Before I knew it, another 3 months had passed. During this period, Hill only returned to the villa once. And only stayed for half a day before leaving. Just when Hill came back, Pixiu called Tony, Pepper, and Happy to the villa for dinner. As for the others, they naturally didn't come. Phil Coulson, Natasha Romanoff, Barton are all busy. And Captain America doesn't want to meet Tony for the time being because of Bucky. As for Bucky, who was knocked out by Pixiu before, he was taken over by S.H.I.E.L.D and locked up, and Captain America basically accompanied him on a daily basis. During this time, Pixiu stayed at home, took the Tesseract out of Hoopa's golden ring, absorbed evolution points with full efficiency and shortened the time for accumulating evolution points. With full efficiency energy absorbing, it only takes 3 years and 2 months to collect evolution points. Evolve to 5 stars, open the other world travel function, and then you can go to other worlds to play. Like going to DC and meeting Superman and Batman and Wonder Woman. Another example is going to the Pacific Rim to fight little monsters. Another example is going to Ultraman to fight little monsters. It's like going to Godzilla to fight little monsters. Tisk, when I think about it, I suddenly feel that the little monster is so pitiful. Forget it, let's go to the animation world to meet the two-dimensional wife. Wouldn't it be nice to travel to other worlds for 3 months when I'm free and bored, to see the scenery of other worlds and enrich my collection? This day. Bedroom on the 2nd floor of the villa. Pixiu is sitting on a sun lounger on the balcony, and there are fruit plates and drinks on the table next to her. Basking in the comfortable sun, Pixiu thought about life. Well, I'm actually thinking about the plot. It is now September 2014. Judging from the time, the story of the Galaxy GA dance troupe seems to have started during this time. In other words, it's time for the power gem to show its face. Should he go and get the power stone now? Or after wait for Thanos to destroy Xandar and bring the power gem to the door? Thinking of this, Pixiu couldn't help muttering. Avengers, Age of Ultron seems to be 15 years ago, and now the plot has changed a lot. Whether Tony will come up with an Ultron is still a question. It seems that there is nothing worthy of my attention on Earth in the next period of time. In addition to Guardians of Galaxy, there are still Avengers, Age of Ultron and Ant-Man in the second phase. Ultron doesn't know if he should not think about it first. Although Ant-Man is a bit powerful with PIM particles, it doesn't help me much. Maybe I have to go to the quantum realm to play around. According to the normal timeline, Captain America 3 is 16 years old, and Doctor Strange was born in the same year, and after that, Thor 3, Spider-Man, and Silver Guardian 2 are all 17 years old. Speaking of which, it seems that I can also play in the universe. Well, that's it. After rubbing the electrical bag and wiggling a few strands of electric arc, Pixiu has already made a decision in his heart. But Pixiu, system, I should be able to survive in the universe now, right? He is already 4 stars, and in terms of overall strength, he is no worse than Thor, who has the power of Thor after awakening, and even stronger than him. It stands to reason that Thor can survive in the universe without being affected by ultra-low temperature, extreme pressure, and radiation, and he has no problem. It's just that breathing seems to be a problem. After all, there is a limit to holding your breath. Upon hearing Pixiu's inquiry, the system immediately responded. Master, you can go at ease. After you reach 4 stars, you are already a demigod body. Even if you don't breathe, there is no problem, you can survive in the universe. Demigod body, it doesn't seem very strong. Hearing the system's words, Pixiu couldn't help but click his tongue. 1,000 tons of strength is demigod body. His strength can only be ranked in the middle of the 4 stars, that is, it is similar to the Cursed Warrior, but it is not far behind the strength shown by Da Chao in the movie. According to this point of view, the superpower in the Man of Steel is at least several thousand tons, and in terms of strength level, I am afraid that it is half a 5-star realm. As for the ones in the Bat Super War, it should already be at the real 5-star level. And when the revived Da Chao in the Justice League, his strength may reach half a step to 6 stars. Hearing Pixiu's disgusting words, the system seemed to be speechless for a while, and then said, Master, if you think it's not enough, hurry up and gather evolution points to evolve. After reaching 5 stars, your strength will undergo a great metamorphosis, and it will be metamorphosis in all aspects. At that time, it will no longer be a demigod body, but it can be regarded as the real body of a god. Even if it is a nuclear weapon with a super large yield, as long as you don't get hit directly or explode around you, you won't even get hurt. Tisk, it's still a rookie, and it will still be injured. What a real god! Hearing the system's words, Pixiu curled his lips in disdain. System. Do you think gods are all powerful? Gods are also strong and weak. If gods are all equally strong, then how could there be such existences as god kings and main gods? And is the explosive power of a super-large yield nuclear weapon very low? The system also wanted to complain, but it still dived wisely. Definitely Pixiu was just making complaints, and did not continue to entangle with this issue. Anyway, as long as he continues to evolve, no matter what kind of god he is, he can all be under pressure. After learning that he can survive in the universe, Pixiu's mind moved. It seems that it is time to experience the elegance of the universe. So Pixiu went back to the bedroom. Pixiu, Xiaopai, do me a favor and call Tony. Pippi, okay, sir. After a little while. Hey, Pixiu, what do you want from me? Tony's voice sounded in the bedroom. Pixiu, want to go to the universe for a while. What, go to the universe, are you talking about Asgard? Tony was slightly surprised when he heard this. Pixiu, no, go to another place. Tony, forget it, I haven't been able to get away recently. If I go to Asgard, I can still play for 2 days, but if I go to other places, forget it. Fine. Pixiu didn't care, after all, he was only joking, and continued. Remember to tell Pepper, if anyone else asks you, just say that I went out to play, and I will talk about it when I come back. Okay. After Tony agreed, he asked again. By the way, how long are you going? Pixiu, I don't know, maybe half a month. Good Zhao. Anyway, I have Hoopa's golden ring, so I can come back whenever I want. You are awesome. Hearing this, Tony expressed his envy. He also wants to master a controllable wormhole like Hoopa's golden ring, and he can go wherever he wants. After talking with Tony, Pixiu made another call to Hill. When he told Hill that he was going to leave the Earth temporarily and go to other planets to play for a while, Hill was also unabashedly envious. She really wants to play in other worlds with Pixiu, but she can't get away now. There is no way but to make Pixiu pay attention to safety. After all, the outside of the ball is more dangerous than the inside. After explaining the matter on the Earth, Pixiu unfolded the Hoopa golden ring and went to Asgard. Chapter 149. Asgard. 5 or 6 meters above the training ground, Hoopa's golden ring appeared out of thin air. Look, it's that wormhole. It's Pixiu coming. It must be him. The soldiers of God's domain below saw Hoopa's golden ring above, and stopped what they were doing. Most of them looked at the Hoopa's golden ring with expressions of respect. Pixiu flew out from Hoopa's golden ring, looked around the circle below, and said, "Where's Thor?" A God's domain warrior hurriedly said, "His Highness Thor has brought people to inspect the 9 realms." "Oh, really?" Pixiu nodded, then looked at them and said, "I need a batch of fruit and wine, go and help me prepare it, put it here when I'm ready, and come and get it after I go to see the Heavenly Father Odin." "Okay." Hearing this, a group of God's domain soldiers left the training ground. Pixiu is Asgard's most honored guest, this little request is not a request at all. And Odin also said that these things don't even need to be reported. After all, when Pixiu was in Asgard before, they would often ask them to prepare fruit. Seeing them leave, Pixiu turned around and got into Hoopa's golden ring. In the Temple of the Gods. ZX 010. Odin on the throne watched Hoopa's golden ring appearing in the aisle, and there seemed to be a flash of light in his eyes. As for the soldiers on both sides, they just looked at Hoopa's golden ring and did nothing else. After all, they had seen this thing many times. Under the gaze of everyone, Pixiu jumped out and landed on the ground. "How did you come?" Looking at Pixiu, Odin seemed curious. "I want something from you." Pixiu raised his right hand and rubbed his cheek, looked at Odin and said, "I'm going to play in other places in the universe, so I plan to ask you for a star map." "Star map?" Hearing this, Odin was a little surprised and said, "Where are you going?" "Well, if it's definitely inconvenient, you don't have to say anything." Pixiu, "Well, Xandar, or Morag." "Morag." Odin was surprised and said, "I remember this planet has been abandoned. Although there used to be a not weak civilization, but what do you do on an abandoned planet? Do you know about the cosmic spirit ball?" Pixiu turned a corner and said. Odin nodded slightly, then looked at the God's domain soldiers and said, "Go down first." Dag. Those God's domain soldiers heard the words, turned around and left in an orderly manner without making a sound. After the God's domain soldiers left, Odin said in a deep voice, "The cosmic spirit ball, it might be more appropriate to directly say the power gem. Don't forget, he used to collect infinite gems. Even Thanos knows where the soul gem is, and he even knows what price to pay for obtaining the soul gem. That's why he gave up collecting 6 infinite gems. So he is definitely one of the people in the universe who is very clear about the 6 infinite gems." Hearing Pixiu mention the cosmic spirit ball, he already guessed Pixiu's purpose. Looking at Pixiu, Odin thought about it. "So, you actually want to get the power gem? That's what it means." Hearing this, Pixiu looked at Odin and smiled and said, "It just so happens that I'm a little bored now, so I plan to go out and see the scenery of other planets, and get that purple gemstone while playing, and I can use it as a decoration in the future." Odin. Hearing Pixiu's words, even Odin couldn't help but twitch his eyes. When playing, get the power gem by the way, and use it as a decoration in the future. What, did you make a mistake? He felt that only Pixiu could say such words. That is one of the 6 power gems, as long as it is grasped deeply enough, it can easily release the power to destroy a planet. This kind of cosmic treasure that everyone dreams of is actually used as an ornament. If it was true, even he would want to say 666 to Pixiu. "Okay, just kidding." Come with me. After being speechless, Odin got up and got off the throne, and walked towards the back. Pixiu's way of speaking is a bit out of the ordinary. It seems that he, an old man, is a bit behind the times. In order to live another year, let's talk less. After a little while, Pixiu got a very detailed star map from Odin, which is even more detailed than the current interstellar star map. Only a very small number of powerful civilizations can have such a detailed star map. After getting the star map, Pixiu has no intention of staying any longer. After going to the training ground and putting the fruit and wine into the space of the Hoopa Golden Ring, Pixiu began to input all the coordinates in the star map into the Hoopa Golden Ring. In this way, wherever Pixiu wants to go, he only needs to move his mind, and the secondary ring of Hoopa's Golden Ring will appear at the destination across infinite space. Well, only in the current universe. Hey, come on! Over Asgard, Pixiu took a deep breath, full of expectations for the next journey of the universe. The main ring of Hoopa's Golden Ring unfolded and began to explore the space coordinates. 3 seconds later. Abandoned planet Morag. It really deserves the name of abandonment. The place is full of barren atmosphere. Between the mountains, hot spring water will spurt out along with the high airflow, forming water columns with uneven heights and different file sizes. In the sky above a mountain peak area, the secondary ring of Hoopa's Golden Ring slowly emerged. Buzz buzz. Streaks of golden streamer continuously revolved around Hoopa's Golden Ring, and the wormhole in it began to connect with the main ring across an unknown distance of light years. 6 seconds later, the wormhole stabilized. From searching to completing the connection, it only took a few seconds. And this is only because of the initial connection, so it takes a little longer. No matter where Pixiu is in the universe next time, if he wants to go to Morag, it doesn't even take a second, the secondary ring will appear on the planet Morag. Seeing that the wormhole was stable, Pixiu went straight into it. The next moment, Pixiu flew out from Hoopa's Golden Ring on the planet Morag. Pixiu subconsciously held his breath. Looking at the surrounding environment, Pixiu tried to breathe well, and feel nothing like being on Earth. It is probably because the strength is enough, so the body quickly adapts automatically. After all, if you want to say that Morag's air is the same as that of the Earth, then Pixiu will never believe it. Well, let me see if the power gem is taken away by Xingqiu. Pixiu looked around, but didn't see any ancient relics left by the civilization here, so he took the tesseract out of Hoopa's Golden Ring. Hold the tesseract with 2 small hands, and then use the induction between infinite gems to detect whether the power gem is still on the planet Morag. After all, he doesn't know whether Xingqiu has been here at the current time. Chapter 150. Abandoned planet Morag. Pixiu flew in the air, holding the tesseract in both hands, and began to sense whether the power gem was on the planet Morag. After a little while, buzz buzz. Tesseract released its power, and a vortex with sky blue glare swallowed Pixiu inside. In the ruins of civilization on the other side. Xingqiu just took out the cosmic spirit ball from the device, and when he noticed the movement behind him, he frowned and quickly put the cosmic spirit ball into his pocket. Putting the cosmic spirit ball away, Xingqiu's brows flashed with vigilance, and he turned to look. I saw a vortex flashing with blue light not far away, and then Pixiu holding tesseract in both hands appeared in his field of vision. He saw Pixiu, and Pixiu naturally also saw him. Xingqiu, it seems that my time is just right. Looking at Xingqiu, a thought flashed through Pixiu's mind. Xingqiu looked at Pixiu, and when he was surprised, he also set his eyes on the tesseract that Pixiu was holding in both hands. Judging from his years of experience in Interstellar, this is definitely a super valuable good. However, let's explore the facts first. Can you understand me? Xingqiu asked tentatively. And Pixiu took all the changes in Xingqiu's expression into his eyes, and an idea came to his mind to play with him. Pick up. Pretending to be puzzled, Pixiu stared at Seeing Lord with wide eyes. Don't you understand? Seeing Pixiu looking at him with a look of confusion, Xingqiu secretly rejoiced, his thoughts moved, showing a smile that I have no good intentions, oh no, no malice, and said. I am a good person. As he spoke, he pointed to himself, and the smile on his face became even brighter. Although he doesn't know what happened to the light blue vortex just now, but he thinks it should be related to the tesseract in Pixiu's hand. After all, the flashing lights are similar. Good for your size. But Pixiu didn't want to continue playing with him at this time, and interrupted him by saying something directly. Hearing what Pixiu said, Xingju's eyes widened instantly. If he heard correctly, what Pixiu just said was human language. Well, the language issue, except for a few cases, the rest of the universe is said to be speaking. After all, everyone knows what kind of world this is. You just kidding me? Shocked, Xingju thought that just now Pixiu pretended to be puzzled, and didn't know that he was being tricked. With a disdainful smile, Pixiu looked at Xingju and said, "Yes, that's right, you are stupid, so I want to play with you, do you have any objection?" Hearing this, the corner of Xingju's mouth twitched, and a black line appeared on his face. He is Xingju, he has always been the only one who plays tricks on others, and when has he been played by others? Not to mention that the one playing him this time is not human. Although it was awkward, Xingju's expression changed, he stared at Pixiu with a slightly serious look and asked, "Then what do you want to do?" After confirming that Pixiu is an intelligent creature, he can even speak human language. Thinking about the scene just now, he feels that Pixiu must have a purpose for appearing here. After all, this is already an abandoned planet. If he hadn't received a big order, how could he have come to such an abandoned planet with a harsh environment? At this moment, Xingju seemed to have seen something, his serious expression changed again, and he looked past Pixiu, looking in the direction of the rear gate. "Drop your weapons and raise your hands." There was only a sound of footsteps accompanied by a slightly hoarse male voice. Pixiu turned his head to look, and saw that the person who appeared showed no emotion. There's nothing to care about, just a bunch of extras. The people who appeared were none other than Ronan's subordinates. There were 3 people in total, and the black man with the white beard seemed to be called the Chaser or something. "You guys, quickly put down your weapons." The pursuer held a weapon, stared at Xingju and Pixiu with a cold face, and issued another warning. The 2 Kree soldiers beside him walked around vigilantly from the side to the rear. Tisk! Pixiu curled his lips slightly and activated the space gem. In the blink of an eye, a powerful force belonging to space spread out, imprisoning everything within a 100-meter radius except Pixiu. After imprisoning them, Pixiu flew towards Xingju. Seeing Pixiu flying towards him, Xingju was shocked, but there was nothing he could do. Because he can't move now like everyone else. He couldn't even speak or blink, and could only watch Pixiu getting closer and closer to him. At the moment Xingju couldn't help crying secretly in his heart, he never thought that he just came to get something. How strange animals and people appeared one after another. Asking for flowers. Can't move now, if Pixiu wants to kill him, wouldn't he have to wait for death? He is a dignified Star-Lord, is he going to be planted here today? Pixiu didn't know the many thoughts in Xingju's mind. After coming to Xingju's side, Pixiu took the cosmic spirit ball out of Xingju's pocket, and then summoned Hoopa's golden ring in front of everyone to throw the cosmic spirit ball into it. Click click click. 2 electric shocks were released, splitting the 2 Kree soldiers in the rear into coke. The hunters who were imprisoned there were terrified, but there was nothing they could do. After all, he can't move now. After killing the 2 Kree soldiers, judging from the injuries they suffered, Pixiu probably knew what level their physical fitness was. 0. All of them are at the 2-star level, only slightly worse than Asgard's soldiers. Also, the Carey Empire is one of the top super civilizations in the universe after all, and in terms of basic strength, it is not much worse than Asgard. After killing the 2 soldiers, Pixiu looked at the pursuer. As a leader-level existence, according to the performance in the movie, this guy's strength should be able to reach the 3-star level, which is stronger than the average Asgard soldier. Thinking in his heart, Pixiu didn't stop moving. With a click, a flash of lightning directly killed the pursuer. Seeing the pursuer being struck to death by a golden lightning, Xingju almost cried in his heart. Had he known that this kind of thing would happen, wouldn't it be nice for him to enjoy it elsewhere? Sure enough, with such a high salary, how could there be no danger? It seems that he is going to die here today, but it's a pity that he hasn't returned to Earth to have a look after so long. Just as the thoughts in Xingzhou's mind came one after another, Pixiu activated the Tesseract again, releasing the space confinement within a radius of 100 meters. Feeling that he could move, Xingzhou immediately looked at Pixiu vigilantly, but he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, there were several charred corpses lying there beside him. Xingzhou looked at Pixiu, calculated carefully and said, "What do you want to do?" Chapter 151. What do you want to do? Seeing Pixiu looking at him, Xingzhou immediately became vigilant. Although Pixiu can clearly see that it is very powerful, oh no, it is super powerful, especially the thing in his hand can imprison them. I really don't know what kind of super weapon it is. But even so, he is not sitting still. Don't be nervous, why are you so nervous? Seeing that Xingzhou was so nervous, Pixiu held the Tesseract in his right hand, made a wish to him with his left hand and said, "If I wanted to kill you, you would have been like them just now." Hearing this, Xingzhou couldn't help but glanced at the three pursuers who had turned into coke, and swallowed quietly. NMD, what kind of creature is this? Although he traveled the universe, he also met many strange creatures. But he said he has never seen anything like Pixiu. It has a furry, 050 soft human and animal harmless super cute appearance, can speak human language, seems to be very smart, and can also release strange but powerful golden lightning. And it seems to be able to fly. I don't know whether it is his original ability, or the thing like a square gem that gave him the ability to fly. Anyway, judging from what happened just now, he felt that it would be better for him not to provoke Pixiu. When thinking this way, Xingzhou felt like crying. After all, Pixiu took away his mission target, the cosmic spirit orb, and threw it into a golden halo that he didn't know what it was. Noticing that Xingzhou's expression changed faintly, Pixiu moved his mind, and Hoopa's golden ring appeared beside him. Throwing the Tesseract in, and then taking out the cosmic spirit ball from Hoopa's golden ring, holding the round cosmic spirit ball in both hands, looking at Star-Lord and saying, "What, you want this?" Silent. Xingzhou looked at the universe spirit ball, then looked at Pixiu without speaking. He really wanted the cosmic spirit orb, even the cube crystal that Pixiu was holding in his hand just now. Well, he admitted that he was getting a little greedy. But if he can't get it, can't he let him think about it? After all, everyone wants good things, right? Do you know what this is? Playing with the cosmic spirit ball, Pixiu seduced Xingzhou. If you guess it, how about I give it to you? Star-Lord. Hearing this, he subconsciously suspects that Pixiu is playing tricks on him. But seeing Pixiu's sincere expression, Star-Lord is still hesitation. Then, he looked at Pixiu with some hesitation and said, "This is, the cosmic spirit ball." Nonsense. Pixiu looked at Xingzhou angrily and said, "I'll let you guess what's inside." Xingzhou thought for a while, and said tentatively, "A weapon." "No." Pixiu shook his head slightly. "Then I don't know." Seeing this, Xingzhou was very honest. "Tisk tisk tisk, I gave up now, but it's my fault that I didn't give you a chance." Said in a mocking manner, Pixiu threw the cosmic spirit ball into Hoopa's golden ring, then pointed to a charred corpse on the ground and said, "Do you know who they are?" "Star-Lord, I don't know." "Tisk, it's scary not knowing." Looking at Xingzhou with contempt, under the gaze of Xingzhou with a black face, Pixiu said lightly, "They are soldiers of the Kree Empire." "What?" Hearing this, Xingzhou couldn't help being shocked, and even took a light breath. As a star drifter, how could he not know about the famous Kree Empire in the universe? He suddenly felt that he was in trouble, although he did not kill the 3 Kree Empire soldiers. Calm down, calm down." Pixiu rubbed the electric bag on his face. "By then, at most you will be wanted by the entire universe of the Kree Empire. Besides, as the famous star prince in the interstellar world, are you still afraid of the Kree Empire? Correct me, please call me Star-Lord." Hearing Pixiu's words, Xingzhou's face darkened, he retorted subconsciously, and then couldn't help but continued. "You asked me if I was afraid, and I told you that I was very afraid, because I didn't want to sleep peacefully. Besides, you killed these 3 guys, what does it have to do with me? That's right, Xingzhou said that what he is afraid of is not the Carry Empire, but that he doesn't want to be able to sleep peacefully until he dies in the endless pursuit. Such a thing as a person, he is a Star King, Abba, who is it worthless? He has been in the Interstellar for so many years, I don't know how many people want to kill him, but he is still alive and well. Definitely has something to do with you. Pixiu looked at Xingzhou with a half-smile, and said meaningfully. Do you think they let you go because they couldn't find me after I left? Besides, that white-haired guy seems to be a subordinate of Ronan, a militant from the Kree Empire. He came here to get the cosmic orb. You should have heard of Ronan's murderous reputation. If you fall into his hands, you will definitely go through a painful interrogation, and then you will be killed. Tisk tisk tisk, thinking of all kinds of tortures being applied to you, I feel a little bit refreshed for no reason, what should I do? Are you a devil? Hearing that Xingzhou looked at Pixiu in disbelief, he couldn't help feeling cold. Especially when he heard Pixiu's last words, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he even had the urge to take out his weapon and shoot Pixiu fiercely a few times. However, considering that dying early is worse than dying late, he still held back the urge. Tell me, what do you want to do? Looking at Pixiu with a dark face, Xingzhou said in a deep voice. Although he is a little floating, he is definitely not a brainless person. There must be some purpose for Pixiu talking so much with him. Otherwise, even if you don't kill him, you won't talk so much nonsense with him. Yo, you're pretty smart. Looking at Xingzhou in surprise, Pixiu didn't waste any more time and said directly. I'm going to play around for a while, and I happen to be short of a guide and an underling, so follow me first. If I'm satisfied, I'll take you to find your father when I have free time. What do you mean? 1.1 heard that Xingzhou's expression instantly became extremely serious, staring closely at Pixiu and said in a deep voice. You know something about my father. Father, these 2 words are one of the knots in his heart that he has been unable to get over. Because he has never seen him since he had an impression. Don't even know what he looks like. Now Pixiu actually said that he will take him to find his father in the future, which means that Pixiu knows about his father, which makes him unable to keep calm anymore. Pixiu nodded, and said lightly, I definitely know, after all, this is not a secret, there must be at least a few million people who know. Well, Pixiu added a sentence in his mind, that is in another world. Xingzhou's eyes widened when he heard this, and he looked at Pixiu in disbelief. Chapter 152. What? Hearing Pixiu's words, Xingzhou couldn't help but widen his eyes, looking at Pixiu in disbelief. At least millions of people know about his father? What a joke, why don't you say that everyone in the universe knows about it? Since so many people know, why, as a son, he feels that he doesn't know anything. It seems that we have to go back to Earth. When he came back to his senses, an idea came to Xingzhou's mind. As a person from the Earth, he will definitely think that his father is from the Earth. Do you want to go back to Earth? Sensing the change in Xingzhou's expression, Pixiu immediately made a guess, directly breaking his thoughts. Sorry, your father is not on Earth. Hearing this, Xingzhou glared again. Pixiu continued, how about it, do you want to consider my proposal just now? You must know that you are the first pony I have taken in. In the future, you will use this matter to go out and pretend to be girls with others. It will be enough for you to use for a lifetime. Xingzhou couldn't help but have black lines on his face again, and the corners of his mouth twitched crazily. Being a younger brother can be used to pretend for a lifetime, who do you think you are? To put it bluntly, it is estimated that few people know you. It's better to be your little brother than to be my little brother 23. Definitely, Xingzhou just thought about it in his heart, saying that it was impossible to say it. Because he was afraid to speak out, Pixiu would give him a bolt of lightning. Seeing that Xingzhou seemed a little disdainful, Pixiu shook his head and said with regret. Okay, then you play first, it's a pity, some people seem to never know the truth about his father. Saying that, Pixiu summoned Hoopa's golden ring and made a look of leaving. And many more. Seeing that Pixiu was about to leave, Xingju, whose expression kept changing, finally couldn't help but make a sound. Have you figured it out? Pixiu couldn't help but look at Xingju with a bright smile on his face. Getting rid of a fool Xingju is not easy. Pixiu's smile is very cute, but in the eyes of Xingju, it is very hateful. Looking at Pixiu with a dark face, Xingju said angrily. Okay, then I will be your guide temporarily, but the time is at most half a year, and you must promise to take me to find my father after half a year. Well, it's just a guide, he didn't admit the little brother or anything. And promised Pixiu, he also had two considerations. First, you can know about your father and find him. The second is with Pixiu, who seems to be more secure than him alone. At that time, Ronan sent someone to look for him, so that Pixiu could stand in front of him. If Pixiu can win, he will stay, and if he can't win, he will take the opportunity to run away. That's right, Xingju is such a clever little ghost. Otherwise, he would no longer know which planet he died on. Definitely can. Looking at Xingju, Pixiu smiled indifferently, and quickly paid attention to his calculation. The reason why Xingju was accepted as a younger brother was entirely because he was a fool. It just so happens that he really needs a guide, and with the little favor he had when he watched the movie before, the most suitable candidate for him now is Xingju. What's more, on Morag, apart from the planet, there are only Kree soldiers left. It is obviously impossible to find Kree soldiers as guides. So I can only find this fool Star-Lord. Let's go to your spaceship, there should be Kree soldiers guarding over there. Seeing that Xingju agreed, Pixiu put away Hoopa's gold ring and flew outside. Kree soldiers. His expression changed slightly, Xingju pressed on his body, a helmet covered his head, and then hurriedly followed. He didn't want his ship blown up by the Kree or his house ransacked. On the other side, Star-Lord's spaceship. 4 Kree soldiers stood there with guns in hand, each staring in one direction and guarding. When they saw Pixiu and Xingju approaching, they immediately became vigilant and pointed their guns. One of them shouted at Pixiu and Xingju. Stop, put your hands up and squat on the ground. Seeing the flying Pixiu, they all thought it was some kind of intelligent robot in a leather case. After all, this kind of thing is too common in their civilization. And the owner is naturally the Star-Lord next to him. 2 soldiers approached Pixiu and Xingju cautiously, preparing to subdue Xingju. As for Pixiu, if there is any sign of an attack, they will immediately shoot Pixiu and explode Pixiu with one shot. Hey, don't be nervous, I have no malicious intentions. Being pointed at by 3 guns, Xingju quickly raised his hands, making a gesture of surrender, trying to make them relax their vigilance, and then find a chance to kill them. Ink. Pixiu curled his lips in disdain, and directly turned on the high-speed movement. Crackling. Everyone felt a flash of golden lightning flashing in front of their eyes, and then Star-Lord took a closer look and found that all 4 Kree soldiers had flown out. The 3 disappeared without a trace, and the only one who can still be seen is more than 30 meters away. The whole person is almost embedded in the stone pillar, and a piece of blood is blurred. I rely on. Seeing this scene, Xingju couldn't help swallowing, looking at Pixiu like he was looking at a monster. Just now that kind of speed is what normal creatures can explode? Moreover, 3 of the 4 Kree soldiers were beaten, and the remaining one was also embedded in a stone pillar dozens of meters away. This kind of power is also very terrifying, so that he can't match it. What are you in a daze for, hurry up! Seeing Xingju standing there in a daze, Pixiu yelled at him angrily, and then flew into Xingju's spaceship. Oh, here it is, here it is! Hearing this, Xingju also came back to his senses, quickly entered the spaceship, and then started the spaceship to fly out of the Morag planet. Before leaving, he looked at the 2 small carry airships with some reluctance. It was the 2 ships that the pursuers and the others drove. He felt that there should be something of good value in it. It's a pity that seeing Pixiu rubbing his cheeks, he still resisted the idea of searching. The more he sees Pixiu's strength, the thoughts in his heart are constantly changing. As for the cosmic spirit ball, he doesn't want much now. Because he doesn't know what that thing is at all, and it involves the Kree Empire and that Ronan who has been making troubles in the Interstellar recently. In his opinion, the Cosmic Spirit Ball should not be simple, but it is not worth his risk. Besides, he couldn't get the Cosmic Spirit Ball back from Pixiu either. In the universe. After stopping the spaceship, Xingqiu looked at Pixiu and asked, "Where are you going? Since you are a guide, you must first ask where Pixiu is going." "Go to Kaida." Pixiu softly replied. "Kaida, all right." Hearing this, Xingqiu was a little surprised. Originally, after he got the Universe Spirit Ball, he would go to Kaida to find the middleman, that is, the middleman who did business. With the destination, Xingqiu began to locate the Kaidar star, and then went to the nearest jumping point. Chapter 153. On the way to Kaidar star, Yondu sent a call to Xingqiu. However, the pink-skinned alien girl in the spaceship did not wake up due to the violent shaking of the spaceship, so Xingqiu did not answer Yondu's call. Then, Yondu on the other side released a reward for Star-Lord just like the original plot. At the same time, the Carey Empire battleship Dark Star. In the central combat command room, Ronan in armor stood on a 3-step platform, while Gamera and Xingyin stood below, one on the left and one on the right. Not far away, a Kree soldier bent his waist and bowed his head and said, "We went to Morag, but only found the bodies of Lord Korat and other soldiers, and the cosmic orb has been taken away. After our investigation, we found that a group of predators took over the task of the Cosmic Spirit Ball, and the leader was called Yondu Udanta. Finally, we locked our target on a predator named Star-Lord. Because the team of predators issued a reward to Star-Lord, we speculate that it is very likely that Star-Lord got the Cosmic Spirit Orb, and then did not return to the team, but chose to take it for himself. There is an intermediary in the task transaction of the Cosmic Spirit Orb. That person is called the intermediary. He is located on the Kaidar star guarded by the Nova Corps. Star-Lord will probably go to him." Ronan. At this time, Xing-Yun on the side spoke, and said with an indifferent expression, "Let me go." $7. Ronan, with a grim expression, just opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Gamera. Gamera looked at Nebula and said calmly, "Let you go, if you fail again, what do you take to meet our father Thanos?" Hearing Gamera's words, Ronan's expression remained unchanged, but he turned his head slightly to look at Gamera and Nebula. Hearing this, Nebula looked at Gamera, narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "I, like you, am the daughter of Thanos." Looking at Xingyin, Zhu Guangla said as if stating the facts, "But I know Kaida better than you. Ronan has already agreed with me." Xingyin's eyes fixed, and he was about to refute. "Don't speak for me." But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Ronan. "Nebula." Ronan glanced at Nebula, looked at Gamera, and said in a cold tone, "You go, you are not allowed to fail, and you cannot fail." "No problem." Gamera nodded, then glanced at Nebula, turned and left the combat command room. Then he drove a spaceship away from the Dark Star and headed for Kaidar Star. Time passed slowly. Kaidar, a prosperous planet controlled by the Nova Corps. This is the only special planet without borders in the Milky Way. Various races live peacefully here, and it is mainly guarded by the Nova Corps. Arriving at the port, Xingqiu let the pink-skinned alien girl on the spaceship leave, and then, together with Pixiu, left for the city center of Daxing. Even on Kaidar, where strange races coexist, Pixiu is quite eye-catching all the way. Well, it's mainly about rational beings. After all, things like cuteness are basically common except for the special aesthetics of race. Especially many furry animals, such as cerebellar axes, rabbits, iron eaters, and so on. Especially now that Pixiu is still flying in the sky. But no one came to bother Pixiu and Xingqiu. After all, this is a peaceful planet, and there are all kinds of races. It can fly, and it can be regarded as a special racial ability of certain races. Definitely, there are still many people who regard Pixiu as some kind of animal-shaped intelligent robot with a furry coat, and the owner of Pixiu is the Star-Lord next to him. Therefore, at most, he stared at Pixiu a few more times. Walking on the road, Xingqiu slightly lowered his voice and said, "Pixiu, where are you going?" On the way, Pixiu also told Xingzhou what his name was. You don't really just want to wander here aimlessly, do you? Looking at Pixiu, Xingzhou had a question mark on his face. Chai Daxing has come here more than once or twice. Although the scenery here is good, he has seen it too many times and has already run out of ideas. If he hangs out with Pixiu all day, he thinks he might be bored to the point of madness. Rather than that, he might as well go out on a date with a good-looking chick and have a beat match that represents the love of their friendship. It's about the same, but it's still waiting for someone. Pixiu looked around, and nodded slightly when he heard Xingzhou's question, glanced at him and said, "It's almost time for people to arrive." "Waiting for someone, who are you waiting for?" Xingzhou looked puzzled. Pixiu was with him all the way, and judging from Pixiu's appearance, it was obviously the first time he came to Kaida, and now he actually told him to wait for someone. Is this teasing him? To be honest, if it wasn't for worrying about not being able to run against Pixiu, and also needing Pixiu's protection, he really wanted to use the excuse of being in a hurry to run away. It's too boring to be with Pixiu, and he is quite speechless from time to time, which is simply suppressing his powerful ability as an interstellar prodigal son. Waiting, look over there. At this time, Pixiu came to the gap between the roadside fence and looked at the pool in the square below. Who? Xingzhou looked over suspiciously and curiously. Then a unique little raccoon and a tree man came into his eyes. That's right, it's Rocket Raccoon and Groat from Galactic Dance Company. It's just that they haven't become attached to Xingzhou yet. Wow, Groat, look what I found. Rocket Raccoon looked at Star-Lord through the portable holographic computer with an excited smile on his face. I am, Groat. Groat, who was drinking water by the pool, looked up at Rocket Raccoon. He, I saw 40,000 yuan, Groat, let's go. The smile on Rocket Raccoon's face became brighter, and he looked at Groat, Wang's, after saying something. Seeing that Groat was still burying his head in drinking water, he slapped his forehead speechlessly, shook his head helplessly and sighed. Go ahead and bring them here. Looking at Rocket Raccoon and Groat below, Pixiu said something to Star-Lord beside him. I'm going. Xingzhou couldn't help pointing to himself, a little confused. Don't you want to go? Pixiu squinted at Xingzhou. Star-Lord. Okay, I'll go bundle. Sighing helplessly, Xingzhou walked up the stairs not far away. In the higher aisle 50 to 60 meters away, Gamera shifted her doubtful eyes away from Pixiu, and then put her gaze on Xingzhou who was walking down. With her eyes fixed slightly, Gamera quickly walked towards the stairs leading to the lower floor. The most important thing right now is to get the Cosmic Spirit Ball, that is, the Power Gem, and the others are not important. Chapter 154. Tisk tisk tisk, how could a team like the Galaxy GA dance troupe not be established because of my participation? And Star-Lord, don't you think it's boring? Then get a beating first, and then go to the Nova Legion's Kyan prison to play for a while, so it shouldn't be boring. Taking everything into his eyes, Pixiu couldn't help showing a bright and lovely smile on his face. Xingzhou, who was walking down, suddenly felt a chill for some reason, and then shivered. He touched the other's arm with his left and right hands, as if he wanted to suppress the goosebumps. What happened? Star-Lord looked around suspiciously, and after muttering something softly, he continued to walk towards Rocket Raccoon and Groat who were also walking towards him below. After arriving not far from Rocket Raccoon and Groat, Star-Lord waved to them with a smile and said hello. Hey, hello, I'm Peter Quill, you can also call me Star-Lord. Seeing Xingzhou coming over to greet him, Rocket Raccoon couldn't help being slightly taken aback. Is this a fool? Don't you know that you have been rewarded? But seeing that 40,000 yuan was delivered to the door by himself, Rocket Raccoon was so happy that he almost burst out laughing. Resisting the urge to laugh, Rocket Raccoon said to Star-Lord. You know 457 us. Just met. Star-Lord smiled, looked at Rocket Raccoon and Groat and said, come with me, someone wants to see you. Someone wants to see us. Hearing this, Rocket Raccoon was taken aback again. I am, Groat. Even Groat on the side looked at Star-Lord suspiciously. Okay, but I have something to do here. Rocket Raccoon came back to his senses quickly, and said with a smile. Why don't you come with us to get something first, and you'll be back soon. After finishing speaking, Rocket Raccoon added in his mind, it's me and Groot, but not you. Take things. When Yan Xingzhe slightly frowned and said, take it later, the person you want to meet is not far away but closer, right where I was standing just now. No, it's not too late to go after you get your things. Rocket Raccoon shook his head. Star-Lord frowned even tighter. He looked at Rocket Raccoon and Groot suspiciously. He always felt that something was wrong with these two guys, especially Rocket Raccoon. It was as if it was some liar he had encountered before. Considering that this is the person Pixiu asked him to come over to meet him, it stands to reason that there should be no problem. Peter. Seeing Xingzhe frowning at him, Rocket Raccoon's heart moved, knowing that he had begun to feel something was wrong, but he still pretended to be puzzled on the surface and said. If you don't want to go, just wait for us here, but it may take a little longer because we have a little too much to take. Playing hard to get, good strategy. And hearing this sentence, the experienced Star-Lord subconsciously guessed what Rocket Raccoon wanted to do. After a secret movement in his heart, Xingzhe stretched his brows and said with a smile. It's okay, you go, I'll wait for you here. After all, Xingzhe still chooses to act according to his own feelings. After all, his feelings have saved him too many times, otherwise he would have been a corpse long ago. Oh no, with the enemies he provoked, it is very likely that there will be no corpses by then. Hearing this, Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. He knew that it was impossible to trick Xingzhe into leaving here. Okay, we'll get it ourselves. On the surface, Rocket Raccoon said regretfully, then turned around and pretended to leave, but touched a pocket on one side with his right hand. The next moment, Rocket Raccoon turned around abruptly and threw a small thing with 3 small suction cups at Star-Lord. It was a small paralysis device, which could release a special electric current that most races could not resist. It would not harm life, but it could paralyze the whole body and make them unable to move. After all he has to do is to capture Star-Lord alive, and then take him to find Yondu to receive the reward. What Yondu wanted was to be captured alive. If he took a dead body, he might not be able to get a single one. CDFC. Sure enough, I have bad intentions. Xingzhe, who had been prepared for a long time, couldn't help raising his mouth, and quickly ducked down, then pulled out his weapon elemental gun and pointed it at Rocket Raccoon. I am, Groot. At this moment, the tree figure Groot on the side uttered a soft drink, and vines grew out of his hands, and quickly entangled towards Xingzhe. I rely on it. Seeing the spurting vines, Xingzhe was taken aback, dodged aside, and returned. Stop it, don't blame me for being rude if you do it again. After all, it was the person Pixiu asked him to pick up. Although he didn't know why he had bad intentions towards him, he didn't want to make a move unless it was absolutely necessary. What's more, this is Chita Star, and if you make a move here, it will attract the Nova Corps. In terms of strength alone, the entire Nova Corps is not much weaker than the Carry Empire, or the two are evenly matched. Otherwise, Ronan would not need the help of Thanos, that is, Thanos, to help him destroy Star Kydar before he got the power gem. Moreover, although Ronan owns a fleet, he is not the only supreme accuser of the entire Kree Empire, and cannot gather the power of the entire Carry Empire to attack Kydar. The current Ronan is completely a terrorist of the Carry Empire. After all, the Kree Empire has signed an armistice agreement with the Nova Corps, and Ronan is alone leading his troops to do things. Therefore, it can be seen that the strength of the Nova Corps is strong, and the performance in the movie seems to be that the Nova Corps is not very good. It is entirely because there is only one close air defense fleet at that time. And Ronan drove his Dark Star directly into Kydar Star, not caring about the sacrifice of his troops at all. Song wants to land on Kydar Star and use the power of the Power Gem to destroy Chi Star. In any case, the Nova Corps is a famous peacekeeping superhero team in the universe, and being able to reach the famous level of the universe is not comparable to ordinary civilizations. So Xingzhe doesn't want to make trouble here. 40,000 yuan is a good idea for you. Hurry up and arrest me so that you will suffer less. However, Rocket Raccoon would not do what he wished. He set up his own weapon, loaded it with electric shock bombs, and launched it at Xingqiu. Hey hey! But just when he was about to fire, he found that someone grabbed the back of Destiny's neck and lifted him up, and then flew out with a ruthless flick. It was Gamera who arrived and grabbed Rocket and threw him out. There was such a big commotion here that it immediately attracted the attention of everyone nearby. People around saw what was going on here, and hid away one after another. At the same time, some people contacted the Nova Corps. It seems that it has not happened for a while to do things on Kaidar. Chapter 155. Tisk tisk tisk, it's really a good show. Seeing Star-Lord, Gamera, Rocket Raccoon and others huddled together below, Pixiu rubbed the electric bag. With a smile on his face, he almost grabbed melon seeds in his hand. Thinking of the battle of wits and courage between Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon just now, he wanted to laugh. This kind of thing can become a topic of discussion between them in the future. After all, they don't know each other without fighting. Who would want them to be friends with different identities, and become friends, and even a team? Skimming the surroundings, Pixiu came to a blind spot, and then activated the stealth function in the form transformation. In the skill description at the beginning, invisibility is to achieve a visual invisibility effect through the application of light refraction, and there are many weaknesses. However, after he evolved to 4 stars, every skill became much stronger. The stealth ability of form transformation is no longer limited to pure visual invisibility. It will make Pixiu enter a semi-illusory state, which cannot be detected by thermal imaging cameras and other detection instruments. And in the stealth state, ordinary matter without a certain amount of energy cannot affect Pixiu, which means that Pixiu can do things like pass through walls. In the semi-illusory state, even if something like water or dust falls on Pixiu's body, it will pass through his body and fall directly to the ground. This will undoubtedly reduce many stealth weaknesses. After all, it is a skill produced by the system. If you follow the description of the skill you got at the beginning, the ability of form and state is really quite different from other abilities. Therefore, after evolution, the ability to change form has also been greatly improved. For example, the time to change into a human is also longer, from 3 minutes to 9 minutes. After stealth, Pixiu turned on the electromagnetic levitation and flew to the lower layer. Because he plans to follow them to play in Kyan Prison, witness the Guardians of Galaxy, oh no, the birth of the Galaxy Dance Troupe, and then show up from behind the scenes. After all, there is still a member of the Galaxy Dance Troupe there. After playing with them, return to Earth. Judging from the plot, Wanda and Pete have also awakened super ability under the stimulation of Mind Gem. That being the case, it's time to take Mind Gem back. Then go to Camartage and stay there to see if you can get the Time Gem. After all, one of his plans needs to use 6 infinite gems, and after asking the system also said that it is feasible, but it can only be carried out during evolution. 6 infinite gems, as long as you get the Mind Gem back and get the Time Gem, then only the Soul Gem on Vamir Star is left. Regarding the setting of Soul Gem, Pixiu said that this gem is underdrawn. Look at its 5 brothers and sisters, who made so many fancy settings. If you want to get it, you have to sacrifice the things you love the most. Tisk, this is not what it is to draw. It seems that until he finds a way to get the Soul Gem out without sacrifice, his plan can only be temporarily postponed until all 6 gems are collected. If it doesn't work, maybe you can try to use the power of 5 gems, use the connection between infinite gems, and then go to Vamir Star to lure Soul Gem out. Definitely this is just an idea, whether it will work or not needs to be practiced. The fight was fierce below, and soon the members of the Nova Corps came. Just like the original plot, they arrested all of them, and then began to register information files. And along the way, Pixiu, relying on his stealth ability, followed them secretly, not afraid of being discovered. Soon, after the decision of the upper echelon of the Nova Corps, the Star-Lord and the others were still escorted to Qian Prison. Pixiu quietly boarded the spaceship in the Qian Prison ahead. After a period of flight, the spacecraft came to the Qian Prison built in the meteorite belt. Along the way, Xingqiu's face was stinky, and he probably scolded Pixiu all the time in his heart. After all, it was because of Pixiu that he was beaten up by people from both parties in a daze, and finally caught by the Nova Corps and put in prison. When he was caught, he looked towards where Pixiu was before, but he didn't see anyone at all. So he knew he should still be played by Pixiu. Along the way, Star-Lord didn't take kindly to Rocket Raccoon and Gamera and even Groot. Soon, everyone was locked in the cell. After hesitation, Star-Lord glanced at Rocket Raccoon, and said, "Why did you arrest me? You do not know." Hearing this, Rocket Raccoon was slightly surprised and said, "You were offered a reward by someone from Yondu Udonta, a total of 40,000 yuan, tisk, I never thought that I would go to prison again because of you. Asking for flowers." At the end, Rocket Raccoon pouted. However, he is not worried about his going to prison. After all, he has been in prison before, and even has 22 prison escape experiences. In his opinion, after a while, he will be able to figure out the situation of this Qian prison, and then find a way to slip out, and continue to roam the stars. Yondu. Hearing Rocket Raccoon's words, the corner of Xingju's mouth couldn't help twitching slightly. It turned out that he was cheated by Yondu. But thinking of that Gamera, Xingju slightly frowned and said, "What did that Gamera ask me for? It stands to reason that she is the daughter of Thanos, and in her capacity, she simply despises the 40,000 yuan reward. Who knows? 0. Hearing this, Rocket Raccoon glanced at Star-Lord, sat down in the corner, and hummed. "No matter what, your 40,000 yuan is mine. If anyone dares to rob me, it depends on whether Groot and I agree, whether she is Thanos' daughter or not. As long as he has money, he dares to do anything." Although Thanos is a very terrifying existence in the universe, he said that he never cared about these imaginary things. Whether you are afraid of Thanos or not depends on whether the price is up to par. As long as the price is enough, it doesn't matter who you are. If you have the opportunity, just open the whole deal. Hearing Rocket Raccoon's words, the corners of Star-Lord's mouth twitched slightly. Then he lay down on the bed, closed his eyes and cursed inwardly. "Damn Pixiu, you dare to trick me, don't give me a chance, or you'll see me." Little did he know, Pixiu was always by their side. Time passed slowly. Before I knew it, several days passed. The plot is also staged like the original plot. After knowing Gamera's identity, Dex finds her at night. Before him, there were naturally several other prisoners who came to Gamera. After all, Gamera's reputation here can be described as thunderous, and I don't know how many people want to kill her. After Xingju found out about this, he quietly followed. Chapter 156. After Star-Lord rescued Gamera, the Milky Way dance troupe has initially formed. In the corner of the rest area of the prison cafeteria, members of the Yunhe dance troupe gathered together. Seeing this lineup, the other prisoners did not dare to get too close and kept away. And the members of the Galaxy dance troupe didn't care about them either. Star-Lord looked at Gamera, and asked doubtfully. "In Kaidar, why did you attack me?" Rocket Raccoon and Dex the Destroyer also looked at Gamera. As for Groot, at the moment is playing itself out there. Hearing Xingju's inquiry, Gamera looked around, then slightly lowered his voice and said. "Did you go to Morag and take the Cosmic Orb? Cosmic Spirit Ball?" Hearing this, Xingju roughly guessed what was going on immediately. So gritted his teeth slightly and said. "Yes, I did go to get it, but it was snatched away by someone. Oh no, not by someone, but by a yellow animal named 510 called Pixiu. On Kaidar, when I went to find raccoons, it was because Pixiu told me that raccoons and treants were the ones he was waiting for, and asked me to take them there. And when we were captured by the Nova Corps, I suddenly found that Pixiu was missing. That's why I knew I was cheated by him. The Cosmic Spirit Orb isn't on you." However, Gamera ignored the others directly, and only noticed one thing she cared about. "Well, that's right." Xingju nodded. "It's going to be very difficult now." Gamera couldn't help but look worried. "Wait a moment." Star-Lord looked at Gamera curiously and doubtfully and asked. "What the hell is that Cosmic Spirit Orb? Why do you all want it? Even that Ronan sent someone to Morag to get the Cosmic Spirit Orb. Oh, by the way, those subordinates of Ronan were all killed by Pixiu, and have nothing to do with me. At the end, Xingzhou also clarified his innocence by the way. It has always been others who take the blame for him, when he has done it for others. Cosmic Spiritual Ball. Hearing this, Gamera said with a slight sigh. That is a treasure worth 4 billion, and it is the only chance for me to get rid of Ronan and Thanos. She still doesn't know that there is a power gem in the Universe Spirit Ball. All she knows is that the collector Tanya Devon, in the void can give her the help she needs. What, 4 billion? Hearing Gamera's words, both Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon were shocked. This is not a small sum. You must know that the reward issued by Yangda to Xingzhou is only 40,000 yuan. It is unbelievable that a cosmic spiritual ball is worth 4 billion. Hey, Quill, that Pixiu, you know what he looks like, right? After we leave, maybe we can find a way to find him and get the cosmic orb. Hearing 4 billion, Rocket Raccoon was immediately tempted, and quickly looked at Xingzhou. If you can get the cosmic spiritual ball, which is worth 4 billion yuan, who cares about the 40,000 yuan of Xingzhou? Knowing is knowing. Hearing this, Xingzhou nodded slightly, thinking of Pixiu's strength, hesitation said. But he is very powerful, and he also has a square crystal block that is shining with blue light. That thing can hold many people together. It is impossible for us to get the cosmic spirit ball back from him. And I watched him throw the cosmic spirit ball into a golden halo, like a wormhole. I don't know what it is, I have never seen it before. What are you afraid of? Rocket Raccoon looked at Star-Lord with contempt and said. Starve to death the timid, starve to death the daring, try it first, that's 4 billion. Hungry to death, strangled to death. Dex, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said. Both are dead, isn't there a choice of immortality? After all, you haven't taken me to kill Ronan yet. Star-Lord. Rocket Raccoon. Gamera. Groot, I am, Groot. What? Seeing a few people looking at him with weird eyes, Dex looked puzzled. Seeing the loss of virtue, Rocket Bear sighed helplessly and shook his head. He finally figured out that no one who can be here is a normal person. This guy Dex is completely a brave and foolish man. Rocket Raccoon looked at Star-Lord and Gamera and said. I have a plan. In the 2 days since I came here, I have already figured out everything here. It can help us get out of this prison. Shall we cooperate? If we cooperate, 4 billion must be equalized by 5 of us. I do not want. At this time, Dex stared slightly and said. As long as you take me to find Ronan, I will give you all my share. His only wish now is to kill Ronan who killed his wife and children, money is of no use to him now. Okay then, we're not evenly divided. Seeing that Dex doesn't want it, Rocket Raccoon is also happy to get a little more, so he looked at Star-Lord and Gamera and said. How about it, do you two want to cooperate? No problem. Xingzhou shrugged and said, definitely, the premise is that you can get the cosmic spirit ball from Pixiu. I have no problem either. Gamera's eyes flickered slightly, and she also nodded. Things like money are nothing to her, although 4 billion is not a small amount, but this is not the purpose of her wanting to get the universe spirit ball. Okay, then it's settled, wait for the opportunity, and we will start to act. Seeing that Star-Lord and Gamera agreed, a smile appeared on Rocket Raccoon's face. At the moment, they didn't even know that the person they were talking about just now was actually not far away, and they had recorded their conversation verbatim in their ears. Tisk tisk tisk, you actually paid attention to me, interesting, very interesting. Looking at the Yinhe dance troupe who were discussing the escape plan, Pixiu shook his big ears on his head, and a bright smile appeared on his face as if he saw a fun toy. Since GA dance troupe has such dreams, does he want to give them some motivation? It seems that time can do something. In this way, Pixiu hid in the dark and waited silently. That night, everything seemed to be quiet. Star-Lord, Gamera 1.5, Rocket Raccoon, and Groot, who were already asleep, opened their eyes. Okay, hurry up and act. Rocket Raccoon lowered his voice and said to Star-Lord and the others, and suddenly frowned and said. Where's Dex? When several people found Dex, they couldn't help being speechless. It turned out that this guy was really asleep. Then everyone woke Dex up, and then they separated to get the things they needed. For example, under the instruction of Rocket Raccoon, Xingzhou went to get the prosthetic limb of a certain prisoner. It seems that GA dance troupe is still GA dance troupe, even if things have changed a lot, the nature will not change. But Pixiu hides in the dark and sees everything. Chapter 157. Not long after, Xingzhou got the prosthesis. And Gamera also got the security armband of the prison guard. As for the last Quini battery, it was also taken by the retractable Grote. Jingle bell! When the Quini battery was taken out of the wall by Grote, the shrill siren rang through the entire Qian prison, awakening countless sleeping people. Inside the prison guards' lounge. Hurry up! Hundreds of guards suddenly opened their eyes, put on their equipment solemnly, took their weapons and left the rest room, then dispersed and walked towards the prison. So a lively prison escape drama unfolded. Meanwhile, a little planet on. Ronan is holding a warhammer called Universal Weapon, and Nebula is on a stone not far away. Pieces of suspended stones turned into a series of upward steps, above which there was a throne suspended in the air, with its back facing Ronan and Nebula. On the left side of the steps, not far from Ronan, a figure that seemed to be wearing a robe stood there. The identity of this figure is the Chitauri leader 23 who talked to Loki in Avengers Alliance 1. With all due respect, Thanos. Looking at Thanos above, Ronan said with a slightly cold face. Your daughter caused trouble, but you brought me here. Be gentle, accuser. The Chitauri leader on the side heard Ronan's words and tone, and immediately issued a warning to him. After all, in his eyes, Thanos is supreme and will never allow anyone to be disrespectful. However, Ronan ignored the leader Chitauri, looked at Mishi's position with a slightly cold expression and continued. First of all, your daughter lost a fight with several primitive people, and then she was arrested by the Nova Corps. Your sources have always said that she is betraying us. That's obviously because you're not doing your job well, so please be more polite, although. The Chitauri leader on the side kept yelling at Ronan. Hearing the Chitauri leader bluffing in his ears, Ronan's eyes turned cold, and he turned his direction suddenly, and the universal weapon in his hand, the warhammer, sent out a terrifying wave. Click, click. The Chitauri leader's voice stopped abruptly, and there was a constant sound like glass breaking on his body, and then fell to the ground with a plop, motionless. Looking at the dead Chitauri leader, Ronan let out a disdainful cold snort, looked at where Thanos was and said. I just ask you to take this seriously. Although he is afraid of Thanos, it doesn't mean that one of Thanos' subordinates can keep blaming him in his ear, and it's best to say clearly if he wants to die. Xing Yun, who was watching a play, was startled when he saw this scene, and couldn't help but look up. The hanging throne above turned around, and Thanos, who was wearing armor and a helmet, was sitting on the throne, looking at Ronan below with a flat expression. Looking at Ronan, Thanos said calmly and slowly. The only thing I didn't take seriously was you, Kree. Hearing this, Ronan's face became a little ugly. However, Thanos didn't pay attention to the change in his expression at all, and continued. Your political calculations are too boring, and your behavior is as childish as a child. Obviously, you are alienating my dearest daughter, Gamera. Nebula sitting there, hearing Thanos' words, couldn't help lowering his head and shaking his head slightly, with complicated emotions in his heart. Thanos looked at Ronan, and said slowly. I will abide by our agreement, Kree people, as long as you bring me the cosmic spirit orb. If you come to see me empty-handed again, I will make your blood flow like a river. At the end, Thanos leaned forward slightly, his calm eyes became sharper, and his tone became a little more serious. Hearing Thanos' words, Ronan's left hand clenched tightly into a fist, and his right hand holding the universal weapon, the warhammer, also exerted a little force, wanting to give Thanos a hammer. But he knew that with the current him, he was no match for Thanos at all. Thanks Dad, that sounds fair. At this moment, Xing Yun, who had not spoken all this time, stood up and said something, breaking the awkward and dignified atmosphere, and walked towards Ronan. When he came to Ronan, Xing Yun looked at him and said in a plain tone of stating the facts. Trust me, you can't win this battle. Let's go to Keen. After finishing speaking, Xing walked outside in ancient clothes. Hearing this, Ronan glanced at Thanos above with a cold face, turned around and walked outside. Watching Xing and Ronan leave, Thanos gently sat back and sat up straight, with his hands on the armrests on both sides. A confident and calm smile appeared on his face. On the other side, Chin Prison. Boom boom boom. Da. Quick, quick, catch them. Gunshots, explosions, and shouts continued to sound, and a large number of prison guards rushed towards the area where Xingju and the others were. The nearest ones had exchanged fire with Xingju and the others. But it was all in vain. The time was just right, and everything was going according to plan. When the large army from Qian prison arrived, Xingju and others had already fled. Even on the way, Xingju didn't bring back all his equipment. Star-Lord drove the spaceship transported by the Nova Corps, and carried Rocket Raccoon, Groot, Gamera, and Dex out of Qian prison smoothly. As for Pixiu, naturally they have been quietly following them. Inside the spaceship, Xingju looked at the others and said, "So, what are we going to do now?" "Definitely looking for that Pixiu." Rocket Raccoon showed an expression of excitement and anticipation and said, "Quill, quickly tell me all the information you know about that Pixiu, ha ha ha, the famous genius Rocket will definitely gain something." "All right." Hearing this, Xingju nodded when he saw Gamera and Dex looking at him. In a corner, 520 Pixiu saw this scene, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. He reached out and took out the Universe Spirit Ball from Hoopa's golden ring, weighed it in his hand, and threw it outside. Boom! Thump thud thump! The Cosmic Spiritual Ball fell to the ground and rolled towards where Xingju and the others were. What? The bang sound startled Xingju and the others, and quickly followed the sound vigilantly, and then saw the Cosmic Spirit Ball slowly rolling towards them on the ground. How is it possible? Why is the Cosmic Spirit Ball here? Seeing the Cosmic Spirit Ball, Xingju widened his eyes and let out an exclamation in disbelief. The Cosmic Spirit Ball was obviously thrown into a wormhole-like halo by Pixiu. How could it suddenly appear here? Could it be that Pixiu is in the spaceship? What, this is the Cosmic Spirit Ball? Hearing Xingju's exclamation, Rocket Raccoon stared at the Cosmic Spirit Ball on the ground for a moment. Didn't Xingju say that the Cosmic Spirit Ball was taken by that Pixiu? Could it be? Gamera also thought of this, directly drew out her weapon and looked around vigilantly. The same goes for Rocket Raccoon. Star-Lord and Dex just looked around vigilantly, while Groot looked at the Cosmic Spirit Ball on the ground with some curiosity, and then looked around. The atmosphere suddenly became anxious. Oh no, it became dignified. Chapter 158. Is Pixiu on the spaceship? Seeing the Cosmic Spirit Ball that appeared, Star-Lord, Gamera, and Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but glance at each other, and an amazing idea rose in their minds. Then those who drew their guns, those who drew their daggers, and all of them looked around warily. Pixiu. After Xingju and Gamera looked at each other, Xingju tentatively let out a shout. At the moment, no one dared to act without authorization. Even with the Cosmic Spirit Ball right in front of them, no one dared to take it. After all, Xingju has seen the powerful strength of Pixiu with his own eyes. And everyone else has heard Xingju's detailed description. The weird things happening now made them dare not act rashly. Because no one knows what Pixiu is going to do, why the Universe Spirit Ball suddenly appeared here. Pixiu in the dark just watched them like this, not intending to make a sound. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Hello. Xingju shouted again, but there was still no response. Several people looked at each other. Xingju slowly squatted down and picked up the Cosmic Spirit Ball on the ground, while the rest looked around cautiously. However, when Xingju picked up the Cosmic Spirit Ball, there was still no response. Everyone's doubts became more intense. I cannot stand it anymore. At this time, Dex let out a low cry impatiently, strode forward and began to search in the spaceship with a look of recklessness on his face. Dex. Seeing Dex driving directly, Xingju and the others were startled. But none of them stopped him. Well, they all had the idea of letting Dex try it. After some searching, Dex found nothing, so he looked at Xingju and the others angrily and said, "So why are you so nervous? I didn't see anything except us. Could that ball be that what Pixiu took out to play and fell on the spaceship? How come?" Hearing Dex's words, Xingju frowned tightly, took a look at the cosmic spirit ball in his hand, and found that it was indeed the one he found from the ruins before. But he clearly saw Pixiu throwing the cosmic spirit ball into the halo. Wait a minute. After glancing at Gamera, Rocket Raccoon, and others, Star-Lord took the cosmic spirit orb to the pilot's seat, and then turned on the operating system of the spacecraft to check the recorded images in the spacecraft. From the moment they landed on the Kaidar star, they used fast forward to watch until they entered the spaceship, and then it didn't take long for the cosmic spirit ball to slowly roll out of the corner. However, during this period, they did not see anything else. After watching the recorded video, Gamera exchanged glances with Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon, and then cautiously walked to the corner where the cosmic spirit ball rolled out. After some inspection, nothing was found. At the moment, even if everyone tried their best, they still couldn't figure out what was going on. At this moment, Rocket Raccoon looked at the crowd and said, "Since there is nothing but us, and there is nothing in the recorded video, then Dex's guess just now is very likely. Maybe the one Pixiu took out to play accidentally fell into the spaceship. Maybe." Everyone heard that, except for Groot and Dex. Star-Lord and Gamera felt that something was wrong. But they couldn't find a way to solve the problem. Never mind. At this time, Gamera looked at Xingju and said with a slightly sullen face, "No matter what, the cosmic spirit orb is in our hands after all, and I will take you to the trading place, and then you can get the money." "Fine." Hearing that, neither Star-Lord nor Rocket Raccoon said anything. As for Dex, he said, "Remember to take the money and take me to Ronan's place. I will kill him myself." "I am, Groot." Groot on the side also said something. Okay, I will buy you a big garden then." Hearing what Dex and Groot said, Rocket Raccoon patted his forehead helplessly, then shook his head. "Then let's go." So Gamera was in charge of driving. Everyone went to the nearest jump point city. Their destination is the small planet land of nothingness that was turned into the head of a member of the celestial group. In the dark, Pixiu watched all this silently. Time passed slowly. After the spaceship entered the jumping point, Ronan and Xingyun also led the army to Qian prison. The defense of Qian prison was extremely fragile in front of them, and it didn't take long for it to be completely captured. Whether it was guards or prisoners, all of them were dead. When he learned from a guard that Star-Lord and Gamera had escaped from prison, Ronan directly asked his men to wipe the guard's neck. "Ronan, the Nova Corps is already organizing a fleet to come here, what should we do now?" Coming to Ronan's side, Xingyun asked his attention. Glancing at Xingyun, Ronan walked outside indifferently, and said while walking, "Totally ruin this place, we can't let the Nova Corps know what we're looking for." "Yes." Nebula nodded, and then conveyed Ronan's instructions. Soon, Ronan and Nebula left with the fleet. After they left, the huge Qian prison turned into a group of gorgeous fireworks blooming in the universe with a bang, and the explosion swallowed everything. After the fleet of the Nova Corps arrived, there was not even a wreck left in the Qian prison. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the faces of the members of the Nova Corps who rushed over became extremely ugly, and their faces were full of anger. In the end, you can only go back the same way. Time flies. Half a day later, Xingju and his party finally came to the land of nothingness. Pixiu, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but marvel at the planet that turned into the heads of the gods of the god group after the fall of the gods in front of them. The god group is still very powerful. Even in the movie plots he knows, the members of the celestial group only appeared in the images played by Collector. But after only appearing for a while, he used the power gem to easily destroy a planet. In the comics, it seems that the celestial god group is even more powerful, even if it is the weakest few. Anyone with the power, Lees, can destroy thousands of galaxies at once. And the strongest can even destroy millions of galaxies with one blow. Tisk tisk tisk, as expected of the world of comics, there are so many big bosses emerging one after another, it feels like all of them can blow up the universe. Whenever the exclusive personal magazine appears, the protagonist can easily catch the air in seconds. Even if it is just a hero with Earth-level strength, after obtaining some artifacts, he can even easily kill those gods who can destroy the Earth in a single thought. Even the 5 great gods in the comics have died countless times, and the same is true for those who are more powerful than the 5 great gods, such as the Life Court. For example, Thanos in the comics, in addition to the normal state, also has the glove Thanos, the heart of the universe, and so on. Then there are parallel universes one after another. Once it explodes, the universe will restart directly. Sure enough, Pixiu still prefers the movie world to the comic world. In the film world at least, logic is easier to swallow than comics. Chapter 159. Inside the Ignorance. Xingqiu and others stopped the spaceship, and then headed towards where Collector was. Pixiu naturally also slipped down, flying in the sky and slowly following them. He kind of looked forward to what would happen after meeting the Collector. Everyone moved forward. Soon came to the outside of the building where the Collector was. Looking at the building in front of him, Xingqiu said curiously. "Is your buyer in here?" "We'll wait for his representative here first," Gamera said as they walked. At the same time, at the front gate, a tall and burly man threw another person out and smashed it hard on the ground with a plop. "Oh, that's really disrespectful." Seeing this scene, Dex couldn't help saying something. Then he looked at Xingqiu and asked. "Is there anything else we can do while we wait here? Go to the side and have a look." Xingqiu pouted at the place where the crowd gathered over there. In this way, a group of people waited obediently. Rocket and Groot and Dex come to the gaming table to pass the time. Star-Lord followed Gamera to an unoccupied balcony outside. 933. As Xingqiu and Gamera draw closer, Pixiu naturally won't follow. So he followed Rocket Raccoon, Groot and Dex to the fighting beast gambling table. Watching the big beast below eat the small one, Pixiu curled his lips slightly. After all, he really can't appreciate this kind of thing. So he glanced at the Rocket Raccoons who were having fun, and Pixiu flew to other places, and began to visit the Ignorance Land turned into the heads of the members of the Celestial Group. When Pixiu came back from a tour, I happened to see Dex and Groot who got into a ball because of the quarrel, and Rocket Raccoon who was stimulated. Who made Dex unable to speak and called Rocket Raccoon a harmful animal. After drinking, Rocket Raccoon, who was very sensitive to this part of his heart, was blown up on the spot, and directly brought Groot and Dex into a fight. "Whoa, what are you doing, Rocket?" Star-Lord and Gamera, who discovered this scene, stopped them immediately. Dex, who was stopped by Gamera, looked at Rocket Raccoon angrily and shouted. "It's only harmful to animals, and it can only talk like ghosts." "Yes, that's right." Hearing this, Rocket Raccoon, who was carrying a gun, roared angrily. "He doesn't understand respect at all." Dex continued to roar. "That's right." Rocket Raccoon growled more and more excitedly. "You continue to call me a harmful animal, big guy, you just want to laugh at me like everyone else." "Enough, wait." Seeing that the two were getting more and more impulsive, Xingqiu yelled at them with an ugly face, and then comforted Rocket Raccoon. "Rocket, calm down, you're drunk, no one here wants to laugh at you. He thinks I'm an idiot." Putting down the gun, Rocket Raccoon looked angry and sad, pointed at Dex and looked at Star-Lord and said. "Grandpa, I am also unwilling in thousands of ways, and I don't want to be disassembled, and then assembled again and again to become a kind of..." Having said that, Rocket Raccoon stopped. Rocket Raccoon turned his head slightly, tears seemed to be in his eyes, his left hand clenched his fist, his voice became choked. "Become a little monster." Hearing his words, everyone's expressions changed slightly, and the way they looked at him became different, and even Dex calmed down a little. At this time, Xingqiu quickly reacted, looked at Rocket Raccoon and continued to comfort him. "Rocket, no one here calls you a little monster." Hearing this, Rocket Raccoon immediately looked at Dex and said angrily, "He called me a pest." Pointing to Gamera at the side, she said, "She calls me a rat." Rocket Raccoon looked at Dex again, and continued angrily, "Shoot 5 or 6 shots in your face, and see if you can still smile by then." Speaking of which, Rocket Raccoon raised his gun to Dex again. Dex, who calmed down a little on the other side, saw Rocket Raccoon pointing his gun at him, and was immediately controlled by anger, and wanted to rush towards Rocket Raccoon again. But was stopped by Gamera on the side. On the other side, Star-Lord also stopped Rocket Raccoon, persuading him nervously. Rocket, calm down, 4 billion, cheer up, if you endure for one night, you will make a lot of money. After getting along for this period of time, he also roughly knew that Rocket Raccoon loves money. Hearing Xingju's words, Rocket Raccoon fell silent, then turned his head and began to take a deep breath. It seems that Xingju's persuasion, or 4 billion, had an effect. After a while of silence, Rocket Raccoon said slowly, "Okay, but I can't guarantee that this matter will end, and I won't blast every pig head out of you. Look, look." Hearing Rocket Raccoon's words, and thinking about the experience just now, Star-Lord also said angrily, "No wonder none of you have any friends." Speaking of which, Star-Lord turned around and pointed at Gamera and Dex, mainly because Gamera continued, "You want to kill people as soon as you meet them, and that's why." Hearing Xingju's words, Dex couldn't help but look at Xingju angrily and said, "We circled most of the galaxy, but Ronan is still alive and well." Gamera on the side only felt a headache, and kept blocking Dex, for fear of fighting again. Stopped by Gamera, Dex couldn't help but snorted, then turned and left. Dex. Shinju wanted to stop him. But Gamera, who had a headache, said, "Let him go, we don't need him." Even Grote waved his hand in disgust, as if to drive Dex away again. Seeing this scene, Pixiu couldn't help shaking his head. Sure enough, what should happen will happen. However, he had no intention of stopping it. As for Ronan, come as soon as you come, he is not afraid anyway. At this moment, the door of the building where Collector is located opens, and a girl with pink skin and twin ponytails comes out, looks at Gamera and says, "Miss Gamera, I will pick you up for the master." As he spoke, he bent down and stretched out his hands to step aside, making a gesture of please. Star-Lord and Gamera glanced at each other, then walked inside. Rocket Raccoon and Grote also walked in together. As for Pixiu, it was already inside when the door opened. Under the leadership of the maid, Star-Lord and his party soon met the Collector, Tanya Devon, Tanya Dewan, who has lived for an unknown number of years and is one of the elders of the universe. Although he lived a long time and his strength is not too weak, but in the Third Avengers Alliance, because of the reality gem, he was still killed by Thanos. Collector looked at Gamera, smiled slightly and said, "My dear Gamera, it is a pleasure to see you in person. Don't pretend to break up with Diffan, what you want is in our hands, Quill." Gamera looked at Collector a little coldly. Hearing the words, Xingju at the back took the cosmic spirit ball out of the bag. Chapter 160. Quell, give him something. Gamera turned to look at Star-Lord who was holding the cosmic spirit orb. All right. After hearing this, Xingju thought of 4 billion, stepped forward and handed the cosmic spirit ball to Collector. However, after Collector looked at the cosmic spirit orb, he was attracted by Grote beside him. "Hey sir, please let me pay, I want to hide your body." Both eyes seemed to be shining slightly, and there was a hot color between the brows. Collector approached Grote, and said while looking at Grote, "Definitely, it's time to wait for you to hang up." "Grote, I am, Grote." Rocket Raccoon on the side heard the words, looked at Grote angrily and said, "What, do you want him to turn you into a chair? Is that your pet?" Hearing Rocket Raccoon's words, Collector looked at Rocket Raccoon and couldn't help laughing and said something. "What?" It was said that Rocket Raccoon almost exploded, and he was about to draw his gun. "Ha ha!" Looking at Grote and Rocket Raccoon, Collector smiled and looked away, then took the cosmic spirit orb from Star-Lord's hand, and looked at it slightly. "Diffan." At this time Gamera stepped forward, looked at Collector and said, "We traveled half the galaxy to steal this ball, what is it?" "Okay, let me introduce it to my friends." Playing with the cosmic spirit ball, Collector said slowly with a smile, then came to a workbench, and clamped the cosmic spirit ball with a small machine on it. With the opening of the cosmic spirit ball, Scenes of recorded images about infinite gems also appeared in front of everyone, and collector's science popularization was also going on at the same time. Before the creation of the world, 6 mutants appeared, and then the universe exploded into shape, and the remains of these systems fused into condensed lumps, the infinite gems. Each gemstone is a high-concentration energy aggregate, with destructive energy. Only individuals with super strength can be qualified to control them. The corresponding images of the 6 gems are continuously shown, including the murals of the 4 gods and the pictures of tesseract and tie particles, as well as the picture of the Wedishan group destroying a planet with a power gem. When Xingzhou saw the tesseract appearing in the image, his pupils dilated slightly, and a storm arose in his heart. Because he knew this thing, which was the blue square crystal block that Pixiu held in his hand before. So, Pixiu has one of these what infinite gems. Thinking of the picture of the planet being easily destroyed in the picture just now, and what collector said, infinite gems can only be held by powerful individuals. And Pixiu is obviously a powerful individual with the qualifications to control infinite gems. Click click click. Following the collector's science popularization, the cosmic spiritual ball kept ringing with crisp sounds, and under the action of that machine, it opened safely and smoothly to both sides. Everyone couldn't help looking over. The next moment, the cosmic spirit ball opened. Hey hey! There seemed to be crows flying overhead. Seeing the opened cosmic spirit ball, everyone's eyes widened, including collectors. How could it be empty? Seeing the empty cosmic spirit ball inside, everyone was dumbfounded. NMD, this is embarrassing. Originally, I wanted to witness the elegance of infinite gems with my own eyes, but after opening it, there was nothing inside. Gamera. The collector, who came back to his senses, looked slightly gloomy, turned his head to look at Gamera, and said in a slightly cold tone. Where's the stuff? Gamera. Seeing collector questioning herself, Gamera immediately looked innocent and confused. How does she know where the contents are? From the beginning to the end, she never touched the cosmic spirit ball. Qual. Helpless, Gamera could only look at Star-Lord. The rest of the people also looked at Xingzhou. After all, the cosmic spirit ball was on Xingzhou from the beginning to the end. Now that the infinite gems in the cosmic spirit ball disappeared, they could only look for him. Seeing everyone looking at him, the bewildered Xingzhou came back to his senses, and couldn't help but say. I don't know, I think it should be taken away by Pixiu, besides, he seems to be holding another infinite gems in his hand, which is the blue one. Everyone was shocked when they heard that, but collector frowned slightly and said. Pixiu, who is it? Just as Xingzhou was about to explain again, a voice rang in everyone's ears. Needless to say, I'm here. Everyone leaned upwards, Pixiu turned off his invisibility and appeared in the eyes of everyone. Wow! Seeing Pixiu appearing, Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Because Pixiu is furry like him, but Pixiu seems to be much cuter than him, and the golden hair on his body is very shiny and smooth. Seeking Flowers 00. He is the Pixiu I mentioned. Seeing Pixiu appearing, Xingzhou's heart skipped a beat, and he said hastily. Seeing Pixiu's appearance, he already knew what was going on. As expected, Pixiu was playing tricks on them, and the infinite gems inside had been taken away. No wonder he felt something was wrong after discovering the cosmic spirit ball. But he couldn't find out that something was wrong. Now that the cosmic spirit ball was opened and Pixiu appeared, he finally figured it out. Looking at Pixiu, no one acted rashly. The collector looked at Pixiu, and there was a flash of heat in his eyes. Based on his experience, he could tell at a glance that Pixiu is definitely a super rare creature. Well, even the rarity is higher than that tree man. 0. With the title of collector, he has always had very strong ideas about this very rare thing. Whenever he finds something super rare, he wants to collect them all. After seeing Pixiu, he immediately had the idea of keeping Pixiu in his heart, which was even stronger than when he saw Grote. But, looking at Pixiu, collector said in a deep voice. It's you who took the infinite gems from the cosmic orb. At the moment collector was already secretly vigilant. Although his lifespan is longer than most of the existences in the universe, he is a special case, and his long lifespan does not mean that his strength can also exceed most of the existences in the universe. Definitely, his strength is not too weak, otherwise, no matter how long his lifespan is, he would not be able to live until now. But he knows one thing, that is, it is difficult for him to control an infinite gems. If Pixiu can control infinite gems, then Pixiu's strength is absolutely terrifying, not something he can provoke. Even though Pixiu looks so harmless on the outside. That's right, it's me. Looking at Collector and Xingju's group, Pixiu didn't have any thoughts of denying it, and looked at the crowd with a slight nod and said, "After all, things like infinite gems are not something you weak chickens can control." What? Hearing Pixiu's words, the others didn't react, but the anger that Rocket Raccoon had accumulated all along was detonated, and he drew out his gun and was about to shoot Pixiu. Chapter 161. Woa, Rocket is cool. Seeing that Rocket Raccoon was going to attack Pixiu, Star-Lord couldn't help but stop him. You must know that Pixiu is a powerful existence who has mastered 2 infinite gems. If Pixiu is angered, they will all be finished by then. Your Excellency. At this time, Collector's expression became serious, and he looked at Pixiu seriously. He didn't have any uncomfortable emotions because of Pixiu's words, but because of Pixiu's words, Pixiu's position in his heart straightened up. Having lived for countless years, he can almost be regarded as the oldest existence in the universe, and he can see it more clearly than anyone else. If Pixiu can control infinite gems, if the bottom line and life are not involved, then he will definitely not easily become an enemy of a person who can control gems. Pixiu. Glancing at Rocket Raccoon, Pixiu looked at Collector with a smile and said, "Collector, I have something to ask you." 920 please. Collector looked at Pixiu, his expression slightly moved when he heard the words, but he didn't show any impatience. "Pixiu, do you know how to get Soul Gem? Oh, by the way, it's the kind that doesn't require sacrifice." At the end, something suddenly occurred to Pixiu, and Pixiu added a little more. Collector is a person who has lived from the beginning of the universe to the present, and Pixiu thinks he may have a way. Soul Gem, no need to sacrifice. Hearing this, Collector frowned slightly, shook his head and said, "Sorry, I don't know either." He does know the way to get Soul Gem, but he doesn't know where Soul Gem is now. As for how to obtain Soul Gem, it is to sacrifice the things you love in your heart to it. This rule seems to have existed since the birth of Soul Gem, and no one has been able to break it since ancient times. Do not know. Hearing this, Pixiu raised his right hand and rubbed his cheek, feeling a little disappointed in his heart. Is it really necessary to sacrifice something to get the Soul Gem? But what he loves most in his heart seems to be only himself now. After all, if you don't even love yourself, who else will love you? It is definitely impossible to sacrifice yourself, and if you sacrifice yourself, who will belong to Soul Gem after it appears? For those who pass by? So sacrificing oneself is simply impossible. Or let someone else get the soul and then grab it. Such as Thanos. Thinking of this, Pixiu couldn't help but glance at Gamera. Seeing Pixiu looking at her, Gamera's heart trembled inexplicably, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. Tisk, let's take a step and take a look. Looking away, thinking of his previous plan, Pixiu curled his lips to suppress the thoughts in his mind. After getting the Time Gem and Mind Gem, you can use the power of 5 infinite gems to try to get the Soul Gem out. If you can't figure it out, think of a way. Suppressing all the thoughts in his heart, Pixiu looked at Xingju and the others with a smile and said, "Aren't you going to look for that big fool? Do you think that Tai Han would call Ronan over after he quarreled with you?" Dex. Hearing this, the expressions of Xingju and the others suddenly changed. Thinking of Dex's character and purpose, they felt that what Pixiu said was very reasonable. Maybe that foolhardy guy will drive Ronan over directly, and then stage a revenge drama with him. Fack. With a curse in his heart, Xingju and the others looked at each other, then hurriedly ran outside. If Ronan led the army to come, they would be in danger. Ronan. Collector narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard Pixiu's words, and a trace of undetectable fear flashed past. After all, Ronan's reputation in the interstellar world is not very good. Terrorist, murderer, demon. There is quite a feeling of becoming the heir of the Titan Thanos. If Ronan is a villain, then Thanos is a villain. Although Ronan is not as good as Thanos, it does not mean that Ronan is weak. Unless it is absolutely necessary, he will not offend Ronan. Seeing Xingqiu and others rushing out to find Dex, Pixiu looked at Collector and said, "No Asgard." He remembered the Easter eggs of Thor too. Sif and Vistag among the 3 warriors of Asgard, took the reality gem to find the Collector, and let the Collector keep it. Judging from Collector's performance at that time, there is no doubt that he respected Asgard very much. "You know Asgard?" Hearing this, Collector looked at Pixiu in surprise. Asgard is indeed very powerful, but in the current universe, there are not many people who know about Asgard. After all, Asgard has retired for thousands of years. Now the only ones who know about Asgard, apart from those high-level people of powerful civilizations and people who learned about it by chance, are only old men like him who have a long lifespan and have lived to this day. "Definitely, I'm from there, after all." Pixiu nodded slightly, did not elaborate on this point, but looked around and said, "You should know the Tenjin group. Why are you asking this?" Hearing this, Collector's expression became serious. Seeing that Collector was so nervous, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks and said, "It's nothing, just asking. If you know, why not tell me in detail?" As of Avengers Alliance 4, the Celestial team in the movie is just an Easter egg. Although I don't know how strong the Celestial team in the movie universe is, it must be terrifyingly strong. Since we want to live in this universe, it's good to have the opportunity to learn more, so that if we encounter something in the future, we won't be ignorant of it. Hearing Pixiu's words, Collector took a deep look at Pixiu and said slowly, "Tianjin Group, those existences are all powerful existences born from the beginning of the universe, each of them is like a god, possessing terrifying divine power. However, as far as I know, the Celestial Group has not appeared in the known universe for a long time, and no one knows where they went." Having said that, Collector didn't continue talking. "That's it." Seeing that Collector stopped talking, Pixiu rolled his eyes. "What's the difference between saying it and not saying it? Forget it, don't care what kind of god group he is, as long as he continues to evolve, don't care what kind of ghost and evil spirit he is, as long as he becomes an enemy, he will be fired." Thinking of Ronan and Xingqiu coming soon, Pixiu didn't bother to pay attention to Collector 1.1, turned around and flew outside. Watching Pixiu leave, Collector narrowed his eyes slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. As for the pink-skinned maid, she stood aside with her head bowed and said nothing. If Pixiu did not take the power gem, she would be killed by the power of the power gem because she wanted to get the power gem to become the master again. Meanwhile, nothingness knows beyond. After receiving the notification from Dex, Ronan and Nebula came here with a necromancer fleet. Chapter 162. Buzz Buzz. As Ronan's necromancer fleet landed, people around saw this and moved away. In ignorance there is no order at all. So those who can hang out here, many people know the famous Ronan. After seeing those necromancer spaceships, they immediately understood that it was Ronan or Ronan's men who came here. Although I don't know what the purpose is, it's better to stay away for safety's sake. Ha ha ha, at last I will meet my enemy and destroy him. On the street, Dex stood there holding 2 scimitar-like weapons, watching a necromancer spaceship slowly descending, his face full of excitement. Not far behind him, Star-Lord, Gamera, and Rocket Raccoon saw the necromancer spaceship in the sky, and their faces were very ugly. Although they heard what Pixiu said, they immediately found Dex and wanted to stop him. But it was too late, and Dex actually called Ronan. "Idiot!" Looking at the excited Dex in front of them, Xingqiu and Gamera couldn't help scolding 23 in their hearts. And because of the previous incident, Rocket Raccoon even scolded him directly. "What should we do now?" Star-Lord looked at Gamera solemnly. "Run without fighting, or run while fighting, or what else do you want?" Rocket Raccoon below heard this, and immediately said something to Star-Lord angrily, then looked at Groot and said, "Groot, let's go." Speaking of which, Rocket Raccoon turned and ran towards the spaceship area in the distance. Head to head with Ronan, he is not a fool, and in their current state, this is no less than an egg hitting a rock. Because Rocket Raccoon doesn't even want Xingju's 40,000 yuan now, he just wants to save his life first and then talk about other things. If the money is gone, there is always a way to make money, but if you lose your life, then you really have nothing. Run! In desperation, Xingju and Gamera could only find a way to escape. As for this guy Dex, let him bear the consequences of his own troubles. Now their relationship is not deep, there is no need to take risks for Dex, a guy who has no brains and is blinded by hatred, and puts himself in danger. Meanwhile on the other side, after finding an intermediary and learning that it was the collector who wanted to get the cosmic spirit orb, Yondu brought his men to the land of nothingness. Boss, it seems to be Ronan's necromancer fleet. Looking at the necromancer spacecraft landing one after another, one of Yondu's men couldn't help but say. Leave them alone, find Quill and them. Glancing at the necromancer spaceships, Yondu said to his subordinates with his expression unchanged, and then continued to search for the traces of Star-Lord. On the avenue, Ronan and Xingyun also came out of the landed spaceship. As soon as he walked down, Xingyun saw Gamera who was running away, and said to Ronan with a cold expression. Ronan, it's Gamera, they're fleeing. Chase. Ronan also saw Xingju and his party, said something coldly, turned around and walked towards the spaceship. Ronan. Seeing that Ronan was about to leave, Dex couldn't bear it any longer. He let out a loud shout of anger, and rushed towards Ronan with weapons in both hands. Sensing the movement behind him, Ronan frowned, ducked down to avoid Dex's attack, and punched Dex's chest after a few parries. With a bang, Dex was knocked back several steps one after another. Who are you? Looking at Dex, Ronan frowned slightly. Ronan the accuser. Hearing this, Dex's face was full of anger, he looked at Ronan and roared. You killed my wife and my daughter, and today I will avenge them. After finishing speaking, Dex rushed towards Luo again. After Ronan heard Dex's words, his frown slightly relaxed. It turned out to be an enemy, which was too common for him. Ronan was dragged by Dex, Nebula saw this, and immediately led people to chase after Kimura, Xingju, and others. Pixiu looked at Ronan and Dex who were fighting, rubbed his cheeks and muttered. System, how strong are they? System, Master, Dex is 3-star inferior, and Ronan is half-step 4-star. With weapons, his strength is almost the same as Thor's. Ronan actually has half-step 4-star strength. Hearing the system's answer, Pixiu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Ronan's strength was almost the same as that of the unawakened Thor. But thinking about Ronan's identity, it seems that it is not incomprehensible. After getting the power gem, Ronan even dared to fight Thanos directly. Obviously his own strength is not weak, otherwise it would be impossible to control the power gem. Compared with Ronan, who has the power gem, Thanos in the normal state, judging from the performance in the movie, maybe the two will be a 50-50 situation. Definitely it could also be that Thanos is superior. Judging from the current situation, Pixiu estimates that Thanos' normal strength is at least half a 5-star level, or can reach the lower level of a 5-star level. After all, based on the posts he read about Marvel's combat power, Thanos seems to be a quasi-level godfather, while Odin and Ancient One are level godfathers. In the movie universe, both Odin and Ancient One are 5-star, and the peak combat power is half-step 6-star. Comparing in this way, we can get the approximate level of normal Thanos strength. While thinking about it, Pixiu released an electric shock and blasted at Ronan. Click! A brilliant golden lightning arced towards Ronan. Ronan, who kicked Dex away with one kick, sensed the dangerous aura, and his eyes flickered to the side. Bang! The lightning struck the ground, blasting the ground into a dark pothole the size of a bathtub file. Seeing this scene, Ronan looked a little ugly, and turned to look in the direction of the lightning. Then he saw Pixiu floating in the sky, and frowned slightly. What are you? Looking at Pixiu, Ronan had a serious face, his eyes were a little cold. Ronan, take your life. Dex, who got up from the ground, let out an angry roar, and rushed towards Ronan again. Court death! Turning his head to look at Dex, Ronan gave a low shout and rushed towards him. A set of headshots stunned Dex, then he whipped his leg and swept it on Dex's waist, kicking Dex flying tens of meters and hitting a wall hard. Seeing this scene, Pixiu couldn't help shaking his head. It's good that Dex is beaten, otherwise he will never wake up from the hatred. After knocking Dex into the air, Ronan calmly turned to look at Pixiu, and asked word by word. Who are you? If it wasn't for the fact that the almighty Warhammer wasn't by his side, he wouldn't have talked nonsense with Pixiu at all, and just sent a shockwave towards Pixiu. But now he can't do anything about Pixiu for a while, after all, who told Pixiu to fly but he can't? Chapter 163. I'm just a Pokémon who came to travel and get some decorations. Looking at Ronan, Pixiu smiled slightly, and then said meaningfully. Hi little blue man, I don't know if you want to blast Thanos. Oh no, is it Thanos? Little blue man. Hearing that Ronan clenched his fists, anger rose in his heart, but he couldn't help being taken aback when he heard the words behind. Hammer Thanos. This is the second thing he wants to do now. No, not only Thanos with the explosive hammer, but also smash his head with a hammer little by little afterwards. And the first thing he wants to do now is to destroy Kydar Star. The reason why destroying the Kydar Star was the first thing he wanted to do, because compared with the former, the destruction of the Kydar Star seemed easier and more hopeful for him to complete. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Ronan looked at Pixiu coldly and said. Watch your words, yellow-haired animal. I, Ronan the Accuser, are called terrorists, demons, and murderers. You dare to be disrespectful to Thanos, aren't you afraid that I will catch you and hand you over to Thanos, and let his subordinates tear you to pieces? Listening to Ronan's words, I didn't know that he thought he was Thanos' loyal little partner. Tisk, what are you wearing? Hearing Ronan's words, Pixiu curled his lips in disdain. Then Pixiu released an electric shock to blow up a necromancer spaceship that was chasing Xingju and others 100 meters away, looked at Ronan and said. I know exactly what you think in your heart. If you want, maybe I can help you and let you wash away the shame you suffered because of him. Well, do you want to think about it? Saying that, Pixiu released another electric shock to blow up a necromancer spaceship. Seeing this scene, the corner of Ronan's mouth twitched, and while saying that he wanted to cooperate, he killed my subordinates. Is this the attitude you want to cooperate with me? Just when he was speechless, Pixiu destroyed another spaceship. Because of Pixiu's repeated shots, the 8 necromancer spaceships broke away from the team chasing Star-Lord, Gamera, and Rocket Raccoon, and flew towards Pixiu's location. With the loss of 8 necromancer spaceships, the pressure on Star-Lord, Gamera, and Rocket Raccoon on the other side suddenly decreased a lot, and they even started to fight back. It's a little annoying. Noticing that the 8 spaceships were approaching him, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks impatiently, and then activated the high-speed movement, which turned into a golden lightning and flashed across the air. Eeeeee! The sound of explosions kept ringing. Under Ronan's gaze, the 8 necromancer spaceships flashed past with a flash of golden lightning, and then turned into clusters of fireworks that bloomed in the air. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Seeing this scene, Ronan couldn't help but slightly widened his eyes. What speed was that just now? Looking at Pixiu who was slowly flying back, Ronan couldn't help but lose his mind slightly. He thought of one thing, that was more than 10 years ago. The pictures are surprisingly similar. Returning to the top not far from where Ronan was, Pixiu looked at Ronan and smiled slightly. Well, do you want to think about it? Anyway, in the original plot, Ronan would be embarrassed to death by Xingju and the others on Kydar, and the fleet built up over the years was almost wiped out in that battle. Instead, try sending Ronan to fight Thanos. It seems to be a very good choice to help Thanos, the director of the Cosmos Family Planning Office and Cosmic Environmental Protection and Energy Conservationist, complete a small number of tasks ahead of schedule. Hearing Pixiu's words, Ronan narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression was cold, his eyes seemed to have a fierce light, and after staring at Pixiu for a while, Ronan turned and walked towards the next house. With several screams, several aliens hiding in the room were thrown out by Ronan. But after they landed on the ground, they twitched twice and stopped moving. Apparently dead. Seeing this scene, Pixiu had no other thoughts in his mind. Looking at Dex lying on the ground, seemingly lifeless after being beaten by Ronan, Pixiu shook his head and flew towards the room where Ronan was. Judging from Ronan's actions, he knew that something seemed to be going on. Sure enough, sometimes it is necessary to display one's own ability, so that it will be valued. If you are obviously capable but always like to cover up and pretend to be a pig, pretending to be super weak, then you have something wrong with your brain. This world is like this, the more outstanding people are, the easier it is to be valued. If you don't have the skills, then go to learn. If you don't even want to learn, then you will be eliminated sooner or later. Because good people often want to become better. One is making continuous progress, while the other is standing still, the result can be imagined. If he didn't show the corresponding strength, Ronan would only take his words as a fool's joke. But just showed his hand, the result is obviously different. In the room, Ronan looked at Pixiu coldly, and said in a deep voice. Do you know how powerful Thanos is? That guy is a terrible guy who has caused countless slaughters in the northern galaxy. Any of his troops can compete with my fleet. For such an existence, unless the power of the entire Kree Empire is mobilized, there will be no chance of victory at all. Just because you also want to trouble him, isn't it a little overpowering? Wow, it's so scary, I'm so scared, you scared me, what should I do? Hearing Ronan's words, Pixiu immediately put on a frightened look, even reached out and touched his furry, Xiaoang Wang. Ronan. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he was speechless in his heart. You said it's good to pretend to be a little bit, you will make me suspect that you are looking down on what I said. But Pixiu is like this, on the other hand he feels a little more at ease. Ahem, let's talk. After putting on a show, Pixiu looked straight, looked at Ronan and said slowly. Then let me tell you the truth, with my strength, I don't love Thanos' big purple potato at all. I just happened to know that you looked very upset at that big purple potato but couldn't kill him, so I suddenly wanted to do you a favor out of kindness. Choose, or not choose, it's up to you. If you want to be a little blue man, being crushed by that purple potato, and even one of his subordinates can bark at you at will, then you should hurry back and be 10 loyal dogs for him. I have limited time, I will give you half a minute. Hearing this, Ronan's expression changed again, and his fists were tightly clenched together. Meanwhile, the outside world. Inside a necromancer spacecraft, a field soldier said to the cold-faced Nebula. Sir, do you want to continue chasing? Go back to Ronan, contact the main ship to block this place, and send someone to the spaceship parking area to blow up those spaceships for me, they can't run away. Nebula glanced at Gamera's group who kept running away like loach under their pursuit, and soon realized that chasing like this was futile. At the moment, Star-Lord, Gamera and Rocket Raccoon are all driving ignorant industrial-grade spaceships. They are not equipped with weapons, but their defenses are very strong. These spaceships do not have the ability for long-term interstellar flights. Once they fly too far away from the ignorance, they can only wait for death in the universe. So Xingyun quickly came up with an idea, that is to let the main ship Dark Star come here, directly let the main ship blockade here, and then see how they run. Chapter 164. Time passed slowly. Not far outside. When Pixiu and Ronan entered the room, Groot, who was temporarily left on the ground by Rocket Raccoon because of his large body, came to Dex, who seemed to have turned into a salted fish. Yes, Groot. Looking at Dex lying on the ground, staring blankly at the sky with his eyes open, Groot couldn't help but say something, then reached out and grabbed his feet, and began to drag him away. Being dragged away by Groot, Dex's expression on the ground moved slightly, and finally closed his eyes, allowing Groot to drag him away, without any anger at all. Obviously, after he found out that he was not Ronan's opponent at all, he lost his confidence after being beaten up by Ronan, and the world in his eyes seemed to lose its color. At the same time in the room, just when Ronan's hesitation was undecided, Pixiu seemed to notice something, rubbed his cheeks and said, I said, why are you so hesitation, can you act like a leader? Damn, the little blue man is the little blue man, what kind of terrorist and murderer is he? He's just a coward. He has no such thing as courage under the threat of the big purple potato. Forget it, I have nothing to say to a coward. 677 gave Ronan a contemptuous look. Pixiu shook his head, and then flew outside. Stop! Seeing that Pixiu was about to leave, the hesitation on Ronan's face dissipated, and he became extremely cold. He looked at Pixiu sharply and said, "Do you have any plans? Is he afraid?" He was never afraid. He didn't turn against Thanos before, just because he didn't have the power to fight against it. Otherwise, how could Thanos be allowed to press on him? That's right. Hearing Ronan's words, Pixiu showed a smile that everything was under control, then turned around and looked at Ronan thoughtfully. You go back first, I will come to you later, remember to deal with that nebula. After speaking, Pixiu didn't give Ronan a chance to speak, and flew outside. Looking at Pixiu who left, Ronan narrowed his eyes slightly and clenched his fists tightly. Ronan. Just 10 seconds after Pixiu left, Xingyun walked in, and seeing Ronan standing there with a cold face, he couldn't help showing a puzzled look on his face. Looking at Xingyun, Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and he said in a deep voice. Have you found the cosmic spirit ball? No. Nebula shook his head and said. Turn on the phase element detection, but Gamera and the others have not detected the cosmic spirit ball. It is obviously hidden by Gamera and the others. I have already called the Dark Star, and I will be able to completely block this place soon. At that time, they will be unable to escape, and the cosmic spirit orb will naturally be in their hands. Ronan looked at Xingyun indifferently, and continued. See that yellow animal that just left? Definitely, what were you and him doing just now? Hearing this, Xingyun frowned slightly and looked at Ronan. Don't ask about things you shouldn't know. Squinting his eyes slightly, Ronan said something like a warning, and then said. That's us, no, it's my ally. As for whether it will be ours, it depends on whether your performance in the future can satisfy me and him. He didn't kill Nebula directly because he knew that Nebula was not very loyal to Thanos at all, and all this was because of Thanos' transformation of her. If given the chance, he would like to take Xingyun under his command. After all, Nebula is Thanos' adopted daughter, so she must know some things that ordinary people don't know, such as whether Thanos has any weaknesses, the weaknesses of Thanos' Legion and so on. The more prepared he is to deal with Thanos, the more confident he will be. It would be even better if he could get the Cosmic Spirit Ball. If he can control the infinite gems in the Cosmic Spirit Orb, then even without the help of others, he would dare to fight Thanos, or even kill him. Thinking of this, Ronan said coldly to Xingyun who looked puzzled. We can't let the news spread out, block the entire land of ignorance, we must find the Cosmic Spirit Ball. After finishing speaking, he suddenly thought of something, narrowed his eyes slightly and continued. By the way, let people not mess with that collector, Kdei, and my allies. In his capacity, he naturally knew that the collector was not easy. This is an old monster who has lived for an unknown number of years. He has been able to live comfortably until now, and he is definitely hiding some means. After all, he is not feuding with the collector now, and since he wants to deal with Thanos, it is totally a no-brainer to waste his power in other places. I understand. Hearing this, Nebula was silent for a moment, took a deep look at Ronan, then turned and walked outside. At the moment she was already full of doubts. She always felt as if something big was going to happen. Phew, I hope my decision is correct. Watching Xingyun leave, Ronan took a light breath, and then walked outside. Even though the ability that Pixiu showed just now is very strong, but thinking of Thanos' horror, this still can't make him feel relieved, and Thanos is not alone. If he really wants to make up his mind, it depends on whether he can find the Cosmic Spirit Ball. With the Cosmic Orb, and with infinite gems, he'll be fearless. Meanwhile, outside, Star-Lord, Gamera, and Rocket Raccoon found that Nebula had given up the pursuit, and immediately prepared to fly towards the spaceship parking area, preparing to enter Star-Lord's spaceship. As a result, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they found several necromancer spaceships flying towards the spaceship parking area in the ignorance, and strafing the spaceships on the ground. Boom boom boom. Explosions continued to sound, and spaceships were destroyed one after another. Hateful. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Xingzhu and the others changed drastically, and they immediately guessed Xing Yun's plan. This is to destroy the spaceship that can leave the void, so that they have nowhere to escape, and then come to catch the turtle. Can't let them get away, rocket, on, hit them. Xingzhu immediately said to the rocket next to him, and accelerated to catch up with several necromancer spaceships. Wow, look at mine! Rocket Raccoon let out an excited shout, turned on the spaceship at full power, and rammed towards the nearest necromancer spaceship at an extremely fast speed. Just as Xingzhu and the others prevented Ronan's subordinates from destroying the spaceship, Pixiu also wandered not far away, and couldn't help shaking his head slightly when he saw this scene. Oh, it's really hard to watch, I'll help you out of my heart. He also learned the original levels of Rocket Raccoon, Star-Lord, and Gamera through the system. Rocket Raccoon is half-step 2-star, Star-Lord is 2-star medium, and Gamera barely reaches half-step 3-star. Rocket Raccoon is a modified creature, and it is not incomprehensible to be able to reach half-step 2 stars. And Gamera is completely an alien, and naturally she will not be weak under the training of Thanos. Even Star-Lord, who is half of the Earth, has a physical fitness that exceeds that of ordinary people on Earth, even without the awakening power, due to the strength of the other half. After sighing, Pixiu turned on the high-speed movement, turning into a golden lightning and flashing across the air. Amidst the explosion sound of boom boom boom, several necromancer spaceships turned into balls of fireworks and fell downward with Rocket Raccoon and Gamera's shocked expressions on their faces. Chapter 165. Damn, this is his strength. Rocket Raccoon looked at the several necromancer spaceships destroyed by Pixiu in the blink of an eye, his little face was full of shock, and he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. As an animal, why is Pixiu so cute and powerful? Could this be the difference? Well, although he is very strong, I rely on my brains for food. In terms of brains, I can definitely surpass him. Seeing Pixiu slowly flying towards them, Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but have an idea in his heart. In comparison, you can't use your own weaknesses to compare with others' strengths. So Rocket Raccoon is very smart and said that he only needs to be smart enough. However, he doesn't know that as long as Pixiu is willing to put in the effort to study, it won't take long for him to catch up with him in a certain aspect he is good at, or even hit him. After 3 evolutions, how much potential this body has, even Pixiu himself doesn't know. Seeing Pixiu approaching, the 3 of Xingzhu were secretly vigilant in their hearts, but on the surface they waited quietly. After all, there is no sufficient preparation. Just because Pixiu has the ability to kill a few necromancer spaceships just now, if he wants to discord with them, he probably doesn't even have the ability to resist. After arriving not far from Xingzhu, Pixiu stopped to look at Xingzhu and said with a smile. Little brother, I have good news for you. I have already solved the problem for you on Ronan's side. Why don't you thank me, boss? Hearing this, Xingzhu couldn't help being taken aback, then looked at Gamera and Rocket Raccoon on both sides, then looked at Pixiu in disbelief and said. You sure? Definitely. Pixiu nodded, looked at Gamera meaningfully and said. Because he is going to do some big things with me, so he has no time to pay attention to you bunch of rookies. Buzz buzz. As soon as the voice fell, dozens of necromancer spaceships flew towards the entrance of the void at high speed, and then surrounded Pixiu, Xingzhu, and his party. You guys don't want to be surrounded, if you don't want to die, hurry up and catch him. A loud shout came from a spaceship. Because the cosmic spirit ball was not found, Nebula ordered to live. Otherwise, it would have fired when it just flew over. BFEX. Star-Lord 3. Does this count as a slap in the face? Just now he said that Ronan's place had been resolved, but the next moment he was surrounded by his people. Tisk tisk tisk, the timing of the slap is just right. The corner of Pixiu's mouth twitched slightly, and countless black lines seemed to appear on his face. MMP, he even got slapped in the face one day. Quick, stop the spacecraft immediately, or we will open fire. The warning voice came again. Stop! At this time, there was a loud shout and Ronan and Xingyun walked over with cold faces. Seeing Ronan and Xingyun appear, the soldiers in the spaceship fell silent, only keeping watch on Pixiu and Xingju. Ronan looked at Pixiu and said coldly. You want to save them? Naturally. Pixiu nodded slightly. Can. Ronan narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a cold tone. However, I need something, let them hand over the things they got from Morag planet to me, then I can let them leave in a big way. Oh, you said that thing. Hearing this, Pixiu pretended to be surprised and said. Sorry, that thing is mine now. What, you want to steal something from me? Saying that, Pixiu looked at Ronan with a smile on his face, rubbed the electric bag with his right hand, and a little golden arc danced. Hearing this, Ronan's expression couldn't help changing slightly, he didn't expect that the cosmic spirit orb was here with Pixiu. And looking at Pixiu's appearance, it is obviously impossible to give him the things. Ronan. Hearing that Pixiu said that the cosmic spirit ball was on him, Nebula couldn't help but slightly frowned and looked at Ronan. It seems that you really want it. Seeing a slight change in Ronan's expression, Pixiu summoned Hoopa's golden ring in front of so many people, and then took out a power gem that shone with purple streamer. Playing with the power gem that gradually regained its calmness with both hands, he looked at Ronan Pixiu with a slight smile and said. Want to experience the power it holds? As he spoke, Pixiu lightly grasped the power gem with his right hand. Buzz buzz! Wisps of purple streamer containing terrifying power erupted from the power gem. In the Setsuna room, with Pixiu as the center, there was a storm in the air with a radius of hundreds of meters. And the spaceships of Necromancer and Xingju who were shrouded in the range began to shake violently, as if they would crash in the next moment. Their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly controlled the balance of the spaceship. In the distance, in his own building, Collector, who opened the protective cover to watch the show, saw Pixiu take out the power gem, and even activated the power gem. His expression changed drastically. As one of the 6 infinite gems, the power gem contains inexhaustible divine power. If it is not properly controlled, a little bit of leakage may destroy the void. Seeking flowers. He didn't expect Pixiu to be so crazy. But after being shocked, seeing the next change, he was relieved, and was replaced by shock. Because Pixiu has almost perfect control over the power gem. Even if hundreds of meters of air are occupied by the purple streamer transformed by the power of the power gem, one can only feel a terrifying aura that makes one want to suffocate, and nothing has been destroyed. At this moment, except for Pixiu, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Ronan and Xingyun looked up at the sky, their faces full of shock. Obviously shocked by the terrifying power released by the power gem. Facing the power of the power gem, they feel like insignificant dust. As long as they take a breath, they will disappear into the vast world. At this time, Pixiu lightly shook his right hand again, withdrawing the power of the power gem, and the purple streamer all over the sky disappeared completely, as if everything had returned to its original state. 0. How about it, do you want to experience it? Holding the power gem, Pixiu looked at Ronan with a half-smile. The corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching, and Ronan's face seemed to turn from blue to black. At the moment, the emotions in his heart are diverse and complex. There is shock. There is fear. Have greed. Being overwhelmed by the power of the power gem, the coveting heart for the power gem is also more intense. If he can master the power gem, what Thanos, in front of him are all miscellaneous soldiers. If he could master the power gem, wouldn't it be easy to destroy Chai Tian and the Nova Corps? If he can master the power gem, maybe he can integrate the entire Kree Empire. Thoughts kept appearing in his heart. Ronan only felt that there seemed to be a fire burning in his heart. But, thinking of Pixiu's strength and the vision caused by the power gem just now, Ronan found that the burning fire in his heart suddenly went down. Like a candle in the wind, it will disappear completely at any time. Due to the helplessness of reality, Ronan could only suppress the thoughts in his heart, and said with a slightly dark face. In that case, forget it over there, let's go. After speaking, Ronan turned and walked towards the distance. Chapter 166. Ronan. Seeing Ronan leaving like this, Xingyun frowned coldly and called him. I said, let's go. Ronan paused slightly, and looked at Xingyun coldly. Nebula, N. His expression changed slightly, but finally Xingyun compromised. Ronan is the strongest among them, what else can Ronan give up on her? With the means shown by Pixiu, I am afraid that she will die if she is hit once, and even the whole body will hardly be left. On the way to the land of ignorance, she and Ronan both knew what kind of powerful energy was contained in the infinite gems and gems hidden in the universe spirit ball. Just as Ronan and his party retreated, a group of people rushed out from all around. Ha ha ha, the country. I saw Yondu with a smile on his face leading his predators. At least 50 or 60 people came out of the surrounding streets, faintly forming an encircling formation. Yondu. 0. Seeing Yondu appearing, Xingju only felt a headache. This has just solved a problem, why is a new problem coming immediately? Tisk. Pixiu curled his lips slightly when he saw Yondu and his party appearing. He didn't expect them to dare to show up at this time when they saw that he had just shown his hand. As expected of a person with courage in his name, is he really courageous? Holding the power gem, Pixiu looked at Yondu and said. Yondu Udanta, are you going to attack my temporary younger brother at this time? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help looking at Pixiu. After Yondu's subordinates looked at Pixiu, they turned their attention to Yondu. Inadvertently, their fingers were already on the trigger of the gun in their hands. As a predator, most of the time this is hovering between life and death. Although just stunned by the vision caused by the power gem, if Yondu really wants to fight Pixiu, they will still obey Yondu's orders. After all, they can be regarded as brought up by Yondu, and many people are loyal to Yondu. Even if some people feel uncomfortable now, it is only because Yondu gave way to Xingju in every possible way, and even broke the rules he set up, which made some people feel dissatisfied. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency is joking. After a short silence, Yondu raised his hands slightly, looked at Pixiu with a big laugh and said. Quell is one of us, we are family members and not enemies, how could we take action against him? It's just that we haven't seen him for a few days, so we just came to see him. Oh, really? Hearing this, Pixiu looked at Yondu with a half smile. What he just said is half truth and half false. Half truly, Star-Lord is indeed his family in Yondu's mind, just as Yondu is his only family in at the moment's Star-Lord. As for the half-holiday, it is naturally because he is here to catch Star-Lord. If there is no further action, some of his subordinates will probably rebel. Although in his heart, Xingju's status is indeed higher than others, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't regard other subordinates as his own. And Xingju embarrassed him time and time again. Although he would not kill Xingju, it was still necessary to teach him a lesson. If he strictly followed the rules he set, it might be enough to kill Xingju dozens of times. Then I'll take it as you. Taking a meaningful look at Yondu, Pixiu turned to Star-Lord, Gamera and Rocket Raccoon and said. Both of you get on the spaceship and leave first, it depends on fate whether we can meet again in the future. Thanks. Hearing this, Xingju's expression changed slightly, and then he thanked him sincerely, winked at Rocket Raccoon and Gamera, and landed the spaceship on the ground. At this time Groot and Dex also came here. Judging by Dex's appearance, it seems that he has regained his strength. I don't know what incomprehensible chicken soup for the soul Groot instilled in Dex. Watching Xingju and his party launch the spaceship and leave, Yondu narrowed his eyes slightly, and it was difficult to see any emotions on his expression. However, many of those subordinates showed unwillingness on their faces. Finally got a chance to catch Xingju, but because of a yellow animal that came out from nowhere, Wei Wei could only let him slip away from his eyes. This feeling really made them feel super angry. But he dared not vent to Pixiu. Who made Pixiu hold that super powerful purple gemstone in his hand. Xingju and his party drove the spaceship away. Outside the void, Ronan and Xingyun who had returned to the Dark Star also saw Xingju and his party coming out of the void. Xingyun looked at Ronan with a cold face and said. Do you want to chase? Do not. Ronan glanced at Xingyun indifferently, and only said one word. Nebula. Hearing this, Xingyun frowned slightly, watching the spaceship of Xingzhu and others leave quickly. A look of resignation appeared between his brows. This was an opportunity that was hard to come by, and seeing Gamera leave like this, she felt very uncomfortable. And all this is because of the animal with yellow hair. Inside the ignorance. After watching Xingzhu and the others leave, Pixiu looked at Yondu's group below, curled his lips slightly, and then turned on the high-speed movement, turning into golden lightning and flying towards the outside. Boss! Seeing Xingzhu and Pixiu leaving one after another, those predators looked at Yondu. Go back to the spaceship and get out of here. Glancing at his subordinates around, Yondu gave an order, and then walked towards the parking area of their spaceship. Morning! Hearing this, the predators looked at each other, and then followed behind Yondu. In the building, looking at the holographic image, Pixiu and the others all left one by one. Collector put down the thing that looked like a remote control in his hand, shook his head slightly and sighed. Oh, the old man can't stand the trouble anymore, but luckily nothing happened. The pink-skinned alien girl on the side lowered her head even more, and her body was trembling slightly. Out of ignorance. After seeing the huge dark star, Pixiu summoned Hoopa's golden ring. 6 seconds later. In the central command post of the dark star, a Hoopa golden ring appeared out of thin air. This is... Seeing Hoopa's golden ring appearing out of nowhere, Ronan and Xingyun couldn't help but glance at each other, thinking of the scene when Pixiu took out the power gem before. This golden halo seems to be the ability mastered by Pixiu, like 1.0 is a miniature controllable wormhole, and the other end is connected to an unknown space. After they returned to the dark asterisk, they began to detect the space points that existed nearby, and as a result, they only detected a few jump points and did not detect any space points in the void. That is to say, they can't find out where this miniature controllable wormhole is connected at all. As they watched, Pixiu flew out of Hoopa's ring. Seeing Ronan and Xingyun staring at him in a daze, Pixiu smiled slightly. Why, I haven't seen you for a while, so you don't know me anymore. Chapter 167. Hearing this, Ronan narrowed his eyes slightly, then regained his composure, looked at Pixiu and said calmly. Tell me, what are you going to do? Pixiu looked at Nebula. Nebula. Ronan also looked at the past, looking at Xingyun, his tone was slightly cold. The time has come for you to choose, whether to stand with us or with Thanos. What's the meaning? Xingyun immediately became vigilant when he heard the words, and suddenly thought of something, his expression changed slightly, and he said in disbelief. Are you going to make an enemy of my father? Judging from Ronan's words, it seems that this is the case. That's right. Pixiu looked at Xingyun with a slight smile and said. I know that you can't be said to be very loyal to Thanos. After all, you have changed from a good person to what you are now because of him. So now you have a chance to get revenge on Thanos. If it wasn't for this, you would have died before. Is it up to you? Hearing Pixiu's words, Nebula's expression changed slightly, he looked at Pixiu and Ronan with a cold face, and said with some disdain. My father, the universe knows how powerful Thanos is. He has several armies under his command. It is impossible for you to defeat him. Maybe by now, someone has already sent back the news that Ronan is going to betray him. Hearing this, Ronan's expression sank, he looked at Xingyun and glanced at Pixiu. You seem to be right. Pixiu raised his right hand and rubbed the electrical bag, then smiled slightly. But don't forget that Thanos is strong, but it doesn't mean that there are no existences in this universe who are comparable to him, or even stronger than him. As your identity, you should know about Asgard, where the Heavenly Father Odin is an existence stronger than Thanos. And coincidentally, I am also an existence whose strength is not inferior to Thanos, not to mention that I still have infinite gems now. Do you think Thanos is all my opponents? As for the major armies of Thanos, we can capture the thief first, as long as you give me the space coordinates of Thanos' location, and I can let the Dark Star go straight into the hinterland. Besides, there are infinite gems, which have the power to destroy the planet, so as long as I think about it, no matter how many people come, they are just ants that can be exterminated at any time. With Ronan's strength to get the power gem, as long as he comes to the surface of the planet, he can stimulate the power of the power gem to destroy the surface of Kydar star. His strength is stronger than that of Ronan. If you push the power gem with all your strength, you can imagine the power it will release. Facing the terrifying power of infinite gems, even annihilation is hard to resist. At the moment, Ronan had already picked up his weapon, the almighty Warhammer, and looked at Nebula indifferently. If Nebula does not join, then there is only a dead end. He never knew what it means to be sympathetic to the fragrance and cherish the jade. Nebula's expression changed again and again, thinking of the power of infinite gems. The balance in his heart was still tilted to one side after all. After all, that was enough to destroy the planet, and as far as he knew, Thanos himself could not destroy the planet, nor could he survive under such a force. So maybe give it a try if you get the chance. Looking calm, Nebula looked at Pixiu and Ronan and said slowly. I can join you, but when are you going to act? Don't blame me for not reminding you, Thanos's intelligence system is very powerful. If it's too late, he will definitely notice. It's not too late, we can act now. Looking at Nebula and Ronan, Pixiu rubbed the electrical bag and said. Give me the space coordinates of Thanos' small planet, and then get your people ready to go to war. After a while, I will open the wormhole and go straight into the hinterland. The Dark Star is not small, much larger than the Dark Elf's main cross ship, but the file size is not a problem for him. Now. Ronan and Xingyun frowned slightly when they heard this, but then relaxed their brows. Since it is necessary to attack Thanos, it is definitely better to choose to catch him by surprise. The main force of Thanos's legion is usually distributed in other places, and only a part of them stay by Thanos' side. After all, few people dare to trouble Thanos. Besides, Thanos' strength is not enough for everyone to make trouble. Let's act quickly. Seeing that Ronan and Xingyun understood their thoughts, Pixiu said with a slight smile. Looking at Pixiu, Xingyun looked at Ronan again, then came down, and said to the soldiers on both sides who were driving the spaceship and controlling the functions of the spaceship. The order goes on, and the whole army is ready to fight at any time. Then she came to an operating platform and pushed the soldiers away to operate it herself. A holographic projection of a star map appeared not far from Pixiu and Ronan. After a while, a small dot was marked. Nebula looked at Pixiu and said. This is where Thanos is, please start your show. Although she knew that Pixiu possessed a miniature controllable wormhole, it was not possible for that miniature wormhole to teleport a battleship as large as the Dark Star. Then open your eyes and take a good look. Glancing at the nebula, Pixiu summoned Hoopa's golden ring, then recorded the space coordinates and started to create the wormhole. In the Hoopa golden ring in front of Pixiu, there are continuous visions and white ripples, and in the ripples, translucent pictures flash past rapidly. 9 seconds later, somewhere outside the small planet where Thanos was, a small Hoopa gold ring stabilized there. Okay. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, Pixiu raised his hands and rubbed the electrical bag, looked at Ronan and Xingyun and said with a smile. Then next, get ready for battle 240. As Pixiu's voice fell, a Hoopa golden ring appeared in front of the Dark Star. Then it expanded rapidly under the gaze of everyone. In about 3 seconds, it had already become bigger than the Dark Star, and Ronan, Xingyun, and countless soldiers on Dark Star were all shocked when they saw this scene. When Hoopa's golden ring became enough to teleport the entire Dark Star, it stopped, and then moved towards the Dark Star, and began to devour the Dark Star for teleportation. The other side. A huge amounts of Hoopa's golden ring appear in the starry sky. A Dark Order fleet patrolling nearby noticed this scene and immediately notified the main ship, and then someone immediately went to notify Thanos. Under the gaze of that fleet, the Dark Star was quickly teleported out by Parkin Ring. On the small planet, Thanos sat on his floating throne, listening to his subordinates' report with a calm expression, and then tapped the right armrest lightly. Buzzing, a beam of light shot out. Then a holographic projection screen appeared in front of it, which was the dark asterisk hovering in the starry sky. Dark asterisk, does that Kree want to fight me? Looking at the dark asterisk in the picture, the corners of Thanos' mouth slightly raised, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Chapter 168. Is that Kree going to war with me? Looking at the dark asterisk on the projection screen, the corners of Thanos' mouth twitched slightly, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. If people saw it, they would probably shudder and couldn't sleep. Although he didn't know what was going on, Ronan dared to drive the Dark Star to come here. But it doesn't matter. Since he wants to fight with him, then he can play with Ronan. After the Earth's plan failed, he only knew that not only did he not get the space gem, but even the mind gem was left there, and he just felt a little unhappy. Since Ronan took the initiative to deliver it to your door, let's move around a little bit. Think of it as a warm-up for future plans. In the starry sky about billions of meters away from the small planet where Thanos resides. When the Hoopa Golden Ring sent the Dark Star out, Pixiu put it away. Then Pixiu looked at Ronan and Xingyun and said, "It seems that Thanos has found us, so let's call directly." Suddenly thought of something, Pixiu unfolded Hoopa's golden ring again, and said to Ronan and Xingyun, "I'm going out to do something and add a helper to us." After speaking, Pixiu got into Hoopa's golden circle. Outside the dark asterisk. Pixiu looked at Hoopa's gold ring in front of him, rubbed his cheeks and muttered, "I just took advantage of this time to try the beast summoning function of Hoopa's golden ring, and I'm still a little looking forward to who the beast will be summoned first." In the animated film, the kind-hearted Hoopa in the form of punishment summoned the 4 mythical beasts of Logia, Latias, Latios, and Rift. The evil Hoopa in the liberated form summoned 6 mythical beasts, Kyoka, Gulardo, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, and Qrem. Now he can also summon 6 divine beasts, but he doesn't know if it will be accurate. Depressing his thoughts, Pixiu moved his mind, and the Hoopa gold ring in front made a buzzing sound, then trembled slightly, surrounded by wisps of golden streamer. Then the Hoopa golden ring flew to the sky tens of meters away from Pixiu, expanded rapidly under Pixiu's gaze, and stopped after a second, probably reaching 10 meters in diameter. The strands of golden streamer even condensed a magic circle outside Hoopa's golden ring. In the center of Hoopa's golden ring, the white light curtain rippling, faint blood-red electric arcs sputtered out from it accompanied by faint thunder, and a terrifying aura emanated. Who could it be? Seeing this scene, Pixiu couldn't help but look forward to it. From the looks of it, it seems to be an electric-type beast. There are only 4 electric-type beasts he knows, namely Thunder God, Gekrom, Kappa Mingming and Zirla. But as far as he knew, the lightning that these 4 divine beasts seemed to control was not blood-red. Hold head high! Suddenly, a dragon-like roar came from Hoopa's golden ring, and a huge blood-red head emerged from it first. Within a radius of 10,000 meters between Setsuna, thunder clouds appeared out of thin air, and streaks of blood-colored lightning shuttled among them. In the surroundings, a storm is born out of thin air, which seems to be able to stir up the void. Soon, under Pixiu's gaze, a huge figure with a length of 30 meters flew out from Hoopa's golden ring, and then came to the sky above the thunder cloud. This is an empty seat. Seeing the divine beast he summoned, Pixiu couldn't help opening his mouth slightly, his face full of disbelief. There's something wrong with this. Looking at the appearance, it is indeed similar to Rikakusa. But this color and body shape were completely different from the rift seat he knew. The split empty seat is huge, 7 meters high and weighs 206.5 kilograms. The snake-like body is mostly green, with red fringes on the shoulders and lower body, rudder-like flanks, and similar fins at the end of the tail. The body and the top of the head of Lycangzeo are surrounded by golden ring patterns. Its forequarters had 2 limbs with 3 claws at the end, and 2 long, flat horn-like structures on its head with 2 smaller horns underneath. Cicada has prominent gums, with 2 clearly discernible tusks at the tip of its upper snout, while the other teeth appear to be completely encased in its gum tissue. It has small yellow eyes with black pupils, similar to Kayaka and Gulardo. This is the rift seat that Pixiu knew, but the one he summoned was obviously a bit different. Most of the body is dark red, and there are many bright red patterns on the body. And the body is nearly 30 meters long, and the body is estimated to be 3 or 4 meters thick. This body size is several times larger than the rift space seat he knows. But I have to say that the current Lycangzuo looks more domineering and has the appearance of a beast. This is what the overlord of the sky, Rikuza, should look like. Well, although the current appearance looks a bit on the evil side. Under Pixiu's watchful eyes, the rift seat moved through the thunder cloud that was formed out of thin air, and small storm vortices were formed in the thunder cloud. Seeing this scene, Ronan and Xingyun's eyes widened slightly. The appearance of the rift seat somewhat broke their worldview, and Liun appeared in the universe. At the moment Pixiu doesn't care what other people think, he can feel the connection between himself and Rikakuza. Empty seat. Pixiu tried to communicate with Rikuza. Master, it's me, do you have any orders? A neutral and cold voice sounded in Pixiu's mind, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Hearing this voice, Pixiu didn't bother with Kiza's gender, because as far as he knows, Kiza's seems to be genderless and can be regarded as neutral like Pichu. Rubbing his face slightly, Pixiu turned his head to look at the fleet of the dark sect to which he belonged and said, "Split empty seat, blow up those spaceships." "Okay, Master." An icy response sounded, and Lycangzuo in the thunder cloud raised his upper body, and the fleet of the Dark Order, whose number reached about 30, turned into a blood-colored streamer and flew out. Terrible storms and thunder clouds accompany you. Seeing this scene, Pixiu was secretly surprised. The flight speed of Rikakuza is so fast I am afraid it has already exceeded the speed of the 10th universe, about 7.9 meters per second. This speed, even if Niuli Hao is fully activated, it is difficult for him to catch up with the high-speed movement skill. He fully turned on the high-speed movement, and the maximum moving speed can reach Mach 12, which is 12 times the normal speed of sound. After conversion, it is about 4.1 kilometers per second. Rikakuza is worthy of being the overlord of the sky, and its flight speed is astonishing. I saw the rift seat flying towards nearly 30 spaceships of the Dark Order, and opened its mouth wide after approaching. A translucent shockwave visible to the naked eye erupted from the mouth and blasted towards those spaceships. And those spaceships also launched an attack on the cracked empty seat, and dodged the attack of the empty seat. However, for Rift Kongzuo, whose strength has already reached half a step of 5 stars, not even weaker than the real 5 stars, their resistance is like a few small ants struggling. As soon as the attack was close to the cracked empty seat, it was annihilated by the surrounding storm and lightning, and it was completely impossible to cross the storm and lightning to attack the cracked empty seat. In less than a minute, that small fleet was completely wiped out by the empty seats, and they couldn't even run away. Chapter 169. Tisk tisk tisk, awesome! Looking at the empty seat that destroyed the fleet and returned, Pixiu clicked his tongue slightly. It is indeed a mythical beast, and it is second only to the alpaca, the empty seat on the first level of level 1. After his strength evolves to 5 stars, the strength of Lycangzuo will also increase accordingly. At that time, I am afraid it will become even more terrifying. This puts a lot of pressure on the master. After all, the younger brother seems to be stronger than him. However, Pixiu is also changing after it evolves to 5 stars. According to what the system said, after he reaches 5 stars, his strength will undergo all-round metamorphosis. At that time, no matter what, he can't be worse than his little brother. On a small planet. Just when the cracked seat killed the fleet, Thanos put on his own armor and helmet, held his 2-meter double-edged sword, and stood on the small planet looking in the direction of Pixiu and others. Behind him and on both sides, densely packed warships spread across the starry sky, including large and small spaceship-shaped warships, and living biological warships made by the Chitauri. It is the kind of kun with a body length of tens of meters. Not counting those small frigates and frigates, but there are nearly 1,000 medium and large frigates. And this is only a part of the strength of the Dark Order under Thanos, maybe not even a third. It can be seen that Thanos is not only strong himself, but also the number of soldiers in his army. Thanos didn't send Fleet 690 to kill Ronan's fleet. Instead, he waited here, waiting for Ronan to lead the fleet to come here. Since he intends to warm up, if Ronan doesn't come here, how will he warm up? Dark asterisk. In the Central Combat Command Room, a soldier looked at Ronan and said, "General, a large number of warship signals have been detected near the target location. The number is about 50,000, including 152 large frigates, and 838 medium-sized frigates and escorts. 50,000. Hearing this, Ronan narrowed his eyes slightly, but his expression didn't change much. He knew this amount early on. Holding the universal hammer in his hand, Ronan issued an order. Let all necromancer spaceships get ready, get away from the Dark Star after getting close to the target, and beat me to death. Although a fleet of 50,000 is quite a lot, he is not far behind. According to what Nebula said, the number of all warships of the Dark Order under Thanos is about 180,000, and the rest are all land combat units. Although the number of land combat units is as high as millions, in this kind of air combat, land combat units are basically useless at this time. Moreover, the land combat unit has long followed several of Thanos' confidants, Khtis, to look for those middle and low-level civilizations, and then completed the family planning task assigned to them by Thanos. Therefore, they only need to deal with the battleship group here. The Dark Star continued to advance towards where Thanos was, and Pixiu retracted the rift seat into the Hoopa Golden Ring in one thought, and then returned to the Dark Star. Although Ryveza has its own consciousness, as the summoned beast of Hoopa's Golden Ring, not only is it 100% loyal to Pixiu, but as long as it is in the same big universe, Pixiu can include it into Hoopa's Golden Ring with a single thought. After being taken back by Hoopa's Golden Ring, the consciousness of Rikikusa will fall into a deep sleep, just like a person sleeping at night, and will not wake up until Pixiu calls again. Time passed slowly. Soon, the Dark Star advanced beyond the small planet where Mikio was located. In the starry sky ahead, Pixiu, Ronan and Xingyin saw the densely packed fleet of the Dark Order. Tisk tisk tisk. Looking at the densely packed fleet, Pixiu clicked his tongue slightly, and couldn't help rubbing the electrical bag on his cheek. Strands of electric arcs flashed across the electrical bag. During the Battle of New York, the number of the Chitauri fleet he saw through the wormhole was probably less than 1/5 of that here, and there was only one large ship. That is the ship that the nuclear bomb exploded in the original plot. I hope you won't disappoint me. Ronan looked at Pixiu, who was on the side, and said slowly, then said in a deep voice. The whole army is attacking. Yes, the whole army is attacking. When the subordinates received the order, they immediately issued the pass. The hatches of the Dark Star were opened, and necromancer spaceships and medium-sized frigates left the main ship of the Dark Star, distributed in front and on both sides of the Dark Star. Afterwards, all kinds of attacks were directed at the Dark Order fleet. The other side also launched an attack on the Dark Star. All of a sudden, various energy attacks crisscrossed across the universe. Or collide and cancel each other out. At the same time, there were also a large number of attacks bombarding the Dark Star as the main ship. However, all of these attacks were blocked by the protective shield installed on the front of the Dark Star. On the Dark Star, the Central Combat Command Room. Hundreds of heavily armed soldiers stood on the passage in two teams. Pixiu's skill, the Hoopa Golden Ring with a diameter of more than 2 meters, is connected to Thanos' small planet. Let's go. After saying something to Ronan, Pixiu first flew into the Hoopa Golden Ring in the middle. Set off. Ronan gave an order, then followed Pixiu, and entered the Hoopa Golden Ring in the middle with Nebula. The soldiers on both sides of the rear also entered the two Hoopa Gold Rings next to them. On the small planet, Thanos was alone, standing there holding a double-edged sword, looking at the three Hoopa Gold Rings that appeared tens of meters ahead, squinting his eyes slightly in surprise. When Pixiu flew out of it, Thanos's expression on the surface remained unchanged, but he was a little puzzled in his heart. Seeing the figures coming out of Hoopa's Golden Ring one by one, Thanos put his eyes on Pixiu, Ronan, and Xingyin, and those little soldiers didn't even look at them. Xingyin, are you going to betray me? Looking at Nebula, Thanos spoke slowly, with no waves in his voice. Hearing this, Xingyin slightly looked away, but did not speak. Thanos. Ronan held the universal hammer in his hand, looked at Mi Shen coldly and said. Let's clear the old account today. Kree, where did you get your courage? Looking away at Ronan, Thanos said coldly with a bloodthirsty smile. Is it this little animal? Saying that, Thanos looked at Pixiu who was flying in the air next to Ronan. Yes, I gave him courage. Seeing Thanos looking at himself, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks and said with a smile. I'm just a kind-hearted person out of interest. Seeing that he really wants to kill you, I want to give him a chance. Come out, Krakkanza. At the end, Pixiu raised his right hand, and a hoopa gold ring appeared above. With the sound of dragon's voice, Lycangzao flew out from inside. This time, Lycangzuo did not appear accompanied by thunderclouds all over the sky, but a few wisps of blood-red electric arcs and wisps of translucent light cyan cyclones entwined around him from time to time. Splitting empty seat, go and kill the nearby fleet, hit as many as you can, be careful yourself. After summoning the rift seat, Pixiu immediately gave it a task. Lycangzuo let out a roar, turned into a streamer and flew towards the nearby battleship, activated the skill Dragon Wave, and a terrible shock wave came out from the opening. Chapter 170. This is. Thanos couldn't help being surprised when he saw the rift seat flying away. With his sixth sense, he can feel the strength of Rikurzao. And it is likely to be in existence at the same level as myself. What kind of creature is this? How can it have such a powerful strength? But he has no idea. This creature possesses such great strength, but it seems that it is only Pixiu's subordinate, which makes him vigilant. It seems that something unexpected may happen today. You are. Looking at Pixiu with narrowed eyes, Thanos asked in a flat tone. His right hand holding the double-edged broadsword tightened imperceptibly. Although he was a little shocked in his heart, he didn't feel any panic or fear, and his expression remained unchanged. Ronan and Xingyun are both in his eyes, but the mysterious Pixiu makes him a little wary. After all, Ronan dared to attack him, and Xingyun dared to betray him, obviously there was Chu behind him. As Pixiu just said, it is the courage he gave them. That being the case, then Pixiu's strength must be very strong. Strong enough to make Ronan and Xingyun think that Pixiu is likely to kill him. Die? Why does it feel like the blood is boiling up? Looking at Pixiu, Thanos thought one after another, only feeling that something dormant in his body seemed to be recovering rapidly, and would climb to a peak. At this time, a thunderous dragon's voice that shook the sky and the earth attracted everyone's attention. I saw the rift seat soaring into the starry sky of the universe, releasing a huge blood-colored air slash that seemed to be able to tear apart the starry sky, directly destroying nearly 100 small frigates with a bang. Then the bloody streamer gathered in front of the big mouth along with the electric light and the wind whirl, and the next moment a huge bloody light beam with a radius of about 10 meters swept out. Lycangzuo released the skill to destroy the death beam, and the beam of death beam swept all the way, destroying all the warships that were too late to dodge, turning them into clusters of blooming fireworks. At the moment's empty seat is like an unstoppable demon, which frightened many soldiers of the dark sect. From their point of view, the rift space seat is simply a monster among monsters. They couldn't hit or hurt Lycangzao at all, but they were swept away piece by Lycangzao's attack, just like being cut leaks. This is not a level at all. So strong. Seeing Lycangzuo show his power again, even Ronan and Xingyun, whom he had seen before, at the moment couldn't help being shocked again, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. If the rift block is so powerful, then Pixiu will definitely not be bad. Looks like Thanos can be killed today. Pixiu. Recovering, Ronan yelled to Pixiu, and then swung the magnum hammer at Thanos. Buzz buzz. The shock wave visible to the naked eye blasted towards Thanos at an extremely fast speed. Seeing the rift seat showing great power, Thanos also knew that he had to make a quick decision, otherwise the ship might capsize today. Court death. Seeing Ronan attacking him, Thanos fixed his eyes were cold, and swung the double-edged sword in his hand to slash directly at the blasting shock wave. Shock wave was chopped into pieces by Thanos, and Ronan was shocked when he saw this scene. As expected of Thanos, the fierce god who frightened the galaxy, he was really violent. After slashing Shockwave, Thanos turned to Ronan. Attack! Seeing Thanos rushing, the surrounding soldiers immediately fired at Thanos. SHHHHHH. For a moment, various energy bullets flashed across the air and shot towards Thanos. Seeing this scene, Thanos frowned slightly, and swung the double-edged sword in front of him, deflecting or crushing all the incoming energy bullets. In the surrounding fleet, noticing the situation on Thanos' side, hundreds of escort boats rushed towards the small planet immediately, and then opened fire on Pixiu, Ronan, and the soldiers. Seeing this, Pixiu summoned 3 Hoopa gold rings to block in front of him, and the Hoopa gold rings moved continuously, devouring all the attacks that were aimed at him. The secondary ring appeared behind Thanos, spitting out all the attacks it had swallowed. Thanos, who was not aware of it for a while, was hit by dozens of attacks. Smoke from the explosion rose into the air, covering Thanos's body and making him invisible. But Pixiu knew there was nothing wrong with Thanos. After all, there is a law called smoke does not hurt. What's more, with Thanos' powerful physique as an Eternal Titan family, plus he is wearing a battle armor, this level of attack will at most tickle him, maybe even tickle him. The soldiers of the Dark Order in the escort boat above also discovered that after attacking Pixiu, the attack was diverted to Thanos, so they changed their attack targets one after another. They fired wildly at Luo Xingyun and hundreds of Kree soldiers. Really annoying. Seeing this scene, Ronan frowned slightly, and waved the omnipotent hammer in his hand one after another. A series of shock waves erupted. After the escort boat above was hit by the shock wave, it immediately turned into a burst of fireworks, and the part that was directly hit was directly turned into powder under the attack of the shock wave. Nebula also picked up a gun and kept firing at the escort boat above. He is not soft at all when he fights against his own people. SHH. In the smoke, a black figure burst out suddenly, hitting Pixiu above. Pixiu took a closer look and saw that it was a huge boulder. Electric shock launch. With a click, the golden lightning blasted the boulder into powder. 0. Then Pixiu looked down. I saw that there was a big hole in the ground where Thanos was originally, and the obvious missing part was the boulder netting powder. Facing Thanos' eyes, Pixiu felt that he saw a strong killing intent in Thanos' eyes. Thanos at the moment is not the Thanos who came to the Earth to get infinite gems in the Third Avengers Alliance. Crackling, crackling. Golden lightning flashed on Pixiu's body, and then a bucket-thick golden lightning blasted towards Thanos. Thanos' eyes were slightly cold, and he raised his 2 sabers and slashed at the lightning. Crackling. Lightning strikes on the double-edged sword, and the arc is scattered everywhere, smashing small holes in the surrounding ground. Many electric arcs spread towards Thanos. Interesting. Feeling the faint tingling sensation on his body, Thanos grinned at the corner of his mouth, revealing a long-lost nostalgic smile, with the thought of wanting to fight Pixiu for 300 rounds. Well, the kind of hand-to-hand combat. However, it is obviously impossible for Pixiu to fly in the sky. And looking at Pixiu's small body, he felt that if he fought hand-to-hand, he could crush him to death with one hand. At the same time, in some other galaxies of the Milky Way, the 5 Obsidian generals under Thanos, no, they are the 4 generals of Black Yao, namely Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, Ebony Maw, and Black Dwarf. After they learned what happened here, they immediately led their troops to the nearest jumping point. Chapter 171. Thanos suddenly jumped up with a bang, and rushed towards Pixiu, who was 7 or 8 meters in the air at an extremely fast speed. The double-edged sword in his hand was eager to drink blood. And as Thanos jumped up, a large shallow footprint appeared on the ground where he was before. Apparently it was just made by borrowing strength. It's just right. Seeing Thanos rushing, Pixiu raised the corner of his mouth and started the high-speed movement. It turned into a golden lightning and came behind Thanos. Activate Iron Tail skill. The yellow lightning-shaped tail was shrouded in white light. Pixiu flipped forward in the air, and the tail slashed towards the back of Thanos' head with terrifying force. It will be so fast. Thanos in the air only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and then Pixiu's figure disappeared, and then he noticed the movement behind him. Yuguang Weining was taken aback. 543. Sensing that Pixiu was behind him, although he reacted, he couldn't keep up with Pixiu's speed. Activated Iron Tail skill, Pixiu slapped Thanos hard on the back of the head with his tail. To be more precise, it should be said to be on the helmet. Boom! With a bang, Thanos' head fell downwards and quickly fell to the ground. Then it hit a boulder, and the powerful impact smashed the boulder to pieces. Gravel splashed and smoke and dust rose. Looking at the place where Thanos fell, Pixiu rubbed the electric bag with both hands. Terrifying electric lights flashed on his body, and then electric shocks fell towards Thanos' position. Click click click. Again and again. Blows of lightning as thick as buckets blasted at where Thanos was. The people of the Dark Order discovered the situation here, and immediately pulled out some of them, and a dozen escort boats were ready to attack Pixiu from multiple directions. Not too far away, the Rift Seat discovered their intentions and flew towards them, opening their mouths and roaring. The terrifying shockwave erupted from his mouth, turning into ripples visible to the naked eye and flashing across the air. The next moment, the Tianba escort boat was blown away by shockwave. Then Kikai exploded, turning into a cloud of fireworks and falling. Nice job, Cracker! Seeing this scene, Pixiu continued to release electric shocks while praising the empty seat in his heart. Lycangzuo let out a long howl, and his slender figure flicked its tail, surrounded by electric arcs and whirlwinds, and released the destructive death light again to attack the rest of the warships. On the other side, Ronan, who was dealing with the escort ship of the Dark Order, saw Pixiu bombard Thanos with lightning bolts, and his eyelids twitched. Seeing this scene, Xingyun also changed his expression. After so many years, it was the first time she had seen Thanos fight like this. Because Thanos hits people like this in the past. No, it should be said to deal with the enemy, because most people can't hold on to a few tricks under Thanos' hands. Hateful. Thanos, who was bombarded by lightning, also really felt angry in his heart at the moment. Being continuously bombarded by Pixiu's electric shocks, he only felt like being bitten again and again on his back by a small bug that doesn't bite very painfully, and it didn't do much damage to him. But after being struck by lightning, a strange electric current would seep into his body every time, and then paralyze his body. Even if he is of the Eternal Titan family, with a very strong physique, and even able to survive in the universe, he is still in a semi-paralyzed state by that weird electric current poison. He wanted to struggle, but was hit back to the ground by the huge force that accompanied the lightning. Even if the lightning couldn't cause any damage to him, it could severely suppress him. Therefore, he who has not felt angry for a long time, because Pixiu has anger again. Now he really wants to arrest Pixiu, and kill Pixiu with 6 knives. After bombarding Thanos for a full minute, Pixiu stopped. Tisk tisk tisk, it's almost there. Looking at Thanos's position, Pixiu slightly curled his lips, and with a thought, retracted the rift seat, which was destroying the battleship wantonly, and then summoned Hoopa's golden ring. After summoning Hoopa's golden ring, Pixiu looked at Ronan who was fighting minions and said, "Hey little blue man, I've given you the big purple potato, I'm leaving first." What? Ronan and Xingyun's expressions changed drastically when they heard the words. Seeing that Pixiu took the rift seat and summoned Hoopa's golden ring, they immediately knew what Pixiu said was true. Wait a moment. Looking at Pixiu, Ronan was about to say something immediately. As a result, Pixiu didn't give him this chance, turned around and got into Hoopa's golden ring, and then Hoopa's golden ring disappeared from the sight of Ronan and Xingyun. Seeing this scene, Ronan and Xingyun were dumbfounded. At the moment, they have 10,000 words in their hearts that they want to curse Pixiu, but it seems that no matter how much they curse, the only thing they can do is temporarily suppress it in their hearts. Then see if I can live long enough to find trouble with Pixiu in the future. The two looked in Thanos' direction. In the faint smoke and dust, a tall figure slowly stood up. Hateful. With a low curse in his heart, Ronan looked cold, his eyes became extremely sharp, and he swung the universal hammer in the direction of Thanos, and a terrifying shock wave burst out. Boom! Thanos didn't do anything to resist, letting the shock wave hit his chest. The air wave surged, blowing away the surrounding smoke and dust. And Thanos was hit in the chest by the shock wave, leaned forward slightly, and slid a few meters backwards, leaving 2 ditches a few centimeters deep on the ground. Stopping his backward steps, Thanos moved his body, then stretched out his left hand and took off the helmet on his head. Looking at the dent made by Pixiu's tail, his eyes narrowed slightly. That's when Ronan launched Shockwave on him again. Thanos' eyes turned cold, and he threw the helmet in his hand at Shockwave. There was a deafening bang. Shockwave knocked the helmet out. "Ronan, let's go." Seeing this scene, Xingyun immediately knew that they had lost, so he turned around and ran away after saying something to Ronan. Not far away, a dozen necromancer spaceships flew over and attacked Thanos. 2 of them started to land. "Run!" When Ronan 1.1 heard the words, his expression was extremely ugly. He has already run once before, is he going to run again this time? And Xingyun turned around and saw Ronan standing there, scolded an idiot in a low voice, and didn't bother to care about him and went directly into a necromancer spaceship that landed. Knocked out the pilot inside and threw it out, and then drove the necromancer spaceship and flew towards the Dark Star. There she has her own spaceship. And Ronan saw Xingyun taking off, and saw Thanos twirling the double-edged sword in his hand to resist the attack, and then walked towards him step by step with a cold expression. Seeing this scene, Ronan gritted his teeth slightly, and immediately turned and ran towards the necromancer spaceship. If you keep the green hills, you don't have to worry about no firewood. As long as you are alive, there is hope for everything. Damn Pixiu! Chapter 172. Want to run? Seeing Ronan turn around and run away, Thanos twitched his mouth and gave a bloodthirsty smile. Regardless of the energy bullets shot at him, the spinning double-edged sword in his hand was thrown violently. Ded. Tearing air sounds sounded, and the double-edged sword instantly sank into the necromancer spaceship. Seeing this scene, Ronan's expression was very ugly, and at the same time, he stopped moving forward. After about 2 or 3 seconds. With a bang, the necromancer spacecraft exploded under Ronan's gaze, and a raging fire ignited. There were more than a dozen necromancer spaceships in the sky, and another one landed downward immediately, while the other spaceships blocked the front and fired hard at Thanos. At the moment Thanos put his hands in front of his head and strode forward without any change in expression. Shhhhhhh. An energy beam shot from not far away, and dozens of spaceships from the Dark Order flew over. After a round of baptism, they directly destroyed more than a dozen necromancer spaceships. Seeing this scene, Ronan took a deep breath, and his original ugly expression gradually returned to expressionless, during which a smear of ruthlessness flashed past. 23 dozens of spaceships of the Dark Order surrounded Ronan from above, and when they were about to attack, Thanos stepped forward and waved his hand to stop them. Looking at Ronan with a slightly cold expression, Mi said slowly. "They're all gone, now Kree, do whatever you want." Hearing this, Ronan's expression changed slightly, and then he returned to his original state. He looked at Thanos with cold eyes without saying a word, and strode towards him with a universal hammer in his hand. He has no choice. Surrender? From what he knew of Thanos, he was dead this time, surrender or not. So in order not to lose his last dignity, he decided to fight Thanos desperately. At the moment he didn't feel very much about Thanos anymore. Because he hates Pixiu the most. If it wasn't for Pixiu, how could he be in this situation? The other side. Nebula successfully returned to the Dark Star, and then gave an order to the main ship operator controlling the Dark Star and all Ronan's soldiers, that is to rush in and find a way to rescue Ronan. After giving the order, she drove her own spaceship, then left the Dark Star, turned on the full power of the flight power system of the spaceship, and flew towards the distance. She tried her best to do what she had to do. As for whether Ronan can survive, it all depends on luck. Without Pixiu, who can kill Thanos, they would be like hitting a stone with tofu just because they faced Thanos alone. If you don't want to die too early, then run as fast as you can. At the same time, over the Asgard training ground, Hoopa's golden ring appeared out of thin air, attracting the attention of everyone below. Under everyone's gaze, Pixiu flew out of it. Looking at the familiar Asgard people below, Pixiu couldn't help but rubbed his cheeks, forgot about Ronan's affairs, and flew down. It has been said that he is just a kind-hearted person driven by interest. Seeing that Ronan wanted to kill Thanos but couldn't, he decided to give him a chance temporarily. He helped Ronan cross the outer blockade and directly entered the hinterland where Thanos was, destroyed many warships, and beat Thanos for more than a minute. So he has given the opportunity to Ronan. Whether he can seize the opportunity and whether he has the strength to fulfill his wish is Ronan's own business. As for what will happen to Ronan and Xingyun in the future, Pixiu said goodbye by fate. After coming down, Pixiu looked at an Asgard girl with an Asian face and asked, "Is Thor back?" "Not yet." The pretty girl with an Asian face shook her head, looking at Pixiu longingly, with an undisguised love between her brows, and wanted to hold Pixiu in her arms. The reason why he dares to look at Pixiu so boldly is because Pixiu is more open-minded and has no airs at all. Moreover, as a modern man, women will always have more or less preferential treatment. So Pixiu said that I don't mind if you look at me with very greedy expressions and eyes, as long as you look at me and don't touch me. Although turned into an animal, Pixiu has no special hobby of letting people touch his body casually. "Haven't come back yet." Hearing this, Pixiu couldn't help rubbing his face. There's something wrong with this Thor. What the hell is this guy doing? Speaking of which, are there really so many wars in the other realms of the 9 realms? Could it be this guy, who ran to the earth to find Jane under the pretext of suppressing the war? It is said that in the original plot, it seems that before the Thor, Ragnarok plot, I don't know what it is, Thor and Jane broke up, and it was Jane who proposed it. That is, Thor gets dumped. I don't know if Thor will be dumped by Jane now. Tisk, what do I think this is for? Slightly pursing his lips, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks and muttered in his heart. Whether Thor becomes single or not has nothing to do with me. Since we are friends, well, then come to Asgard to drink with him and comfort him. Yes, that's it. Getting rid of the messy thoughts, Pixiu looked at the young lady with an Asian face and said, "Thank you, I'll go first." After speaking, the Hoopa golden ring unfolded back to the earth and drilled in. Thor is not here, so there seems to be nothing else to do here. That being the case, I don't bother to bother Odin and Frigga, so let's visit them next time. Once you get the power gem, look at the time. Scarlet Witch Wanda and Quicksilver Pete should be released by Hydra anyway, so you can take back the mind gem. As for whether the vision can be born, Pixiu thinks it is up to chance, although the possibility is almost impossible. After all, let him hand over the mind gem he got to someone else. 677, so forget it. After a little while. Earth, the United States, California, Beach House. After returning to the living room of the villa, Pixiu looked around and saw no one again. However, the room did not appear to be dusty and had obviously been cleaned recently. So Pixiu flew towards the kitchen and said, "Xiaopai, when did Hill leave?" "Xiaopai, sir, Ms. Hill left at 16:32 yesterday afternoon." "Okay, got it." When he came to the kitchen, Pixiu opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of happy water from it, and then turned into a human figure, unscrewed the happy water, took a sip, and went into the guest house. After returning to the living room, he spoke again. "Xiaopai, send Tony a call request." "Xiaopai, okay sir, please wait a moment." After about 20 seconds, Tony's surprised voice sounded on the speaker. "Pixiu, you're back, it's only half a month away, why so fast?" "Pixiu, I got one of the things I needed, so I came back first, and I also did a good thing, so it's not a bad trip." "Good thing?" Hearing this, Tony was surprised and said, "You still do good deeds? Is there any reward?" Chapter 173. Will you still do good deeds and get rewarded? Tony's voice was full of surprise, obviously he was very suspicious. Hearing Tony's words, Pixiu curled his lips and said solemnly, "Are you kidding me? Am I the kind of person who needs to be rewarded for doing good deeds? This time I didn't ask for any rewards at all. It is simply a contemporary example of good people and good deeds. I think the people I help should be grateful to me from the bottom of their hearts." FB. Hearing this, for some reason, he always felt something was wrong. Could it be that he misunderstood Pixiu? No, there must be something he doesn't know. Just when Tony was secretly guessing, Pixiu said again, "By the way, have any major events happened on Earth recently?" It's a big deal, isn't it? Hearing Pixiu's inquiry, Tony sighed slightly. Because he has been researching nanotechnology recently, and has made a lot of progress, he believes that he will be able to successfully manufacture nano armor after a while. However, the materials for making nano armor still need to be carefully selected. What he wants most is vibranium, using vibranium to create a set of nano war boxes. But vibranium is too precious. Although he is very rich, sometimes vibranium cannot be bought with money. After all, the circulation in the market is limited. Moreover, it is necessary to manufacture a set of nano armor. The vibranium needed is not a little bit of what was needed when manufacturing the new element reactor, but a large amount. So vibranium was in short supply, and he had to find another way. For example, first use the metal materials used to make normal steel battle suits to manufacture a set of nano armor, and work hard on various functions of the armor, such as adding some new functions. Anyway, with the powerful energy supply of the new element reactor, it is enough for him to have more development in the function of the armor. As for the vibranium nano armor, this should be considered as a backup solution. It's okay, that's okay. Hearing this, Pixiu rubbed his cheek slightly and asked. By the way, how is your nano armor? He had told Tony the concept of the nano armor for a long time, and it stands to reason that with Tony's ability, he could come up with something no matter what. It's coming, it's coming. Hearing Pixiu's question about nano armor, Tony seemed to be refreshed, and said quickly. Now the research on the nano armor has entered the final stage. As long as the last hurdle is overcome, you can start trying to manufacture the nano armor. Well, it's a pity that I don't have enough vibranium here, otherwise, I would like to create a set of vibranium version of nano armor. If the vibranium version of the nano armor I designed can be produced, it is not certain who will win and who will lose in the face of some kind of god. At the end Tony sighed with some regret. The vibranium version of the nano armor. Hearing this, Pixiu took a sip of happy water and said. Young man, you have an idea, but you want vibranium, why don't you go find brand eggs? I definitely looked for him. Tony rolled his eyes slightly and said. But he said that he didn't have much vibranium there, and it was impossible to sell me all the vibranium, only a part of it, and my own was only enough for half a set of armor. I'm currently purchasing vibranium from some special websites. I hope I can buy enough vibranium. Let's get together a set of nano armor first. All right. Pixiu nodded slightly when he heard the words, and then said. I actually know a place that has a lot of vibranium. What? Where? Tony on the opposite side immediately became excited when he heard the words. Pixiu, does Wakanda know? And many more. Tony frowned slightly, then said. J.A.R.V.I.S, look up Wakanda. J.A.R.V.I.S, yes sir. 5 or 6 seconds later. J.A.R.V.I.S, sir, Wakanda is a country in East Africa, a poor and backward agricultural country. No. After hearing what J.A.R.V.I.S said on this side, Pixiu said. This is just superficial. In fact, in terms of technological strength, Wakanda is the most advanced country on Earth, and others still belong to the kind that has a home in a mine. How can it be the most technologically advanced country on Earth? Hearing Pixiu's words, Uni couldn't believe it. Is there anything impossible? Knowing that I didn't believe it, I continued. Others just know how to keep a low profile, and almost all the vibranium on Earth comes from Wakanda, so I say that others have a home in the mine. Millions of years ago, a vibranium meteorite fell on the present-day African continent, and then formed the Earth's unique vibranium mine there, and the country Wakanda there naturally became the owner of the vibranium mine. With vibranium, Wakanda's technology has developed rapidly, far surpassing other countries on the planet. Poverty and backwardness are just their low-key cover for it. Hearing this, Tony's heart was full of shock, and after being slightly stunned, he exclaimed. I didn't expect such a country to exist on the earth. It seems that I am ignorant, and now I am getting more and more incomprehensible about this world. He has experienced too many things in just a few years. The coming of gods, the appearance of aliens, all kinds of things have greatly changed his worldview. At the same time, he felt even more stressed. In this increasingly incomprehensible world, in case of danger, you must have enough strength to ensure the safety of yourself and the people you care about. After sighing, Tony clicked his tongue slightly, enviously said. Wakanda is too good, it actually set up its home in the vibranium mine. Think of me, Tony Stark, a billionaire who is not short of money, would be envious of others. Hearing Tony's envious words, Pixiu couldn't help but smile and said. Be envious, it's useless to be envious, after all, others rely on the sky for their food, and they are inherently superior to other countries on the earth. If you want vibranium, maybe you can contact Wakanda. I think in your capacity, you should be able to buy enough vibranium at a lower price. After all, your father Howard also had contact with Wakanda before, such as the Captain's Shield. The vibranium inside seems to be obtained from Wakanda, Zhao Wang's. So that's it, it looks like I'm going to try to get in touch. Hearing this, Tony's eyes lit up immediately, and his brows were filled with anticipation. Okay, that's all for now, if you want to go to Wakanda, you can call me, I also want to visit the end. Pixiu nodded slightly, then thought of his purpose, and continued. By the way Tony, what's going on with Hydra? Hydra? Tony said with a slight grin, that fellow Fury sent me a message the day before yesterday, wanting us to take action to help them destroy Hydra, and then bring back the psychic scepter that Hydra took away. He said that the locations of Hydra bases around the world are basically clear, but those bases that want to eliminate Hydra need our help. Chapter 174. Oh, we need to take action. Hearing Tony's words, Pixiu changed back to Pikachu form, rubbed the electric pouch on his cheek and said. Actually, I came back this time to get the psychic scepter. What do you want a psychic scepter for? Hearing this, Tony was a little surprised. Pixiu, it's not about the scepter, but about the gem inside. That thing belongs to the same thing as the Tesseract, and it is of great help to me. I went to other galaxies this time to get another one. I see. Suddenly, Tony didn't ask what it was, but said. In that case, I'll reply to Nick Fury. It just so happens that I haven't gone out for a long time, so let's take this opportunity to go out and exercise. Row. Pixiu nodded slightly, and then said. Where are you now? Tony, I'm on the 73rd floor of the building, do you want to come over? Well, I'll be right there. Pixiu replied while opening the Hoopa golden ring. A second later, Pixiu said. Xiaopai, end the call, I'll leave first. After speaking, Pixiu flew into Hoopa's golden circle. After Pixiu left, the room fell into silence again. 400. Midtown Manhattan, New York. Stark Building, in the research room on the 73rd floor. Tony watched the familiar Hoopa gold ring appear not far away, with a smile on his face. Then Pixiu flew out of it. After seeing Tony, Pixiu flew over and said. Where's Potts? Tony smiled and said, it just so happens that she needs to go to several places to re-sign the contract, so she's not here for the time being, and she should be back in 2 days. Now Stark Group's business is also growing, mainly in the area of clean energy, and has reached strategic cooperation with cities on all continents of the United States. Moreover, after domestic stability, it has begun to move towards the international market, exporting to many countries around the world. The business is getting bigger and bigger, and naturally it is getting busier. Hearing this, Pixiu nodded, and then opened the Hoopa golden ring, and took out an energy gun from the Dark Elf Cross main ship and put it on the workbench beside it. What weapon is this? Seeing the guns of the Dark Elves, Tony couldn't help but move closer, his face full of curiosity. I don't know what it's called. Pixiu looked at the energy gun, looked at Tony and said. In the 9 realms, there is a race called Dark Elves, a powerful race bred by darkness, not much weaker than the Aesir Protoss of Asgard. This gun is the conventional weapon of Dark Elves. The power should be stronger than the energy weapon developed by Hydra using Tesseract energy. Even if an Asgard warrior is hit, his body will evaporate instantly. This gun is given to you for research. When designing the vibranium nano armor, maybe you can get some inspiration for new weapon functions from it. A dark elf's weapon. Tony was a little surprised, and then reached out to pick up the gun. But when I picked it up, I realized that the gun was very heavy, probably weighing close to 100 kgs, like a big rock. He had to use his strength to pick it up, and it was so hard to hold it that it couldn't be used normally at all. The physique of the Dark Elves is not weaker than that of the Asgardians. For them, holding something of 100 kgs may be the same as holding a mobile phone on Earth. Leave it alone. Seeing Tony struggling to raise the gun, Pixiu couldn't help shaking his head slightly. If you want to wear a battle suit, there is no problem with using this gun, but without a battle suit, since your physique is not much stronger than normal people, don't even think about it. With the help of the steel battle suit, Tony is able to unleash his strength enough to span several levels. Even a car that weighs several tons can be kicked out with one kick. If you use the anti-Hulk armor, the burst of power is even more terrifying. After all, that thing can be tough with Hulk. Alright. Tony didn't try to be brave either. Seeing that holding it was difficult, he put the gun back on the workbench, CDE, and looked at Pixiu with a smile and said, "Should I contact Nick Fury now? Get in touch." Pixiu nodded. As for the Hydra base where Scarlet Witch Wanda and Quicksilver Pete are locked up, he doesn't know the exact location, but it seems to be somewhere in Western Europe, Great Britain. S.H.I.E.L.D has almost collected the locations of all Hydra bases, so you will know by looking at the location data of Hydra bases. Tony, J.A.R.V.I.S, give Nick Fury a call. J.A.R.V.I.S, yes, sir. After a little while, Nick Fury's voice sounded. Call me, did you agree? Boiled egg, long time no see. At this moment, Pixiu said hello 10 times. On the other side, upon hearing Pixiu's voice, Nick Fury was taken aback for a moment, and finally the corners of his mouth twitched indiscernibly. As for Pixiu's whereabouts, although it is not very clear. But he also knows that Pixiu likes to play ball when he is free. After all, Pixiu didn't mean to hide it. Thinking that Pixiu only told Hill and Tony a few days ago that he would leave the Earth temporarily, Nick Fury couldn't help asking. Pixiu, didn't you just leave Earth? Why did you come back so soon? Pixiu, I've had enough fun for now, so I'm coming back. Slightly silent, Nick Fury spoke again. Stark should have told you the matter. Pixiu, definitely, but let me say it first, the scepter is mine. Hearing this, Nick Fury was speechless for a moment, but he still said. Okay, if Thor doesn't mind. He knew that he didn't want this thing anymore. Although he had some thoughts in his heart, he didn't have the idea of getting it. If he could get it, he would get it, and if he couldn't get it, forget it. Thor. Pixiu raised his right hand and rubbed the electrical bag, and said in surprise. Thor, is he on Earth? Nick Fury, well, with his girlfriend Jane Foster all the time. Hearing this, Pixiu rolled his eyes. Sure enough, this guy came to the Earth for the reason of quelling the war. No wonder he used his strength to quell the war. He didn't hit Aspen for so long. It turned out that I ran to the Earth and got tired of being with my girlfriend every day, After being speechless, Pixiu said. Don't worry, I'm convincing people with reason, Thor won't have any objection. Nick Fury. Hearing Pixiu's words, he couldn't help but think of the past in New Mexico, when Pixiu suppressed Thor who had regained his strength to fight, although he was convincing with reasoning. Well, the physical kind. Row. Sighing inwardly, Nick Fury said. It's not too late, I will arrange a plane to pick you up later. It is good. Pixiu nodded and looked at Tony. Seeing Pixiu's view, Tony also nodded slightly. That's fine, for now. Chapter 175. After finishing the call, Tony walked outside and said as he walked. Wait for a while, I'll take a shower first. Go. Hearing this, Pixiu waved his hand, then flew to a chair not far away. Sit down. With a thought, Hu Pa Jin Huan appeared beside him. He reached out his hand to grope inside, and then took out a fruit that looked like white jade and had a pretty good color, and ate it. It was juicy, sweet, and crisp after one bite. This is one of the fruit specialties of Asgard, the name seems to be white emerald fruit. Definitely the name doesn't matter, as long as it tastes good. Time passed slowly. After Pixiu finished eating 8 fruits, Tony changed into a casual suit and returned to the research room after cleaning, snapped his fingers and said, J.A.R.V.I.S, get the Mark 42 battle suit ready, I will use it in a moment. J.A.R.V.I.S, yes sir. Came to sit down on the chair next to Pixiu, Tony raised his eyebrows, looked at Pixiu and said, not long ago, I sent a Stark satellite into the sky, and the anti-Hulk armored Mark 44 that I and Dr. Banner researched together was also sent to it so that it can be called at any time. According to the data of multiple tests, the performance of Mark 44 is comparable to that of Hulk, and it can even suppress Hulk to a certain extent according to its weaknesses. Although I really want to see the ability of Mark 44, it is the best preparation to prevent the Hulk from going berserk if it is never used. Definitely, in order to prevent the recurrence of the last alien invasion, the powerful performance of the Mark 44 can also be of great help, and it can be used for emergencies. At the front end, I once again had the idea of building an army of steel armor, and plan to develop an artificial intelligence that can learn independently and has unlimited potential to control the army of steel, with the primary purpose of defending human peace. I've already discussed this idea with Dr. Banner. He thinks it's feasible and will help me when the time comes. What do you think of my idea, Pixiu? After speaking, Tony looked at Pixiu expectantly, waiting for an answer. The Iron Army, another artificial intelligence. Hearing this, Pixiu couldn't help rubbing the electrical bag, looked at Tony and asked, did you name it? Name. Tony raised his hand, pinched his chin slightly with his right hand and muttered. As for the name, let's call it Ultron. X. Is this the so-called closing of the world line? Tony still had the idea of getting an Ultron out, tisk tisk tisk, terrific. What's wrong? Seeing Pixiu's pensive expression, Tony was a little puzzled. It's okay, no problem. Shaking his head slightly, Pixiu looked at Tony and said. The idea is quite good, but there are still restrictions, otherwise there may be problems. Why? If no restrictions are imposed on Ultron, it will probably be the same as the original plot by then. But this time there may not be the birth of Vision. Without Vision to limit it in the online world, wouldn't Ultron be invincible in the online world? Something went wrong. Hearing this, Tony smiled confidently and said. Don't worry, I'm Tony Stark, do you see something wrong with J.A.R.V.I.S? And with Dr. Banner's help, everything will be fine. Okay, anyway, I've said everything I need to say. Seeing Tony so confident, Pixiu couldn't help shaking his head slightly, and didn't say anything. Tony nodded slightly, but he still remembered Pixiu's words in his heart, because he knew that Pixiu would not harm him, and if artificial intelligence had no limit, it seemed a bit bad indeed. At this time, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S sounded. Sir, there is a plane requesting to land. Agreed to land, Pixiu, the people sent by Fury are here, let's go. Hearing what J.A.R.V.I.S said, Tony stood up and said. Nodding his head, Pixiu flew outside. After arriving at the apron, Pixiu saw a Quinjet parked there, and after seeing the person standing at the door of the hatch, he couldn't help saying in surprise. Phil Coulson, I didn't expect Braised Eggs to send you here. Aren't you very busy? After destroying the Snake and Shield Bureau, Phil Coulson was arranged by Nick Fury to go to a certain department of SHIELD. When he asked Hill, he only said that he was busy with other tasks. It really surprised him that he would appear here now. Looking at Pixiu, Phil Coulson said with a smile. I happened to pass by here with some free time, so I was called here, but I will go back tomorrow, so this time it is up to you to wipe out the remnants of Hydra. I see. Asking for flowers. Hearing this, Pixiu nodded, then shook his hands and said. Hydra, it's just a small thing, anyway, if I can't do it, I won't do it. I just follow along to get something. I don't like fighting, I like peace. Pixiu, you are fooling people again. At this time, Tony's voice came from behind, and he turned his head and saw Tony wearing a new set of steel battle suit, which was composed of dark red and gold in color, and his chest returned to a round shape. This should be the Mark 43 Tony mentioned earlier. Looking at Tony, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks and said solemnly, I'm fooling someone. I really don't like to fight and kill. I'm a peace-loving Pikachu. I used to do good deeds without leaving a name. Tony. 0. Phil Coulson. Hearing Pixiu's words, both of them were a little speechless and didn't believe it at all. After reacting, Phil Coulson looked at his watch and said, Okay, let's go first. If you have anything to say, you can talk about it on the way. Hearing that neither Pixiu nor Tony had any objections, they entered Quinjet. The Quinjet then took off, turned on the visual cloaking function, and flew towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington. In the plane, Pixiu opened the Hoopa golden ring, took out 2 fruits from it, looked at Phil Coulson and Tony and said, This is a specialty of Asgard, do you want to eat it? Let's eat one. Phil Coulson was more reserved, reached out and took one, looked at it curiously and took a bite. Take a sip, and your mouth is full of crisp pulp and sweet juice. And he felt refreshed, because the fatigue that hadn't had a good rest in the past few days seemed to have disappeared a lot. Compared to Phil Coulson, Tony is not so polite, grabbing the fruit and eating it directly. After feeling the extraordinariness of the fruit, he couldn't help but feel happy, and said while eating, Well, this fruit is not bad, Pixiu, give me 2 more. After replying, Pixiu took out a piece of fruit and started to eat it. Cut. Hearing this, Tony curled his lips and didn't say anything, but the speed of eating fruit was a little slower. Time passed slowly. After an hour, Quinjet landed outside the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Chapter 176. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, in a room in the Tricurved Wing building. Pixiu and Tony came here under the leadership of Phil Coulson. After coming to the room, Pixiu looked at the people here. Nick Fury, Captain America, Natasha Romanoff, Barton, Dr. Banner, and Thor. Hey Pixiu, you're back. Seeing Pixiu, Thor, who was there, immediately smiled and stretched out his hand to say hello. Seeing this, Pixiu couldn't help curling his lips slightly, then looked at Nick Fury and said, Just these people here? Definitely impossible. Nick Fury shook his head slightly and said, I organized 3 elite action teams, a total of 99 people, and I will act together with you at that time. You are definitely the main force, and they are just assisting. 99. Hearing this, Pixiu couldn't help rubbing the electric bag on his cheek. Well, the number of 370 seems to be about the same. After all, with the Avengers Alliance taking the lead, it is basically not much different from a horizontal push. 99 people were sent to follow, mainly because they wanted to suppress the place and clean up the battlefield. If that's the case, Pixiu even thinks it's a bit much. After slightly sinking, Pixiu looked at Nick Fury and got straight to the point. By the way, there should be a Hydra base near London in Great Britain, right? Looks like there is, Natasha Romanoff. Nick Fury frowned slightly at Natasha Romanoff. Let me see. Natasha Romanoff responded, then picked up the tablet on the table to check it. After a while, looked at Pixiu and Nick Fury and said, There is indeed a Hydra base in the forest outside London, and according to intelligence, the base there seems to be a large base. How did you know? Hearing this, Nick Fury looked at Pixiu with a little curiosity and surprise. Well, only a little bit. After all, after so many times, Pixiu always knows something, so he should get used to it. Pixiu looked at Nick Fury, because what I want is there. Hearing this, Nick Fury was slightly taken aback, then nodded suddenly, then looked at everyone and said, Is there anything else you want to say? After speaking, Nick Fury looked at Tony. No. Tony looked at Pixiu, then shrugged his shoulders and said he had nothing to say. What about you? Nick Fury looked at the others. No. The others also shook their heads slightly. After all, they came earlier and already knew everything they should know. Seeing that everyone has no problem, Nick Fury said, "Then let's go." Everyone got up and walked outside. Thor came to Pixiu. "Pixiu, do you want a scepter?" "Yeah." Pixiu nodded. Now on Earth, what he wants most is Mind Gem and Time Gem. Mind Gem can be taken at any time, but Time Gem is a bit troublesome. I don't know if Ancient One will give him the Time Gem. Unless it was a last resort, he still didn't want to fight Ancient One. Moreover, Ancient One is proficient in space magic, and other magic is not weak at all. If it really wants to fight, it will be half a 6-star combat power, which is comparable to a real 6-star. Even if they called Shangli Kongzuo to join them, they might not be able to win against Ancient One, at most it would be a draw. And for people like Ancient One, Pixiu still admires them very much, so if you don't do anything, you can think of a way to get the best of both worlds. Tisk, what a pity. Thor got the answer, and said with some regret. Originally, I wanted to take it back and put it in Asgard's treasure curry as a collection, so this kind of thing can't be left outside. But since you want it, then pretend I didn't say it. Very sensible. Pixiu gave Thor a thumbs up and said with a smile. I was worried that you would disagree, so I planned to reason with you carefully, but I didn't expect Thor to be so sensible. Don't waste everyone's time, it's fine. Hearing this, Thor was startled. Looking at the smiling Pixiu, he only felt that something was wrong. But he refrained from exploring the idea that something was wrong. Soon, everyone was boarding Quinjet. Pixiu and the members of the Avengers Alliance took the first generation of the new version of the transport Quinjet, as did the 99 elite squad members arranged by Nick Fury. The first generation of the new version of the transport-type Quinjet assault weapon only has a machine gun in the lower part of the fuselage, and does not install other assault or auxiliary weapons. Except for the Quinjet where Pixiu and others belonged, the other Quinjets carried 11 people, making a total of 9 planes. Adding Pixiu and others made 10 Quinjets. 10 Quinjets took off from the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters underground base and headed towards the nearest Hydra base. Time passed slowly. Not long after, Pixiu and others came to the 10th base of Hydra. Definitely, the Hydra bases that can make Pixiu and others mobilize are relatively large and difficult to capture. As for those small bases, they were given to them by S.H.I.E.L.D. early in the morning. Now, as far as S.H.I.E.L.D. knows in the world, there are still 6 bases left that have not been captured. And these 6 bases are naturally handed over to the Avengers Alliance. After arriving at the first base, Pixiu didn't make a move, but watched a show on the spaceship. Because of the level of defense of the base below, even if Tony goes alone, it will take a little time to take it down. Asking him to make a move, what a joke, is completely overkill. There were no surprises at the end. Under the violent attack of the members of the first-generation Avengers Alliance, the Hydra base below was quickly GG, and it took less than 20 minutes. A dozen or so people were left behind to imprison those Hydra members, while Pixiu and others rushed to the next base. The Avengers Alliance set off, unstoppable. When night falls, of the 6 Hydra bases, only the one on the outskirts of London, Great Britain remains, where the scepter is. Although Captain America wants to fight like this, but considering that everyone is tired all day, and it is not a big problem to win the Hydra base with their strength. So after discussing with everyone, we decided to rest for one night before taking down the last base. Definitely, during the 0.9 break, Tony also asked J.A.R.V.I.S to lock on the last base of Hydra through the Stark satellite in space to check the situation at all times. Inform them as soon as Hydra escapes. After all, they have wiped out all the other Hydra bases, and there is only one left. It is inevitable that the other party will not give up here and hide. Morning hours. Everyone basically fell into a dream. In a temporary tent, Pixiu turned on his invisibility, and then flew towards the Hydra base, and began to search for the spiritual scepter. Arriving at the Hydra base, Pixiu found a large number of Hydra members guarding in the dark along the way. Almost every 3 to 4 meters there is a Hydra member. It can be seen that even at night, their defenses have not relaxed in the slightest. Chapter 177. Relying on the invisible ability that cannot be seen or detected by instruments, Pixiu keeps sneaking into the Hydra base along with the induction of infinite gems energy. After turning around for a while, Pixiu successfully found the psychic scepter. At the moment, the psychic scepter was mounted on an instrument, and white arcs appeared around it from time to time. Apparently Hydra uses the energy of the psychic scepter to power the base, including the defensive cover that is integrated with the outer wall of the castle in the center of the base and can defend against a large number of attacks. Not in a hurry to get the psychic scepter, Pai Quan turned around and looked in one direction. It was two separate rooms separated only by a wall. If you only look at the furnishings in the room, it looks like a normal room. But if you look at the outside, the gate is a metal fence gate, and one such gate appears here, making it look more like a prison cell. On the bed in the room on the left, lay a young man with silver hair. And on the bed on the right, there is a 23-year-old woman with wine-red long hair. Her appearance is very in line with Western aesthetics, but Mid-Autumn Festival looks very good. There is no doubt that these two are Scarlet Witch Wanda and Quicksilver Pietro, a pair of twins. In the world view of the comics, the two were deceived into thinking that they were Magneto's cubs, but in fact they were born to gypsy men Django and Mary. But this is the movie world. Wanda and Pietro are ordinary children who lost their parents due to terrorist attacks. They were raised by Hydra for experiments. Under the power of the Mind Gem in the Mind Scepter, Wanda awakened the super ability Origin Magic Power, and Pietro awakened the super ability High Speed Movement. Compared to the ability in the comics, Wanda is a bit better, while Pietro's high-speed movement has been reduced a lot even because of saving the city. He was shot to death in Avengers, Age of Ultron. Even compared with Quicksilver in Avengers, Age of Ultron and Quicksilver in X-Men, it feels that ability is much weakened. Let's not talk about the speed of Quicksilver in the comics, let's talk about the Quicksilver in the movie X-Men. If Quicksilver from X-Men appears in Avengers, Age of Ultron, not only can Barton and the child be successfully rescued, but even himself will be fine. And Avengers, Age of Ultron's Quicksilver was killed by bullets, which is the shame of Quicksilver in all the worlds. Definitely, this may be because it has not grown up yet. After all, in Avengers, Age of Ultron, whether it is Wanda or Pietro, it seems that the time for the two to obtain super abilities is not long, so there is still a big lack of control over their own power. When Pixiu looked at Wanda and Pietro, Wanda, who was lying on the bed, seemed to notice something, opened her eyes and sat up, looking in the direction of Pixiu with some doubts. "Well, did you find me?" Seeing Wanda looking at his position, Pixiu was a little surprised. But then Pixiu understood why. The strength controlled by Origin Magic Power is inseparable from the strength of Wanda's spiritual power. Strictly speaking, it is a super form of spiritual power. With Origin Magic Power, Wanda's mental power will definitely not be weak. Although his invisibility cannot be seen by the naked eye, nor can it be detected by those instruments, but it will still be discovered by the existence with strong spiritual power. Not to say it was discovered, it can only be said to be noticed. And Wanda obviously sensed something was wrong, but she didn't notice him, otherwise, there wouldn't be a look of doubt on her face. Pixiu looked around and found that there were no Hydra people from at the moment, so he flew towards the room where Wanda was. As Pixiu got closer, Wanda inside felt more and more wrong. Although she didn't see anything, she always felt that something was approaching her. This feeling made her feel bad. So he slowly stood up from the bed, wisps of blood-red streamer lingered between his slender, fair fingers, and a pair of jewel-like wine-red eyes stared at the door. As for Quicksilver Pietro at the side, at the moment was still asleep and didn't notice anything. After coming to the door, Pixiu turned off the invisibility. Seeing Pixiu appearing suddenly, Wanda was so frightened that she almost threw the Origin Magic Power in her hand, but she restrained it in time. Wanda didn't disperse the Origin Magic Power, but just looked at Pixiu vigilantly, and once Pixiu made any threatening moves, she would immediately attack Pixiu. Even Pixiu's cute appearance made her a little bit excited. "Hello." Looking at Wanda, Pixiu smiled and lowered his voice to say hello. Hearing Pixiu's words, Wanda's expression changed slightly again, with a look of shock on her brows. "Don't be surprised, I can talk." Seeing this scene, Pixiu was not surprised, and continued. "My name is Pixiu. It's my first time meeting you. Nice to meet you." Hearing this, Wanda didn't speak, but still looked at Pixiu vigilantly. Seeing that Wanda is so vigilant, Pixiu is not surprised. If he is not vigilant, there will be problems. Looking at Wanda, Pixiu smiled slightly and said, "I can get you out, do you believe it?" Hearing this sentence, Wanda's face changed slightly. She stared at Pixiu for a while, then she let go of the origin magic power in her hand, and said softly, "Why did you rescue us?" "It's nothing, I just don't want you to be used by people from the bad organization Hydra." 190. Pixiu rubbed his cheeks, said with a smile. "Although your abilities are still immature, I think you can still leave here. Maybe it's because you have a little intention of repaying your gratitude. After all, if it wasn't for them, you might be dead, and you wouldn't be alive now." Hearing this, Wanda's expression changed slightly, but she didn't refute. Obviously she and Pietro did have such a thought. Hydra rescued them. Although they were used for experiments, they did not do anything bad to them. Instead, they provided them with food and clothing, allowing them to survive until now. So even though they know that Hydra is not a good person, in this case, they have no intention of betraying Hydra, and plan to find an opportunity to repay their kindness before leaving. For example, they know that the Avengers are destroying Hydra's base recently, and this place is likely to be targeted as well. So planning to help Hydra resist the Avengers, no matter whether it succeeds or not, is considered a kindness. After repaying the kindness, they don't want to continue to help the evildoers. Right? Seeing the change in Wanda's expression, Pixiu smiled slightly and said, "If you come with me, I can arrange suitable accommodation for you, and I won't let you do things you don't want to do. You can start a new life." Chapter 178. "Well, do you want to think about it?" After speaking, Pixiu didn't say anything more, but looked at Wanda and waited for her reply. Rescuing Wanda and Pietro was just a temporary idea of his. Well, it's like being nice and helping Ronan fight Thanos. But the difference is that Ronan is a villain in the play, while Wanda and Pietro are decent. Under normal circumstances, the goodwill of decent people is undoubtedly higher than that of villains. Well, this is a general situation, and naturally there are special situations. For example, the villain Loki. Before time travel, Pixiu found that there were not a few people who liked him, although it felt that many of them were girls who loved his looks. But since so many people like it, there must be something unique about it. Besides, if it was just to compare the appearance, if it was you, would you choose Loki or Ronan? Obviously Loki's appearance is more attractive than Ronan the Smurf. Well, exceptions are for the special-minded. Looking at Pixiu, Wanda's expression changed slightly, as if hesitation appeared. Pixiu was not in a hurry either, just waiting for her like this. After all, it takes time for people to think about whether it is right or not. He is not the kind of person who likes to force others to make choices. There is a saying that man is born free, so how to choose depends entirely on Wanda himself. If they disagree, Pixiu immediately took the scepter and left. As for what happens next, it all depends on fate. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that both Wanda and Quicksilver were not simple, he wouldn't bother to bother. If it was just ordinary people, he would just use the Hoopa golden ring to swallow them up and throw them outside in a safe place. After all, ordinary people are captured by Hydra and locked up here. No matter how you think about it, they definitely hope to be rescued. However, Wanda and Pietro voluntarily stayed temporarily, so the nature is different. About half a minute later, Wanda said slightly, "I need to wake up my brother and talk it over with him." Having said that, Wanda didn't take any action, as if she was waiting for Pixiu's answer. Looking at Pixiu outside the door, although she didn't detect any malice from Pixiu, there was a feeling in her body that seemed to be constantly reminding her. Let her be careful of Pixiu. It seems that Pixiu in front of her is a very dangerous existence. Other than that, there's a little bit of a weird feel to it. Because of the feeling in her heart, she did not act rashly. No problem. And hearing Wanda's inquiry, Pixiu naturally wouldn't have any opinion. Seeing that Pixiu had no objection, Wanda got out of bed, put on her shoes, went to the wall, opened a window on the wall that was bigger than her head, and shouted softly to the next room. "Brother, wake up!" As he spoke, he raised his hand and cast Origin Magic Power. Wisps of blood-red streamer drifted towards Pietro's position. Pietro, who was sleeping on the bed, felt the energy of Origin Magic Power, opened his eyes suddenly and sat up, looking towards the opened window. Then Pietro saw Pixiu outside Wanda's room, his expression changed slightly, and he was about to take action immediately, but was stopped by Wanda. "Don't be impulsive, he shouldn't be an enemy." Wanda's voice reached Pietro's ears, making Pietro, who was already vigilant, startled slightly. "Not an enemy." When he came back to his senses, Pietro narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Pixiu. Then he moved to the wall window, lowered his voice slightly and asked Wanda. "What's going on? What is this mutated yellow creature that looks like a mouse?" "Hello, please call me Pixiu." Before Wanda could speak, Pai Quan took the lead in introducing himself. Then, with Pietro's shocked expression of "you can talk" on his face, he continued. "I'm here to pick up things. You don't seem to be from Hydra, so I'll give you a chance to leave here and start a new life. I've already talked to your sister, and she said she wants to discuss it with you, so let's discuss it quickly. The time is limited, so I will give you a minute at most." After speaking, Pixiu shook his ears, then turned on his invisibility and disappeared in front of Wanda and Pietro. Da-da-da. There was a slight sound of footsteps. Wanda and Quicksilver exchanged glances, and quickly returned to the bed to lie down. 10 seconds later, 2 heavily armed Hydra soldiers walked in, looking around with serious faces. Seeing that Wanda and Pietro were on the bed, and the psychic scepter was there, he turned around and left. After the 2 Hydra soldiers left, Pixiu came and turned off the invisibility. When Wanda and Pietro on the bed saw Pixiu appearing, they also got off the bed, went to the window on the wall, looked at each other and made eye contact. As twins born only a few minutes apart, and together producing super abilities under the power of Mind Gem, the tacit understanding between Wanda and Pietro is high. Even most of the time, a few eyes can understand the meaning of the other party, and once the other party is in danger, the other party will feel it. In the original plot, in order to save Barton and the child, Pietro was shot to death by Ultron driving a Quinjet with a machine gun, and Wanda noticed it immediately. Stimulated by Pietro's death, Wanda's spirit almost collapsed, and since she mastered Origin Magic Power, she also ushered in the first big burst of power. The Origin Magic Power that erupted instantly shattered all the nearby Ultron duplications, which shows how powerful it is. Definitely, this kind of power growth in exchange for the lives of their loved ones, I believe that no one will be willing except for those who are no longer human beings. Seeing Wanda and Pietro making eye contact, Pixiu didn't speak, but silently counted the time in his heart. "Say it's a minute, it's a minute." Time passed slowly. About a minute later, Pixiu looked at the two and said. "It's about a minute, how about it, have you considered it? Think about it." Pietro took a light breath, looked at Pixiu seriously and said. "But I have a little question to ask you, is that okay?" "Ask." Hearing this, Pixiu looked at Pietro curiously. Pietro said in a deep voice, "Will you take us away and make us do bad things?" Pixiu, "Why, I'm a good person." Pietro, "What is your identity and where do you want us to go?" Pixiu, "Well, I'm a half-official collaborator. As for where to take you, you can live with me, or I'll find you a new Earth worker." Hearing that Pietro was silent for a moment, he exchanged glances with Wanda, looked at Pixiu and said, "My sister and I have a small request, I hope you can agree. There are still conditions." Pixiu looked at Nyo How, the two of them in surprise. Did they make a mistake? Why does it sound like he is begging them to save him? "We are willing to leave with you, but I hope you can save Baron Strucker when the Avengers attack here." Just when Pixiu was slightly surprised, Pietro directly stated the conditions between him and Wanda. Struck her, shop. Pixiu couldn't help frowning slightly, and began to wonder who this guy was. After thinking about it for about 10 seconds, I realized who this guy was. It turned out to be the leader of this Hydra base. That's the guy who encouraged his subordinates in Avengers, Age of Ultron to keep them from surrendering, but as soon as the camera turned, he told his henchmen that he was ready to surrender. So it looks like it was Baron Strucker who brought Wanda and Pietro here in the first place. And the two asked themselves to save him, obviously to repay their kindness. Chapter 179. Strack. Hearing Pietro's words, Pixiu sighed slightly, and then said, "Well, as long as he surrenders at that time, I can let the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. not kill him, but he must be locked up, after all, he is the leader of Hydra. How about giving him a more luxurious room when he is closed at most, and try to meet his daily needs? A Hydra head has nothing to do with him, and is just an ordinary person." So he didn't care about Baron Strucker at all, whether he was dead or alive had nothing to do with him. However, if you can accept two super ability users with super potential, then you can also care a little bit. Anyway, it is just to give him a better prison life. He believed that Nick Fury would not have any objections to this small request. Hearing this, Pietro and Wanda looked at each other and finally nodded. Then it's decided. Seeing that the two agreed, Pixiu clapped his hands, and then each summoned a Hoopa golden ring in their room, and the other end was connected to the seaside villa. Seeing the appearance of Hoopa's golden ring, both Wanda and Pietro were a little surprised. "Pixiu, this is a stable wormhole, the other side leads to my home, you go there first. Let's go." Hearing that, Pietro looked at Pixiu, then looked at 943 and Wanda from the window, and entered the Hoopa golden ring first. Then Wanda also walked into Hoopa's golden circle in front of her. After both of them entered the Hoopa golden ring, Pixiu also opened a Hoopa golden ring and flew in. On the other side, the living room on the first floor of the villa. Wanda and Pietro, who appeared here, looked at the surrounding environment, and couldn't help showing a look of anticipation and relaxation on their faces, and began to look forward to their new life in the future. Back in the living room, looking at Wanda and Pietro, Pixiu raised his right hand, rubbed his cheek and said, "Let's take a rest here first. If you want to eat or drink, you can go to the refrigerator in the kitchen to get it. As for other arrangements, we can discuss it after I come back. Is there anything you want to say?" "No." Hearing this, Pietro and Wanda shook their heads slightly. "That's fine." Seeing that the two had nothing to say for the time being, Pixiu nodded, then opened the Hoopa golden ring and returned to the Hydra base. After Pixiu left, Pietro came not far from the glass wall, looked out at the starry sky and the Pacific Ocean, looked at Wanda beside him and said softly, "Can we trust him?" Speaking of which, he himself felt a little unbelievable. Suddenly, Gdej, a golden-haired animal that can hide, talk, and even manipulate wormholes appears, saying that it is doing good deeds and trying to save them and let them start a new life. And he would believe what an animal said, even with anticipation. It's really a bit of a fantasy to say it. The appearance of Pixiu has not calmed him down until now, and the shock he has brought is no less than that of his own super ability. It was even more shocking than all the foreign affairs he had experienced before. Wanda heard Pietro's inquiry, slightly pursed her lips, looked outside and said softly, "I can feel that he has no malice towards us, not to mention the moment we agreed, didn't we already have expectations for a new future?" "Yes." Pietro sighed slightly, turned to look at Wanda and said, "Don't worry, as the big brother, I will protect you when the time comes. No matter what dangers there are, if you want to hurt you, you have to ask me if I agree." "Nonsense." Wanda couldn't help but smiled and said, "Obviously I am the elder sister, and it is the elder sister's responsibility to protect the younger brother. I'm big brother, okay?" Pietro rolled his eyes. Both parents died due to a terrorist attack. Since they were brought to the Hydra base by Baron Strucker, the two have been dependent on each other. After all, the other party is her, only family member. Therefore, on the issue of who is the big brother and who is the sister, the two have been arguing endlessly. But no matter who is the older one, they are all sincerely thinking about the other, hoping to protect each other and not let the other get any harm. The big brother protects the younger sister, and the older sister protects the younger brother. This is the responsibility of the family. Meanwhile, the Hydra base. Pixiu returned to the room he left before, came to the instrument with the psychic scepter, stretched out his hands to grab the psychic scepter, and ignored the protective measures. Woo woo woo. As Pixiu forcibly removed the psychic scepter from the instrument, a piercing alarm sounded in the Hydra base, and all Hydra members were shocked. Hearing the siren, the Hydra members patrolling the base immediately ran towards the room where the psychic scepter was. Baron Strucker, who was sleeping, didn't wake up from the sound of the siren, opened his eyes suddenly, got up from the boat, and ran outside in pajamas and cotton slippers. Alarm! And Pixiu was stunned when he heard the siren. He remembered that when Tony took down the psychic scepter in the original plot, there didn't seem to be such an alert. But the alarm sounded, Pixiu didn't bother to stay any longer, opened the Hoopa golden ring and flew in. When the members of Hydra arrived, the place was already empty. S.H.I.E.L.D. Temporary Operations Camp. Things have changed. The movement from the Hydra base was discovered by the agent in charge of security. After a slight change in expression, he immediately called all the staff, and J.A.R.V.I.S. on the other side also woke up Tony. "Sir, there is an unexpected situation at the Hydra base." The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. came from Mark 43 steel battlesuit standing outside the tent. Inside the tent, Tony, who was still a little confused, pressed his temple and asked with a slight frown, "What's going on?" J.A.R.V.I.S. The specific situation is unknown, but according to information detection and comparison, it seems that an alarm program in the base has just been triggered. Alarm triggered. Hearing this, Tony was stunned, then got up and left the tent. A gust of cold wind made him shiver, and he put on the Mark 43 armor in a hurry. At this time, Captain America, Natasha Romanoff, Barton, Banner, and others also found Tony. Several heavily armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents ran over, and one of them said, "Sirs, something has happened at the Hydra base. What are we going to do about it? Where's Pixiu?" Several people looked at each other. Tony looked around, but couldn't help asking without seeing Pixiu. "Here, here." At this time, the sound came, and everyone looked around, only to see Pixiu flying out of his tent. Looking at Pixiu, Wang Ni was slightly surprised and said, "Pixiu, the alarm from the Hydra base is not related to you, is it?" Hearing this, Pixiu looked at Tony in surprise. "How did this guy know?" "Well, it looks like it's you." Seeing Pixiu's expression, the corner of Tony's mouth couldn't help twitching slightly. Seeing this, the others were also a little speechless. "Didn't you agree to go to sleep and then attack after dawn? Why did you suddenly startle the snake?" Chapter 180. "Okay, I have a showdown." Seeing everyone staring at him speechlessly, Pixiu spread his hands and said, "I went there just now and accidentally triggered their alarm program when I was picking up something. Take things." Tony was surprised. "You went to get the psychic scepter, did you get it?" "Definitely got it. Is there something I can't get?" Hearing this, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks, looked at the crowd with confidence and said something. "Everyone. Tony, since you're going to get the psychic scepter, why don't you kill those Hydra people?" "Need to say." Pixiu looked at Tony with disdain and said, "Didn't I say it earlier, I'm not a person who likes to fight and kill, I just went to get something, and they didn't hinder me, why should I trouble them? By the way, I almost forgot to say one thing." Looking at Tony and others, Pixiu said slightly seriously, "There is a guy named Baron Strucker in this Hydra base, you better not kill him when you attack the base, after all, I promised others to save his life." "Definitely, as long as you don't kill him, if he resists, you can teach me a lesson. As for Strucker's appearance, Natasha Romanoff should have it in your place." After speaking, Pixiu looked at Natasha Romanoff. After all, she has all the information collected by S.H.I.E.L.D about these Hydra bases and high-level officials, so she should also have information about Baron Strucker. It seems to be there, let me see. Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff nodded slightly, then returned to the tent and took out the tablet. After a while, she called up Strack's message. After showing everyone a glance, Pixiu asked, "Well, is there any problem? In fact, the most convenient thing is for him to make a move and directly arrest Strack, but he doesn't want to do it." After getting the psychic scepter, Pixiu originally planned to go back. Anyway, there are first-generation members of the Avengers Alliance here, whether it is Hulk or Thor, any of them is actually enough to break through the defense of this Hydra base, let alone together. Okay, as long as he surrenders. Everyone looked at each other and said they had no opinion. "Thank you, then I'll go back and wait for your good news." Seeing that everyone agreed, Pixiu smiled immediately, then opened the Hoopa golden ring, flew in and disappeared from sight amidst everyone's astonished expressions. Seeing that Pixiu left directly, everyone stared wide-eyed. Pixiu left the mess to them to clean up. Now that the psychic scepter has been taken away, Hydra must increase its defenses and be very vigilant. In this way, their plan to raid will not work. Then you can only go hard. Originally they planned to ask Pixiu to contribute, but he was the one who caused the incident after all, but Pixiu, the culprit, ran away directly. "Sir." Several S.H.I.E.L.D agents on the side watched Tony and the others wait for the order. "All right." When he came back to his senses, Tony looked at everyone and said, "The matter has come to this, then let's call directly. Thor, Banner, Hulk and I lead the charge, the captain, Natasha Romanoff and Barton follow, and the rest of the elite squad just supports us. Captain, what do you think?" After speaking, Tony looked at Captain America. "I have no objection, let's arrange it like this." Captain America shook his head slightly. "What about you?" Tony looked at the others again. Natasha Romanoff and Barton both shook their heads. As for Banner, he spread his hands helplessly and said, "It's finally time for me and Hulk to make a move, and I don't have any objections." "Then get ready." After the voice fell, Tony turned on the battlesuit flight function and soared into the sky. Thor also flew out of Mjolnir in one round, heading towards the Hydra base. Roar! Banner began to recall those angry past events, and no longer controlled his emotions. Green veins spread across his body, and his body quickly swelled. In less than 3 seconds, he completely turned into a Hulk, and his body is the outline of muscles. With slightly red eyes, he glared at Natasha Romanoff, Barton, and the surrounding soldiers, then Hulk jumped more than 20 meters and rushed towards the Hydra base. "Let's go too." Seeing that Tony, Thor, and Hulk were all off, Captain America said something to Natasha Romanoff and Barton, and then came to drive a motorcycle and set off. As the members of the Avengers Alliance set off, dozens of heavily armed agents also scattered in 2s and 4s, following behind Captain America and others towards the Hydra base. Asking for flowers. 3 more Quinjets took off, ready for air support and strikes. Even though the weapon is only a Gatling machine gun, the firepower is not bad at all. Soon, Tony, Thor, and Hulk, who took the lead in the charge, were discovered by Hydra's dark whistle, and harsh sirens sounded everywhere, making the suburban woods extremely noisy. Then the surrounding lights were brightened, completely illuminating the dim quantity. XXX. The next moment, a large number of blue energy bullets were fired from the sentry tower on the side of the Hydra camp, shooting towards Tony, Thor, and Hulk at the front. 100 or 200 Hydra soldiers wore white high-tech armor similar to steel battle suits, rushed out of the central base with energy guns in hand, and rushed towards the front line. There are also a large number of Hydra soldiers driving snow vehicles and carrying large-caliber machine guns to leave the base and go to the front line. 0. At first glance, I am afraid that the number of Hydra soldiers is close to 1,000, or even more than 1,000. In terms of the number of people, it completely crushes Tony's side. But in terms of combat power, even if Hydra soldiers have high-tech energy weapons, compared with the members of the Avengers Alliance, they are still quite inferior. After all, the Avengers Alliance has a Thor, and a Hulk who is not weaker than Thor. Even Tony, with the help of the Steel Battle Suit Mark 43, the combat power of various weapons will not be much worse than Thor and Hulk. Therefore, the battle of disparity in strength in the matinee started like this. The other side. Pixiu returns to the villa and finds that Wanda and Pietro are resting on the sofa. When he appeared, both Wanda and Pietro opened their eyes and stood up vigilantly. When they saw that it was Pixiu, the two gradually let down their vigilance. Obviously, they came to an unfamiliar environment, and both of them had considerable wariness in their hearts. Looking at Wanda and Pietro, Pixiu smiled and said, "I've arranged things over there. As long as that Baron Strucker doesn't do anything out of the ordinary, there won't be any accidents in his life during the battle. When he's brought back to S.H.I.E.L.D, I'll ask them to arrange a good place for him." "Thanks." Hearing this, Wanda and Pietro looked at each other, and then thanked Pixiu. Chapter 181. Time flies. Unknowingly 5 months later. The time came to March 15th. During this period of time, apart from settling Wanda and Pietro well, the rest of Pixiu is to stay at home and absorb the energy accumulation evolution points in infinite gems. During the period, after Tony knew about Wanda and Pietro, he immediately found them to apologize. Although the death of Wanda and Pietro's parents is not directly related to him, it has an indirect relationship with him after all. After all, the terrorists used the weapons developed by the Stark Group, and it seems that they sold them to those terrorists because of his uncle Obadiah. So Tony paid for someone, found another piece of land nearby, and built a villa for Wanda and Pietro, and said that he could find him for any daily needs. Definitely achieved this 597 level, mainly because of Pixiu's face. Otherwise, although Tony will apologize, at most he will compensate Wanda and Pietro hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, and then help them once or twice when they are in trouble. Doing this now is naturally because both Wanda and Pietro have been taken in by Pixiu. Since he is a member of Pixiu, and Pixiu is one of his best friends, he, a billionaire, will never have stingy thoughts about his own people. Especially for things that require money, it is a piece of cake for him. After Tony took the initiative to come to apologize, and Pixiu assisted at the side, neither Wanda nor Pietro was the kind of ignorant person, so the knot in their hearts was finally relieved. Although their parents died because someone else used the weapons of the Stark Group, it was not Tony who sent someone or personally killed their parents. You can't hold grudges against others just because the weapons are made by the Stark Group, and want to kill everyone involved, especially Tony, the leader of the group. What's more, Tony didn't know about this matter. Everything was done by the dead Obadiah behind Tony's back. Now that Obadiah is dead, and the Stark Group is no longer in the arms business, it would seem unreasonable for them to continue to blame Tony. So relieved Wanda and Pietro also began to accept a new life. Like Pietro and Wanda going out to find a job or something. Even if Tony gave them a card with millions of dollars in it, neither Pietro nor Wangbian planned to use the money in the card. They have hands and feet and are completely self-reliant. As for accepting the villa and the bank card, it has a lot to do with Pixiu. After Pietro went out to look for a job, he returned home that day. Because he doesn't seem to be good at those things, even if he wants to learn, it will take a while, and what others need are experienced people. And he wants a degree without a degree, work experience without work experience, and wants to find a good and favorite job, which is simply embarrassing him. What are his specialties? Runs fast. Are you going to deliver the courier? Using super ability to deliver express delivery seems to be a little too much talent. And Wanda is pretty much the same as Pietro. But compared to Pietro, Wanda is at least beautiful and has a great figure, which is a big advantage of her. Although Wanda has no idea of using her body to find a job. So, Pietro and Wanda were defeated by reality and stayed at home temporarily. After Pixiu found out about this, he directly expressed why he had to go out to find a job, and he simply hired them. Wanda works as a cook, and Pietro works as a cleaner, with a daily salary of $300. And the wages are naturally deducted from the bank card Tony gave them. Let Pixiu pay them wages? Just kidding, Pixiu said that after coming to this world, he has never even touched money. Regarding Pixiu's decision, Tony didn't say anything after he knew about it. Which just so happens to make Wanda and Pietro feel comfortable accepting the money. Except for Wanda's side of things. On the other side, Tony borrowed the psychic scepter from Pixiu, and after 2 days of research, he got Ultron out with the things he got and the banner. However, because of Pixiu's reminder, the two decided to set safety restrictions on Ultron after thinking about it. Unlimited growth and learning, without any constraints, if something goes wrong, it will be terrible. Therefore, although the Ultron that appeared has more potential than J.A.R.V.I.S, the safety problem has not been guaranteed. Moreover, after the birth of Ultron, he did not swallow J.A.R.V.I.S at the beginning like in the original plot. Instead, he lived in peace with J.A.R.V.I.S and learned from each other to enhance his ability in the online world. After confirming that there were no problems, Tony and Banner started to create a steel team, and the number was set at 30, which was also the number allowed by Nick Fury. In other words, this is the allowable number finally given by several members of the World Security Council after many discussions. This steel squad with a number of 30 is the maximum number that can be registered and given official status. The strength of the steel battlesuit is obvious to all the permanent members of the World Security Council. If Tony is allowed to mass-produce it, what should we do if something happens in the future? After all, Tony would not give them control over this thing, but in order to prevent what happened in Manhattan from happening again, they had to agree to Tony's proposal. With a steel squad, if this kind of thing happens again, the safety will undoubtedly be much higher. And this steel squad, after deliberation, finally decided on the name Dawn Guardian Squad. Dawn is the sunshine in the morning, and Dawn Guardian means that the Steel Squad can protect the safety of human beings, and can bring the light of hope to human beings in times of dark crisis. The name must be better, so that it will be easier to be accepted by the World 1.4 after it is announced. Apart from these things, no other big things happened. When Tony and Banner made the Iron Squad, they also thoroughly integrated nanotechnology into the armor technology, and successfully manufactured the first set of nano battlesuits. Like the Mark 50 nanometers battlesuit in Avengers Alliance 3, it is hidden on the chest. It is not only super convenient to carry, but also can be worn partly or completely after activation. As for the ability of the battlesuit, let's not talk about the weapon function, only that the flight system can accelerate up to nearly 8 km per second, which has exceeded the first cosmic speed, and can carry out cosmic flight. The function of the weapon is similar to that of the Mark 50 in the original plot, with weapons such as guns, cannons, shoulders, and swords. This set of nano battlesuit was named Mark 45 Dreadnought Armor by Tony. Chapter 182. In the living room of the villa. Holding the reality gem in his right hand, Pixiu uses the power of the reality gem to eat fruits while devouring the energy conversion evolution points at full power. Reality gem has the ability to turn fiction into reality, turn everything upside down, and turn all fantasies into reality. Definitely not everything can be arbitrary. Even if the reality gem has the power to turn fiction into reality, it would be so easy to make some simple dead things. As long as you have a little understanding of them, you can make them. Just like the fruits that Pixiu produces now, you don't even know how many you eat, so you can produce them without any effort, and you can have as many as you want. Definitely it's just simple. If you want to make a second identical Mjolnir, Captain America's shield, etc., it's not easy and can be done in a short time. However, when Pixiu's strength grows and his control over the reality gem becomes stronger, he can still create a second Mjolnir that is exactly the same. After reaching a certain level, such as reaching the level of 6 or 7 stars, you can even get treasures such as X-Curry sticks and deviation swords, and they are not the only ones. If you can fully master the reality gem, then use the power of the entire movie multi-universe, and spend a little more time, even Xuan Yuan sword, 23 Zuxian sword, Donghuang bell, and other awesome artifacts. It may not be impossible to turn the virtual into reality and manufacture them all. After all, there are too many versions of these artifacts, and the top-notch ones can't be produced. To make a medium-level version, with the power of Reality Gem, as long as it is in the movie universe, it can still be done. Even if it is possible that the Xiantian Lingbao Xuxian sword cannot be produced in the prehistoric world, it is still possible to produce the Xuxian sword in the world of Jade Dynasty novels. Although in the Jade Dynasty novels, the origin of the Jade Dynasty sword is also extraordinary. It was transformed by the first ray of light in the Hongmeng Chaos period of the Jade Dynasty world, and was later used by the great god Pangu to open up the world. And who knows what will happen in the future. With the infinite evolution system, it is not impossible for Pixiu to produce chaos treasures such as Chaos Qinglian and Fortune Jade Plate in the prehistoric world. Well, the premise is that the infinite evolution system is really as powerful as it says it is, and it belongs to the kind of super unconventional existence. But these are too far away for Pixiu, it is better to focus on the present. Time passed slowly. Near noon, Wanda and Pietro came to the villa again. Although they already have their own villa, after getting along for a while, the two still like to run to Pixiu, where they eat and eat every day. After all, people are basically gregarious creatures, and it will undoubtedly be more lively when they get together. Even Wanda has lived here for a while, and it is likely to stay for a long time. As for Pietro, he returned to his villa at night. The villa Tony bought for them is only 1,000 meters away from Pixiu's villa, and it only takes a few seconds for Pietro to use his super ability high-speed movement. At this stage, Pietro's speed is not very fast, it can probably reach 200 to 220 ms/s. If he wants to break through the speed of sound, he needs to continue to develop ability. Pixiu, what do you want to eat today? Not far away, he asked with a sweet smile on his face. After coming here to start a new life, the previous knots also dissipated. With the continuous getting along with Pixiu, now she has completely let go of her guard against Pixiu. At first, both she and Pietro were a little apprehensive. I don't know what Pixiu will let them do, after all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. And Pixiu has also stated his position, saying that saving the two of them is to let them follow him in the future, but I will not let them do things they don't want to do or hurt the world. After being together for 5 months, they know more and more about Pixiu, and they know that Pixiu is not a creature with a cute appearance but a very evil heart. Even though Pixiu is not a human being, he can speak human language and behave like a human being. As the relationship deepens, they subconsciously ignore the fact that Pixiu is not human. Completely treat Pixiu as a person, even a good friend and benefactor. Well, what to eat? Hearing this, Pixiu paused for a moment when he gnawed on the fruit, and then showed hesitation. He doesn't like choices very much, because if you choose one, you have to give up the others. After all, there are so many delicacies in the world, why give up others for the same? However, Wanda's cooking skills are still very limited, and she can't make it if she is too high level. Even if she has worked hard to learn, high-level food requires experience to accumulate. Therefore, Wanda can only learn while cooking, making some more common food. Hesitation for a while, Pixiu still said, "Get something you are good at." "It is good." Wanda nodded with a smile, then walked towards the kitchen. In fact, Pixiu can use Reality Gem to make any food you want, but Wanda said that food that is not made by yourself has no soul. This made Pixiu almost stunned, and subconsciously wanted to refute, "You want to eat the soul, but the food I want to eat, as long as the taste is in the soul, it doesn't matter." But after thinking about it, Pixiu felt that it made sense. So, Wanda became his chef. In addition to exercising his ability, he spends most of his time studying the production of various delicacies, not limited to the United States, but also the cuisines of Daxia, Neon, Great Britain, and other countries. Wanda has origin magic power, and originally her mental power is very strong. As long as she wants to, she can do things like remembering things with a photographic memory. It is very simple to write down the recipes of those delicacies. So what Wanda lacks is experience. Wanda went to the kitchen to cook, and Pietro came to the sofa and sat down, picked up a fruit from the fruit plate in front of him, and started eating, sighing. "Pixiu, your fruit is really good. I have been eating it for so many days, but it feels like the first time I eat it every day. I don't feel tired at all, and I feel more and more. That definitely. Hearing this, Pixiu said lightly, using the reality gem to turn the fictitious into the real, especially after he passed the experiment and added a little material to it, the essence is already different. According to Xiaoxian and Xianhuan, this thing is already 167 and can barely be regarded as a low-level spiritual fruit. Ordinary people can live a long life without worrying about diseases if they eat more. As a result, he gave a lot of fruits to Tony, Pepper, Hill, and Natasha Romanoff, and Captain America, Barton, and Banner also gave a little. They were friends after all, and like Tony, he was never angry with friends. While eating the fruit, Pixiu was thinking about something to wait for. He was planning to meet Ancient One, and it was time to discuss the time gem with her, but he was not in a hurry now, or wait until Doctor Strange and Dormammu finished negotiating terms. After all, he doesn't want to negotiate conditions with Dormammu, and it will take a long time to collect the tens of billions of evolution points to evolve to 5 stars. Chapter 183. After an hour. After eating a little, Pixiu looked at Wanda and Pietro and said, I have something to go out for a while, and I'm not sure when I'll be back, but it won't be long before I come back. If you come back late, you don't have to wait for me. Where are you going? Wanda and Pietro looked at Pixiu curiously. Go to a respectable person and ask for something, that's fine, I'll go first. To put it simply, Pixiu opened the Hoopa golden ring, first put away the reality gem, and then located New York to the holy place, transported the electromagnetic levitation and flew in New York to the roof of holy place. Pixiu flew out of Hoopa's golden ring. Looking at the stark building in the distance, Pixiu withdrew his gaze and prepared to fly downward. Before flying far, Pixiu suddenly noticed that the space around him changed. Then a rotating circle of spark particles appeared in front, which was the portal of Camartage Magician's basic city. Seeing the portal appear, Pixiu stopped. Then I saw Ancient One coming out of it. Watching Ancient One appear, Pixiu was a little surprised. Did His Holiness know that I'm coming? No, too. Ancient One looked at Pixiu with a smile on his face and said slightly. Although you can't see your past and future in the long river of time with Eye of Agamotto, but when I observe the ever-evolving future, I suddenly have a premonition. So I use a kind of calculus magic to roughly determine that someone will come here to find me. Although I can't be sure who it is, you are the only one on Earth who can make me unable to calculate. All right. Hearing Ancient One's explanation, Pixiu was taken aback, and then said, Does the Venerable know the purpose of my coming to you? Purpose? Ancient One smiled slightly, calmly said. Probably for the time gem. Some time ago, I went to Asgard to meet the Heavenly Father Odin, and learned from him that you are collecting infinite gems, and you have at least 3 infinite gems on you. Am I right? Seeing that Ancient One knew his purpose, Pixiu didn't have the idea of denying it, so he nodded directly and got straight to the point. It is indeed for the time gem. In fact, I already have 4 infinite gems, the space gem, the power nose gem, the reality gem and the mind gem. Except for Vamir Star's soul gem, there is only your time gem left here, my lord, so I need you to give me your time gem, my lord. Hearing this, the smile on Ancient One's face disappeared, and he looked at Pixiu with deep eyes, making it difficult to guess her thoughts. But Pixiu, who has seen the movie, barely understands it. So he continued. My lord, I know what you are worried about. I can't guarantee anything else, but if there is a crisis on the earth, I can't sit idly by. After all, this is the home I will live in the future. As for those powerful evil gods that exist in multiple dimensions and peek at the earth, such as Dormammu, if they appear on the earth and no one can deal with them, then I will naturally deal with them. Once I gather all 6 infinite gems, what kind of power I will have, I should be able to guess in my heart, enough to deal with Dormammu and the like. And what kind of person I am, the Venerable must have observed it secretly many times. I dare not say that I am a good person, but I am definitely not a bad person. But the ugly thing is before that, I am bound to get the 6 infinite gems. If it is someone else, maybe I already have the idea of grabbing them. So I hope His Holiness can think about giving me the time gem. After speaking, Pixiu looked at Ancient One and stopped talking, but waited for her reply. Having said all of this, he felt that if nothing unexpected happened, Ancient One should give him the time gem. What Ancient One is worried about now is nothing more than those multidimensional evil gods peeping at the earth. And the closest is Dormammu as the Lord of the Dark Dimension. Because of the magical defense cover composed of 3 holy places, it is difficult for the earth to be discovered by those multidimensional evil gods, but it does not mean that they cannot be discovered. Once the earth is discovered, and if there are problems in the 3 holy places, then the earth will be in danger. For example, a powerful evil god like Dormammu cannot be resisted by everyone. If there is no magic shield formed by the 3 major holy places to confront Dormammu head-on, even Ancient One is no match for Dormammu. After all, this is the cinematic universe, not the comic book universe. In the movie universe, Dormammu's force level is much higher. Ancient One stared slightly, thinking about what to do. When she heard the word Dormammu from Pixiu, she was a little surprised at first. But Pixiu came from other multidimensional dimensions, so the surprise in her heart disappeared. In multidimensionality, Dormammu is still very famous. Do you want to give the time gem to Pixiu? This made her very hesitation. What Pixiu said just now almost touched her heart. What is she worried about? It's nothing more than the safety of the earth and someone using the power of time gem to make trouble. Time gem has the supreme power to reverse time and peek into the future. If you use it at will, it will have an incalculable impact on the world. You play with time and time will play with you. If one tries to change the past in vain, every move may lead to a new branch of time, or even a parallel world. Once it messes up, it is likely that the tributary of time will collide with the main line, and with a final bang, it will either disappear in smoke or have terrible consequences. Time passed slowly. 10 minutes later, Pixiu got bored and took out food from Hoopa's golden ring and ate it to relieve boredom. At this time, Ancient One finally spoke out. Pixiu, I can give you the time gem, but I hope you can keep your promise. If there is an irresistible crisis on the earth, you must help the earth to tide over the difficulties. No problem, but the premise is within my ability. Hearing this, Pixiu directly agreed without any hesitation, and also raised his own request. Even if this earth is his future home, if he encounters a danger that even he cannot resist, then he will definitely choose to run away. Let him stay and die together, or use his death in exchange for the safety of the earth. Sorry, he is not a saint, nor is he a selfless and good person. Good. It is good. Hearing Pixiu's answer, Ancient One took a light breath, took a deep look at Pixiu, then nodded, and took off the Eye of Agamotto around his neck. Thanks. After receiving Eye of Agamotto, Pixiu thanked him, and then said curiously, My lord, are you still accepting future apprentices? How do you? Hearing that, Ancient One was a little surprised, but then he regained his composure, glanced at Eye of Agamotto, and said slightly, I'm tired, it's time to find a suitable real speaker. Understood. Hearing this, Pixiu nodded, and then said, Then I'll go back first. If the Venerable has anything to do, you can come to me. After speaking, Pixiu opened the Hoopa golden ring and flew in. Ugh! Watching Pixiu leave, Ancient One sighed faintly, and murmured, I hope I did the right thing. Chapter 184. Meanwhile, the living room of the villa. Wanda is resting in the living room after packing up the pots and pans. And Pietro went out to run with the wind along the coastline, constantly increasing his speed and developing high-speed movement. I ran for a while when I had nothing to do, although it was relatively slow, but after a long time, a qualitative change would occur. After a few months, his peak speed also improved a little. Wanda, who was watching a movie, was slightly startled when she saw Hoopa's golden ring appearing in front of her, with a look of surprise on her brows. She didn't expect Pixiu to come back so soon. Seeing Pixiu flying out of it, Wanda said curiously, Have you got anything? Got it. Pixiu nodded, reached out to take out the eye of Agamotto from Hoopa's golden ring, and smashed the eye of Agamotto in front of the curious Wanda. As the shell container was shattered, emerald green rays of light emanated from it, and a multifaceted prismatic green gemstone the size of a thumb, nearly oval in circumference, appeared in Pixiu's hand. It is the time gem among the 6 infinite gems. In this gem, which is no more than the file size of a thumb, there is an infinite power of time. What is this? Looking at the time gem, Wanda was full of curiosity. 473 She could perceive the powerful power contained in it through origin magic power. It seems that it is time, and time is it. Time gem. Holding the time gem in his right hand, Pixiu explained. This gem is the same as the gem in the Mind Scepter. It belongs to a collection of great power. There are 6 in the universe, and this gem is a collection of time power. With it, you can master the power of time. Such as doing things like going back in time, accelerating the passage of time, pausing time, and so on. Time gem can master time. Hearing Pixiu's description, Wanda opened her mouth a little cutely, with a look of shock on her face. Nodded, then Pixiu put the time gem into Hoopa's golden ring, looked at Wanda and said, "I'm leaving the Earth soon to get the last infinite gems. I'm not sure when I'll be back. Tell Hill when she comes back." Leave the Earth? Hearing this, Wanda was full of surprise and said, "Then won't it be a long time before you come back? Did you forget this?" Pixiu pointed to Hoopa's golden ring beside him. "Well, I forgot." Seeing Hoopa's golden ring, Wanda remembered that Pixiu seemed to have said that this wormhole allows him to travel to any place in a short time. "Then I'll go first." After speaking, Pixiu flew into Hoopa's golden ring under Wanda's somewhat reluctant gaze. Just as Pixiu left, a beam of light came towards the solar system at an extremely fast speed. Distant 1, Vamir star. Hoopa's golden ring unfolds. Flying out from inside, Pixiu looked around. The general terrain looks like a desert, but the temperature is not high. A few kilometers away, several black mountain peaks with different file sizes are adjacent to each other. Pixiu can sense the energy breath similar to infinite gems from there. Apparently that's where the sacrifice to the soul gem is in the plot, and there's also a guide. Find the place. Pixiu flew over there. After a little while, Pixiu came to the most central peak, and met a person. Floating in the air without feet, a slightly tattered grey robe is draped over his body, his head is slightly lowered, making it difficult to see his face. His image is very similar to Ghost. But Pixiu knows who he is. After all, he is also someone who has watched Avengers Alliance 4. Red Skull, the head of Hydra in Captain America, coincidentally activated Tesseract during the final battle with Captain America, and was sent to his brother's Soul Gem to be the gatekeeper. Under the influence of the power of Soul Gem, the Red Skull possesses the Power Star who wears the identity of the Comer. Looking up slightly at Pixiu flying over, Red Skull froze for a moment, then frowned slightly. "What are you? BZEX?" Seeing that Red Skull just said that when they met each other, Pixiu also froze for a moment. "Is this provoking me? Could it be because of the support of Soul Gem, so the red is floating? If it is drifting away, why is Thanos drifting away in the original drama, CDFB? Is it because he looks like a bully? Well, are you provoking me?" Rubbing his cheeks, the strands of electric arcs danced. Pixiu looked at Red Skull maliciously, his gaze was slightly sharp. Seeing that Pixiu could speak, Red Skull was slightly startled, then shook his head slightly and said, "I'm just a guide, no matter who comes here, I will treat each other as equals, but..." After talking about it, he paused, and Red Skull had a look of surprise on his face. He sized up Pixiu and continued, "People who come here have only one purpose, and that is to get the most noble soul gem among infinite gems, and as a guide, I have the ability to see through the identity of the visitor. But why can't I see through you?" He didn't even mean to hide it, and directly revealed his ability. After all, it doesn't matter whether he hides or not, as long as he tells the identity of the visitor, as long as the visitor is not stupid, then he can definitely guess it. "Can't see through me?" Hearing this, Pixiu was stunned. So, it stands to reason that after the meeting, Red Skull will tell the identity of the person who came out and pretend to be a dude, and then perform his job as the guide of Soul Gem. As a result, he couldn't see his identity at all, so he would subconsciously say "What are you?" after meeting. Tut tut, boring. Thinking of this, Pixiu didn't bother to worry about this issue anymore. He came here to get the Soul Gem and get the 6 infinite gems together, not to chat nonsense. So he looked at Red Skull, waved his right hand and said, "Okay, you can get out of the way, I'm here to get the Soul Gem, so don't disturb me. You can't get it." Looking at Pixiu, Red Skull regained his composure, and said with a faint gaze, "If you want to get this rough stone, you must sacrifice to it the one you love in your heart." "Really? Maybe." Hearing this, Pixiu nodded undeniably, then looked at Red Skull with a smile and said, "You have the ability to see through someone's identity, but you can't see through me, but I can see through you, Red Skull. Do you think it's fun to come here from the earth for decades?" Hearing Pixiu's words, Red Skull's eyes widened instantly, and he looked at Pixiu in disbelief. Pixiu actually knew his identity. How is this possible? "You." Looking at Pixiu, the shocked Red Skull immediately wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Pixiu. "Shut up, I'll kill you if you say it again." Glancing coldly at Red Skull, Pixiu said lightly, "Red Skull." For some reason, he seemed to really feel the breath of death just now. Seeing that Red Skull was silent, Pixiu ignored him, jumped over him to the edge of the cliff, and flew towards the place where Gamera and Natasha Romanoff were killed in the original plot below. After coming down, Pixiu took out 5 infinite gems from Hoopa's golden ring. Chapter 185. Above the cliff. Seeing Pixiu flying down, Red Skull came to the edge suspiciously and looked down. He doesn't understand Pixiu's behavior very much. To get Soul Gem, according to his understanding, the rule of sacrifice seems to have existed since the beginning of the universe. Therefore, Soul Gem is also the most mysterious of the 6 infinite gems. Now Pixiu's behavior seems to him to be a deceptive behavior. Below. Pixiu took out the 5 infinite gems of Space Gem, Reality Gem, Power Gem, Mind Gem, and Time Gem, and put them on the ground. 5 infinite gems appeared, and Pixiu rubbed his cheeks, feeling that the energy in the surrounding world seems to be somewhat different. It appears that the Soul Gem, hiding in the shadows, has sensed the arrival of its siblings. Oh no, they seem to be born together. In other words, they are the same size. Anyone can be the boss, it depends on who is better. But, although Pixiu sensed that the energy between the heaven and the earth was somewhat different, there was no obvious change. That is to say, although Soul Gem has detected the other 5 gems and reacted, it seems that it still wants to maintain its high style and does not want to show up easily. And the 5 gemstones are only trembling slightly, the light is a little bit brighter, and there is no other reaction other than that. Seeing this scene, Pixiu was not surprised, and muttered thoughtfully, "The 6 gemstones are all here, and they are so close to each other. Obviously, my idea is still feasible, but whether it will work or not, we still have to try it. Then let's try." After confirming the situation, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks, rubbed out a few wisps of electric arcs, and then the lightning in his body radiated from the electric bag, heading towards the 5 infinite gems on the ground. The golden arc danced in the air, and the crackling sound continued to sound. When the lightning strikes the 5 infinite gems and is stimulated by energy, the 5 infinite gems are activated immediately. The streamers of corresponding colors burst out from the 5 infinite gems, constantly rotating around the 5 gems, and the 5 gems floated tremblingly under the surround of the streamers. Buzz buzz. During Setsuna, 5 beams of light corresponding to the color of gemstones shot straight into the sky, and the sky above Vamir Star was filled with wind and clouds, and a fast-rotating vortex appeared. The entire Vormir Star trembled slightly at this moment. How so? Seeing this scene, Red Skull's face, which was originally only puzzled, changed drastically. Looking at the 5 beams of light that went straight into the sky from below, he was horrified in his heart. Since being teleported here decades ago by the Tesseract, and then becoming the Soul Gem Guide and Protector, he has gained considerable knowledge of the 6 infinite gems. He didn't expect Pixiu to collect all infinite gems except Soul Gem. As far as he knows, this should be the first in history. If Pixiu gets the Soul Gem again, wouldn't it be the first existence to collect all 6 infinite gems? Each of the infinite gems has the strongest power in the universe. Once 6 infinite gems are gathered together, the user can reach a state of near omnipotence. Even as long as the user wants to, he will have the terrifying power to subvert the universe. But can Pixiu really collect them all? Red Skull began to feel a little uncertain. Although what he knows, if he wants to get Soul Gem, he must sacrifice the love in his heart, and there have been no exceptions since ancient times. But since ancient times, it seems that no one can collect all infinite gems other than these. And looking at the current situation, it seems that the first exception is about to happen. Red Skull felt uneasy. He still doesn't know what will happen to him after the Soul Gem is taken. But he didn't have to resist, because his life and death had already been controlled by Soul Gem after coming here. And all he has to do is to silently obey fate. Rumble. Under the watchful eyes of Pixiu and Red Skull, a deafening thunder suddenly exploded. Lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the vortex of the sea of clouds pierced by 5 color light beams. Some are blue, some are green, some are purple. In short, it is the color of infinite gems. In addition to this, there is a 6th color of lightning that appears to correspond to the orange of the Soul Gem. Is it coming out? Seeing this scene, Pixiu, who had already stopped generating electricity, looked up at the sky, looking forward to it. And the 5 infinite gems, at the moment, are floating obliquely above him, as if floating in the formation of a hexagram, and they are connected in series by strands of colorful streamers. A magic circle with a hexagram in the middle and a circle outside appears, but the hexagram in the magic circle has 6 corners, while at the moment only has infinite gems on 5 corners. Only the last Soul Gem is missing, and the complete 6-pointed star magic circle can be assembled. Just when Pixiu used 5 infinite gems to summon the Soul Gem, terrifying energy fluctuations spread out at a superlight speed for an unknown number of light years away. At the same time, somewhere in the starry sky of the northern Milky Way, the sky-filled fleet seems to spread all over the entire cosmic starry sky. On a small planet in the center, Thanos in armor sits on a floating throne. Below, Ebony Maw, Black Dwarf, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight looking up at Thanos above. Ebony Maw said respectfully, "Father, a terrifying energy fluctuation has just occurred on a remote planet named Vormir. After verification and comparison, it is determined that it is the energy that the original stone belongs to. Asking for flowers." Hearing this, Thanos narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Go some of you and bring me back the rough stone." Hearing this, Ebony Maw and the others immediately nodded, turned, and left the small planet. Then he took a fleet to Vormir Star. At the same time, Kaidar Star and Kree Empire both detected the energy of infinite gems, and after relevant high-level discussions, they sent a fleet to Vormir Star to investigate. Besides them, there are also other forces that detected this energy and rushed towards Vormir Star. And at the moment, Pixiu, who was waiting for the Soul Gem to come to the bowl on Vormir, had no idea about this, completely unaware that a large number of forces were coming here. Their purpose is exactly infinite gems. Star Vormir. With more and more lightning in the vortex of the sea of clouds above, and the ground of the altar below, which looks like a magic circle, at the moment also began to bloom with orange brilliance. 0. Seeing this scene, Pixiu was overjoyed and relieved. Because with the power of 5 infinite gems, it is still possible to break the rules since ancient times and find out the Soul Gem hiding in the dark. This really did it. When the Red Skull above saw this scene, his face was also full of shock. As the guide and protector of Soul Gem, he naturally knew that this was a sign that Soul Gem was about to appear. Buzz buzz. Bunches of dazzling orange light rose from the ground into the sky, and the ground seemed to be trembling. Time passed, and after more than 10 seconds, under the watchful eyes of Pixiu and Red Skull, the orange radiance injected into the sky gradually dissipated, and an orange light beam fell from the vortex. Then the orange beam falls straight on the corner of the hexagram that lacks the infinite gems. Chapter 186. The orange light beam hangs down from the 9 heavens cloud, and lands on the only corner of the 6-pointed star magic circle formed by the energy of infinite gems that lacks infinite gems. Seeing this scene, Pixiu's big round eyes widened a little bit, and the scene in front of him was reflected in the eyeballs that were as clear as jewels. After a while, the orange beam to the upper right begins to dissipate. Soon, the orange soul gem appeared in Pixiu's sight. 6 infinite gems are suspended in the air, and streamers of different colors revolve around them continuously. Success! Looking at the 6 infinite gems floating in front of him, Pixiu raised his short hands and rubbed the electrical bag on his face, showing a bright smile. Collect all 6 infinite gems, and when you collect all the evolution points and evolve to 5 stars, according to the system, you can use the power of the 6 infinite gems for your own use. Not only that, but there are many other wonderful uses. Seeing 107 holding 6 infinite gems, Pixiu summoned the Hoopa Golden Ring with a move of his mind. The Hoopa Golden Ring appeared above the 6 infinite gems, then expanded to a proper file size, and devoured towards the 6 infinite gems. However, something unexpected happened to Pixiu just as Hoopa's Golden Ring approached the 6 infinite gems. I saw the 6 infinite gems buzzing all trembling, and streamers of 6 colors gathered towards Hoopa's Golden Ring. Clang clang clang! The colored streamer hit Hoopa's Golden Ring, preventing the Hoopa's Golden Ring from advancing, and made the Hoopa's Golden Ring make a crisp clang sound. It's as if 2 iron rods are constantly knocked together. Through the control of Hoopa's Golden Ring, Pixiu frowned slightly, looking at the 6 infinite gems with some surprise. According to the feedback from Hoopa's Golden Ring, it seems that the 6 infinite gems are resisting and don't want to be swallowed by Hoopa's Golden Ring into a space completely independent of the Marvel movie universe. Even the colored streamers just released by the 6 infinite gems still have the idea of destroying Hoopa's Golden Ring. It's just that Hoopa's Golden Ring cannot be destroyed by any force or thing, even if infinite gems is the strongest original car treasure in this big universe, it can't do anything about it. Although the Hoopa Golden Ring cannot be destroyed, the 6 infinite gems can use their power to resist the engulfment of the Hoopa Golden Ring space wormhole, making it impossible for Pixiu to store them in an independent space. Hoopa Golden Ring is Pixiu's ability, and the upper limit is linked to Pixiu's strength. Even if it is any one of the 6 infinite gems, if it explodes with full power, no, only with half of its power, it can easily kill Pixiu. Even if Pixiu's level has reached 4 stars, and his combat power can compete with 5 stars, but in the face of the terrifying power of infinite gems, it is still not enough. And the gathering of 6 infinite gems has the terrifying power to subvert this big universe. Even if it is just the instinctive resistance of gems now, even the power of 1/10,000th or even 1/10,000th of 100,000th has not erupted. But it is still possible to resist Hoopa's Golden Ring and put them into independent space. Infinite gems is the wreckage of the 6 sources of power that controlled infinite planes and dimensions before the Big Bang of the universe and the beginning of the universe. In this Fang universe, their abilities can be brought into full play, and they are naturally in perfect fit with the laws and rules of this world. No matter how much energy they consume, they can be replenished from the universe. Now that the 6 infinite gems are gathered together, but they are going to be collected into another space that is independent of this universe, they will instinctively resist. After all, they don't want to leave home. He still instinctively resists. Guessing roughly the reason for the resistance of the 6 infinite gems, Pixiu couldn't help curling his lips. As expected, the brothers are all here, and they have gained a lot of courage. When I received infinite gems alone, none of them seemed to resist. But now that the 6 infinite gems have gathered, they all know how to resist. Since Hoopa's Golden Ring alone couldn't take them in, Pixiu didn't continue to be tough. After all, he can't beat 6 infinite gems with strength alone. After thinking about it, Pixiu flew towards the 6 infinite gems. He was going to put them into Hoopa's Golden Ring one by one. Although it was a lot of trouble to do so, it seemed the only way to see the appearance of the 6 infinite gems. Coming to the nearest power gem, Pixiu stretched out his hands to grab it, trying to tear it out of the corner of the hexagram magic circle. Buzz buzz! Just when Pixiu held the power gem with both hands, wisps of 6 color streamers spread from Pixiu's hands to Pixiu's whole body instantly with shattering power. Caught off guard, Pixiu couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. I saw the colorful streamer running around Pixiu's body like veins, even penetrating into every cell, causing Pixiu a pain like being torn apart. Crackling. The next moment, the 2 electric pouches on Pixiu's cheeks burst out a large amount of golden electric light, and then shuttled across Pixiu's body, fighting against the colorful streamer. FK, BD. With the help of the golden lightning, Pixiu also slowed down, thinking of the pain that he was caught off guard just now. He couldn't help but grinned and cursed slightly. He didn't expect that he would experience the power test of 6 infinite gems after Thanos collected all 6 infinite gems in the original plot. In Avengers Alliance 3, Thanos got the last mind gem from Vision's head, 6 infinite gems gathered on the Infinity Gauntlet, and then released the power of color to test Thanos. Even the powerful Thanos, who possesses the powerful physique of the Eternal Titans, was greatly affected when he was baptized by power. The sudden appearance of Thor, who got a new weapon, the Storm Axe, made Thanos, who was undergoing the test, barely react, and could only resist subconsciously. Simple resistance, even the energy beam formed by the power of 6 infinite gems, can't resist the angry blow of Thor, who has become stronger and has stronger weapons. Now that he has personally experienced the baptism of the power of the 6 infinite gems, Pixiu knows that the pain that Thanos suffered at that time should not be much less than him. If it weren't for his extremely special physique, after reacting with the strength in his body, his pain sensation was greatly reduced. He would probably scream in pain. After all, he was just an ordinary person in his previous life, and he had never suffered in this universe. This kind of pain is really not something he can bear. As the power in the body responds, the power belonging to the 6 Infinity Stones 2.1 stones also gradually recedes, and then gradually quiets down in the struggle of Pixiu. Apparently, the 6 infinite gems have admitted that Pixiu has the qualifications to use them. Chapter 187. As time passed, about 20 seconds later, the slightly trembling power gems in Pixiu's hands fell silent, and the colorful streamers gathered by the 6 infinite gems also dissipated from Pixiu's body. Tisk! Seeing the 6 infinite gems come down one after another, Pixiu couldn't help curling his lips slightly, and then with a little force, he tore the power gems off the hexagram magic circle. After 1 infinite gems was missing from the 6-pointed star magic circle, it returned to its previous appearance again, and even the 6-pointed star magic circle was gradually dissipating. Seeing this scene, Pixiu threw the power gem into Pajin's ring. Then the other gems were thrown into the Hoopa ring. Received by Pixiu into Hoopa's golden ring, 6 infinite gems that instinctively sensed that they were disconnected from home gathered together, shining slightly. It seems to be hugging to keep warm. After collecting 6 infinite gems, Pixiu flew upwards. Whether it is Avengers Alliance 3 or Avengers Alliance 4, there is no disclosure of what happened to Red Skull, the Soul Gem guide and protector, after the Soul Gem was taken away. However, according to his guess, the Soul Gem was taken away by someone. Either Red Skull died, or his soul was taken into the Soul Gem. After a little while. What? When Pixiu came to the top, a look of surprise appeared on his face. 23. Because he didn't see Red Skull. Thinking of his previous speculation, Pixiu also knew what might have happened. It is nothing more than the fact that he used the other 5 infinite gems to get the Soul Gem out, and with the appearance of the Soul Gem, the guide Red Skull is useless. For a useless person, it is very easy to guess what will happen. Seeing the disappearance of the Red Skull, Pixiu was slightly surprised and didn't care. Anyway, what happened to the Red Skull didn't affect him at all. Forget it, let's go back. Looking around, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks, and found that there seemed to be nothing to do staying here, and there was nothing to do going to other places. Then the Hoopa golden ring was opened, and the other end was connected to the earth and flew in. When Pixiu left, about 5 minutes later, various forces came to the vicinity of Vormir Star one after another. During Setsuna, the atmosphere of the entire starry sky suddenly became dignified, and there was a feeling of tension and a storm. The most concerned is the fleet led by Ebony Maw and others. Most of their fleets are donut-shaped warships, and as Thanos' legion, anyone with a little knowledge in the galaxy basically knows it. Even those who came here because of the energy released by infinite gems, some of their homes were once baptized by the dark sect under Thanos. For the sustainable development of the resources of the universe, Thanos has become an environmental protection and family planning advocate. Unless it is a very special situation, only half of the life on any planet will be killed. Therefore, in the galaxy, enemies can be regarded as being everywhere. It's just that Thanos is too strong, not only himself strong, but also his subordinates. Even if they hate him to death now, there is nothing they can do about Thanos. There are even some timid people who are already planning to forget the past and start a new life in the future. Definitely most people still keep their hatred of Thanos in their hearts, and have been silently waiting for an opportunity. If there is a chance to beat the dog who fell into the water, I believe none of them will ignore it. Enemies meet, but neither party has any plans to fight. At least for the time being, they won't do it because of hatred. Any force has started to scan the entire Vormir star for energy isotopes, and the purpose of their coming here is for infinite gems. However, to their disappointment, they scanned inside and out a dozen times, but found no trace of infinite gems, only some energy left at the altar. Apparently infinite gems is no longer here. Otherwise, even if the infinite gems were not activated, the infinite and powerful energy they contained would definitely not be able to escape their detection. The infinite gems could not be found, and the people who came here looked at each other. Time passed slowly. After a while, the Nova Corps and the Carry Empire's scouting fleet left first. With the people at the beginning, the rest of the fleet also left in 2s and 3s. And those who died because of the destruction of Thanos' family cast a bitter glance at the fleet led by Ebony Maw and others, then launched the spaceship and left here. The Dark Order here. How to do? Proxima Midnight looks at Corvus Glaive, Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf. They came here to bring back the infinite gems that appeared here. But according to the isotope energy detection of infinite gems, it is clear that infinite gems is no longer here. Corvus Glaive's eyes were slightly sharp, and he said lightly, "Send people down first, and search carefully the place where the isotope energy is the most active." Their dark sect has never had the habit of returning empty-handed. Hearing what Corvus Glaive said, the other three looked at each other and nodded. At the same time, in the solar system, a stream of light is coming towards the Earth. At this time, Pixiu just returned to the Earth villa from Vormir. Looking at the empty living room, Pixiu knew after sensing that Wanda and Pietro had gone out, so he took out the reality gem and started devouring evolution points. Now that the 6 infinite gems have been collected, it is time to fully power up, make good use of the next time, and collect the evolution points that evolve to 5 stars as soon as possible. Not long after Pixiu sat on the sofa, a cool circle of sparks appeared not far away, and then Ancient One walked out of it. "Hey, why are you here, my lord?" Looking at the Ancient One that appeared, Pixiu was a little surprised. Ancient One looked at Pixiu, smiled slightly and said, "Just now I discovered that a powerful existence that does not belong to the Earth has come to the solar system, and is coming to the Earth 460, so I plan to ask you to go and see it with me." A powerful existence that does not belong to the Earth. Hearing this, Pixiu was slightly taken aback, then rubbed the electrical bag on his face, feeling very surprised. Ancient One, which can make full-strength explosive power reach half a 6-star, and even compete with a 6-star, is called a powerful existence, so it is at least a 5-star existence. If it belongs to the Earth, then all he can think of is Captain Marvel. But it doesn't belong to the Earth, Pixiu really can't think of who it is. Thanos? Impossible, Ancient One and Odin are still there, and there is Hela, the goddess of death who was sealed by Odin. Without infinite gems in hand, it is impossible for Thanos to come here. And even if Thanos wants to come, he can't come alone, and the army of the dark sect under him will definitely come with him. Not Thanos, so who the hell? Okay, I'll go take a look with you. Strong curiosity emerged in his heart. Pixiu nodded, and agreed to Tong Yi's invitation. He wants to see who is coming to Earth at this time. Chapter 188. Then let's go. Seeing that Pixiu agreed to come down, Ancient One smiled slightly, waved his hand, and a transfer door appeared. Then Pixiu followed Ancient One and walked into the portal. Next moment, outside the Earth's atmosphere, Ancient One waved his right hand, and the surrounding space changed quietly, and the prismatic translucent traces flashed by, using the magic mirror dimension. Pixiu looked around, the electric pouch on his cheek was slightly warmed, and he could clearly feel that he had come to another space, and the space around him was very solid. He has a feeling that even if he uses his current strongest attack method destroying the Death Light, he will not be able to break through the space of the mirror dimension and return to the main world. It is indeed a powerful magic on the space side. In the Third Avengers Alliance, when Doctor Strange and Thanos fought, they used the magic of the mirror dimension to block the energy beam of the power gem. Although his original ability cannot be broken, if he uses the space gem, he can still leave easily, or even directly erase this mirror dimension. Space Gem is the treasure of space transformed from the wreckage of the space singularity power that controlled the infinite plane space before the opening of this great universe. To put it another way, it is the strongest space original treasure, which belongs to the original power of space law. How can a space magic be difficult for a space gem? Pixiu and Ancient One stay in the mirror dimension, waiting for the powerful existence that Ancient One said to come. Time passed slowly. After about 3 minutes, a stream of light went from far to near, and finally stopped about 100 meters away. This distance does not affect the vision of Pixiu and Tong Yi. It was an oval object with an extremely smooth surface, which looked like a fruit core, with golden patterns and windows on it, and wisps of silver-white streamer flickering on it. Seeing this thing, Pixiu's eyes widened, and his heart was filled with surprise. Because he knows this thing. This is exactly the spaceship that Star-Lord Father Ego drove when he appeared in Guardians of Galaxy 2, and it is the product created by Ego with his own power. But shouldn't Egg be looking for his cub Star-Lord? Why did they come to the Earth all of a sudden? In the movie, Yi Ji claims that he is a godlike existence, the same name as the Tian Shen group in the universe, which is translated as the God's family, but there are still doubts about whether Yi Ji is the Tian Shen group. Not even knowing his own origin, he floated in space as a brain for millions of years, and gradually became smarter and stronger as time went by. After becoming very smart and very powerful, Ego learned how to manipulate molecules and build planets around his brain, thus growing and possessing the appearance of a living planet. There is no doubt that Yi Ji's strength is very strong. Even if it's not as good as the world of comics, Ego's identity is not weak either. Regarding combat power, it can be seen from the beginning of Ego's appearance in Guardians 2, he destroyed all the sovereign unmanned fighters chasing and killing the embarrassing dance troupe with a wave of his hand. In the comics, among the 6-dimensional attributes of Ego, intelligence is 6, strength, speed, endurance, and energy emission are all 7, and only combat skills are 2. The official ability setting value, 1 is the lowest and 7 is the highest. For example, if the strength reaches 7, it means that it is difficult to calculate at least the value of more than 1,000 tons. The speed reaches 7, which means that it can distort its own speed and reach the level of superluminal speed. Stamina reaches 7, and it has reached the point of being almost immortal in terms of resistance and recovery. The energy emission is 7, which can release a variety of energy attacks almost infinitely. Although this value can only be used as a reference, in terms of individual strength, Pixiu feels that among the 4 villain bosses that have appeared in the Avengers Alliance, Ego's strength is only lower than that of Dormammu and Infinity Gauntlet Thanos. Definitely, that was the situation where Yu-Bun shot with all his strength. After all, Yi Ji's body is a brain, and he built a planet outside with molecular-level control as a protection. Generally, it is only Yi Ji's energy duplication that walks outside. But it is just energy duplication, which can be called powerful in Ancient One, and there is no doubt that it is at least a 5-star existence. Whether it can reach 6-star remains to be determined. Looking at the Ego spaceship ahead, Pixiu asked in his heart. System, can you detect the strength of egg duplication in the spaceship? System, definitely, the strength level of Yi Ji's energy duplication is in the middle of the 5 stars, close to the upper class. According to the classification of the system, each star is roughly divided into 3 levels, low, medium, and high, and there is a half-step level above the high. The so-called half-step level, such as half-step 2 star, means that the real combat power of the existence is already comparable to that of the lower 2 star level, but the original level has not yet fully entered the 2 star level. After all, level is level, and combat power is combat power. An existing level can represent combat power, but sometimes combat power cannot represent level. In the previous judgment of the system, the upper limit of Ancient One's combat power was half a step of 6 stars, but after Ancient One handed the time gem to Pixiu, the upper limit dropped to 5 stars and above. It can be seen that the war calendar is affected by external factors. Otherwise, why Thor in the 3rd middle school of the Avengers Alliance went to Nidai to find the dwarf family to create a new weapon, the Storm Axe, because with a powerful weapon, his own combat power will be stronger. For example, infinite gems is the same. Thanos without infinite gems is definitely not the opponent of Dormammu or Ego. But with 6 gems, even Dormammu is not enough for Thanos to hit, and even a snap of the fingers can erase the entire dark dimension from this universe. Without the dark dimension, Dormammu, as the master of the dark dimension, is naturally dead and cannot die anymore. It is close to the 5-star class, but it's okay to say. After knowing Yi Ji's duplication strength, although Pixiu didn't know what Yi Ji was doing here suddenly, he felt relieved. With this strength, even without Ancient One and without relying on infinite gems, his original ability is enough to compete with Yi Ji, Li's. After all, he has Hoopa's golden ring, and he also has the empty seat. Even if Yi Ji couldn't be killed, the other party shouldn't try to do anything to him. Besides, he still has infinite gems in his hands. If he fights against Yi Ji, he will definitely not foolishly hide infinite gems as a treasure. Do you know who it is? Ancient One on the side suddenly turned his head slightly to watch Pixiu speak. Yeah. I know. After recovering, Pixiu looked at Ancient One and nodded, then said. Ego, who claims to be a god, is an ancient and powerful existence in the universe, but I don't know how he appeared here. Then let's go and ask. Ancient One smiled slightly when he heard the words, and then clapped his hands together, and the mirror space Setsuna spread towards the place where Ego's spaceship was, and took it into it. As a sorcerer supreme, Ancient One's magic attainments are very powerful. Chapter 189. Just when Ancient One cast the mirror dimension and used the dimensional space to collect the spaceship into it, Ego, who was looking at the earth inside the spaceship, suddenly felt a movement in his heart. After slightly frowning, Yi Ji immediately noticed that the outside space had become different. It seems that he has come to a parallel space. Everything in front of me didn't seem to have changed in any way, but it did change. I want to see who it is. After realizing the changes in the outside world, Egg didn't panic at all, but his expression became a little indifferent, and he opened the door of the spaceship with a thought. Opening the door of the spaceship, Egg came to the hatch. Then he saw Pixiu and Ancient One looking at him. The silver-white light flashed across his body, and Ego left the spaceship and flew towards the direction where Pixiu and Ancient One were. After a few seconds, he came to a distance of 5 or 6 meters in front of the two. Stepping into the void, looking at Pixiu and Ancient One, he asked in a slightly complacent tone, "Who are you?" This method on the space side reminded him of his purpose of coming here. And he worked so hard to find here, what he was looking for was probably one of the person and animal in front of him, or both of them were what he was looking for. Egg had been to Earth before, but he had never seen Ancient One. He hadn't seen Ancient One in 910, but Ancient One had seen him. After all, a powerful existence has come to the Earth, as the Sorcerer Supreme who protects the safety of the Earth. How could one not notice him? It's just that Ancient One found that Egg didn't show any malice at that time, and after observing Egg secretly for a period of time, Ancient One paid little attention to him. As a Sorcerer Supreme, in order to prevent the Earth from being found by powerful evil gods from other dimensions, Ancient One has to leave the Earth from time to time to inspect multiple dimensions. Therefore, it is impossible to stare at Ego. After confirming that Ego does not seem to be malicious, Ancient One basically returns from the multidimensional to see what Ego is doing. Looking at Yi, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks and said, "Egg, what are you doing here on Earth? You know me." Hearing Pixiu call out his name, Yi put his eyes on Pixiu, looked at Pixiu for a while, and then said lightly, "I'm here to make sure of one thing." "What's up?" Both Pixiu and Ancient One were a little curious, but the expression on the tongue didn't change much. "Egg, who dropped the weapons on my planet?" CTFH, saying this, Egg waved his right hand. Wisps of silver-white streamer emerged out of thin air in front of it, and then turned into a picture like a holographic projection. In the picture, a vortex flashing light blue streamer suddenly appeared, and then something fell out of the vortex, and exploded after landing on the ground. A huge amount of mushroom cloud lifted into the sky, and the terrifying shockwave swept away in all directions. Seeing this scene, Pixiu and Ancient One were slightly taken aback, because both of them recognized the thing that exploded in the picture. But when Pixiu saw what happened in the picture, he only felt that there was a damn thing in his heart that he wanted to say. He never imagined that when the Battle of New York used the space gem to teleport the nuclear bomb away from the Earth, it would teleport the nuclear bomb to Ego. But looking at Yi's appearance now, it seems that he came to settle accounts after autumn. It's just that what he didn't expect was that he used the space gem to deliver the nuclear bomb, why Ego could still find the Earth across countless light years. Is this the power of being a cosmic boss? In the movie, Ego is portrayed very well, but except for the scene of waving the fighter jets in the universe at the beginning, the other performances are really not too strong. But a movie is a movie, and now it is reality. It's just that the energy duplication is judged by the system as a boss whose strength is close to 5 stars, and his real strength may have reached the level of 6 stars. After all, it is a powerful star-level combat force. As an ancient existence that has lived for at least millions of years, it must have some unknown magical means. The teleportation of the space gem is different from the wormhole of the Hoopa Golden Ring. After the space gem is teleported, it will leave a very obscure space node. Although it is extremely difficult to find, it is not impossible to find. Therefore, it is not incomprehensible for Ego to use some magical means to discover the space node left during the teleportation, and use the connection between the two space nodes to find the Earth. What's more, Ego had stayed on the Earth for a while back then, and he must know everything about nuclear weapons, the strongest weapon possessed by Earth civilization. Maybe it's because of this that he came to the Earth, trying to find out the guy who dropped the nuclear bomb on him. After guessing the approximate reason why Yi was able to find the Earth, Pixiu rubbed his cheeks, exchanged glances with Ancient One, looked at Yi and asked thoughtfully, "I see, what are you going to do if you find the culprit?" Ancient One on the side didn't speak, and planned to watch Pixiu play live. She also knew that last time the nuclear bomb was taken away by Pixiu with the space gem, but she didn't expect to provoke a powerful existence like Yi. An Egg narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard Pixiu's words. He felt that Pixiu seemed to know something. With a slight thought, Yi looked at Pixiu and said in a deep voice, "Definitely invite him to my place as a guest, and then discuss the issue of compensation." After finishing speaking, Yi added another sentence in his heart, that is, "Pay with your life for compensation." He has never been a soft-hearted person for Yi, for his own plan, even his lover or even his children, he can kill them. If you dare to throw a bomb on him, the culprit will be dead based on this alone. As he said, no one can save that guy. "I understand." Pixiu nodded, indicating that he understood. Then with a thought, a Hoopa golden ring appeared behind Yi, and the rift seed flew out of it instantly, and then attacked Yi. "Hold head high." With a long roar of dragon's sputum, Lycangzao activated ability Dragon's Wave. Ripples visible to the naked eye erupted from Shockwave's mouth and blasted towards Egg. At the same time, another Hoopa ring appeared beside Pixiu, from which Pixiu pulled out the power gem. Gently clenching his right hand, countless terrifying streamers of purple energy erupted from the power gem, drew an arc and swept towards Yi at a high speed. Questions about negotiating compensation? Pixiu said that if he believed it, he would be a big fool. Egg's character is clear to him who has seen Silver Guardian too. He even killed a lot of his own sons and daughters. Someone threw a bomb on him. You tell me that this kind of person will let that person go out of kindness? Whoever believes this is a fool. Since he came here to ask for trouble, Pixiu said that there is no need to make false claims with him. No matter what planet-level cosmic boss he is, just do it if you don't accept it. Chapter 190. Cracking seat roared out from Hoopa's golden ring, bloody electric arcs danced on its huge body, opened its mouth wide and launched the skill dragon wave at Ego. The translucent shockwave visible to the naked eye, layer by layer, blasted towards Ego at a speed exceeding the speed of sound, and it looked like countless ripples in the space. At the same time, Pixiu took out the power gem from Hoopa's golden ring, released the energy of the power gem, and a purple light beam shot towards Ego. Pixiu made a sudden move, neither Ancient One nor Yi Ji expected it. Seeing Pixiu attacking him suddenly, Yi Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately understood that the guy who put the nuclear bomb on him must have something to do with Pixiu. Possibly even Pixiu. Otherwise, why would Pixiu attack him? Thoughts swirled in his heart, but Yi Ji's reaction did not hesitate at all. The silver-white power of the gods gathered in his hands, and then he raised his arms and spread 5 fingers. 2 powerful celestial powers turned into silver-white light beams released from Ego's hands, and then collided with the shockwave of the dragon wave and the purple beam of the power gem. Several terrifying attacks collided together, and the mirror dimension space seemed to be trembling slightly, making the onlooker Tong Yi frown slightly. Then he formed a seal with both hands, releasing his mana to stabilize the mirror image space. Whether it's Yi Ji's power of the gods, the wave of the dragon of the rift seat, or the energy of the power gem, they are all quite terrifying things. In order not to affect the real world, the only way to resolve grievances is here. With a sullen face, Yi Ji unleashed his power of the gods to forcibly confront the 2 powerful forces, relying on his own strength to block them. For a while, there was a stalemate. Likengzuo continuously released the dragon's wave to attack Yi Ji, but after a stalemate for a while, the dragon's wave unexpectedly lost to Yi Ji's god power. After all, due to Pixiu's level, Rift Seat is only half a 5-star level, and at most it can compete with ordinary 5-star mid-level existences. And Yi Ji was judged by the system to be close to 5-star superior. This combat power did not rely on other foreign objects, but on the power of the gods originally possessed. The level is close to the 5-star superior, and Yi Ji's combat power can definitely reach the 5-star superior. After a stalemate for a while, the dragon's wave released by Likengzuo will naturally lose the wind a little. Yi Ji's main attention was not on the rift seat, but on Pixiu who was holding the power gem. With his knowledge, he naturally recognized that this is the power gem among the 6 infinite rough stones. Under the urging of Pixiu, the energy released by the power gem is even close to his current power of a god, so it must be treated with caution. When Ego used most of his power to fight against the energy beam of the power gem, the rift seat, which was gradually at a disadvantage, tied with Ego again. In this way, the 2 stalemate again. Are you confused why Yi Ji chooses to fight hard? This is naturally because of something called dignity and face. He is a god of the celestial race, a powerful god who traverses the universe, and an ancient existence that has lived for millions of years. He has always been feared by others. Facing other people's attacks, if he chooses to dodge directly, doesn't it mean that he, an ancient and powerful god, is feared? Definitely, although due to the so-called dignity and face, Yi Ji is not stupid. The main reason is that he didn't realize that he couldn't resist the attacks of Pixiu and Rikakuza, and the only thing that could bring him a sense of crisis was the power gem in Pixiu's hand. Now that he was able to cope, the idea of maintaining the majesty of being an ancient god naturally prevailed. He wants to use the incomparably powerful power of the gods to suppress and kill Pixiu, the god offender here, in order to defend his majesty as an ancient god. As for Ancient One, who is not weak, he believes that as long as Ancient One does not want to provoke a powerful god, then it is best to choose to be a bystander honestly. Otherwise, even if this duplication dies here, he will surely make a comeback in the future, instead of waiting for the implementation of the great plan, he must take the lead in destroying this planet together with the life on it. Ancient One beside him actually had the same idea in his heart. She didn't want to shoot Egg, so she just wanted to stabilize the mirror space. But she felt that Pixiu didn't need her help. After all, as far as she knew, Pixiu left Earth not long after getting the time gem from her. Then obviously, it should be time to get the remaining infinite gems. In other words, Pixiu has mastered at least 5 infinite gems. With so many infinite gems in hand, even if Egg is an ancient and powerful god, it doesn't seem to be enough in front of Pixiu. Seeking Flowers 0. After all, Yi Ji is a good god, but it is not 1 or 2 points worse than the kind of god she knows who is extremely terrifying and who really stands at the pinnacle of the multiverse world. She even felt that Egg was far behind Dormammu. No matter what, Dormammu is a powerful evil god who controls the dark dimension. He is the master of the dark dimension, and he possesses the power to swallow a planet with ease. Therefore, she has no intention of intervening, and she does not need to add icing on the cake to help Pixiu. Tisk tisk tisk, is this the power of the gods? But now, Pixiu is indeed very relaxed, and even looked at the silver-white energy released by Yi Ji with great interest. Although Yi Ji is very powerful, it is really nothing to him. Even without infinite gems, the other party can't help him. Looking at the power of the gods, Pixiu can feel the power of this energy, which has definitely reached the strength of the original energy level, although it is incomparable with the power of infinite gems. But the strength of the power of the gods is definitely not under the power of Odin. Well, at least that's how it is in the cinematic universe. Ego uses the power of the gods to perform exquisite manipulations at the molecular level, and even create all conventional substances except real life. His duplication seems to be the same as that of a real person, but the essence is different. In fact, it is the power of a god. Even if it lacks a few arms, it can recover quickly. Therefore, in order for his great plan to be carried out, he let duplication run among the major life planets in the universe, and then looked for outstanding sister papers of major races to reproduce. It is to be able to appear another existence that can grasp the power of the gods, and then help him assimilate the assimilable planets in the entire universe. At that time, he will be the universe will be him, and he will become the only true god of the universe. In the original plot, after the plot of Father is kind and Son is filial piety, among all the children of Yi Ji, only Xingzhu, a big fool, can use the power of God. In the end, the members of the galactic dance troupe led by Xingzhu used the steel titanium batteries stolen from the sovereigns of the highest star to make bombs, and they went deep into the hinterland and killed him. A generation of god-level characters died in this way, and it can only be said that the plot killed it. Chapter 191. Tisk, forget it, don't waste time. After recovering from the wild thoughts, Pixiu didn't care what happened to Yi Ji's god power, anyway, it was of no use to him. So with a thought, another Hoopa gold ring appeared on the left. Stretched out his left hand to grab inside, and grabbed the reality gem out. With a pinch of the left hand, the reality gem burst into bloody light. Buzz buzz. The invisible mighty power, which is enough to reverse reality, shot towards Yi Ji. This is Yi Ji, whose mind was basically on Pixiu, saw Pixiu take out the reality gem, his expression changed slightly, and a look of shock appeared between his brows. He didn't expect that Pixiu actually held 2 infinite gems. As far as he knew, it was very rare to get 1 infinite gems, let alone 2. Definitely, if 160 knows that Pixiu has not only 2 infinite gems, but 6, he probably won't be able to keep his composure anymore. In fact, he also had the idea of wanting to get infinite gems, but he gave up this idea afterwards. After all, the 6 infinite gems are foreign objects after all, and once the plan to assimilate the universe is completed, the power he possesses will be comparable to or even exceed the 6 infinite gems. What's more, infinite gems are not easy to get. Even he doesn't know where some infinite gems are. Instead of wasting time, he might as well continue to improve his plan. Seeing the power of the reality gem attacking, Yi Ji's expression was slightly ugly, but his eyes became more and more fierce. I saw Yiji's fists clenched suddenly, releasing the power of the gods. Generally speaking, such an action means closing the move. But Yiji is obviously different. The more terrifying power of the gods erupted from Yiji's body. Spreading out in a semicircle towards all sides, it actually pushed back the dragon's wave of the cracked seat and the energy beam of the power gem. Even the power of the reality gem was resisted. Click, click. There was a slight cracking sound at the energy collision. Although the sound was very low, Pixiu, Ancient One and Ego could all hear clearly. Ancient One heard the cracking sound, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly increased the output of mana, and continued to increase the strength of the mirror image space, so as to prevent the battle from affecting the outside world. But it was just that moment. Ah! Rift Kungzao emits dragon phlegm, circles quickly, electric light and whirlwind swirl, terrifying energy gathers in front of his mouth, and the destructive death light roars out. The bloody destructive death light collided with the power of the gods, terrifying explosions continued to sound, and the power of the gods was smashed to pieces by the destructive death light. On the other side, the power of the power gem also suppressed the power of the gods that suddenly erupted and then gradually weakened, and kept approaching Yiji. As for the power of reality gem, because it is one time, it will gradually dissipate after being resisted, and Pixiu did not continue to attack. Because he could see that Ego's strike just now was the explosive mode of mobilizing all his power. Although the short burst of power is amazing, but the time is limited. And once the seed explosion time is over, what awaits Ego is death, the death of duplication. And after the explosion, Yiji also knew his next fate. But his expression didn't change much, only the indifference between his expressions. Looking at Pixiu and Ancient One, Yiji said in a cold tone. Just wait, the next time I come here, I will definitely destroy you and the planet below. As the words fell, Yiji gave up his resistance, and all the power of the gods dissipated. The next moment, the energy beam that destroyed the death light and the power gem bombarded Yiji's body. Buzz buzz. The rotating energy balls converged at Yiji's position, and then dazzling rays of light burst out, as if forming a small sun. And Yiji's body was instantly obliterated to nothing. This duplication was so dead that it couldn't die anymore. With Ego dead, both Raikanza and Pixiu stopped the attack. But the energy ball where the two energies converged is still spinning, and the energy that can destroy the world is about to move in it, and it seems that it will explode in the next moment. Even though the surrounding mirror space has been strengthened layer by layer with Ancient One's mana, under the influence of the power of the energy ball, there are cracks visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Tong Yi looked at Pixiu with a serious expression. When Pixiu saw what Ancient One looked like, he didn't panic at all. With Ancient One watching, Pixiu put the power gem and the reality gem into the Hoopa ring, and then took the space gem out of it. After activating the power of the space gem, the vortex shining with light blue light swallowed the energy ball. The last time the nuclear bomb was sent to Yiji's body by mistake, as long as it was sent to the place, the corresponding space coordinates will be left in the space gem. So this time, Pixiu still threw the energy ball to Ego. Anyway, the next time Egg is going to come over and destroy himself and the earth, then this big gift must not be cheap to others, it has to be him. After sending away the energy light ball, Pixiu put away the empty seat, then looked at Ancient One with a smile and said. Then the problem has been solved for the time being. There is no certainty of victory. I think Yiji will not come again in a short time. I will go back first, goodbye. After finishing speaking, Pixiu didn't wait for Ancient One to say anything, directly used the space gem to break open the mirror dimension space, and then disappeared in front of Ancient One's eyes. Watching Pixiu leave, Ancient One looked towards the direction of the vast universe, sighed slightly, then stretched out his hand and drew a simple circle, opened the portal and walked in. At the same time, on the surface of the planet outside Yugo's body, in the luxurious castle built by Yugo, the power of the gods is rapidly gathering, and then condenses into a humanoid Yugo. From the appearance of youth, and then to the appearance of middle-aged and elderly people with slightly grey hair. It's just that Egghead at the moment is in a very bad mood, and his face looks very ugly because of this. Although the duplication going to Earth was killed by Pixiu, he knew everything that happened there, without any omissions. As an ancient god who has survived for millions of years, this is the first time he has been killed by humans. Although he wished to go to Earth 2.0 again immediately and destroy Pixiu, Ancient One, and even the Earth together, he did not act in a hurry. Because it is a reckless move. He has already seen the power of the Infinity Stone, which is a powerful force that he is still difficult to confront head-on, not to mention that Pixiu still has two. Unless the main body goes there, it is completely wishful thinking to kill Pixiu and destroy the Earth. So he has to waiting for someone who can help him complete the assimilation of the universe to appear, and when his power reaches a certain level, then even if Pixiu has two Infinity Stones, he will not be able to stop him. BD. Suddenly aware of something, Yi looked furious, let out a roar and rushed out in a stream of light. The whole planet trembled violently. The mantis girl in another place was shivering in the room. Chapter 192. BD, damn it! Noticing the appearance of space wormholes, and feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations, Ego couldn't help being furious, turning into a streamer and darting out of the castle. Not long ago, his duplication was killed by these two energies, so the moment the energy ball appeared, he knew it was Pixiu's work. This is simply deceiving. Oh no, it is deceiving God too much. Yi, who was hidden in the center of the planet, woke up, and the planet was trembling, buzzing, and the terrifying power of the gods turned into beams of light that soared into the sky. The light beams transformed by the power of these gods entangled towards the energy light ball that was suspended in the air and was about to move, trying to suppress it. The energy contained in this energy light ball is much greater than that of the original nuclear bomb. If it is allowed to explode, the shockwave may sweep half of the planet and destroy everything on the surface. This planet was his external body, so Egg would never allow this to happen. At the moment when the power of the gods enveloped the energy light sphere, the extremely unstable energy light sphere, which was always ready to move, finally exploded. Boom! A dazzling light like the sun blooms high in the sky. The powerful shockwave hit the shield formed by the power of the gods around 23, and then it was wrapped up to prevent the terrible energy from spreading and wreaking havoc. Although it was resisted by Yi's power of the gods, the terrifying energy produced by the explosion of the energy light ball did not gradually dissipate because of this. Instead, it became even more violent because it could not be diffused. Click, click. A slight sound like glass shattering came from the energy shield formed by the power of the gods. It can be seen that the shield couldn't hold on in the face of the increasingly violent explosion energy. Although Yi looked ugly, he didn't panic at all. With a soft snort, the more terrifying power of the gods erupted from the inside of the planet, instantly enveloping the energy generated by the explosion, and then compressing it crazily. With Yi himself doing it himself, even the terrifying energy that was enough to flatten the surface of half a planet was easily suppressed. In a certain room of the castle, the mantis woman felt the movement outside and hid in the corner of the room shivering. After all, she doesn't have much combat power. The only thing she can do is the ability of the mind. If it wasn't for her ability to help Egg fall asleep, she would have turned into a pile of dry bones like those Egg's children. After suppressing the terrifying energy produced by the explosion of the energy light sphere, Yi looked gloomy, looking in the general direction of the earth from a distance, and returned to the castle after a while. Then Egg found the mantis girl and asked her to help him fall asleep. It's impossible to let this matter go like this, but you can't act recklessly, so you can only sleep first to reduce the anger in your heart, so as not to get angry. Meanwhile, Earth. After killing Yi's duplication, Pixiu used the space gem to leave the mirror dimension and return to the villa, and then turned on the double suction mode again to accumulate evolution points. While using infinite gems to absorb the power of the source, while absorbing the electricity generated by the small reactor generator in the villa, the purpose is to gather the evolution points as soon as possible to reach 5 stars. Originally, Pixiu planned to let nature take its course. But Egg's sudden visit made him know that he had provoked a powerful enemy, and there were Dormammu and his like who were stronger than Egg. After all, he took the time gem, even if Ancient One still took Doctor Strange, without the time gem Doctor Strange didn't have much power to resist Dormammu. In the original plot, Dormammu was able to let the Earth go temporarily because Doctor Strange used the time gem to create a time loop, which caused him to be trapped in an infinite loop of time. Because he is integrated with the dark dimension, Dormammu can be regarded as a powerful existence that breaks away from the shackles of time in half a step. He can detect something is wrong every time the time loops. In a cycle after cycle, Doctor Strange was killed by him again and again. But no matter how he kills Doctor Strange, it's of no use. With Doctor Strange dead, Time Gem will start the cycle again. If he can't perceive time looping over and over again, then he won't be bothered by the time loop and will just kill Doctor Strange over and over again. But it happens that Dormammu can perceive that time enters the loop. In this case, the infinite time loop is simply torture for Dormammu. In desperation, Dormammu could only temporarily compromise with Doctor Strange, who came to negotiate terms. And now that Time Gem is with him, even if Doctor Strange succeeds Ancient One and becomes Sorcerer Supreme, he still cannot confront Dormammu head-on with his strength. According to his agreement with Ancient One, no one on Earth can solve Dormammu, so he will naturally kill or expel Dormammu. Definitely, he could also have fired that Caecilius that attracted Dormammu now. But this is a temporary solution after all. After all, Dormammu has been looking for the Earth. The reason why Dormammu cannot find the Earth for the time being is because of the defense circle formed by the three holy places. And even if Caecilius is killed, under the constriction of the world line, who knows if a second or third Caecilius will come out again. Or maybe Blacken's Mordo in the last Easter egg of Doctor Strange, will Blacken continue to do things in secret ahead of time because of some force majeure? Or another villain emerges, one that has not yet appeared in the movie universe. Therefore, it is more realistic to face Dormammu, at least he has some understanding of Dormammu. Only by showing the ability that makes Dormammu afraid, can Dormammu not dare to have unreasonable thoughts about the Earth for the time being, at least in the absence of greater certainty. Although with 6 infinite gems in hand, Pixiu is not worried about Egg or Dormammu. However, the powerful power of the 6 infinite gems is still a foreign object. Only when they evolve to 5 stars can they be completely owned by the system. Moreover, Pixiu believes in his own strength even more when it comes to foreign objects. As long as you are strong enough, you can easily deal with all difficulties, obstacles, and dangers, and you don't have to worry about problems with the external things you rely on. Therefore, Pixiu decided to speed up the process first, so that he can quickly evolve to 5 stars. Sure enough, he answered a word. People must have motivation if they want to move forward, and everything can be turned into motivation, such as a word of encouragement from others, or an incoming dilemma. Because of the enemy Yi Ji who was inadvertently provoked, Pixiu also rekindled the motivation to move forward. This level of motivation was something he only possessed in the first 2 years since he came to this world. After all, at that time, thinking about the plot to be faced, worrying that he would be knocked out by Thanos snapping his fingers, Pixiu has been working hard to accumulate evolution points. In this way, time passed slowly. Chapter 193. Time passed slowly. Winter solstice comes, spring comes, summer goes, and autumn comes. In the blink of an eye, 2016 is approaching the end of the year. More than a year has passed, and Pixiu's 10 billion evolutionary points are only a few 100 million left. As long as you collect hundreds of millions more evolutionary points, you can make up 10 billion evolutionary points. Then you can start the 5-star evolution journey. There are 6 infinite gems, and he will undergo earth-shaking changes when he evolves to 5 stars. Even if his level is only 5 stars, but he has integrated the power of the 6 infinite gems, his strength in this universe is likely to be raised to a level that can be called terrifying. Even if there will be restrictions due to becoming one's own, or some abilities of the original 6 infinite gems will be lost, but dealing with Dormammu, which is likely to be a 7-star existence, should not be a big problem. Otherwise, even if the system allows him to integrate the power of 6 infinite gems after evolving to 5 stars, he will not integrate for the time being. Without integrating 6 infinite gems, as long as he is willing, he can even display a super strength that exceeds 7 stars, or even 8 or 9 stars. In the judgment of the system, 4 stars are equal to the country-destroying level, 5 stars are equal to the surface level, 6 stars are equal to the planet level, 7 stars are equal to the galaxy level, 8 stars are equal to the level single universe, and 9 stars are equal to the multi-universe level. Thor without awakening is originally a half-step 4-star level. If you hold Mjolnir and burst out with full force, you can reach 4-star low level and close to medium combat power. After awakening Thor's power, it is 4-star superior, and holding a storm battle axe with full combat power can reach the half-step 5-star level. Definitely, awakening's Thor still has a lot of room for improvement. After all, Heavenly Father Odin's peak combat power in the movie universe has reached the half-step 6-star level in the system's judgment, and is a half-step star level existence. Therefore, it is not surprising that Thor has developed Thor's power to the peak, and it can also reach the half-step 6-star level. In the world view of comics, existences like Odin, Ancient One, Dormammu, and Hela seem to be classified as level Godfather, and Thanos is level Sub-Godfather. Although I don't know whether this kind of classification is officially recognized by Marvel, but it can also be used as a reference. In the comics, Odin of the level Godfather seems to be able to destroy the Milky Way by using the power of Odin. According to the performance, it has already reached the 7-star rating in the system's judgment. The definitely manga universe is a manga universe, and the movie universe is developed independently, with many settings being different. In the movie universe, Odin's peak is only half-step 6-star, that is, half-step star level, with the ability to destroy the surface of a planet, and even destroy some smaller planets. According to the level comparison, the level Godfather in the manga world view includes 3 levels from 5 to 7 stars, while the 8-star single universe and the level single universe of the manga should be almost the same. The 9-star multi-universe level corresponds to almost the level of concept gods transformed by certain rules of the multi-universe such as infinity, eternity, and death. Although the current system only gives Pixiu a 9-star rating, since the system can travel through the Marvel movie universe to other universes, 9 stars is definitely not the end. After all, it is called an infinite evolution system, a mere 9-star multi-universe level. Can this be called infinite? Where does that put the Tribunal of Life, the Transcendence, or even the QAA on top of everything as the creator of all of the Marvel multi-universe in the Marvel Comics? According to the manga worldview levels sorted out on the internet, there are Super Universe level, Almighty Universe level, and Beyond level universe above the multi-universe level. And then there's the OAA that overrides everything. In the Marvel worldview, OAA is the creator of everything, and its status is equal to the Supreme God and DC next door. In Marvel, no existence can surpass him. Although Pixiu thinks that according to the general situation, the Supreme OAA in comics actually represents the creators of Marvel Comics. Because OAA does not have any locked settings, all infinity, all self-existing freedom, and all eternity have no meaning to him, and represent the freedom of the creator. But now it's not comics, nor is it a simple movie, everything is real. Then if you change the concept of the prehistoric flow, OAA can also be regarded as the way of heaven in the Marvel multi-universe. Well, it should be said that the way is more accurate. OAA is Marvel's World Avenue, the Court of Life is the Grand June of the Dao of Heaven, and the multi-universe gods of infinity, eternity, and death are basically equivalent to the existence of Daluo Jinxian. In this way, according to the classification of comics, the multi-universe concept gods transformed by the rules of infinity, eternity, and death are roughly equivalent to the strength of Daluo Jinxian. Above the multi-universe is the super-universe level, like the Nemesis in the comics, which is equivalent to being a quasi-sage or a sub-sage. And above Almighty Universe level, such as Life Tribunal, Peak Scarlet Witch, First Firmament, etc., are equal to the level of a saint to the level close to the way of heaven. Beyond the level universe, such as Transcendence, Molecule Man, etc., are the levels of the Dao of heaven. As for OAA, there is no doubt that it is the highest road. So, even after Pixiu evolves to 9 stars, if he wants to climb to the top of the Marvel Universe or even transcend all the big universes, there is still a long way to go and it will take a lot of time to go. On this day, in the villa, Only Pixiu is watching TV in the living room, and no one else is there. Over a year later, both Hill and Nick Fury have opted to step back into the background. Although the position of deputy director is still Hill's, but the work is much less, except for some particularly important things, she basically does not go through her hands. So after consideration, Hill made Natasha Romanoff the acting deputy director, and Nick Fury had no problem with it. The S.H.I.E.L.D. acting director was handed over by Nick Fury to Phil Coulson, who chose to hide behind the scenes. S.H.I.E.L.D. handed over most of the things to Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff. Hill, who retreated behind the scenes, was very relaxed. He often went shopping and walking with Wanda. As for Pietro, seeing that he was doing nothing, Pixiu asked him to go out to work as a temporary job, and stipulated that the duration of each temporary job should not exceed 1 month, and it could not be repeated. The colorful world is fascinating. Pietro and Wanda have been imprisoned in the Hydra base for so many years, and it is time to go out and see the various aspects of life. Wanda is a girl, and Hill will accompany him no matter what. But Pietro, as his boss, Pixiu naturally expressed that he would take care of it. For Pixiu's arrangement, Pietro was definitely not happy to eat at first. However, Pixiu persuaded people with reasoning, and Pietro finally agreed. Wanda has no objection to this, but is very happy with Pixiu's arrangement. Pixiu, who was salting fish on the sofa, suddenly noticed something strange, and couldn't help turning his head to the side. I saw a good money, good Camartage portal appear, an ancient one came out of it. Chapter 194. Seeing that ancient one came to find him, Pixiu couldn't help being a little puzzled. So far, this is the second time Ancient One has come to find himself. The last time I came to find myself was because of Yi, an unexpected guest. Ancient One and Pixiu looked at each other, and saw Pixiu's doubts at a glance, smiled and said straight to the point. This time I came to you not because of an enemy, but because I want you to accompany me to see the person I have chosen. After all, you should have some contact with him in the future. Successor. Hearing this, Pixiu couldn't help but suddenly realized that Ancient One still plans to retire. So Pixiu nodded and said, "Okay, let's go." Now that he has been involved in so many things, he wants to see if the heir chosen by Ancient One is Doctor Strange. But Doctor Strange is more likely. As long as Doctor Strange is not dead, and Ancient One has the idea of retiring, then under the reaction of the so-called world line closing, Doctor Strange will definitely appear. When he read online posts before, he seemed to see someone saying that in a certain parallel universe in comics, Tony was accepted as a disciple by Ancient One, and then became the Sorcerer Supreme of that parallel universe. Tisk tisk tisk, there are too many parallel universes in comics, there are all kinds of weird settings, and there are many powerful artifacts that break the rules. Such as the Ultimate Eraser, the Cosmic Cube, the Heart of the Universe and so on. In the comics, Thanos, who got the Heart of the Universe, is not even his opponent in the Life Court 577, directly erasing all gods and multi-universe. But afterwards Thanos restored everything to its original state, except that all the memory of the Heart of the Universe was erased by all people or gods. Just when Pixiu was thinking wildly, Ancient One had already opened the portal magic. Seeing this, Pixiu came back to his senses, put away the infinite gems, turned on the electromagnetic levitation and took off with Ancient One into the magic of the portal. Just after leaving the portal, Pixiu noticed something strange around him. It should be the mirror dimension magic that Ancient One set up in advance or just set up. Not paying attention to the mirror dimension, Pixiu looked around. They are now above a road, and they can clearly see the ring road below, with cars driving back and forth on it. Seeing this scene, Pixiu couldn't help showing a strange expression. So, Doctor Strange still had a car accident, and then under the so-called fate arrangement, he started looking for Camartage in order to heal his hands. Tisk tisk tisk, how miserable. But thinking about Doctor Strange's character at the beginning, Pixiu felt that he had to go through something. A superb surgeon, award-winning, proud and opinionated. Therefore, the performance is slightly similar to the previous Tony. After all, both are super geniuses in a certain area, and there must be some similarities. If he hadn't gone to a dead end, how could he believe that there is such a supernatural power as magic in the world? Even in the original plot, Doctor Strange expressed disbelief after meeting Ancient One. Suppressing the many thoughts in my heart, I looked at the ancient tongue. How long is he going to be here? Although there is no time gem, Ancient One can't freely enter the long river of time, but with her ability, there must be other ways to detect some future things. For example, with the help of other powerful instruments. He remembered that the magic wand used by Kamar-Taj magician seemed to be called the stand of the cord of life. Kamar-Taj's magic or implements, because most of them are related to some powerful beings in multiple dimensions. And the name of the staff of the Life Tribunal is directly linked to the Life Tribunal, probably for the convenience of drawing out the character of the Life Tribunal in the future. In the comics, Adam, the warlock who later became the Cord of Life, appeared in the ending egg of Silver Guardian 2. The development of Marvel movie universe has reached the end of the third stage, the 6 gems Thanos is not counted, and the one with the highest original force is Dormammu, who is the Lord of the Dark Dimension. Then came the Celestial Ego, and after that came Odin, Ancient One, Hela, and Surti. As for the God group and the conceptual gods of infinity, death, and eternity, they all appear as Easter eggs. After all, judging from the setting, they are too powerful, appearing so early, it is easy to cause the movie universe to collapse. Movies can never be the same as comics. If they crash, there will be a restart or a parallel universe. If you do that, you're committing suicide. Therefore, these powerful gods who appear as Easter eggs will not appear at all as long as there are no people who can't think about it and hold the idea of wanting the entire universe. After Thanos used the Infinity Gauntlet to collect all 6 gems, he did not have the idea of destroying the universe, CDFF, but only wiped out half of life, contributing to the continuous development of the universe. Perhaps because of this, powerful gods such as infinity, death, and eternity did not show up. And those evil gods and gods living in multiple dimensions may not be affected by the power of Infinity Gauntlet because they do not live in the main world. Perhaps when Thanos snapped his fingers, he didn't even think about going to the multidimensional level, so the infinite power didn't affect those gods. Definitely, all of these are Pixiu's own guesses, and the specifics are still open to discussion. It should be soon. Hearing Pixiu's inquiry, Ancient One smiled slightly. All right. Hearing this, Pixiu rubbed the electrical bag on his face, then took out infinite gems, turned on the source absorption module at full power, and continued to accumulate evolution points. Time passed slowly. At dusk, 10 speeding sports cars came into the eyes of Gushi and Pixiu. Looking at the sports car that suddenly appeared, I knew it should be the future Doctor Strange. His name is Stephen Strange. After a little while, seeing that Doctor Strange was about to drive away from the road around the mountain, Pixiu couldn't help but raised his right hand and rubbed the electric bag. His eyes looked a little weird. It seems that under the influence of his factors, Dr. Jianyi doesn't seem to be in a car accident. However, just when Pixiu had this thought, Ancient One on the side smiled slightly, as if everything was under her control. Just when Doctor Strange came to the last corner, the sports car suddenly seemed to have something wrong, and swayed uncontrollably left and right on the road. Finally, he broke the protective fence on the side of the road and plunged into the woods outside. The passing vehicles stopped immediately, and the driver hurriedly called an ambulance after seeing this scene. BZAX. Seeing this scene, Pixiu didn't know what to say. Then he turned his head to look at Ancient One, just in time to see her smiling and calm expression. Just when Pixiu was about to ask something, Ancient One turned slightly to look at him and said with a smile. Some things are meant to happen, and if what happens is good for the future, then it's not a bad thing to let it happen. All right. Hearing this, Pixiu said what else could he say, since it has little to do with him anyway. I just don't know what kind of thoughts Doctor Strange will have in mind if he knows that his current car accident is related to Ancient One. Maybe it's just a little awkward. Chapter 195. Correct. Regarding Ancient One's words, Pixiu glanced at the future Doctor Strange, who was unconscious due to a car accident below, looked at Ancient One, raised his right hand and rubbed the electric bag and said, "What does His Holiness think of the two superpowers in my family?" Although the Marvel movie universe is an independent comic universe, it was born out of the comic universe after all. Even if some settings are different, there are still many the same or similar. The abilities of Wanda and Pietro, even in the comic universe, are not simple. Especially Wanda, her peak state was able to reach Almighty Universe level, standing on the same level as the powerful conceptual existence of the Life Tribunal. Even if the movie universe is not as good as the comics, it is endowed by Mind Gem, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, which is endowed with great power that belongs to one of the sources of all things. If you can develop your own ability to the peak, then Wanda's strength will be so strong that it is not impossible to become the top powerhouse standing on the ceiling of the Marvel movie multi-universe. The 2 super ability users in your family. Hearing Pixiu's inquiry, Ancient One withdrew his gaze from Doctor Strange, looked at Pixiu and became slightly hesitant, not in a hurry to answer, obviously thinking. Ancient One naturally knew about Wanda and Pietro. It should be said that as the Sorcerer Supreme who protects the Earth, she not only needs to understand what is outside the sphere, but she also needs to understand clearly the supernatural characters born inside the sphere. Not to mention Wanda and Pietro, who were endowed with super abilities by Mind Gem. As an extraordinary person, she is very aware of the strength of Wanda's ability. When she grows up, it is not enough to say that she is shocking the world and weeping ghosts and gods, which can be called terrifying. Definitely, the premise is to grow up. Now Wanda is just groping forward in confusion, not even finding the right way, but walking slowly on the path around the road. If there is no special situation or the guidance of a famous teacher, the chances of Wanda wanting to truly develop and grow her ability can be said to be very small. As for Pietro, although his ability is not as good as Wanda, he has fully developed the high-speed movement, and can become a nightmare for many existences in terms of speed. Generally speaking, the 2 superpowers in Pixiu's family are existences with great potential. After slightly sinking, Ancient One looked at Pixiu and said slowly, "They are all good people, but you shouldn't just ask." Pixiu nodded, and said directly to the subject. "Since you plan to accept a disciple, I would like to ask His Holiness to teach Wanda and Pietro by the way, and improve their control over their abilities." To accept Wanda and Pietro, he mainly values their ability. Up until now, he has been a salted fish arrangement for both Wanda and Pietro. That is to let them use their ability to complete some things in their daily life, so as to improve the development and control of ability over time. Regarding the targeted ability improvement of the 2, he said that he didn't know how to do it at all. Just now that Ancient One approached, Pixiu immediately had an idea. Ancient One has lived for hundreds of years. As a sorcerer supreme with countless supernatural knowledge and extraordinary insights, there should be a way to teach them about their abilities. Such a good teacher is right in front of you, how could you miss it so easily? He is now almost collecting tens of billions of evolution points. After evolving to 5 stars, he plans to go to other worlds to play after a while. And when he goes to other worlds, downloading is obviously not allowed to bring people with him. As for bringing people back to the Marvel Universe, he hasn't asked the system yet. Can't take people now, so Wanda and Pietro can only be left here. And with the improvement of strength, the existence he will contact in the future must become stronger and stronger. For example, I don't know the celestial god group living somewhere in the universe, and the powerful gods living in various multidimensional dimensions, and even the 4 multidimensional gods. Even if he doesn't intend to take the initiative to provoke those existences, but the Earth is the center of the universe, as long as he stays here, he may meet them. Moreover, the Marvel movie universe has been evolving continuously, and various powerful demons and ghosts will appear, triggering crises one after another. His purpose of accepting Wanda and Pietro was not to accept 2 useless vases, but 2 people who could help him in the future. He doesn't expect the 2 of them to be able to help him right now, and he prefers to do it himself, unless it is absolutely necessary, rather than asking others to help him. All he wants is someone who can help him with trivial matters in the future, and he chooses to do the big things by himself. If he just added 2 vases, then why did he accept them? Do you add 2 burdens to yourself because you are too free? Therefore, it is necessary to enhance their strength. Let me teach them. Hearing Pixiu's words, Ancient One sighed slightly. It's possible, but I don't know much about super abilities. After all, I'm just a magician, not a super ability user. Asking for flowers. However, I think whether it is super ability or magic, after all, it is a manifestation of the application of certain powers in the universe. Everything leads to the same goal, so finding a way should not be a problem. Ancient One did not refuse Pixiu's request. Anyway, teaching one person is teaching, and teaching 2 people is also teaching. What's more, she hoped that Pixiu would owe her more favors. Favors may be useless to ordinary people, but to others, favors are even more precious than many things. Thanks. Seeing that Ancient One agreed to come down, Pixiu thanked him, but didn't say anything more. After all, there are some things that everyone knows very well, and it is enough to know in the heart, there is no need to say it out. Then I will bring them to find you, Venerable. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. If there is anything, as long as I am on earth, they can come to me. After saying another sentence, Pixiu looked at the car accident site below and then at Ancient One. Seeing that Ancient One shook his head slightly to indicate that he was fine for the time being, Pixiu nodded to Ancient One, took out the space gem and left the mirror space. He didn't care what happened to Doctor Strange now. Knowing that Doctor Strange will be born as usual, now he just wants to find some evolution points. As for the energy used for time travel, there is no need to accumulate a little bit of it. According to the system, as long as he has something with huge energy, after opening the time-space template, the system will automatically absorb the corresponding energy used by time travel. If you have enough energy, you can activate time travel smoothly. If you don't have enough ability, you can accumulate it. Wait until the energy is enough. After returning to the villa, Pixiu continued the journey of accumulating evolution points. When Wanda and Pietro come back, throw them to Camartage. Well, maybe we can also let Hill learn a bit. Anyway, she has been semi-retired in the background now, and most of the things in S.H.I.E.L.D. will not pass by. If Hill has the ability to learn magic and can master some magic, her ability to protect herself will also be stronger. Chapter 196. Time passed slowly. Near the evening, Wanda and Hill returned to the villa. Not long after the 2 girls returned to the villa, Pietro also returned to the villa. After returning to the villa, Pietro seemed to have learned the truth about Pixiu. He first grabbed a piece of fruit from the tea table, and then lay down on the side sofa like a salted fish. As for the 2 girls, Wanda and Hill, they went to the kitchen and began to prepare dinner for a while. Pixiu is holding the reality gem in one hand, and the wire that is connected separately in the other hand. Under the 2-wire operation, the sight is shifted from the big screen in front to Pietro. Seeing his salty fish appearance, he couldn't help but say, "Have you ever felt particularly bored recently?" "Boring." Pietro, who was eating fruit, was stunned for a moment, then shrugged and said, "Not at all, I think the current situation is pretty good, just like you said, I want to experience life, I just decided on my next job not long ago." 387. I have to say that the job proposal is very good, because of work I have met a few new friends recently, but the relationship still needs to be deepened. Hearing Pietro's answer, the corners of Pixiu's mouth twitched slightly. This guy obviously resisted in every possible way before, and he didn't want to go to work at all. Why are you still addicted now? But he didn't bother to care whether Pietro was addicted to work, and said directly, "I will leave the earth for a few months in a while. During this time, I have found a teacher for you, a teacher who can help you improve your ability. So when the time comes, I will take you there. Before I come back, if there is no accident, you should stay there forever." "What, found a teacher for us?" Pietro was startled when he heard this, sat up straight, looked at Pixiu with some astonishment and said, "Is there any mistake? Who is the teacher you found for us?" He is not surprised that Pixiu is leaving the earth. After all, Pixiu has also left before. Although this time Pixiu will be away for a few months. But for this, he obviously cares more about the teacher Pixiu finds for them. What teacher? At this time, Wanda's voice came. Pixiu and Pietro turned their heads and saw Wanda and Hill coming out of the kitchen. The two women looked at them with curious expressions on their faces. Apparently, they vaguely heard the conversation between the two when they just came out. Asked Pixiu. Seeing the two girls, Wanda and Hill, come out, Pietro pursed his lips, and after saying a word, he sat down on the sofa again, and continued to read the fruit one bite at a time. But his eyes were always on Pixiu. Seeing the three people looking at him curiously, Pixiu said slowly. It's like this. After a while, I have something to leave the earth. As for the time, it will be about 2 to 3 months, so I found a teacher for you. This teacher is the Sorcerer Supreme who has guarded the earth in the dark for hundreds of years, protecting the earth from the evil gods of the universe and the various dimensions. He is a strong man who has mastered magic. After I discuss with her, she can teach you how to improve your ability for a period of time. The Sorcerer Supreme who has guarded the earth for hundreds of years, the Master of Magic. Hearing Pixiu's words, Hill, Wanda, and Pietro were a little shocked. They could not have imagined that such a character still existed on Earth. Compared to Wanda and Pietro, Hill accepted it a little faster. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. has also collected a lot of things related to alien civilizations or supernatural things that exist on the Earth over the years. There are also a few words about the records of magicians on the Earth. Although little is known about magicians, it is certain that magicians exist. To Hill's surprise, there is a Sorcerer Supreme who has guarded the Earth for hundreds of years in the magician. And judging from what Pixiu said just now, that Sorcerer Supreme is obviously very strong. Let the Earth be protected from the evil gods of the universe and the major dimensions, as can be seen from this sentence. The first is to ascend to the ultra-high level of the universe and all major dimensions. And there is also the existence of evil gods. One can imagine what kind of terrifying existence it is. Being able to confront these existences is undoubtedly a godlike existence. Pixiu actually allowed such an existence to teach them, probably paid a certain price, and this price was obviously not casual. As Hill guessed, Pixiu did pay the price. The price is a favor. In Ancient One, Pixiu's favor is more precious than most things in the universe, and can even be placed on the same level as the Infinity Stone. After all, Pixiu has collected all 6 Infinity Stones, and there seems to be no problem in putting him and the Infinity Stones on the same level. Her name is Ancient One, but in view of the other party's identity and actions, it's okay for you to call each other Venerable, or Teacher. Seeing the astonished faces of the three, Pixiu nodded and said something, then looked at Hill and continued. Hill, when the time comes, you should try it together. If you have the magic ability, you can also learn the application of magic in Camartage. Shall I go too? Hill was really surprised this time. Originally, she thought it was just Wanda and Pietro going together, but she didn't expect that she would have the opportunity to go together, and she might even learn magic. Thinking that he could learn magic, even Hill couldn't help feeling a little excited. But she calmed down quickly. After all, Pixiu also said that learning magician requires ability, not the kind of thing that you can learn if you want to. Even if you look forward to it, it will not completely affect your mentality. Well, you go too. Pixiu continued. Because of some unexplainable reasons, the earth is a delicious meat bun in the eyes of many beings. As long as they see it, they want to eat it. Therefore, it is very necessary to strengthen your self-protection ability. The real security is your own strength. If you have the opportunity, you cannot put your own safety in the hands of others. So everyone, get ready and settle those trivial matters as soon as possible. You have to stay at Camartage for at least 3 months. Do you understand? After speaking, Pixiu looked at the three of them, waiting for their answers. Understood. The three looked at each other, and Hill and Wanda responded first. Pixiu turned to look at Pietro. Understood, I understand. Seeing Pixiu's view, Pietro shrugged and said after eating the last bite of fruit, but he didn't have any thoughts of resistance. If it is what Pixiu said, then he needs to become stronger. After all, he is a big brother and has the responsibility to protect his sister from harm. Okay, let's eat, and then start preparing. Seeing that the three of them nodded in agreement, Pixiu didn't say anything more. Soon, a day later, Pixiu brought the three to Camartage, found Ancient One, and handed the three to her. After being tested by Ancient One, Hill has a good magical ability. Although he can't compare with a super genius like Doctor Strange, he can still be regarded as a good genius. So the three of them accepted the personal teaching of Ancient One in Camartage. This is the treatment that many magicians dream of, and now it is enjoyed by the three newcomers. Perhaps, this is called a relationship household. Chapter 197. After sending Hill, Wanda, and Pietro to Camartage, Pixiu returned to the villa alone and continued to accumulate the evolution points needed for upgrade. Except for sometimes taking time to find Tony and Pepper, the rest of the time Pixiu uses the double suction mode to transform evolution points in the villa. Time flies. A month later, the evolution points held by Pixiu finally reached tens of billions. After collecting 10 billion evolution points, Pixiu soon came to the underground theater. In the underground theater, taking a deep breath, Pixiu said to the system with deep anticipation in his heart. System, let's start evolving. System, design, start 5-star evolution. As the system's voice fell, the tens of billions of evolutionary points disappeared instantly, and then turned into a mysterious high-level original energy gushing out from somewhere in the void. Wisps of golden streamer wrapped Pixiu's body with the beating of the electric arc, and it turned into a golden light leather in just a few seconds. Hoopa's golden ring unfolded on its own, and there were 6 in total, surrounding the light cocoon transformed by Pixiu one after another. Then 6 colors of light burst out from it, and the 6 infinite gems stored in the independent space floated out from the 6 Hoopa gold rings. The power of space, the power of time, the power of soul, the power of mind. The law power belonging to the 6 infinite gems was drawn out by an unknown mighty force, and during Setsuna, the entire Marvel movie universe trembled. Gone in a flash, undetectable. In the many dimensions in the multi-universe, existences as powerful as gods have noticed the movement just now, and all the existences are palpitating. However, when they wanted to find the source, they couldn't detect anything. The same is true even for the 4 great gods located in a certain extremely high latitude. Leaving aside the matter of those powerful existences, let's turn our attention back to Pixiu. I saw that the law power of the 6 infinite gems was drawn out, and then split into 2, and one went towards the golden light cocoon transformed by Pixiu. 10 ways went to Hoopa Golden Ring City. A looming magic circle emerges, and at the center of the magic circle is the golden light cocoon transformed by Pixiu. The crisp crackling sound continued. Dense arcs of different colors appeared out of thin air, and then danced around the golden light cocoon, hitting the golden light cocoon from time to time. If you look carefully at these arcs, you can find a total of 7 colors. 6 of them correspond to 6 infinite gems, and the remaining one is naturally the golden lightning that Pixiu belongs to. As the vision formed, terrifying power surged in the void. Even a little bit of these forces leak out, I am afraid that the entire California can be razed to the ground, and a full explosion can even easily wipe out the Earth. However, under the mighty power of the system, the terrifying power didn't even destroy the contents of the theater. At the moment, Pixiu is going crazy with metamorphosis. It's like ascending to immortality as a feather, fading away from a mortal body and transforming into a Bingxian area. Every cell, every molecule, and even every atom in the body is undergoing an inexplicable change, becoming stronger and immortal. According to the system, after evolving to 5 stars, Pixiu will usher in a great improvement in all aspects. At that time, the body can be called the body of a true god, and even if it is directly hit by a super high-yield thermonuclear weapon, such as a high-yield hydrogen bomb, it will not be life-threatening. You must know that after a thermonuclear weapon explodes, the temperature at the center of the explosion is extremely high, which can be described by the word terror. Although it can't be measured directly, but calculated according to the formula, the core temperature produced after the explosion is at least tens of millions of degrees, even higher than U. The level is 5 stars, which is equivalent to the surface level life form determined by the system. Under such high temperature and explosion, Pixiu will not be in danger of life, and is already very strong. Although it will still take damage if it is hit directly or near the center of the explosion, at least thermonuclear weapons are no longer able to threaten Pixiu's life. Besides, this is about being hit. If someone really fired a thermonuclear weapon at him, then Pixiu wouldn't let the other party hit him foolishly. He has so many means, enough to deal with it easily. Time passes slowly as Pixiu evolves. 7 days later. In the underground theater. All kinds of anomalies caused by Pixiu's evolution gradually disappeared without a trace, including 6 Hoopa gold rings and 6 infinite gems. In midair in the center of the theater, the light cocoon that wrapped Pixiu also disappeared completely, and Pixiu, who still looked like Pichu, curled up and floated there with his eyes closed. From the appearance, it seems that Pixiu is fast asleep. Chi. A few wisps of colorful electric arcs burst out from the electric pouches on both sides of Pixiu's cheeks, and then Pixiu's 2 big ears trembled slightly, and his eyes slowly opened. As the eyes slowly opened, in Pixiu's jewel-like pupils, a flash of colorful lightning flashed indistinctly, so fast that people couldn't react. Here is. Floating in the air like this, Pixiu looked around in a daze, and then woke up after being slightly dazed, and all kinds of memories flashed in his mind one by one. It turns out that it has evolved to 5 stars. After clearing his mind, Pixiu squeezed his small fist excitedly, feeling the changes in his body, and quickly opened his own information template. Name, Pixiu. Gender. Category, Rat Pokémon, God. Level, 5 stars, surface level. Original attribute, electricity. Additional attributes, space, time, soul, mind, reality, power. Height, 0.4 m. Weight, 6 kilograms, constant under normal conditions. Ability, thunder and lightning domination, acting like a baby, destroy death light, electromagnetic levitation, shape transformation, Hoopa golden ring, iron tail, megaton punch, control time, omniscient and omnipotent. Evolution point, 0/10,000 God level evolution point, cannot evolve, condition not met. Thunderlord passive. Introduction, by integrating skills such as electric shock, 100,000 volts, 10 million volts, high-speed movement, lightning flash, elementalization, etc., he has become the supreme god of thunder and lightning. 720. 1 possess the ability to control any thunder and lightning, and can create any lightning attribute skills by themselves. The specific control degree and power will increase with the improvement of strength. 2 Any lightning attribute attack at the same level cannot cause damage to it, and even deprives existences with a lower level than itself of the ability to control the power of the thunder and lightning, and the power of the same level is weakened by 50%. Million-ton heavy punch active. Introduction, concentrate the whole body's divine power on the fist, and launch a critical physical attack on the target, which can produce a critical strike effect of 5 to 10 times, and the specific multiple is randomly determined. Control time active. Introduction, this ability is made up of the power of time gem to integrate the ability of the mythical beast Dialuca. It can pause the time of a region, and can speed up or rewind time. 1 The length of the pause time depends on the strength of the player. Currently, the pause time can be 16 seconds in the Marvel movie multi-universe, and 8 seconds in other universes. Existences 2 levels beyond the original level will not be affected. 2. Time acceleration and time regression can only be applied to a single object or a small area at present, and the duration depends on the level of the object within the ability range, 15 seconds for the same level, 6 seconds for 6 star, 3 seconds for 7 star, high ability is invalid after 2 levels, 1 minute for 4 star, 15 minutes for 3 star. 3 Time pause, time acceleration, and time pause each have a 60-second cooldown after use. Each ability can be used independently without affecting other abilities. Chapter 198. Omnipotence active. Introduction, This ability was born by integrating the power of the 6 infinite rough stones. In the Marvel multi-universe, it can reach the state of almost omniscience and omnipotence. 1. Control the 6 infinite powers of the singularity that control the source of all things. In the Marvel multi-universe, you can make your own ability reach the level of half-step 10 stars, and currently half-step 8 stars. 2. Due to the particularity of this skill, after leaving the Marvel multi-universe, you can only increase your combat power by 1 star in other universes. The highest level is 8 stars, and the current level is 6 stars. 3. After opening the skill, you can freely control the corresponding abilities of the 6 infinite powers, such as controlling time, controlling space, controlling the mind, controlling virtual reality transformation, controlling the soul, controlling all power and energy, etc. The specific effects depend on the level. Is this the change after my 5-star? After reading the direct information panel and the introduction of new skills, Pixiu was a little shocked for a moment. Megaton Punch, there is nothing to say about this skill. You can tell from the effect of the skill that it is very powerful. After all, it can deal 5 times the damage of a critical strike at a minimum, and it can reach 10 times at a maximum. The first is Thunder and Lightning Dominator, a passive ability that integrates skills such as Electric Shock, 100,000 volts, 10 million volts, high-speed movement, lightning flash, elementalization, etc. You can create lightning attribute attacks at will, and you can use electric shocks, 100,000 volts, or tens of millions of volts that have not appeared before being limited to a certain type of lightning attack. The degree of freedom can be said to be completely open, as long as the brain is big enough, and it is an attack of the lightning attribute, he can create it. For example, in the world of immortality and fantasy, the catastrophe that almost everyone except the protagonist is afraid of, can this kind of lightning attribute attack that represents the will of the world also be able to do it? After all, he has mastered the power of 6 infinite gems, and in the Marvel universe, he can be regarded as the day of heaven. Oh no, he can be regarded as a sage who can exercise the power of heaven. And there are no limitations. It is completely possible to create all kinds of powerful lightning methods or divine thunders in the world of fantasy and fairy tales that I have seen before. In this way, there is no embarrassment in the name of the skill Master of Thunder and Lightning. Moreover, it can completely deprive those whose level is lower than his, the ability to use the power of the thunder and lightning, and even the existence of the same level can be weakened by half, which is simply overbearing. In other words, he can completely deprive Thor of his ability to control thunder and lightning, making him lose the power of Thor, leaving only the physical fitness of the Protoss. Tisk tisk tisk, it seems that in addition to deprivation, he can also give the deprived ability to others or return it to the deprived existence. It is worthy of the ability called Thunder and Lightning Master. In addition to the integrated ability of Thunder and Lightning Master, there is also the controlling time ability that is formed by integrating the power of the time gem and the ability of the mythical beast Dialuka. If you only read the introduction of this ability, you will feel that it is quite powerful. But after looking at the ability Omnipotent born from the 6 infinite gems later, it seems that this ability to control time is a bit repetitive. After all, relying on the power of the time stone, after he activates the skill, he can easily control the power of time, and the effect is stronger than the effect of controlling time. The only thing that can't compare is the ability of pause time. After all, the timeout time pauses the entire universe where it is currently located, and it exists regardless of level. That is to say, even if he reaches the comic multi-universe, as long as the pause time is turned on, even those existences beyond the 9-star multi-universe will be affected in the same way. That's it, this ability to control time is not much worse than omniscience and omnipotence. After all, even if omniscience is activated, in the Marvel universe, his strength will only be raised to half a step of 8 stars, and the highest can be raised to half a step of 10 stars. Half a step of 10 stars, that is to say, surpassed the 9-star multi-universe level, half a foot stepped into the higher super-universe level, and possessed the ability to subvert the multi-universe. And the half-step 8-star, that is, half a foot into the level single universe, has the terrorist forces that can easily destroy a large number of galaxies or some multidimensional This strength seems to be completely sufficient now. Although Pixiu doesn't know how strong the celestial team is in the movie universe, it shouldn't be as scary as in the comics. At most it looks like 6 or 7 stars. You must know that even if it is Yi Ji's body, it is only a 6-star level. Half-step 8-star battle power, plus 6 infinite powers, is enough to deal with the God group. Even if a large number of God groups fight together, it is difficult to cause any damage to him. After all, levels are levels, half an 8-star level, and Pixiu's real combat power must have reached the real 8-star level single universe. For now, in the movie universe, except for the top 4 gods, there is no estimate that can pose a threat to Pixiu. Omniscient and omnipotent, even if you leave the Marvel universe and go to other film and television universes, you can still use the 6 infinite powers. At most, the strength is a little weaker, but the means are not lacking. After reading ability, Pixiu turned his attention to his extra attributes. The attribute in the extra attribute is the strength attribute of the 6 infinite rough stones. Pixiu, system, what's the matter with this extra attribute? System, master, you can summon the 6 Hoopa gold rings to have a look. The Hoopa ring. Hearing this, Pixiu shook his ears and was a little puzzled, but he did as he did, summoning all the main rings of the 6 Hoopa gold rings with a thought. Trademark Ha. Seeing the 6 Hoopa gold main rings appearing around his body, Pixiu couldn't help but slightly widen his eyes, open his mouth slightly, and his face was full of surprise. All the 6 Hoopa gold rings have changed, it can even be said to have changed drastically. A purple halo studded with purple prisms. The green halo of the green prism. The blue aura of the blue prism. The main ring of the 6 Hoopa gold rings is full of powerful power. Pixiu said he is familiar with it, and the gemstones on it look familiar too. Impressively 6 infinite gems and relative power. System, this. Looking at the 6 halos, Pixiu was a little astonished. Is this a skill mutation? System, master, please rest assured that the attributes and abilities originally possessed by Hoopa Gold Ring have not changed in any way, but metamorphosis has been produced after absorbing the power of 6 infinite rough stones. Now the 6 main rings can be called the Space God Ring, the Time God Ring, the Mind God Ring, the Soul God Ring, the Power God Ring, and the Reality God Ring. The 6 divine rings are equivalent to the media for the use of the 6 infinite powers, and are equivalent to the new 6 infinite, Qianzhao, gems, which are convenient for you to use the infinite power. Equivalent to a new infinite rough stone. Hearing this, Pixiu was slightly startled, and then said full of doubts. System, what about the original 6 infinite gems? He really wanted to know what happened to the 6 infinite gems whose power had been absorbed by the system. Is there no bones left or no bones left? Chapter 199. System, where are the 6 infinite gems? Pixiu asked curiously and perplexedly. He really wanted to know what happened to the infinite gems whose power had been absorbed by the system. Could it be that there are no bones left, not even scum left? A thought flashed through his mind, and Pixiu couldn't help looking at the 6 divine rings. I saw that each god ring was inlaid with a prismatic gem that was exactly the same as the infinite gems. It seemed that the 6 infinite gems had been transferred to the Hoopa Gold Ring by the system. But is it really that simple? System, master, after I absorbed the power of the 6 infinity stones, the remaining core has returned to a certain dimension of this universe. Since the power I absorbed is the most original power of the original stone, which is connected to the original law of the universe, once it is fully absorbed, it will disappear completely. And the original power to which the 6 infinite rough stones belong is the origin of all things in this big universe. If they disappear completely, it will cause huge amounts of disaster, so I left a little core. The 6 cores return to a certain high-level dimension of the great universe to absorb the power of the law of the universe, and when the time is right, they will be reborn as 6 infinite gems. Pixiu. Hearing the system's explanation, Pixiu felt a little startled. Then I subconsciously thought of Thanos snapping his fingers to destroy half of the life in the universe in the original plot, and then snapping his fingers to destroy 603 6 infinite gems after returning to the pastoral. Doubts arose just now, but then Pixiu figured it out. To put it bluntly, the system directly devours the most original law power of the Infinity Stone, which will cause some unknown negative effects on the Marvel movie universe. What Thanos destroyed was only the exterior of the Infinity Stone, and the power belonging to the Infinity Stone still existed, as if what was lost was just a container, so it would not have any impact on the universe. The power of the Infinity Stone is derived from the 6 singularities that control countless planes and dimensions before the Big Bang, and are the source of all things. They belong to the most original power. If the infinite rough stone disappears completely, it means that something is missing in this world, and if a good thing is missing a part, it will definitely change because of it. Therefore, due to certain considerations, the system did not drive the 6 infinite rough stones to extinction, but left a seed, allowing them to return to the universe to be reborn. In this way, even if some power disappears, but the core is still there, as time goes by, everything will gradually return to its original state. But suddenly thought of something, Pixiu looked a little strange and said, "System, the 6 infinite gems are gone, but my God Ring, CDFB, is equivalent to 6 infinite gems. Can you continue to convert energy absorbing into evolution points?" That's right, this is exactly what Pixiu just thought of and wanted to figure out. System, no, although the 6 divine rings are equivalent to infinite gems, they already belong to the Master's power, so they cannot convert energy into evolution points. By the way, there is one more thing. As he was talking, he suddenly thought of something, and the system continued. Master, after you have been promoted to 5 stars, you can already be regarded as breaking away from the mortal body and reaching the point of a god body, so the energy level required next has also changed. Now if you want to upgrade your level, the evolution points you need have become god level evolution points, and a little god level evolution point is equivalent to 100 million ordinary evolution points before. Master, if you want to evolve to 6 stars, you need a total of 10,000 god-level evolution points. If you convert it into ordinary evolution points, it will be 1 trillion. Hearing this, Pixiu couldn't help being taken aback, and then glanced at the information panel, only to find that the evolution points required for evolution had changed, and became a 10,000 god-level evolution point. After reacting, Pixiu's face darkened